Chapter 641. A shadow arrow just hit the wrist of the great swordsman Alvin. The shadow arrow left a deep mark on the leather wrist of the great swordsman Alvin, and the crystal sword of the great swordsman Alvin was also embedded in the Book of Judgment. Seeing that the Book of Judgment, which had just added 2 pages, was destroyed by the sword of the great swordsman Alvin, Roy looked at the great swordsman Alvin in disbelief, and his eyes shifted to the remains of the frost dragon next to him. He asked the great swordsman Alvin with some discomfort, "Is it because of the dragon treasure that you want to kill me?" All along, the great swordsman Alvin gave Roy the impression of being a very fair leader. He had excellent leadership skills. The great swordsman Alvin had the most orthodox aristocratic air of the Silver Moon Elf, but he was also so humble. When he was with others, he would always smile without saying a word. He would stand there quietly, and look at Roy with an encouraging look. The great swordsman Alvin left a very good impression on Roy. He was almost a model among the Silver Moon Elf nobles. Roy never expected that the great swordsman Alvin would suddenly want to kill him behind him. If Roy had not just happened to detect some signs through the reflection of the light on the cover of the Book of Judgment, and forcibly blocked the sword with the Book of Judgment, at this moment, Roy's head might have been split in half by the great swordsman Alvin. Even so, the magic pattern structure on Roy's body was cut by the do-chi of the sword from the great swordsman Alvin, and a half-foot-long cut was made, just at the chest. Roy's leather armor made of the thick skin of the petrified lizard has not been damaged to this extent so far. After all, this do-chi did not cut through Roy's inner armor. The do-chi swept past his neck and cheek, leaving a shallow wound on his face. Facing a second-level strongman, and a well-known great swordsman, Roy's means of counterattack were very limited. It couldn't even be called a counterattack, it was purely self-protection. The shadow of a holy light tree suddenly appeared behind Roy, and the whole tree completely protected Roy. Then Roy raised the sacred scepter in his hand, and blocked several swords stabbed by Alvin the great swordsman, and Roy had 3 more wounds on his body. Leah behind him turned into a black mist, and rushed towards the back of Alvin the great swordsman. A cloud of black mist appeared behind the great swordsman Alvin, and Leah's figure followed, with a dagger in her hand slashing towards the throat of the great swordsman Alvin. This forced the great swordsman Alvin to withdraw the sword that was stabbing at Roy's chest, and he turned around and hit Leah's chest with the hilt of the sword he had pulled back. The huge impact force directly made Leah fly backwards. In fact, Leah didn't expect that the great swordsman Alvin would actually attack Roy. She didn't dare to enter a place full of holy light, so she hid quietly in the corner of the cave. When Roy's hands could be transformed into holy light, he already possessed the body of holy light, so it was not difficult to explain why he entered the wall of holy light. Leah was also very envious of the treasures of the frost dragon in the wall of holy light, so she huddled in the corner and kept telling herself in her heart, "Don't look, don't look, don't look, that's not mine." When Roy walked into the dragon cave, Leah kept paying attention to this side. She was afraid that Roy would encounter any danger, and Alice might continue to suffer. While staring at Roy, Leah found that the great swordsman Alvin was in a bad mood. The great swordsman Alvin didn't take Leah to heart at all, so he didn't manage his facial expression very well at this moment. He was a little impatient, and his face was uncertain. He didn't look at the treasure of the frost dragon, but kept staring at Roy's back. The joints of the hand holding the hilt were slightly white. He had to subconsciously hide this emotion in his heart, which made him very weird, and his facial expression kept changing. Leah suddenly felt a little panicked. She was in many demon hunter teams, and many demon hunter teams would have internal conflicts after hunting valuable dark monsters. At that time, the expressions on the demon hunters' faces were like that of Alvin the great swordsman. She looked at Roy's back, thinking that if she warned him at this time, not only would Roy not hear her, but she would also put herself in danger. So Leah had been hiding in the dark, secretly observing Alvin the great swordsman. When the holy light wall disappeared, Alvin the great swordsman rushed into the dragon's lair immediately. He didn't even look at the frost dragon's treasure, but rushed towards Roy, like a hunting cheetah, and when his body ran forward, he even had a very special rhythm. His breathing and footsteps maintained a very unique rhythm. When Alvin the great swordsman rushed behind Roy and suddenly drew out the crystal sword, Leah looked at the treasure in the dragon's cave with despair. She gritted her teeth and suppressed her inner fear, and shot a shadow arrow at Alvin the great swordsman behind Roy. The shadow arrow hit Alvin the great swordsman's wrist. Seeing that Alvin the great swordsman almost split Roy in half with one sword, Leah secretly regretted in her heart, if only the shadow arrow had been shot at the back of Alvin the great swordsman's neck. Then Leah had no other thoughts, because she had turned into a ball of black mist and rushed directly behind Alvin the great swordsman. But he was knocked away by the action of Alvin the great swordsman drawing his sword sideways. Alvin the great swordsman saw a streak of blood appear on his forehead, and drops of blood flowed down Roy's nose, like beads, with a broken string to his breastplate. He couldn't help but close his eyes, turned his slightly numb wrist, and twisted the sword with his backhand towards Roy's chest hidden in the shadow of the holy tree. The crystal sword burst out a ball of sword energy in Alvin the great swordsman's hand. This is the sword style that Alvin the great swordsman is famous for. He doesn't think that a first-level great priest can block this sword. In the layers of sword light that burst out, he seemed to see his grandfather's old face again. Grandfather was lying on the bed dying, but he talked to Alvin for a long time. Those words appeared in his ears again. I accompanied Bishop O'Casey into the Dark Land. We walked in the Dark Land for a long time, almost 50 years. We saw all the creatures in the Dark Land. At that time, I didn't understand what Bishop O'Casey was looking for. Later I learned that he was looking for the whereabouts of the Statue of Liberty. Who would have thought that the Statue of Liberty was deep in the Dark Land? We really searched for a long time. You know that we elves don't like this kind of pure hard life. If it weren't for Bishop O'Casey's strong power and his suppression of us, our guards might have escaped from the Dark Land long ago. At that time, we hunted many dark monsters along the way, and then took them to the demon hunter's camp to exchange some supplies with them, so we were able to survive in the Dark Land for decades. So long that we forgot the time outside. Alvin, you may not know what kind of world the Dark Land is. In fact, it can also be called the residence of demons. Later we found a mountain peak, where we met a Nakma demon lord. Bishop O'Casey killed the Nakma demon lord with the help of the angels to send, and took the goddess finger bone from him. Yes, it was the finger bone left by a goddess. Bishop O'Casey sat in meditation for a long time at the place where he killed the Nakma demon lord. He was seriously injured at the time, but it was not visible on the surface, and none of us knew it. On the way back, someone knew that he had taken the goddess finger bone, so he wanted to snatch it away. After fighting with him twice, everyone found out that he had been seriously injured a long time ago. After several twists and turns, we entered a dark forest in the Dark Land. That place is called Heidi, where powerful high-level monsters can be seen everywhere. At that time, we walked all the way to the entrance of the abyss, which was the site of an ancient battlefield. We accidentally found a dragon cave of a frost dragon there, and we had another melee in the dragon cave. The seriously injured Bishop O'Casey used the last bit of holy light power to seal himself in the dragon cave. We were blocked outside. At that time, we tried our best but failed to break the seal in the cave. Without the priest to help us dispel the dark air, we could not stay in the Dark Land for long and had to leave. I went to many demon hunting camps before I found out that an unstable space rift happened to connect to the elf continent. At that time, we left most of the monster materials and returned to the elf continent from the Dark Land. Over the years, I have been trying to enter the Dark Land again to find the treasure of the Frost Dragon. Unfortunately, the entrance to the Dark Land has always been controlled by the Statue of Liberty, so I can't go in. Alvin, if you have the opportunity to enter the Dark Land in the future, don't forget to go to Haiti and bring back the treasure of the Frost Dragon. You can share some of the things in the Frost Dragon's treasure with other companions, but you must bring back the goddess's finger bone. In a trance, Alvin always felt that his grandfather was whispering in his ear. Thinking of his grandfather's instructions at that time, and seeing Roy squatting beside the corpse of Bishop O'Casey, he had obviously completely collected the corpses, and even put a prayer book in his arms. Alvin the great swordsman immediately felt that Roy must have moved the goddess's finger bone. He knew that opportunities often pass in the blink of an eye. If he didn't do it now, he would have to bite the bullet and ask Roy for that thing later. Maybe in the end, a fierce battle is inevitable. So Alvin the great swordsman took decisive action, ready to kill Roy with one sword, and then kill Leah with another sword, and then get rid of the two of them. He could hide in this cave for a month, and wait for the magicians to leave, and then he would quietly leave from here. This was what Alvin the great swordsman had in mind when he attacked, but he didn't expect that Roy, holding the Book of Judgment in one hand, would actually use a sacred scepter to hold the crystal sword. Not only that, a divine pattern appeared under Roy's feet, and as the prayer sounded, a holy light bullet that was close at hand suddenly hit Alvin the great swordsman's chest. The shadow of the holy light tree that protected Roy's whole body then quickly dissipated. Recently, he had not had much contact with Roy, and he had not even seen Roy's appearance when he was fighting. Although Roy is currently only a level 17 high priest, Roy has rich combat experience. Taking the opportunity to throw the holy light bullet, Roy was like a slippery loach, slipping directly from the side of the great swordsman Alvin to the entrance of the dragon cave. Of course, the great swordsman Alvin would not let Roy leave like this. He turned around and handed the crystal sword to Roy's back. A sword energy flew out through the edge of the crystal sword and cut directly to Roy's back. Unexpectedly, Roy did not try to dodge the sword energy at all. He chose to run faster and tried to rush out of the cave directly. The moment before the sword energy pierced Roy, the magic pattern structure on Roy's body lit up with a magical glow, and the protective shield engraved on the magic pattern structure was immediately activated. A small round shield formed by mana appeared behind Roy. The sword energy instantly cut through the small round shield and cut Roy, leaving an almost irreparable scratch on his magic pattern structure. Roy staggered forward under the impact of the sword energy. Leah also climbed up from the rock wall at this time. Her body turned into a black mist again. When she appeared, she was just beside the great swordsman Alvin. Leah's dagger was passed to the great swordsman Alvin again. The great swordsman Alvin raised his arm and hit Leah with his elbow. The crystal sword in his other hand swept towards Leah, intending to cut her in half. Leah learned her lesson this time. When she saw the great swordsman Alvin swinging his sword, she didn't even look at the movement trajectory of the long sword. She turned around and turned into black mist and disappeared out of thin air. With Leah's cover, Roy finally ran forward for a distance. The blood flowing down his forehead had made his entire face bloody. Roy activated the magic pattern to construct all the magic pattern arrays that could be operated, and streams of magic light quickly surrounded Roy's body. Alvin the great swordsman saw Roy running away and hurriedly took the opportunity to chase him. Alvin the great swordsman's body turned into a faint shadow, and his speed exploded instantly, almost catching up with Roy in the blink of an eye. He swung his sword at Roy again, and Roy seemed to have an eye behind him. At the moment when Alvin the great swordsman's long sword fell, Roy suddenly jumped forward and narrowly avoided the sword. But Alvin followed up with a sword, and Roy didn't dodge. Another scar appeared on his back, but at this moment Roy had already escaped the uphill part of the dragon cave. Leah suddenly appeared beside Roy out of thin air. She held Roy's hand, and the two rushed towards the entrance of the dragon cave at the same time. Alvin the great swordsman thought that Roy would slow down at the entrance of the cave, then step on the rocks through the black gauze curtain, and return to the edge of the abyss in a few jumps. But Leah ran faster and faster, and directly pulled Roy into the abyss full of dark energy. At this moment, Roy was also a little caught off guard. He looked at Leah, who was holding his hand, with some horror, and a large amount of suffocating black fog rushed towards him. Chapter 642. Just as Leah dragged Roy into the abyss, the great swordsman Alvin also caught up with them. The crystal sword in his hand almost brushed past Leah's hair, and the sword energy released was thrown directly into the black fog. The fog surged, and countless ghosts rushed over with their fangs and claws. Before this, the thick black fog could never flow into the dragon cave, but this time the black fog actually spread into the dragon cave, but after spreading a few meters, it stopped again. The great swordsman Alvin was forced to take a few steps back at the cave entrance by the black fog, and watched unwillingly as Leah and Roy disappeared in the black fog. He didn't have the heart to jump into the black fog with the two of them, because he knew that there was a bottomless abyss in front of him. When he first arrived here, Alvin was still beside the rock wall, and threw some stones down himself. After these stones fell, no sound was heard, and the same was true for the magic flares thrown down. The great swordsman Alvin even thought that this might have been a sea. There just happened to be an abyss in Haiti. The sea water keeps flowing into the abyss, and this sea will slowly disappear, and this abyss is still swallowing up the sand in Haiti. He inserted the crystal sword into the scabbard at his waist, and looked at the black fog for a few more times. Thinking that he would return to the magic wooden house, he would inevitably be repeatedly questioned by the magicians about the whereabouts of Roy and Leah, and he had no way to answer them. When he turned around and walked into the dragon's cave, the great swordsman Alvin made up his mind not to return to the magic wooden house. He wanted to take away all the good things in the frost dragon's treasure. After Leah pulled Roy into the black fog, her body turned into a ball of black fog. The ball of black fog rolled Roy down continuously. Roy found that he was tightly wrapped in a magic cloak, and his body was falling in the black fog. Then even his head was not covered by the hood of the magic cloak. He could not see the ghosts in the black fog, but could only feel the whistling wind around him. Leah hugged Roy tightly. She even used a piece of leather belt to tie the two of them together from the waist. Then Leah took out a bundle of hooks from her arms. During the fall, one end was directly hooked on the belt buckle, and the other end was inserted into the crack of the rock wall next to it. The grappling hook drew a streak of sparks on the rock wall. During this process, Leah's body suddenly tensed up. A shadow of a goat-horned demon even appeared behind her. Then the grappling hook hooked into a crack in the rock. Leah and Roy continued to fall, and the rope on Leah's arm quickly unfolded. Finally, it was pulled straight against the rock wall. Leah and Roy were tied together. Although the buckle took all the impact, Leah still groaned. The force of falling almost broke her waist. The two were tied together and hung on the rock wall at the edge of the abyss, swaying left and right. Roy wanted to move and find a way to get the two out of trouble, because he found that Leah might be injured. But Leah quickly stopped Roy's action. Leah made a gesture to silence him, and wrapped him tightly with a magic cloak. She looked at the ghosts wandering around. There were many such ghosts in the black fog. They seemed to be completely unable to see Leah. They floated around Leah, and never noticed Leah on the edge of the rock wall. After Leah caught her breath, she got out of the buckle, and let the buckle hook continue to hang Roy, while she climbed up along the rope along the rock wall. Leah soon found a temporary foothold on the rock wall. This raised stone platform was just enough for the two of them to rest. Leah refixed the rope on the stone platform, and then she pulled the rope with both hands, and pulled Roy up with difficulty. Roy was still wrapped in a magic cloak, and sat on the raised platform to rest for a while, and then Leah continued to climb up along the rock wall. Leah was like a flexible gecko, able to climb up and down the rock wall easily. Then Leah sent some signals to Roy through the rope, and Roy knew that Leah wanted to continue to pull him up. He did not struggle too much, and let Leah use the hook to pull him into a crack in the rock wall. This crack was obviously not very deep, but there was a very good foothold there, enough for two people to hide. Leah brought Roy here, and let Roy hide deep in the crack. Then she sat beside Roy with a bitter face, and said worriedly, "What should we do? If we go back now, will they kill us to silence us? Alice is still in the magic cabin. I have to find a way to rescue her." Roy lifted the hood of his magic cloak. He was wrapped in two magic cloaks, and sweating all over. "Master Mage Cedric should not do such a thing to us. I feel that it is just the great swordsman Alvin who wants to kill me," Roy whispered. "As long as we return to the magic cabin, we will be safe." Hearing Roy say this, Leah finally breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. I was worried that those magic masters and Alvin colluded with each other and wanted to kill us. Alice is still in the magic cabin." She stopped talking here, and then calmed down and said, "Don't move for a while, just hide in the magic cloak, and I will pull you up." Roy was about to refuse, but he heard Leah continue, "There are ghosts everywhere here. You must not let them sense your breath, otherwise it will be a big trouble." Leah continued to climb up along the dark rock wall. Roy sat on the stone ground deep in the crevice. He closed his eyes, thinking about the shadow of the angel. That divine thought wanted to occupy Roy's body, but he eventually drove it out. The white jade as big as a pillow disappeared in his hand in an instant. A large amount of holy light aura poured into Roy's body. Before Roy could take the time to slowly absorb it, the great swordsman Alvin attacked him from behind. The things that just happened appeared in front of Roy. Roy found that only when devout believers open their hearts would those foreign divine thoughts take advantage of the opportunity to enter. If Roy directly refused, even the divine thoughts could not occupy his body. After the white jade disappeared, the middle phalanx of Roy's right little finger changed a little. It was like a source of holy light, constantly overflowing with holy light and filling Roy's body. And the holy light tree in Roy's body began to grow. The dense tree canopy was covered with branches and leaves, and countless flowers of light bloomed on the canopy. Those weak holy light particles fell again. Roy felt as if there was a powerful invisible hand in front of him, helping him to tear off the layers of film in front of him. Then the colors in front of his eyes became richer and richer. His perception at this moment could even penetrate the black fog of more than 10 meters. The overflowing power of holy light made his arms completely transformed into pure holy light. The huge holy light energy immediately attracted several ghosts. Seeing the ghosts flying over here, Roy quickly retracted into the magic cloak, not daring to continue to reveal any breath of holy light. Roy waited for Leah in the crevice for a long time. Just when Roy thought Leah had encountered some trouble up there, and was about to climb up along the rope in front of him actually moved. It was the person above who pulled the rope. Roy hung the rope on the buckle, and tucked himself into the magic cloak. Then Roy found that the rope began to tighten, and then Roy was pulled up smoothly. When he reached the edge of the abyss cliff, Roy lifted the magic cloak and looked out, only to find that Byron Thor, the dwarf Uncle Linglon Bronzebeard, and the great magician Delackley were all on the convex platform of the abyss cliff. Everyone looked at Roy with worry. His face was bloody. Although the blood had dried, and the wound had begun to heal, the blood-stained face still made everyone very worried. Especially the dwarf Uncle Linglon Bronzebeard, who stood in front of Roy and cursed at the great swordsman Alvin. "I have said that Alvin is a hypocrite, but you still refuse to believe me. Now you should know it. I said we should act according to our own plan, Follow the expedition route to find the remains of our old friends, bring them back to the Elven continent, and then our small group will disband. Byron, you will continue to drink in the tavern of the small harbor. Directly, you should return to your magic tower to continue your studies, and I will cross the endless sea and return to the dwarf kingdom of Tandon. If Roy is really killed by Alvin this time, Byron, will you feel guilty? At the end, Linglon Bronzebeard turned to ask Byron Thor. Byron Thor remained silent. Roy and Leah could only sit aside and listen to the dwarf uncle's complaints. Roy didn't expect Leah to climb out of the abyss directly and find Byron Thor and the dwarf uncle to come and save her. It seems that she is worried that the great swordsman Alvin will hide near the abyss. Roy briefly described the attack process, and Byron Thor asked the great magician Delacley to invite the magician Alod. Grand Mage Delacley stood up and walked back. Not long after Grand Mage Delacley left, Mage Alod and Mage Joyce were brought over by Grand Mage Delacley. Grand Mage Apea also came with him. Mage Alod walked through the curtain of quicksand and walked into the entrance of the dragon cave at the edge of the abyss. He saw Roy sitting against the rock wall to rest. Although his face was covered with blood, he looked very energetic. He breathed a sigh of relief. After walking closer and observing carefully, he found that there was a vertical wound on Roy's forehead, and the magic pattern structure on his body was also scratched. After listening to Roy's description of the whole incident, Master Alod finally understood what Roy had just experienced. Master Alod knew very well that they still needed Roy to continue to follow them in their subsequent journey in the Dark Land. If Roy got into trouble, it meant that they had to find another priest. In the past, there were many priests in the Dark Land, but if they wanted to find a suitable priest now, they might have to try their luck at the Brenia Expeditionary Force Camp. This will make things very troublesome. Luckily, Roy is fine. Mage Alod continued to ask, Teacher Cedric is still dealing with the Bone Dragon. Roy, how did you get into a conflict with great swordsman Alvin? He has always had a very good reputation in the capital of Buenos Aires, and he is also a swordsmanship instructor hired by the Elven royal family. I find it hard to believe that he would attack you for no reason. Did you two have a conflict? And great swordsman Alvin is missing. Roy didn't know where the great swordsman Alvin was. But since the Alod mage had come, Roy led everyone into the dragon cave at the edge of the abyss. The cave was pitch black, and Roy lit up 2 balls of holy light to light the way for everyone. The wall of holy light that Roy mentioned had completely disappeared at this moment. According to Roy, he moved the body of the temple priest in the dragon cave, and the wall of holy light disappeared. The cave was filled with a strong breath of holy light, but there was no light. Only the frost dragon lying on the treasure pile was emitting a crystal light. There was no one else in the cave. The ground was covered with dust, and there were many messy footsteps inside, some of which were from Roy and some from the great swordsman Alvin. In fact, before entering the depths of the dragon cave, Mage Alod still didn't quite believe what Roy said. According to the reputation that the great swordsman Alvin had accumulated over the years in the capital of Buenos Aires, he didn't believe that the great swordsman Alvin would attack Roy from behind. But now, Roy led everyone into the lair of the frost dragon. Roy and Leah described the footprints on the ground, and the traces left after the fight vividly. All the evidence pointed to the great swordsman Alvin. That was the remains of the frost dragon. When the great magician Delacley saw the remains of the frost dragon, he couldn't help but walk towards the frost dragon. Opia also planned to walk over, but they were stopped by Joyce. Mage Alod stood aside and explained to the 2 great magicians, the skin of the ice dragon has natural magic patterns, and the dragon's skin itself contains magic power, which can ensure the normal operation of these natural magic patterns. You can see that there is a thin layer of ice crystals on the surface of the dragon scales. It seems that there is nothing special, but the remains of the frost dragon are actually very dangerous. Anyone who touches it directly will be frozen into an ice sculpture. To collect the leather of this frost dragon, we must use special means. At this time, Mage Joyce was checking the footprints left by Roy and great swordsman Alvin in the cave. He said, as he checked, "These are Alvin's footprints. It seems that he has been here and had a fierce battle with Roy. It seems that Leah also participated in the battle. Hey, you two actually escaped from a 2nd-level great swordsman. It's amazing." Mage Alod turned to Great Mage Apea and ordered, "Opia, go see if Teacher Cedric has finished his work. Call everyone over. We need to spend some time to take away the treasure of this frost dragon." Apea quickly responded, "Okay, Mr. Alod." At this time, Mage Alod said to Roy, "Even if all the evidence now points to Alvin, I still can't believe that Alvin would do such a thing. The Magic Guild may conduct a follow-up investigation on this matter." Roy sighed in his heart and thought, Alvin the Great Swordsman is a Silver Moon Elf noble. There is a reason why the Magic Guild is reluctant to make a conclusion easily. He originally wanted to talk about the Jade, but now he thinks about it, and decides to keep it to himself. Chapter 643. Grand Mage Cedric brought several other mages to the Dragon Cave, and soon the mages discovered one thing, that is, Great Swordsman Alvin seemed to have touched the remains of the Frost Dragon, but he probably didn't know that even after the Frost Dragon died, the dragon's skin on its body still had a freezing effect magic. Great Swordsman Alvin should have touched the remains of the Frost Dragon, but he couldn't take anything away from the Dragon Cave. After entering the Dragon Cave, Great Mage Cedric began to chase a line of footprints. He didn't say a word, staring at the line of footprints alone, and came to the front of the Frost Dragon's neck and stopped. He stood there, stretched out a hand, and ice crystals continued to gather in the palm of his hand. Soon, a crystal clear ice ball appeared in the palm of his hand. Grand Mage Cedric threw the ice ball casually, and said to several mages following behind him, before Alvin left, he should have touched the body of the Frost Dragon, but he left in a hurry, and didn't have time to take away any magic materials in the Frost Dragon's treasure. Look here, there is still the breath of ice magic. Not only did he leave in a hurry, he may have suffered a little injury. From now on, the credibility of what Roy said is still very high. The Dragon Cave was very quiet. Grand Mage Cedric's words were equivalent to standing on Roy's side. He chose to believe Roy. 5 mages gathered around Grand Mage Cedric. Mage Jonas asked Grand Mage Cedric, "Teacher Cedric, how can we solve the layer of ice crystals on the Frost Dragon?" Grand Mage Cedric replied, "Actually, there are many ways." As he spoke, he nodded to the Mage Alad beside him. Mage Alad immediately tore open a summoning scroll, and soon a huge water element appeared behind him. The water element came out of the space crack and kept nagging Mage Alad, "Alad, don't always summon me in the dark land. Last time I was contaminated with a lot of dark energy. After I went back, a lot of black water flowed out of my body. The environment here is too bad. I was wondering when you can return to the Elven continent." "Oh my!" Frost Dragon. The moment the water element saw the remains of the Frost Dragon, it was startled at first, then turned into a ball of water mist, trying to escape back to the elemental world. But when it ran halfway, it found that there was no movement behind it, so it turned its head to observe secretly. At this time, the water element found that the Frost Dragon was actually dead. It turned around and flew back, asking Alad, "You called me over. Don't you want me to help you deal with this Frost Dragon, Alad?" Alad, who was standing next to him with a speechless face, hurriedly said to his old partner, "You guessed it right. I asked you to come here just to clean up the ice crystals covering the Frost Dragon. Come on, don't waste time. Your stay in the Dark Land is also limited in time. Go and help us clean up this layer of ice crystals." The water element flew towards the Frost Dragon with a speechless face. In a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the Frost Dragon. The water element stopped. It opened its mouth and sprayed a layer of ice mist towards the layer of ice crystals covering the Frost Dragon's body. The layer of ice crystals covering the Frost Dragon began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, no one cared about the whereabouts of the Great Swordsman Alvin, and everyone gathered around to watch the performance of the water element. For these magicians, the attraction of the Frost Dragon's remains is much greater than that of the Great Swordsman Alvin. The water element summoned by the magician Alad completely melted the ice crystals on the Frost Dragon's body, and the Frost Dragon's remains sealed in the ice crystals finally appeared. The dragon meat on its body was still very fresh, and a piece of ice dragon skin with ice beads condensed on the surface was revealed. This is a headless Frost Dragon's body, which is full of priceless magic materials. Mage Joyce, wearing a thick magic robe, thick leather gloves, holding a sharp dagger, came directly in front of the Frost Dragon. The body of the Frost Dragon is more than 40 meters long. In addition to the 2 dragon wings, the dragon's skin is also very large. As Joyce dismembered the Frost Dragon with slightly unfamiliar movements, he began to peel the skin and shave the dragon meat piece by piece. The magicians watched attentively throughout the process. Every time a piece of leather was peeled off, the magician would hear a light cry. Mage Alad stood aside, and came to Roy with a piece of dragon skin that had just been peeled off. The dragon skin was about 2 meters long and covered with dragon scales the size of a small bowl. "Roy, you are lucky now. We were discussing what kind of magic base material to use for your 2nd level magic pattern structure some time ago." Mage Alad patted Roy on the shoulder after saying this. "You don't have to worry about it now. We will find a leather master and let him use this dragon skin to customize a set of thick leather armor for you." The magicians took away all the treasures in the dragon cave. In addition to a piece of dragon skin, Roy also got a lot of dragon meat, which Roy put into the magic box. Elves don't eat any meat except fish. So Roy got a little more dragon meat. As for the bones of the frost dragon, he didn't get any. But Roy was very satisfied to get so many things. Although the dragon's skin would be taken out soon, Roy couldn't help but secretly take some. As for the gold coins in the dragon cave, Roy didn't plan to take them. His magic waste bag was almost full of the magic box for storing dragon meat. Roy was supported by Leah and walked back to the magic wooden house. The magicians also returned to the magic cabin with the frost dragon treasure. There were also some bone dragon materials in the cabin. Roy lay down in the utility room under the stairs to rest, and Byron Thor knocked on the door of the great magician's dormitory. Isha Mika was recovering in this room. Byron Thor walked in and told Isha Mika about what the great swordsman Alvin had done. Isha Mika struggled to sit up from the bed. The wound on his chest burst open, and blood seeped out of the white bandage, but he was shouting at the top of his lungs, "Impossible, Alvin is a silver moon elf noble, he would never do such a thing." Isha Mika leaned against the bed. He was a little excited when he heard the news that the great swordsman Alvin was missing. Maybe he was possessed by a demon. "I'm going to look for him near the abyss." Isha Mika struggled to get out of bed, and prepared to put on the leather armor beside the bed. Byron Thor hugged Isha Mika's shoulders and persuaded him. "Isha Mika, listen to me, your injury has not recovered yet, you need to rest for a few more days." Let me go, let me go. You guys definitely don't want to go out and look for Alvin, but you can't stop me." Isha Mika stared at Byron Thor fiercely, and said in a bad tone. Byron Thor embraced Isha Mika and said to him, "Mika, it will be very dangerous for you to leave the magic cabin now. It's better to go to the nearest demon hunting camp before leaving." Isha Mika put on leather armor, pushed away Byron Thor, who was blocking him, and said with gritted teeth, "I want to find Alvin, I want to investigate the truth of this matter. Byron Thor, don't let me see you again." "Mika." Isha Mika shook off Byron Thor's arm, dragged his injured body, and resolutely left the magic wooden house. At this moment, black dust was flying all over the sky outside the wooden house. In the next few days, the magic wooden house followed the way it came, heading towards the edge of Hades. The magicians found that it was difficult to see liches in the depths of Hades, so they immediately implemented the next plan. They planned to go around the edge of Hades, and go to other demon hunting camps to inquire about the news. The return trip was very boring. Roy had been lying in the utility room of the magic cabin these days, and rarely went to the lounge on the second floor. In fact, Roy had been thinking recently that the things that happened around him seemed to be related to treasures, and he felt that he was really unlucky. First, the Holy Grail of Wisdom in the Statue of Liberty was stolen, and then because of a treasure map left by a dwarf pirate, Roy lost two good friends at once. This time he encountered the treasure of the Frost Dragon again. Roy found that his strength had almost broken through continuously in the past few days, and he was promoted to the peak state of level 19 at once. In the past few days, Roy has been studying magic in the grocery room and constantly observing his physical condition. In addition to studying magic, Roy also learned the Green Empire language. Opening the unfinished letter again, Roy couldn't help but frown at the words on it that looked like a heavenly book. Roy began to translate word by word, but unfortunately he only mastered a little vocabulary and couldn't translate the words on it at all. Since experiencing that incident in the depths of Hades, Roy has become much more silent recently. The magic cabin returned to the edge of Hades. After arriving at a temporary camp, Byron Thor, Lingon Bronzebeard and Grand Mage Jirocles said goodbye to Magister Alad. Magister Alad did not try to keep them. Seeing that they had no injuries and sufficient supplies, he let them leave. The three left the magic cabin, and the magic cabin returned to its former tranquility. Unfortunately, Grand Mage Grams never came back from the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. The magic cabins walked on the edge of Hades, and they were always looking for demon hunting camps and asking about the Lich. Roy had a lot of time to learn the Green Empire language every day. Among the magicians, Wesley was proficient in the Green Empire. Roy asked the magician for advice when he encountered something he didn't understand. After half a month of hard work, Roy finally translated the information in the letter word by word. "My name is Okasai, and I am a priest. I come from the Qian province of the Green Empire. I entered the Dark Land this time to find the whereabouts of the goddess. This time I made up my mind to find the Statue of Liberty in the Dark Land, and then return to the Green Continent. We walked for a long time, and suffered a lot in the Dark Land. The guards who followed me left or died. There were only a few guards left. They kept begging me to return to the Elven Continent. Although I knew they were about to collapse, I still didn't want to give up. We met a Nakma demon lord in the Dark Land. I killed the demon lord despite my injuries, and found a goddess finger bone in his hand. This is the most valuable thing I found after entering the Dark Land. I plan to take it back. We entered a black sand sea, and were chased by a lich. We went through a lot of hardships to get to the depths of the sand sea. There were almost no guards left around me. I found that they knew I was seriously injured and looked at me with a prying look in their eyes. I'm going to die. I know I can't go back this time, but I don't want the goddess's finger bones to fall into these people, so I used the goddess's finger bones to support the holy light barrier. Only priests with holy light bodies can enter here. When I found this place, it was too late. I couldn't hold on any longer. The signature at the end was also Bishop O'Casey. Roy secretly smacked his lips. It turned out that this was a suicide note from a bishop, and it was obviously not finished at the end. On the parchment he left behind, he only briefly mentioned how he was killed, and did not go into detail about the battle. The end was not finished, and the person might have died. Roy thought that the grandfather of the great swordsman Alvin might have been one of the guards, who followed Bishop O'Casey into the Dark Land. They found Bishop O'Casey injured in the dragon cave of the Frost Dragon, so they wanted to kill Bishop O'Casey. Unfortunately, the truth was revealed, and several guards were blocked outside the holy light wall. Bishop O'Casey died in the Frost Dragon's lair. As for the goddess's finger bone that O'Casey brought out, Roy immediately thought of the white jade that was like a pillow. Maybe that was the goddess's finger bone. But now the goddess's finger bone disappeared directly from Roy's hand, and Roy couldn't take it out again. And the goddess's finger bone was the source of the magic power that sealed the cave. Now Roy finally figured out the whole story. He couldn't help but touch his little finger, but unfortunately, he couldn't feel anything unusual. After the magic cabin slowly moved forward along the edge of Haiti for a week, it finally found a demon hunter camp under the guidance of Leah. This may be the closest demon hunting camp to Haiti. The entire camp is much more dilapidated than the Iris camp, and there are not many tents scattered in the camp. There are a few stalls in the center of the camp, with some strange things on them. The demon hunters here all look like strangers are not allowed in. Some demon hunters see outsiders, and go directly into the tent, while some demon hunters secretly observe Roy and his friends. Leah walked in front, jumping all the way to a stall. She squatted down, threw a soul crystal on the leather of the stall, and asked the stall owner, "Tell me, which demon hunting group in the camp is the most famous?" Chapter 644. The stall owner wore a robe that was so dirty that the color could not be seen. He also wore light leather armor on the outside of the robe. He had a long knife hanging on his belt. He stood in front of the stall quietly like a statue. Seeing a magic crystal that Leah threw on the stall owner bent down to pick up the magic crystal stone, wiped it casually, and then put it under his nose to smell it, and then put it in his purse. A flattering smile appeared on his expressionless face, and he said to Leah, "My dear lady, the Knights Templar is the strongest demon hunting group here." Leah put her hands behind her back, nodded slightly with a tense face, and then asked, "Where do they live?" When asking this question, Leah also glanced around the camp. The stall owner waved his hands repeatedly and explained to Leah, No, they don't live in the demon hunting camp. Their camp is not far from us. Follow this road out of the camp, and go forward for about 10 kilometers. You can see their tents under a cliff." Leah frowned slightly, not very satisfied with the stall owner asking her to walk more than 10 kilometers with just one sentence. Seeing the suspicion in Leah's eyes, the stall owner quickly explained, "They are a group of priests who escaped from the Temple Expeditionary Force. When they fled to us, the demon hunters in the camp were worried that they would attract the law enforcement team of the Temple Expeditionary Force, so they were not allowed to set up tents in the camp. They were only allowed to trade various materials in the camp market, so they set up tents outside the camp. After so many years, everyone has gotten used to it." Leah glanced at the magician Alad behind her, and saw him nod calmly, then left the stall. Roy followed behind Leah and looked around the demon hunting camp. In fact, this demon hunting camp looked much more shabby than Iris's camp, and it was also pitifully small. There were some shabby tents built around the camp. Some of the tents were patched up, and some were even half buried in the sand. These tents were gathered together in twos and threes, and there were conspicuous things hanging in front of the tents, such as a scabbard or an iron bucket. The so-called market was also very small, with only a few stalls. The things sold were all strange items. Although there were some magic beast materials, most of them were things that Roy didn't like. All demon hunting camps use soul crystals as currency, but in demon hunting camps, all kinds of food were the hard currency in the market, and the most common ones were grains, dried meat, and preserved fruits. Roy's eyes fell on the corner of a stall. On the dirty leather lay a forearm-long fang. He had seen this shape of fang not long ago. The four fangs of the two-headed demon snake looked similar to this fang. Roy squatted down in front of the stall, put on a leather glove, and pointed at the fang in the corner of the stall. The stall owner was a human, and he spoke a string of words that Roy couldn't understand. Seeing Roy looking at him with a puzzled look, the stall owner repeated it again, but Roy still couldn't understand. "Don't you understand the Green Empire language?" Leah asked Roy in surprise. "I have lived in the Elf Kingdom since I was a child, and I don't have the opportunity to come into contact with this language," Roy explained. "Then you have to find a way to learn it, because in the Darkland Demon Hunting Camp, there are basically only two languages circulated, Elvish and Green Empire language. If you want to communicate smoothly here, you must speak both languages," Leah whispered to Roy. "He just told you that it was a demon snake fang, and it would not be exchanged for soul crystals. If you have other good things that you don't need, you can take them out and exchange them with him." Leah acted as a translator and whispered to Roy. Roy thought about it and took out a bottle of secondary life potion from his magic waste bag. This life potion is a potion made in batches in the alchemy workshop in Castletown City. Because the Imperial merchants in Castletown Port liked to buy this kind of potion the most, Woods made a large batch. When Roy went to Golfito, Woods brought him several boxes. He entered Golfito with the mine guards. Since he had not encountered any wars, and he was a great priest, he would not use healing potions for things that could be solved with holy light magic, so these healing potions have been kept until now, and have not been used. The stall owner asked Roy if he had anything of equivalent value to exchange, and Roy tentatively took out the secondary life potion that he usually did not use. The stall owner saw the life potion in Roy's hand and stretched out a finger to shake at Roy. Roy took out a bundle of secondary life potion from his magic waste bag and cast a questioning look at the stall owner. Leah saw Roy's bundle of life potion and blinked hard. She knew that Roy carried a lot of good things, but she didn't expect that a great priest's magic waste bag would contain so many life potions. He said that you have to give him 50 bottles of this life potion to take away the demon snake's fangs. Leah acted as a translator again. Without thinking, Roy took out 4 bundles of secondary life potions and piled them in front of the stall owner. Then he picked up the demon snake fang from the stall, put it in his magic waste bag, and left with Leah without looking back. The stall owner stared at the bundles of secondary life potions piled at his feet for a long time before reacting. The transaction was completed. For him, although the demon snake fangs were more valuable, the secondary life potions were also valuable and easier to trade. He had placed the demon snake fangs on the stall since the day he got them, but no one was interested in them. When the 5 bundles of secondary life potions were placed on the stall, the demon hunters in the camp gathered around in a short while. Everyone wanted to buy 2 bottles to carry with them in case of emergency. Major Laud stood behind Roy and Leah, watching them trade quietly without saying a word. After Roy completed the transaction and the 3 left the stall, Major Laud said to Roy, "This demon snake fang is of good quality. Only the fangs of the 5th level dark demon snake can be so long, but it is not long enough to participate in the auction house. Roy, if you can find a master craftsman to make it into a magic dagger, its value will immediately soar several times." Roy quickly agreed. In fact, he wanted to make this fang into a short sword. When he hunted the 2-headed snake demon in the Nameless Rift, Roy only got a piece of snake demon skin. Later, when everyone divided the remains of the frost dragon, Roy got another piece of ice dragon leather. Now that he got this snake demon fang, the first thing he thought of was to give it to Moira. When the few people passed by the campfire in the demon hunting camp, Leah walked over and threw a magic crystal into the campfire, and the eyes that were staring at them from time to time in the dark disappeared completely. This demon hunting camp is very small. Perhaps the demon hunting groups are out hunting. The camp seems very quiet. Bloodstained bandages are still floating outside some tents. This demon hunting camp is almost broken, messy, old and decayed. However, since it can survive on the edge of Haiti, it means that it has some special features. Many demon hunters who can survive in the dark land, whether they are elves, humans, dwarves, or other races, are 2nd-level strongmen. Only strongmen can survive in this barren land. Life in the demon hunting camp is like this. Usually they have to go out to hunt. They don't have a base in just one demon hunting camp. Leah introduced the daily life of the demon hunters to everyone. When passing by a tent, Roy saw a demon hunting lizard man pour a cup of black juice into his mouth. When he saw Roy, he stared at him in surprise, and smiled at Roy with his mouth wide open, showing his fangs. The lizard man was very strong, with obvious chest and abdominal muscle contours, and a layer of keratin on the outside. They like to apply oil on their bodies, which makes their strong bodies glow. These guys are also outliers among demon hunters. They only trust their own kind, and they are good at archery and javelin. They have keen perception, and can always hunt prey that is rarely seen in normal times. People like to call these demon hunters treasure hunters. Leah whispered to Roy. Roy had heard the title of treasure hunter from Byron Thor, so he knew that archers who could be called treasure hunters were almost all second-level strongmen. It seems that this dilapidated demon hunting camp really hides some high-level demon hunters. Watching Roy, Leah and a Laud mage walk out of the demon hunting camp, the demon hunters in a tent in the camp licked their lips and looked away. One of the demon hunters turned over and lay on the leather with a faint sour smell, turned his head, and asked his companions beside him, "Torim, how is it? Is it worth our effort?" The companion was dripping a red potion into his eyes, and then closed his eyes to rest. "What do you think, Carlos?" The demon hunter named Carlos touched his bald head, smiled, and said, "I have a bad feeling. Although the other party is a fat sheep and doesn't even have a decent combat professional, why do I feel uncomfortable when I see them?" Torim closed his eyes and said calmly, "That's because you don't know that the old elf standing behind the two little guys is a magician." Carlos immediately sat up and looked outside through the gap in the tent again. He found that the three people had gone far away, so he turned back and said, "TSK, TSK. It turned out to be a magician. I saw them wandering around the camp. How come they were walking around as casually as if they were walking in their own backyard?" Torim suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes seemed to hide two arcs of electricity. Then he heard him say, "I couldn't be sure at first, but I found that the butts of the lizard men didn't even move. Do you think there is any reason for these guys who want to bite the quick meat when they see a mosquito leg to sit there so quietly? Did you see that when those people passed by them just now, their leader actually grinned? We have been together for so many years. How many times have you seen him smile?" The bald warrior named Carlos immediately gave up all his fantasies and said repeatedly, Okay, Thorim, I think I'd better go to sleep." As the two were chatting, a human assassin wearing leather armor came in from outside the tent. Thorim asked quickly, "What did they buy here?" The leather-armored assassin took off his boots and untied the silk scarf around his neck, while answering, "The demon snake fang in old cook's hand." Carlos took a breath and asked eagerly, "What good things did they take out to buy the demon snake fang from old cook?" 5 bundles of secondary life potion. The human assassin had hung the silk scarf on the top of the tent and untied the mask, revealing a female face. It's really a good thing that people can't refuse." Carlos came over and helped the human assassin take off the light leather armor. The human female assassin did not resist Carlos and said casually, "They also inquired about the news of the Knights Templar." Carlos' hand stopped, and a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. "Do you think they are the law enforcement team sent by the Temple Expeditionary Force?" Thorim shook his head and hummed, "It's been so long, and the Temple Expeditionary Force has long entered the depths of the Dark Land. How can there be a law enforcement team to take care of these things?" Then Thorim hung a battle axe on his belt and climbed out of the tent. Roy and Leah had just walked out of the demon hunting camp, and in front of them was an endless black desert and dark red sky. A team of demon hunters appeared on the path in front of them, but they seemed to be in trouble, because Roy saw several demon hunters carrying stretchers, dragging their tired feet, and moving step by step towards the camp. In the accompanying team, there were also several demon hunters who were slightly injured and looked tired, forcing themselves to move forward. Soon the two sides passed each other. Roy stood by the road and quietly watched the demon hunter group that failed in hunting. The demon hunters lying on the stretchers were almost all pale, with weak breaths, and looked like they could die at any time. Alad, Leah, and Roy stood by the road, and no one took the initiative to step forward. They didn't have the energy to deal with such troubles for the time being. The group of demon hunters looked dirty, but their clothing styles were completely different. Although the demon hunters carrying the stretchers looked very tired, they were not injured. A warrior had a long sword hanging on his waist, and the robe he wore had become a thread. He was stunned for a second when he saw Roy, and then turned his head away immediately. Roy was sure that he had never seen this human before, so why did he avoid his gaze? Roy wanted to chase him and ask, but the group had already entered the camp. Roy didn't want to meddle in other people's business, so he didn't ask any more questions. Chapter 645. Looking at the shabby camp in front of him, Roy realized that the stone mountain mentioned by the stall owner was not even a small hill. The dark land was full of endless black sand. It was rare to see a pile of stones. It was like a flag in the vast sea of sand, with only a part of the top exposed under the cover of black sand. A shabby camp was built around the sand pile. Most of the tents were extremely shabby, and looked like a refugee camp. This place is even more dilapidated than the unknown demon hunting camp just now, which makes the Knights Templar look somewhat shabby. There is a flag on the top of the stone pile. There is no wind in the black sand sea, and the tattered flag droops dejectedly on the flagpole. The flagpole is obviously a broken spear, which has been rewrapped with cloth strips. Next to the flag is an observation tower, and a human warrior stands on the platform. Since the surrounding terrain is flat, you can see far away from the observation tower. Mage Alad came over with Roy and Leah, and caught the observers' attention very early. But they didn't dodge and walked straight to the front of the camp. A middle-aged human in a robe stood in front of him. He looked to be in his 40s. His eyes were on Magister Alad. He waited until the three of them came over before he took the initiative to say, "Respected magician, what are you here for?" Because Magister Alad was a Silver Moon elf, he spoke in Elvish. The Elvish with a strange accent was a little fuzzy, but everyone could understand what he was saying. Mage Alad nodded slightly, and then said, "I want to visit your leader and get some information about dark beasts from him." The middle-aged human did not let them wait outside the camp, but directly said, "Please come in." He led the three people into the dilapidated camp. The tents were completely faded. The camp was almost full of human warriors wearing robes. They sat in the tents to rest. When they saw Roy and his men come in, they did not look out of the tent to watch. It can be seen that they are some well-educated humans. "This way. Please." The middle-aged human led Magister Alad into a tent. Magister Alad asked Roy and Leah to wait outside before entering the tent. The camp was full of humans wearing dirty robes, at least hundreds of them. It was much more lively than the demon hunting camp just now. Roy also knew why the demon hunting camp did not welcome them. If they moved into the demon hunting camp, the entire demon hunting camp might be renamed after them. The dark land was extremely short of water, and the robes of these humans had not been washed for a long time, and had become as hard as leather. Mage Alad walked into a narrow tent. In this tent, there were only 2 boxes and a circle of chairs. A human knight was sitting on a chair, flipping through a book. Mage Alad could tell at a glance that the book in his hand was a prayer book. The human knight was fascinated by it. "Captain, this elven magician wants to see you," the middle-aged human who led Mage Alad and said to the human knight. Mage Alad's eyes fell on the human knight, and saw that he was wearing a silver armor, but the armor was very old and worn out in many places. "I am the leader of the Knights Templar, Jeroen." Leader Jeroen put down the prayer book in his hand, and said to Magister Alad. He then stared at Magister Alad for a long time. His expression became solemn, and his eyes became sharp. "You are an elven mage. This is really rare in the dark land." Magister Alad did not expect that the other party could see through his identity at a glance. "I wonder what you want to see me for?" Captain Jeroen continued to ask. Mage Alad said calmly, "We are from the elven continent, and come here to hunt liches, but we have too little information. This time we come to visit you to ask you about the lich." Captain Jeroen said in surprise, "Lich?" However, Captain Jeroen seemed to have thought that Alad was a mage, and it was not strange for a third-turn master to hunt a 6th-level monster. Then he took out a map from a shelf next to him, and spread it directly on the 2 wooden boxes. A hand-drawn map immediately appeared in front of Magister Alad. In addition to a clear expedition route, the map also showed the distribution of monsters in the edge of Haiti, and some vague border lines. It can be seen that this demon hunting group called the Knights Templar has explored a large area of the edge of Haiti. Captain Jeroen continued, "We have indeed seen it in Haiti. It is only about 5 days away from us. It has been occupied by a lich. It is very powerful, and has gathered thousands of minions around it, including some ghouls and ghosts. It usually hides in a dark fog. It is the most powerful dark monster in this area. According to my estimation, it must be at least the strength of a level 6 monster." He didn't even ask Magister Alad for any conditions, and just told him the information. He also asked Magister Alad to come to the front of the map, and Captain Jeroen pointed to that area and described the situation of the lich in detail. Magister Alad put his fist to his mouth, coughed twice, and then said, "Ahem, that's right. It's a level 6 lich. We just came here, and we have dealt with it. Do you know any other information about the lich? Has it been solved?" Captain Jeroen was dumbfounded. He thought about it seriously before saying, "In addition to that lich, I know of 2 other liches entrenched in Haiti, but they are very far away from here, and we only know some information and have never explored them, so I don't know if they are still there, and I don't know the specific situation." This time his tone became a little uncertain, but he still pointed out the specific location to Major Laud. Here. Well, there is also this place. When we first entered Haiti to hunt monsters, our people did encounter it. This thing is not our target, so we avoided it from a distance. Saying avoided was obviously just a polite remark. Magister Laud knew without thinking that they must have seen the lich from a distance, and immediately ran away. Magister Laud took out his map from his arms, and marked the location pointed out by Captain Jeloin on his map. Thank you so much. Major Laud thanked Captain Jeloin. Captain Jeloin saw a route deep into Haiti drawn on the map of Major Laud, and took the opportunity to ask, "Have you been to the central area of Haiti?" "Well, we just walked out of there," Major Laud admitted. Captain Jeloin asked, "What did you see there?" For some reason, Major Laud felt that when Jeloin asked this question, there was a kind of excitement in his tone. There is an abyss there, which is constantly swallowing up the entire sea, and a lot of sand is flowing into the abyss, Major Laud said truthfully. That's true. The bishop said that the dark land was collapsing. It seems to be true. It's a pity that we have never been able to cross the sea and go to the abyss to take a look. Captain Jeloin's tone was full of frustration. Major Laud actually wanted to talk more about the abyss, but unfortunately, he couldn't talk about the Frost Dragon's treasure, so he couldn't say the rest. We can't tell them that we found a Frost Dragon treasure and a priest's corpse inside. As for thanking you, Major Laud was also ready. He took out 2 bundles of high-quality life potions from his magic waste bag and placed them on the wooden box. Captain Jeloin, thank you very much for the information you provided me. This gift is my thank you. Captain Jeloin was stunned for a moment when he saw Major Laud taking out 2 bundles of precious life potions. He was a little confused. Do the Silver Moon Elves choose life potions as gifts to express their gratitude? Roy and Leah were waiting outside the tent, while Magister Laud was talking inside. The two of them did not wait foolishly at the door of the tent, but wandered around the camp casually. Inside the camp, some meat jerky was hanging on the rope outside the tent, and was blown into black dried meat strips by the wind. A worn-out magic scroll of water gathering was stuck to the stone wall, and water drops kept dripping down the stone wall, and fell into the small iron bucket placed below. Several humans gathered around a bonfire, put the dried meat strips in their hands into the fire to roast, and then cut off a small piece with a dagger, put it into their mouths while it was still slightly hot, and chewed it vigorously, and then drank some water to swallow it into their stomachs. These humans did this, and Roy and Leah stood aside and watched. They saw Roy and Leah standing by, and a human reached out to hand Roy a dried meat strip. Roy quickly waved his hand and refused. "Thank you. I only eat fruits and fish." However, Leah reached out and took a piece of dried meat, without even saying thank you, and took a bite directly from her mouth. It was the first time that Roy saw Leah eating meat, and he asked in confusion, "Aren't you a half-elf? How do you eat meat?" Leah put the dried meat under her nose and sniffed it hard, saying, "I am a half-elf like you, but my elf characteristics are more obvious. Besides, who said that half-elves can't eat meat? In the dark land, if I don't eat these things, what else can I eat? This is the dried meat of the snake-necked iguana. The meat is very good, and there is not much dark air on it." Roy didn't know what to say. In fact, he occasionally wanted to eat barbecue, but his living habits in recent years and his friends around him gradually gave up this idea. The person sitting next to the campfire heard the two people talking in Elvish and asked in stiff Elvish, "Are you not human?" Leah explained for Roy. He is a half-elf who grew up in the elf kingdom and is used to the life of an elf. The man seemed to smell a different scent on Roy and asked in surprise, "Are you a priest?" Roy could understand the Elvish he spoke, nodded, and stretched out his hand. A ball of holy light immediately appeared in his palm, and the light ball looked very soft. Several humans looked at Roy at the same time, and their eyes revealed a hint of kindness. The man quickly stopped Roy and said to him, "Don't waste the power of holy light here, use it less and less." Then he kindly pulled Roy and Leah to the campfire, and everyone made way for them to sit down. "So you came from the Elven continent? We have also met the priests from the Elven continent, The person sitting next to the campfire immediately reminded, "Tanarasso, why are you talking to these two children about this?" The man quickly explained, "They came from the Elven continent, and he is also a priest." But he did not mention the priests from the Elven continent anymore. Leah also imitated these people, roasted the dried meat on the fire, and then cut off a piece and put it in her mouth to chew hard. "I heard from the people in the demon hunting camp that your demon hunting group is called the Knights Templar?" Roy asked curiously. "This is our original name, but there is actually a number behind it, but it is not used now," the man explained with a little bitterness on his face. The others sitting around the campfire also seemed a little unnatural, and the atmosphere became dull in an instant. Neither side continued to communicate on this topic. They treated their Leah with dried meat strips, and Roy took out some preserved fruits. This kind of preserved fruit pickled with honey and maple syrup is a delicious and easy to carry food, but it is not as famous as elf cookies. Elf biscuits are the marching rations that elves always have on the battlefield. Eating one meal can last at least a week without eating. It's amazing. These people may not have eaten sweets for a long time. Even if each person only got a piece as small as an apricot, they licked it on their lips and put it in their arms with great care, refusing to eat another bite. This is really good stuff. I haven't tasted this sweet taste for a long time. The man smiled and thanked Roy. Roy and him were just chatting about something unimportant when they saw a group of people carrying stretchers coming in from outside the camp. Everyone sat down by the campfire. Send them all back to the demon hunting camp? The man asked the human warrior who had just sat down. Roy had seen that human warrior when he left the demon hunting camp. He saw them carrying stretchers into the camp. The human warrior looked very tired. He sat down on the sand and said, "Well, those people were too seriously injured. We couldn't save them. What else can we do except carry them back? If you ask me, we shouldn't rescue them. Their group is not strong enough, but they still take risks. If something unexpected happens, they still ask us for rescue." Tangen's heart is completely black. If the hunting is successful, he will make a fortune. If it fails, he will abandon the injured. Why should we help him? Someone immediately reminded, Hey, just complain a few words. Don't you see that there are guests?" At this time, Magister Alad had finished discussing things in the tent, and was personally sent out by Captain Jerowin. Magister Alad took Roy and Lee away from the Templar Knights' camp. Chapter 646. Finally got the news about the Lich. After leaving the camp of the Knights Templar, Magister Alad seemed to be in a good mood. After all, everyone worked so hard for so long and finally found the information about the Lich. This joy was beyond words. Priest Alad led the way back. The magic wooden house was too big to be close to the demon hunting camp. The three of them needed to go a little further, and use Magister Alad's portal scroll to teleport a short distance back to the magic wooden house. Mage Alad chanted a spell, then unfolded the magic scroll. When the magic scroll turned into a starlight, a portal appeared in front of Mage Alad. This portal looked like a reverse starry sky, which was extremely deep, and there would always be a trace of arcs coming out from time to time. Roy and Leah were a little afraid to go in. Mage Alad smiled and said to Roy and Leah, "I can't learn Jonas's tricks. She can embed the wooden door of her home into the space magic, making the portal like a door. Pushing the door open can jump to another area. I can't do this. After all, this is what the portal originally looks like. Don't be afraid, follow me." Mage Alad took the lead and stepped into the magic vortex. When his body was completely swallowed by the magic vortex, Roy followed him in, and then the hopping Leah also got into the portal. Roy felt that his eyes suddenly went dark, and then his vision returned to normal. He, Mage Alad, and Leah were only 100 meters away from the magic wooden house, which was still moving forward on the black sand. When the great magician on the observation tower of the magic wooden house saw Magister Alad, he immediately controlled the steel golem to change the direction of advance and approach Magister Alad. Magister Alad said to Roy and Leah happily, "This group of human priests is really amazing. I didn't expect that they would tell me the news of the Lich without any conditions." Roy said, "While you were chatting with their leader, I walked around their camp. It can be seen that their life here is still quite difficult. A group of priests without the power of holy light gathered together and lived on the edge of Hades. I heard from them that the creed of their Knights Templar is bravery, justice, honesty, and mercy." Leah followed Roy and leaned her head to say something. "Let's go, let's talk in the car. I want to tell the teacher this good news quickly," Mage Alad hurriedly urged. After that, he leaned on his wand and walked quickly towards the magic cabin. Mage Alad heard the news about the Lich, and the magicians in the magic cabin were all jubilant. Roy was a little confused. Although the Lich was a level 6 dark beast, there were still many types of level 6 dark beasts in Hades. Why were these magicians so interested in the Lich? They were so excited when they found the remains of the Frost Dragon. Mage Alad got the information about the Lich, and the next step is to confirm the authenticity of the news. Since Grand Mage Grims is not here, the task of exploring the Lich according to the map drawn by Mage Alad can only be handed over to other Grand Mage. This time Grand Mage Apea received this task, and she will go to the area pointed out by Mage Alad to explore the real situation in that area and confirm whether the Lich is still entrenched there. Roy thought that the great magician Apea would invite him to go with her, but she left the magic cabin without a word the night before. She was a space magician. Although she could take her companions through the portal, if she was alone, the steps of casting spells would be much simpler, and it would be easier to get out of trouble. She was not good at hunting monsters, so she did not invite Roy to go out on this mission. The magic cabin did not move forward. It would stay where it was and wait for Apea's news. The great magicians have been following Mage Wesley to make rune components for the magic circle these days, and everyone is very busy. The magicians are hiding in their rooms to do some magic experiments, some of which are real, and some are excuses. The two most idle people in the magic cabin are Roy and Leah. I plan to go to the demon hunting camp again. This time I'm not going to inquire about the news of the Lich. I hope to learn about the Knights Templar. Roy was lying in the utility room under the stairs, talking to Leah, who was sitting at the door chewing an apple. Alice was sitting next to Leah. Her body had recovered to a large extent. At least she could move freely in the magic wooden house. Under the infusion of holy light, Alice's body became whiter and whiter. Her skin was as white as pearls, and in some places you could even see pale blue veins. She was wearing a loose pajamas, with her hair hanging vertically like a waterfall, and leaning against Leah. In contrast to her, Leah's wheat-colored skin looked much darker. Didn't Master Alad tell us not to go out these days? Leah ate the apple given to her by Master Alad, and naturally kept Master Alad's words on her lips. I'm just going to walk around the camp. I won't go far. Do you want to go with me? Roy asked Leah. As he spoke, he had already climbed out of the grocery room under the stairs, looked at the corridor of the wooden house, and found that there was no one in the corridor, so he walked towards the door. Alice, if Master Alad is looking for me, remember to tell him for me, Roy said to Alice. Alice smiled and blinked. She didn't like to talk much, but liked to respond to others with expressions. Roy walked out, and Leah hurriedly followed him. She didn't dare to let Roy go to the demon hunting camp alone, otherwise, if something happened, there would be no one to report it. As he spoke, Roy came to the door, opened the door, and walked out of the magic wooden house. Leah followed behind, chattering with Roy endlessly. Alice looked at the backs of Roy and Leah with some envy, walked slowly to the window, looked at Roy and Leah walking into the desert through the glass window, and sighed softly. In fact, she also wanted to go out for a walk, but it seemed that no one had ever asked her, and no one thought that she could walk out of this magic wooden house. Alice could clearly feel that her body was constantly repaired by the nourishment of the holy light every day. At this time, there was no one around. Alice spread out her palms, and a faint holy light appeared in her palms. Although this holy light was only as big as a fingernail, it was shaped like a flame, constantly jumping in her palm. Roy said that she was born to be a priest, and Alice had some expectations in her heart. She hoped that one day she could use the power of holy light to help those in need like Roy. Alice narrowed her eyes, and under her long eyelashes, the golden eyes looked particularly blurred in the dusk. She held her hands to her chest, and the tip of her nose was almost touching the glass window. Her thin collarbone was as white as snow. In the demon hunting camp, teams of demon hunting groups returned one after another. When night fell, these demon hunting groups basically returned to the camp. Some demon hunting groups brought back some dark monster corpses, and almost all of them were carried to the campfire. The captain of the demon hunting group threw a soul crystal into the campfire, and then dismembered the monsters by the firelight. The valuable monster materials would be stored, and the meat of the monsters would be cut into strips and dried into jerky. These beast meats are the food for most demon hunters. Roy and Leah arrived at the demon hunting camp at dusk, and found that it was much more lively than the last time they came. A large group of demon hunters gathered around the campfire, and some demon hunters were holding shiny skinning knives and cutting strips of meat on the leather covered with grease. He and Leah were new faces in the camp. Coming to the camp at this time naturally attracted the attention of many demon hunters. However, Magister Alad brought them here a few days ago. The demon hunters with better memory naturally remembered them, mainly because they remembered the gem-inlaid staff in Magister Alad's hand. Roy and Leah walked directly to the campfire, and Leah threw a soul crystal into the campfire generously. The unfriendly eyes around them disappeared immediately, and Roy and Leah sat beside the bonfire made of soul crystals. Roy took out an iron pot and some messy things from his magic waste bag. Leah silently boiled a pot of lemon tea on the bonfire. Soon the bonfire boiled the water in the iron pot. Leah threw dried lemon slices and some flower petals into the iron pot, and the fragrance immediately spread. The demon hunter's nose is more sensitive than a dog's nose. In the dark land with scarce resources, they only eat dry goods every day and drink only some water. There is no resistance to this kind of lemon tea with a strong aroma. At this time, Roy took the initiative to invite the demon hunters around him. Those who were willing to sit down and chat could drink some lemon tea. Leah even took out a copper kettle and added a little maple syrup to the iron pot, making the lemon tea taste a little sweet. More and more demon hunters gathered in front of the campfire, drinking tea and chatting. Some people also privately asked about the origins of Roy and Leah, but when they heard that they had come here with a magician a few days ago, no one was willing to continue asking. After Roy's slightly deliberate guidance, everyone finally talked about the Knights Templar 10 kilometers away. Speaking of the priests in the Knights Templar, the demon hunters in the camp expressed their praise. They are a group of priests with chivalry. Although they have lost their magic, they are also saving people in the Dark Land. As long as they are found and can help, they will rarely refuse. There are always some demon hunters here who have some accidents when hunting. Occasionally, when they need help, they will always ask the Knights Templar for help first, and they are willing to help. I know they are a group of priests from Roland Continent. They were originally believers of the Statue of Liberty. They came here to find their goddess, but later they were stranded here for some unknown reason. It has been many years. It has been a long time. Roy took the kettle and poured everyone a cup of lemon tea, added water, and put it on the shelf, letting the fierce bonfire boil the water. In fact, the demon hunters living near Haiti live a very hard life. There are almost no elf demon hunters here, and everyone communicates with each other in the Green Empire language. Roy was not used to the Green Empire language, so he could only ask Leah to translate quietly beside him. Many demon hunters came to the Dark Land because there were many demon beasts here, and it was easy to encounter dark demon beasts above level 5. As long as they accumulated some dark demon beast materials, they would probably be able to achieve financial freedom and live a relaxed life after returning. Of course, entering the Dark Land also involves a bit of luck. It was relatively easy to leave the Dark Land in the past. As long as you find a broker in the Temple Expeditionary Force and secretly operate it, you can easily leave the Dark Land. That's why everyone tried every means to enter the Dark Land, take the opportunity to get some valuable goods, and then leave the Dark Land. But this road has been completely blocked in recent years. The news given by the brokers in the Dark Land is, the priests in the Temple Expeditionary Force will close the passage, and all the priests will collectively enter the depths of the Dark Land to find the whereabouts of the Statue of Liberty. When they went out in full force, they had completely closed the passage connecting to the outside world. Now more than half of the demon hunters who stayed in the Dark Land are stranded here, and can't leave even if they want to. Life in the Dark Land became harder and harder, and resources became scarcer and scarcer. They said that the priests of the Knights Templar nearby, although they had no divine power, were willing to help others. They were very powerful, and could endure hardships. Under the cover of night, 2 priests really walked in from outside the camp. They were wearing tattered magic cloaks, and after they walked in, they did not come to the campfire, but walked directly into the camp. Someone next to the campfire exclaimed, "Oh, I asked the priests to treat Luke and the others. I go to receive them." After saying that, the man left the crowd around the campfire and chased after the 2 priests. When Roy heard Leah say that the man was going to see the 2 priests, he quickly picked up the iron pot and distributed all the lemon tea in the pot to the demon hunters around him. Then he put away the iron pot and the stand and shouted to Leah, "Let's go and join in the fun. I haven't seen how they save people." He chased after the man who had just left and pulled Leah out. The camp was not big. Although it was crowded, Roy still found the 2 priests easily. The 2 of them had been standing in front of a tent and chatting for a long time. At this time, just as he was about to get into the tent, Roy ran over quickly and hurriedly took out a hemostatic bandage and a life potion from his arms and asked the 2 priests at the door, "Do you need this?" Hemostatic bandages, no matter how serious the injury on the battlefield, just clean the wound a little, wrap it with a bandage, and the bleeding will stop directly. Chapter 647. Roy held a few rolls of hemostatic bandages in his hand and handed them to the 2 priests, who were about to enter the tent. The 2 priests immediately thanked Roy. "These hemostatic bandages can really help us a lot." The 2 priests did not hesitate to be polite with Roy. They took the rolls of hemostatic bandages and went into the tent to treat the wounds of the wounded in the tent. Roy also took the opportunity to squat outside the tent. He had just donated a few rolls of hemostatic bandages, so the demon hunters in this demon hunting group let him squat there, and no one drove him away. In fact, Roy stayed here just to see how these 2 priests without the power of holy light treated the sick and saved people. Would they treat the wounded in the same crude and simple way as Old Pike? Under the night, the camp became extremely dark. Roy was not in a hurry to find a place to rest. At this time, a demon hunter came up to Roy and squinted at Roy for a long time. Seeing that Roy ignored him, he came up to Roy and asked him, "Hey kid, where are you from?" "Over at Iris Camp," Roy said casually, his eyes fixed on the inside of the tent. Unfortunately, the entrance to the tent was blocked by a tattered curtain, so Roy couldn't see it clearly. Leah, who was following behind Roy, was so well behaved that she looked like a little transparent. She hid behind Roy and looked around timidly from time to time. The demon hunter grinned, revealing a row of dark teeth, and continued, "I saw you in the camp a few days ago. I also saw a magician that day." "Why? Didn't he come this time?" Roy was too lazy to pay attention to him, and just responded, "Well, he has other things to do." The demon hunter had a strange look in his eyes, and kept licking his lips with the tip of his tongue. He asked Roy, "Who is that magician to you?" Roy curled his lips and showed a disgusted expression. He didn't want to pay attention to this demon hunter, who was getting too aggressive. The demon hunter probably felt the disgust in Roy's eyes, and immediately glared at Roy, then grabbed a sheathed dagger in his hand, trying to scare Roy. Roy didn't expect him to pull out a dagger directly. Roy stood up quickly and reached out to pull the Book of Judgment hanging on his waist. The extra chain was wrapped around his arm, and the copper cover of the Book of Judgment was covered with traces of knife and axe carving. Holding the Book of Judgment in his hand, Roy, who was a little panicked, immediately became confident. "Why? Do you want to fight?" Roy put his other hand on the handle of the sacred scepter and questioned the demon hunter fearlessly. The demon hunter was ready for battle and pulled out a shining dagger. Leah behind Roy was like a kitten with its fur standing on end, and immediately turned into a ball of black mist and disappeared into the shadows. At this time, a middle-aged warrior walked out of the tent and shouted at the demon hunter holding a dagger, "Ghoulie, what are you doing? Don't make trouble in front of my tent." The demon hunter saw the middle-aged warrior and left immediately in anger. He left decisively without even looking back. At this time, the holy light aura on Roy's body had been infused into the sacred scepter, and the entire scepter exuded a faint holy aura. Perhaps they felt the power of the holy light, and the two priests walked out of the tent with complicated expressions, but they still took the initiative to come over and asked Roy, "Are you a high priest?" Roy nodded. The two priests looked at each other, with worry in their eyes, but they still mustered up the courage to ask Roy, "Are you here to see us?" Roy smiled and shook his head. The two priests breathed a sigh of relief, then unconfidently reconfirmed, "Are you really not here to see us?" Roy nodded and said, "Really not. I just happened to pass by here. But I met Captain Jarwin a few days ago, and he also provided us with some very valuable information, which helped us a lot." When Captain Jarwin was mentioned, the two priests' expressions instantly relaxed a lot, and a look of sudden realization immediately appeared on their faces. "Ah, it turned out to be you. Are you a follower of the mage?" They said this, obviously knowing about this. "I'm not. I just followed them to hunt in the Dark Land," Roy said. The two priests came over and said to Roy enthusiastically, "There are fewer and fewer priests in the Dark Land recently. I'm very happy to meet you." Roy nodded and said, "Me too." Roy chatted with the two priests for a while. When the priests learned that Roy had some holy light power, they asked him to help treat the wounded in the tent. At this time, Leah also ran out of the darkness carefully and returned to Roy. Roy was very curious about these priests and wanted to get more familiar with them, so he agreed to the two priests' request. Roy first got into the tent full of sweat and odor, and then listened to a priest talking about the situation of the wounded. After listening, I realized that the biggest trouble for their eyes was the erosion of the dark air on their bodies. It was because they were contaminated with too much dark air that the injuries, that were not very serious at first, continued to worsen in just a few days. In fact, the simplest and most brutal way to treat them is to purify the dark energy. But for these two priests, the weak holy light power in their bodies did not allow them to treat them in this way. They asked Roy for help in treating them, hoping that Roy could dispel the dark energy on him. Roy did not hesitate at all, and directly performed the purification spell twice in the tent to dispel the dark energy on the two wounded, and then asked the two priests to help them rebandage their wounds. After everything was done, the two priests hurriedly left the demon hunting camp. Roy stayed in the demon hunting camp for one night before returning to the magic cabin with Leah. After returning to the magic cabin, the two of them went out without permission this time, so they were naturally scolded by Master Alad for half a day. In the next few days, Roy became much more honest, hiding in the grocery room under the stairs to learn divine arts, and occasionally learning a few words of the imperial language with Leah. In order to investigate the news of the Lich, Master Opia left the magic cabin for 10 days. Just when the magicians began to worry about Master Opia, she actually returned to the magic house safely. It can be seen that this time of going out to explore the lich made her very tired. The light in her eyes was a little dim, and the Kalenian magic robe on her body was covered with dust. The first thing Master Opia did when she returned to the magic house was to lock herself in the bathroom and take a comfortable hot bath. After she changed into a clean magic robe and reappeared in the living room on the second floor, Master Alad called her downstairs. At this time, several magicians were getting impatient. Opia walked into the small conference room with wet hair, and Magician Jonas asked her, "Opia, please tell us briefly first, and then go to rest. Have you found any liches in those two areas?" Opia stood in front of several magicians, looking very serious. "Teacher, I found it, and I found that there are not only 2 liches in that area, but there may be other liches. It is worth our further exploration." After hearing what Opia said, the magicians all breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure that was originally on them was suddenly relieved a lot. At this time, there was a boiling cheer in this small conference room. "That's great." Magician Wesley waved his fist excitedly. "So everyone, next we have to work harder. Let's rush to that area first, and then we will continue to design traps." Grand Mage Cedric said loudly. "Yes, teacher. I understand, teacher." On the night when Opia came back, Steel Golem changed his direction, pulled the magic wooden house, and continued to move towards the lich's hiding place. On the second day, the battle plan formulated by the magicians was brought to the conference table. But soon the magicians sitting around the conference table discovered one thing. The magicians are about to face a serious shortage of manpower. Due to this trip, the 6 magicians only brought out 12 great magicians, and currently 2 great magicians are transporting the ice coffin back to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp. At present, there are only 16 magicians in total. If they only hunt 1 lich in the depths of Hades this time, these magicians can still deal with it easily. They can escort the living lich back to the Darkland Expeditionary camp, but if there are 3 liches there, it will be difficult to capture all of them alive and transport them out of Hades safely. The magicians are short of helpers. Otherwise, we can just catch them one by one, escort them back when we catch one, and then return to find the other one. This is safer. Magister Jonas's view is more conservative. This will not only waste a lot of time, but when the liches come to their senses, they will run away without hesitation. Magister Joyce put forward his own ideas. Hearing the 2 mages say this, Grand Magister Cedric frowned and began to ponder. Magister Alad saw that the atmosphere was a bit dull, and first coughed a few times, and then said, "When I went to inquire about the news of the liches a few days ago, I visited a local demon hunting group. They are a group of priests who have left the Temple Expeditionary Force. I don't know why they are stranded here. I heard from Roy that they voluntarily left the Temple Expeditionary Force, which is equivalent to abandoning the temple. Although the living environment is relatively difficult, they are indeed a group of very powerful knights. My idea is to contact them and hire them, so that they can cooperate with us to go to the depths of the sea." Mage Wesley listened carefully for a while before he said, "That's a good idea." Mage Alad continued, "I heard from Roy that they are a group of priests abandoned by the temple. Although they can't cast divine spells, their combat power is also very strong." Mage Cedric immediately ordered, "Then go call Roy over." Mage Alad turned around and walked out. Roy walked into the small meeting room with Mage Alad. After entering the conference room, Roy felt a strong sense of oppression filling the entire room. 5 magicians gathered in front of a round table. When they saw Alad and Roy coming in, they motioned Roy to sit next to Alad. Roy sat down a little stiffly and found that all eyes were on him. "Roy, I heard that you are more familiar with the situation of the Holy Knights. We would like to ask you and Alad to communicate with them. I want to ask them for help. We may be seriously short of manpower for this lich hunting, so I hope to find more reliable mercenaries as soon as possible." Grand Mage Cedric said to Roy. "Yes, Mage Cedric." Roy quickly stood up and said to Grand Mage Cedric, "If the other party puts forward any conditions, as long as they are not too excessive, you can agree to them on the spot." Grand Mage Cedric instructed Alad. Mage Alad also quickly agreed. After the meeting, Mage Alad took Roy to the camp of the Knights Templar. Captain Jeroen sat on the stone in front of the tent, closed his eyes, and recalled the appearance of the magician a few days ago. He regretted letting him leave the camp so hastily. Now even if he wanted to contact the magician, he didn't know what to do. Since they were forgotten by the Statue of Liberty, they couldn't feel any breath of the Statue of Liberty a long time ago. They didn't believe that the Statue of Liberty was in the Dark Land, but these abandoned priests could not find their way home. In fact, they entered Haiti with another mission, to find the whereabouts of Bishop O'Casey. Since Bishop O'Casey entered the Dark Land alone, There has been no news of Bishop O'Casey for so many years. Everyone said that he had died on the expedition, but Captain Jelloin hoped to find Bishop O'Casey's body. This time the magician wanted to go deep into the sea to hunt liches, which was a good opportunity for Captain Jelloin. If they could follow the magician into the depths of the sea, maybe they would find news about Bishop O'Casey. Unfortunately, Captain Jelloin didn't think of this at the time. After he told the other party about the lich, he received the high-quality life potion left by the other party, and there was no more news between the two sides. A priest said that he saw the young man in the demon hunting camp. He was sitting in front of the campfire listening to stories, and he never appeared again. It's really a bit troublesome. Captain Jelloin rubbed his temples in some distress. At this time, the priest outside suddenly ran in and said to Captain Jelloin, "Captain, the mage who came a few days ago came to visit you again today with that young man." Captain Jelloin opened his eyes wide and said to the priest, "Please invite them in." Chapter 648. In the Knights Templar camp, Magister Alaud walked through a shabby tent and headed for a larger tent inside. This time, Captain Jelloin personally came out to greet him, and he waited outside the tent. After the two met, they even hugged each other politely. Before entering the tent, Magister Alaud directly explained his purpose. "I came to visit you this time to ask for your help." Mage Alaud paused after speaking, and saw Captain Jelloin looking at him, and then continued, "We are about to enter the hinterland of Haiti to hunt those liches, but this time we are a little short of manpower, so I want to ask if you can go deep into Haiti with us. Your main task is to transport the liches we captured away from Haiti, and you will not participate in the main hunting operation. During the transportation, our people will follow the whole process to ensure that the sealing array is always in normal operation. Yes, there is absolutely no problem for our Knights Templar." After saying this, Captain Jelloin realized that the Mage Alaud in front of him was not talking about hunting liches, but they wanted to capture liches, and then ask his group of priests to transport them away from Haiti. Looking at the serious look on Mage Alaud's face, Jelloin felt that this was really a rare opportunity. In fact, he also wanted to go deep into Haiti to explore, but the level 6 dark monsters there frequently appeared, which was too dangerous for their group of priests, so they did not dare to go deep into Haiti. This time, Magister Alaud actually took the initiative to invite them to Haiti, which just happened to be what Captain Jelloin wanted. So he continued, "I can directly recall the night squad that is hunting in the nearby area. If you can wait for a few days, I can also recall 3 other night squads, and the team strength can be greatly improved." Magister Alaud took the opportunity to ask, "How many knights can be summoned now? What is their strength level?" Captain Jelloin thought for a while, and then said, "Currently, we can gather about 700 knights, including 57 second-level strongmen, combat priests, and temple priests." "So many!" Mage Alaud was shocked. He didn't expect that such an ordinary and dilapidated camp would have so many priests. There are 57 second-level masters alone. Such a powerful demon-hunting group is hiding on the edge of Haiti. "You?" Mage Alaud was about to ask, "How could such a strong team of yours live in seclusion in Haiti?" But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Captain Jelloin, and heard him say, "These are only the number of priests in our number 2 camp. Our Knights Templar has a total of 2,751 members, including nearly 76 temple priests, and 152 combat priests. Camp number 1 and camp number 3 are not far from us. If necessary, I can also ask them for support." "You are so powerful, why do you hide here?" Mage Alaud finally asked. "Nearly 3,000 human priests hid on the edge of Haiti. Obviously there is some story. This is a dark land. Without the power of holy light, our strength will be greatly weakened. Although we have so many second-level strongmen, we can only exert the strength of the peak first-level knights in battle. As for living in seclusion here, it was not our original intention, it was purely a helpless act." Leader Jelloin smiled helplessly, and explained in a low voice. Then he said, "In fact, we have always wanted to explore this area, but the dark monsters in this area are very dense. If we go deeper into the sea, we will encounter a large number of level 6 dark monsters. It will be very difficult for us to deal with them, and it is easy to cause casualties. If I can follow you into the depths of the sea this time, it will be a great help to us." Mage Alaud had seen the priests of the Knights Templar, and naturally knew that their power was suppressed by the dark energy, but he didn't expect it to be so severe. He always interacted with Roy, and thought that every priest should be the same as Roy, but he didn't know that Roy was the most different among the priests. In fact, Mage Alaud didn't expect that Captain Jelloin agreed so readily, and even his face seemed to have the kind of joy that something he had been looking forward to for a long time suddenly came true. Now after hearing Captain Jelloin's explanation, He realized that his invitation just helped them. Not to mention that there were 700 priests joining. Even if there was only 1/5 of this number, Mage Alad felt that the manpower would be enough. The leader of the Jelloing group didn't even mention how to pay the reward. Magister Alad held the staff with both hands and said to the leader of the Jelloing group, "Then this matter is settled. You send 700 priests to go into the depths of the sea with us. We will set out tomorrow morning and gather at our magic wooden house first. As for the reward..." When he said this, Magister Alad glanced at Roy, and then said, "Whatever you want us to pay with, we will try our best to get it. All kinds of materials, magic crystals, soul crystals, are all fine." Hearing what Magister Alad said, Captain Jelloin laughed even more happily. The Holy Order Knights lacked almost everything. If the Elven Magister could support them with some living supplies, that would be the best. However, Captain Jelloin didn't understand why Magister Alad's eyes fell on the human boy inadvertently when he said the last sentence. Captain Jelloin's eyes also fell on Roy's face inadvertently. Magister Alad remembered that he hadn't introduced Roy to Captain Jelloin yet, so he took the opportunity to say, "This is Captain Roy, a very outstanding half-elf. Roy is also a priest, maybe you two will have something in common." Roy wanted to hide behind Magister Alad and be invisible. Seeing Magister Alad mention his name, Roy could only take a step forward and salute Captain Jelloin with priest etiquette. "Hello, Captain Jelloin, I am Roy, and now I am following Magister Alad to search for liches in the Dark Four. Are you a half-elf?" Captain Jelloin asked curiously. This sentence again, it seems that every human is very curious about this matter. Roy could only give Captain Jelloin a stiff smile. The two sides agreed to meet at noon tomorrow under the sand dunes 20 kilometers west of the Knights Templar. Captain Jelloin immediately began to summon the priests near the camp. After discussing this matter, Magister Alad took Roy back to the magic cabin. The Knights Templar actually sent 700 knights to follow the mages into the depths of Hades, and this time it was still Captain Jelloin who was in charge of the team. These Magister Alad had never expected it. With the addition of 700 priests, Magister Alad joked to Roy, "We can definitely fight our way into Hades this time. I think that Captain Jelloin seems to be more eager to enter Hades than we are." Roy followed Magister Alad and responded casually, "Maybe." Magister Alad turned his head to look at the Templar Knights camp, then said to Roy with a strange look on his face, "Roy, I heard from them that you can bring any supplies you want from the Elven continent. If Captain Jelloin proposes something we don't have, I hope you can help me get it." Okay, Master Alad." Roy didn't know what to say, so he could only agree. "I didn't expect that even Master Alad had heard about the fact that I was carrying smuggled goods from the Elven continent to the Dark Land. It seems that this matter may not be a secret for a long time. If this is true, it can only be said that Commander Gabreth turned a blind eye to this matter and took care of me." Do you know all this?" Roy asked somewhat embarrassedly. Mage Alad smiled slightly, without further explanation, and just said, "Of course I know." The magic wooden house slowly moved forward in the black desert under the drag of the steel golem, and appeared on time at the place agreed with the Holy Knights at noon the next day. There is a very gentle sand dune here. The reason for the existence of the black sand dune is that there is a huge rock here. The gravel is blocked by the huge rock, so it does not converge to the central area of Hades. 700 priests were waiting beside the sand dunes with their luggage on their backs. When they saw a movable magic wooden house appear in the desert, everyone's eyes were focused on it. Many priests were amazed by this. They all stood up the moment they saw the magic wooden house. Roy stood on the observation deck of the magic wooden house. Under the black sand dunes in front of him, a group of ragged priests gathered together. They were mostly wearing a mix of leather armor and robes, and carrying weapons such as shields and hammers. The magic wooden house slowly stopped in front of them, and all 6 magicians walked out of the magic wooden house. Grand Magister Cedric personally met with Captain Jelloin and thanked the Knights Templar for their assistance. Then, the team of priests, led by Captain Jelloin, followed the magic wooden house on foot. They obviously had no complaints. It was the first time that Roy saw so many human priests. Their faces were almost the same as Roy's. They didn't have the elves' pointed ears, handsome faces, or detailed bodies. Moreover, the priests all looked gray at the temples, but their faces didn't look very old. They all looked like they were in their 40s or 50s. They lined up in 2 teams, and even though they were walking on the soft sand, the teams walked in an orderly manner, with almost everyone's steps being the same. The magicians were also very generous to these temporary allies. For magicians, you should never guess how many magic bags they have, because they will take out various supplies one after another. The main food of the elven magicians is some fruits with magical aura. Roy saw more than once that the Elod magician had a taro fruit for dinner, but they could also take out some other fruits. Even in Haiti, where resources are scarce, Grand Magister Cedric took out 100 boxes of oranges and 10 boxes of elf biscuits and gave them to the priests of the Knights Templar, so that they don't have to worry about not having enough food on this lich hunting trip. Roy also asked these priests privately, "What if you don't bring enough food when you go out hunting?" Their answer was also very simple and clear. As long as there is water, everything can be solved by choosing to hunt some edible monsters. There is no such thing as a scarcity of monster resources in Haiti. Most of these priests can't speak Elvish. The remaining priests, who could speak Elvish, became Roy's targets every day. He would hold a blank parchment book and practice speaking the imperial language with these priests. At first, it was simple greetings, and then some phrases for daily communication. Roy had a strong learning ability, and his level of green imperial language improved significantly every day. These priests were also the best teachers. When chatting with Roy, they would say some sentences that they would use in daily life, and sometimes they would jump back and forth between Elvish and imperial language. Roy will also learn some words in the imperial language. In fact, this is his main purpose, because he is translating the half-finished letter left by Bishop O'Casey. After this period of hard work, Roy has successfully translated 3 sentences. At least Roy thinks this is the only way to explain it. The first sentence of the letter is, "I have been reflecting seriously during the days and nights of entering the Dark Land. After a long period of thinking, I discovered something during my journey. The only one who can imprison her is herself." Although these 3 sentences were a little incoherent, and Roy was a little confused, at least he understood the literal meaning. Next, Roy will continue to translate. Every day, he communicates with the priests in the imperial language. Although he speaks the imperial language poorly, he still communicates continuously. For this reason, he also prepared some small gifts for these priests. After each communication, he would give something to everyone. Through the communication, he finally knew one thing. This group of priests could not leave the Dark Land because their bishop was missing, so they would be exiled to this Dark Land by the Statue of Liberty. In addition, this group of priests came from Roland Continent. They have lived in the Dark Land for a long time, so long that no one can remember their own age. One thing that Roy found amazing was that although the environment in the Dark Land was very harsh, it made people age very slowly. If these human priests were in Roland Continent, they would probably be old antiques lying in coffins by now. But they stayed in the Dark Land and looked only in their 40s. Chapter 649. 700 tattered priests followed the magic wooden house and walked on the black sand. They were probably used to long journeys in the desert. Each priest walked silently with his head down. As they moved forward, they covered their heads with hoods. Almost no one spoke. They never looked around, and even their breathing slowed down. It was said that this could greatly save physical strength. Although they were not natives of the Dark Land, they had long adapted to life here. Every 2 hours, the priests would sit on the sand and rest. They drank water in small sips to replenish their body moisture, and occasionally took out dried meat filled with dark aura and chewed it slowly. Roy would only come over to communicate with them in the imperial language when they were resting. The priest told Roy that the little holy light recovery ability in his body was almost used to resist the erosion of the dark aura, so the holy light power in his body would always be exhausted. Recently, they got some elf cookies from Master Elod. Occasionally, eating some elf cookies can also accumulate a little bit of holy light power in their bodies. What they often say is, they are a group of priests abandoned by the goddess. Because they have committed unforgivable mistakes, the goddess no longer grants them holy light, so they have to stay in the Dark Land to redeem themselves. Roy has long known that this is a cursed land, and their lives will definitely be very difficult. He was very curious about why these priests wanted to stay in Haiti. After more than 10 days of communication, Roy finally figured out the reason. This was a temple expeditionary force that had a very clear goal when entering the Dark Land. They belonged to Bishop O'Casey's guard, with a total of 5,000 priests. At the beginning, Bishop O'Casey led a mercenary group into the Dark Land, but did not bring his guard. The main reason was that Bishop O'Casey was not sure how long he would stay in the Dark Land. After the priests entered the Dark Land, the power of holy light could not be restored and their strength would be greatly reduced. Bishop O'Casey asked them to stay at the Temple Expeditionary Force camp at the Dark Gate of Roland Continent. He hired a powerful mercenary group and went with him to the Dark Land to explore the unknown world. They almost saw with their own eyes a majestic temple at the Temple Expeditionary Force camp, where priests gathered from all over the world to exchange divine arts. And they were waiting for Bishop O'Casey to return from the Dark Land. Until one day, they received a letter from Bishop Okasai from the Dark Land. The content of the letter was to let them quickly enter the Dark Land to meet Bishop Okasai, and the meeting place for both parties was at the edge of Haiti. Following the instructions of Bishop Okasai in the letter, they rushed directly to Haiti in the Dark Land. But they waited for many years, and they couldn't remember how long it was, and there was still no news of Bishop Okasai. They didn't know how many times they had sent people to search, but they only knew that up to now, more than 2,000 priests had died in the desert of Haiti in search of Bishop Okasai. Since they have not been able to find Bishop Okasai, they have been forgotten by the Statue of Liberty in this black desert. At the beginning, when they prayed to the Statue of Liberty, they would get 1 or 2 responses out of 10. Later, when the priests prayed to the goddess again, they almost did not get any response from the goddess of liberty. What made these priests feel even more desperate was that the Statue of Liberty almost completely cut off their material supply. After the contact person in the Dark Land mysteriously disappeared, the material supply here was cut off for a long time. When these priests sent people to the expeditionary camp of the Statue of Liberty in the Dark Land, they found that the entire expeditionary camp had been razed by the Dark Army. All the expeditionary forces that entered the Dark Land from the Green Empire also became missing, including the Dark Gate, which became a ruin. This group of priests, who were forgotten in the Dark Land, could only stay in Haiti, and the only reason they stayed here was to find Bishop Okasai. Because the power of the priests' holy light was suppressed too much, they made a living by hunting monsters on the edge of Haiti, and their lives were very hard. Roy sat among a group of priests, listening to the priests tell about their past experiences in the Dark Land. The bloody sky gradually darkened, and the number of dark creatures around began to increase. Several great magicians came out of the magic cabin and set up magic barriers around the camp to hide everyone's breath. It got dark quickly, and the roars of dark beasts could be heard from time to time. Roy opened his palm, and a ball of warm light appeared in his palm. The faint light rose slowly, illuminating the faces of the surrounding priests, and slowly dispelling the surrounding darkness. A human priest patted Roy on the shoulder and whispered to him, "Child, don't waste your holy light power. Save some of the holy light power. There will be many places where you need this holy light later. My holy light power can be restored in the Dark Land. I can absorb the purest holy light power from the unstable dark aura." Roy explained to the priests in front of him. "I think at a certain moment, there is a possibility of some kind of transformation between the dark element and the holy element, just like the night after dusk, and the dawn after the dark night." Roy continued, "I have tried to hunt some dark creatures. After they die, they will dissipate some dark aura, and these dark auras can be transformed into the purest holy light power." Because everyone was hiding in the magic shield set up by the great magicians, Roy was not worried that the holy light power he released would be discovered by the surrounding dark beasts. He even stood among the priests and purified an ordinary dark creature with his own hands, and explained to everyone what the unstable dark energy was. The priests only thought that Roy's move was very magical, but when the priests tried, no priest could do it. In fact, the priests knew very well why this happened. They are believers of the Statue of Liberty, and the only way for them to obtain the power of holy light is through the blessing of the goddess. Unfortunately, they could no longer feel the presence of the Statue of Liberty, and there was no response when they prayed, so they could not obtain the power of holy light. However, some priests soon discovered that when they were with Roy, their holy light power would recover faster, because there was always a sacred aura around Roy. In the past 2 weeks, the priests liked to chat with Roy for a while. Their bodies, which had been completely dried up, slowly recovered some holy light power. The wonderful feeling of regaining power was what the priests desired most. During this period, these priests also gave Roy a lot of help. For example, they would tell Roy about their understanding of divine arts, and discuss these divine arts with him. In fact, Roy only learned blessing, judgment, purification, and holy light from High Priest Reed. As for the holy seal divine arts possessed by the combat priests, they had no idea at all. The priests told Roy how to perform holy seal divine arts. After several days of hard work and hundreds of failures, Roy finally learned the first holy seal divine art, the holy seal of light. Roy stood on the black sand, watching a divine pattern disappear from his eyes, and then a holy light pattern appeared under Roy's feet. A warm breath filled Roy's whole body. After half a month of long journey, the magic wooden house finally arrived at the first hunting location with 700 priests. 6 elf magicians walked out of the magic wooden house, and set up a huge magic circle in this black desert. The great magicians in the magic wooden house also ran out to help. Everyone buried some precious magic rune components in the sand. These magic rune components are some of the oldest runes. It is said that some runes even belong to the Titans. These magic runes are the true heritage of the elven magicians on the elf continent. Most of these magic rune components that form the magic circle are extremely precious. All magic rune components are left over from ancient times. Mage Wesley searched for these magic rune components from ancient ruins all over the elf continent and created his own magic circle. The magicians finished arranging the magic circle and did not communicate with the human priests outside at all. They all ran back to the magic wooden house. A magic circle with a strong water elemental aura was built. During the entire construction process, the priests almost watched silently around. The group of priests thought that they would be used in the next step, because since the magic circle was set up here, someone would have to take the risk to lure the lich hidden in the black fog. The priests felt that the magicians would not do such a risky thing as luring the liches. Only they would take this risk, and everyone was quietly waiting for the next battle mission, and they were quite looking forward to it. However, the next move of the magician in the magic wooden house was somewhat unexpected by the priests. They did not leave this matter to the priests, but sent a female silver moon elf magician to attract the lich in the black fog. This elven female magician has a flawless face, and wherever her eyes look, she will show a kind of full confidence. The priests watched the silver moon elf in a dark green magic robe walk into the sea of sand, reach out and push open a door and go in, and then the whole person completely disappeared out of thin air. Seeing her walk into the desert alone, a group of priests followed her. Unexpectedly, they didn't even see the back of this elven female magician. After the magic circle was arranged, the magicians in the magic wooden house had nothing to do. All the magicians had to meditate to ensure they were in the best condition for the upcoming battle. This time, it was Apaya who went to provoke the lich. Without the great magician Grams, Apaya had to do this dangerous thing. This time, Roy didn't foolishly run over to ask Apaya if she needed help. He hid alone in the magic cabin, sorting out the notes he had copied from studying the Green Empire language in the past 2 days, while comparing them with the letter left by the priest in the Frost Dragon's lair. After studying hard for a while, Roy translated 2 sentences from the letter. She appeared in Roland continent. When she was at her most powerful, she could even let the holy light pass through the endless sea and shine on the land of the elf continent. This sentence is not difficult to explain. Obviously, Bishop Okasai is describing the power of the Statue of Liberty. The following sentence made Roy a little confused. She also has a huge influence in the Dark Land. Roy really wanted to know who this sentence was addressed to. In fact, during this period, Roy's Green Imperial language has improved a lot. He can now communicate in the Imperial language. He can't help much in hunting liches, so before the liches arrive, he hopes to lie comfortably in the magic cabin and rest. Opia was out for only half a day, and she led the lich 10 kilometers away to the magic circle. A big battle broke out immediately. 6 magicians appeared around the magic circle, and the 6 magicians stood at the 6 points of the hexagram magic circle again. The lich once again blindly broke into the magic circle. With the appearance of the lich, an iceberg appeared in the magic circle. The iceberg, which grew wildly upward, first froze the lower body of the lich. 2 seconds later, with a crackling sound, the lich was completely frozen in the iceberg. The huge body of the lich was frozen in the ice layer, and countless ghosts rushed out from all around. As the body of the lich in the center of the magic circle swelled, the entire iceberg exploded. The lich let out a shrill howl in all directions, and countless ice cubes shattered in the sharp and piercing sound waves. The magicians all held up their magic shields, and the priests who were secretly watching the battle from a distance only felt dizzy and nauseous as the magic sound entered their ears. The black mist on the lich's body completely faded at this time, and the first thing it did after breaking free from the iceberg was to fly into the sky. It wanted to escape, but it didn't expect that an iceberg would appear above its head. Roy watched from a distance and found that the great magician Cedric actually floated up out of thin air, and his body exuded a huge breath of ice elements, which was constantly injected into the iceberg above the lich's head. In this way, the lich was completely attacked from above and below by 2 icebergs, and 4 ice walls appeared around it, completely sealing the lich inside. At this moment, the magicians blocked all escape routes. Chapter 650. A blizzard appeared in the Black Sand Sea. In the middle of the blizzard, a lich was trapped in the center of the magic circle. The iceberg spread from its feet to its body little by little, and the 4 ice walls trapped it inside. The lich could only scream shrilly, trying to shatter the ice around its body. There were countless ghosts flying around it, but in the wind and snow, these ghosts were gradually frozen in the ice and fell on the black sand. This was the second lich caught by the magician. Roy did not leave the magic cabin. He supported himself on the windowsill beside the corridor, looking through the glass window at the blizzard under the turbid sky in the distance. The tip of an iceberg emerged from the blizzard. The shriek of the lich made the glass window crackle non-stop. Leah pushed open the door, walked out of the room, came to Roy, and imitated Roy to support herself on the windowsill with her arms, silently looking at the battlefield in the distance. Their vision was blocked by the blizzard, and they could not see what was inside at all. Leah asked Roy with some concern, "Roy, do you think that Grand Mage Cedric will succeed this time?" "Of course," Roy answered firmly without any hesitation. While Roy and Leah were chatting, the mages in the magic circle had already sealed the lich in a huge iceberg. The ice was quite large. The giant ice stood in the center of the magic circle, more than 30 meters high. The more than 10-meter tall lich stretched his arms downward and soared into the air in the ice. The skeletal face of the lich actually showed a look of fear and anger, and the sole fire in the eye sockets was only two very small blue flames. Countless ghosts froze into ice and fell at its feet. Even a steel golem couldn't drag away such a big iceberg. Mage Alad called a group of priests, who were mainly responsible for cleaning the ice blocks that froze the ghosts. If they smashed the ice blocks directly, the ghost bodies inside would also break apart, and then a soul crystal would fall out of the ice slag. In order to keep the iceberg from melting, some freezing scrolls should be attached to it, and the iceberg should be kept away from the air as much as possible. The frozen iceberg this time was much larger than the first time. Although the lich was frozen in the ice without any resistance, the troubles in the future would increase accordingly. Mage Alad called 3 great magicians, and asked them to take a group of priests to cut off some excess ice around the iceberg. The other great magicians began to dismantle the magic rune components in the sand. Mage Cedric wanted to move to the territory where the third lich was immediately, and quickly capture it while the lich was still not alert. However, when the magic circle was just dismantled halfway, there was a big movement at the edge of the battlefield. A group of dark monsters suddenly appeared around the magic circle. They were probably attracted by the fierce battle here. This is the central area of Haiti, where dark beasts are relatively densely distributed, and this battle is at the edge of the lich territory. When the first lich was hunted, there had just been a magic tide, and there were no dark beasts in the surrounding area, but here there were many dark beasts looking around. Grand Mage Cedric found that there were several level 6 dark beasts hiding around the battlefield, and the most powerful one was a 3-headed magic wolf. It didn't even hide, but kept approaching tentatively, and there was a group of low-level dark beasts of various shapes and colors around it. Grand Mage Cedric stopped what he was doing and looked at Mage Joyce, who was cleaning the magic circle. Mage Joyce understood and ran over. Grand Mage Cedric turned and looked at the 3-headed wolf that was trying to approach. As he raised his staff high, the blizzard that was about to subside appeared again under the spell of Grand Mage Cedric. If you get close to Grand Mage Cedric, you will see a frost giant standing behind him. It walked out of the elemental world and, following the movements of Grand Mage Cedric, it raised its head and sprayed a large amount of ice and snow into the sky. The ice and snow were swept into the whirlpool of the blizzard that had already existed in the sky, and fell down one after another, and the temperature around them suddenly dropped sharply. This 3-headed demon wolf, which was much larger than a calf, rushed into the blizzard head-on, and its front paws were immediately covered with frost, and then its whole body turned snow-white. A magician holding a magic wand blocked it. As Joyce pointed the magic wand at the 3-headed demon wolf, countless ice spikes appeared around the magic wand. These needle-like ice spikes were about 2 feet long, each of which was about the thickness of a thumb, and the tip was extremely sharp. After these ice spikes appeared, they almost without any pause stabbed directly at the 3-headed demon wolf that rushed into the blizzard. The ice spikes were as fast as lightning when flying. The 3-headed demon wolf was covered with frost all over its body, and its running speed dropped significantly. However, it relied on its survival instinct to notice the ice spikes flying in front of it at the first time. The 3-headed demon wolf narrowed its eyes. When the ice spikes pierced its body, the 3-headed demon wolf immediately turned into a handful of black sand and disappeared directly on the black sand. Those ice spikes stabbed into the black sand and disappeared in an instant. The 3-headed demon wolf jumped out of the sand and pounced on Magister Joyce. An ice shield appeared in front of Magister Joyce, and dozens of ice spikes burst out from the ice shield, piercing the mouth of the 3-headed demon wolf. An ice ball appeared on the top of Magister Joyce's staff and exploded directly in front of the 3-headed demon wolf. Ice explosion. The huge explosion produced an extremely cold effect. The 3-headed demon wolf felt that the front half of its body had completely stiffened, and it quickly retreated 2 steps. The 3-headed demon wolf was frightened by Magister Joyce, and the 3 heads roared at the same time. The group of dark demon beasts behind him pounced on him, and surrounded Magister Joyce in the center. The three-headed demon wolf turned and pounced on the most aged mage. The heads on both sides almost simultaneously surged with magical light, and then a fire bomb and a shadow bomb were sprayed out at the same time. The old magician did not resist at this time, but took 3 steps back with a serious face. The three-headed demon wolf took the opportunity to pounce on the old magician, and it was a little impatient to bite the old magician's throat, and then take the opportunity to tear his body apart, swallow it into its stomach in a few bites, and then turn around and run away. But before the three-headed demon wolf's idea could be realized, a 10-meter-tall frost giant appeared behind the old magician. It took a step forward and blocked the old magician behind it. Then it punched the three-headed demon wolf away. It ran forward a few steps and suddenly jumped up, stepped on the lumbar spine of the demon wolf covered with frost, and held an ice spike in its hand, and suddenly inserted it into the head of the three-headed demon wolf. 1, 2, 3. No one expected that this three-headed demon wolf would be nailed to the ice and snow by the frost giant. Then the frost giant took a big step and rushed into the dark monsters. A group of priests stared at the battlefield in amazement. They could only see a blurry figure of the frost giant through the blizzard, watching it running and jumping in the blizzard, watching it beat a group of dark monsters into a pile of shit in the blizzard. The strength of this Grand Mage Cedric is probably about to catch up with Bishop O'Casey. A priest said to his companion in a low voice. About the same, but I think Bishop O'Casey should be stronger. The companion was a second-level combat priest who had followed Bishop O'Casey for many years, and had an almost paranoid worship of Bishop O'Casey. Another priest also echoed, although Grand Mage Cedric is indeed very powerful, how can he be compared with Bishop O'Casey? After all, Bishop O'Casey is the most likely priest in the temple to become a legendary powerhouse. His words immediately caused the surrounding priests to fall silent. Such a powerful bishop disappeared silently in the dark land. They have waited and searched for so many years, but they have never been able to find Bishop O'Casey. When they thought of this, the priests who had long been completely forgotten by the goddess temple became extremely frustrated. Do you think we can still find Bishop O'Casey? Of course, I definitely find it. Inside the magic cabin, Roy saw through the glass window that a large number of dark beasts appeared in the black desert, and these beasts rushed into the blizzard field of the magicians. He turned his head to look at Leah and said to her, "Leah, you stay and take care of Alice. I go check on the situation over there in the magic circle." After that, he quickly walked through the corridor, opened the door, and ran out of the magic cabin. At this time, half of the magic circle arranged on the battlefield had been dismantled, and all the magicians once again joined the battle. The priests were watching, but when they found more and more monsters around them, they joined the battle. In the blizzard field of the magicians, the speed and strength of these dark monsters were greatly restricted. 700 priests fought side by side, and with the help of magic, they quickly killed these dark monsters. Roy also felt the most intense dark breath in this battle. The holy light tree in his body began to absorb and transform these dark breaths crazily. The holy light tree appeared behind him, and the light flowers bloomed all over the tree. These flowers of light scattered in the blizzard, and the holy light bathed the priests fighting in the blizzard. The priests found that, just as Roy said, some of the dark energy was miraculously transformed into the power of holy light. The power of holy light penetrated into the bodies of the priests, allowing the power of holy light in their bodies to recover quickly. Even Captain Jeroen looked at the flowers of light floating in the wind and snow with a look of surprise. Chapter 651. Half a month later, the fourth lich was sealed in the ice coffin. Captain Jeroen did not expect that the 6 magicians could capture 3 liches in the Haitian desert at once. The 3 liches were transported by the priests back to the Isnes expeditionary camp designated by the magicians. Regarding this lich, Captain Jeroen planned to personally lead the team to escort it to the Isnes expeditionary camp. It was said that it was an expeditionary camp opened up by the priests from the elf world, so he wanted to follow the team to take a look. After the liches arrived at the Isnes expeditionary force camp, the accompanying magicians went to the Dark Gate expeditionary force camp, and the mages in the Dark Gate expeditionary force camp dealt with the liches. Having captured 4 liches in a row, the joy of Grand Magister Cedric was naturally indescribable. With these 4 liches, at least the slowly collapsing Dark Gate could be stabilized. After some discussion, the 6 mages decided to continue looking for liches in Haiti. If they could capture 6 liches in this area of Haiti, then their journey to the Dark Land would come to an end. The priests of the Knights Templar will also take the opportunity to leave some of their men behind. They will search for clues about Bishop O'Casey in the depths of Haiti. Roy had heard the priests talk about some past events of Bishop O'Casey before, But he didn't know that Bishop Okasai was the corpse lying in the lair of the Frost Dragon. In fact, the corpse had a name. Roy saw that imperial name in the parchment notebook almost every day. Opening the parchment notebook, the imperial name was at the bottom of the signature. But he didn't know how to pronounce the name, and he didn't know that the Okashi the priests were talking about was the small words. When the priests talked about Bishop Okashi, Roy didn't think about it at all. Until one day, when Captain Jeroen wrote the name on a piece of parchment, Roy was shocked by the words. At this time, Roy suddenly realized that the dead body in the Frost Dragon's lair seemed to be Bishop Okashi. In the next few days, he became a little depressed and a little entangled, wondering whether to tell this news to Captain Jeroen. After all, they have been looking for the whereabouts of Bishop Okasi. But Roy didn't want to cause trouble. After all, such a large piece of jade disappeared from his hands. Recently, Roy's sleep quality has become very poor. Every time he falls asleep, he always hears a woman's voice mumbling in his ear. The woman always says a lot, like blaming, whispering, or praying, but when Roy wakes up, he can't remember anything. When Roy woke up in the morning, he would have dark circles under his eyes. Even Leah secretly asked him if he had insomnia at night. The priests of the Knights Templar followed the magic wooden house and searched deep in Haiti for 2 consecutive months, but neither side gained anything. Grand Magister Cedric could only lead the team back to the edge of Haiti, and then he stood on the observation deck of the magic wooden house and announced to everyone that the exploration in Haiti was officially over. The priests could return to the Knights Templar camp, and the magic wooden house would leave Haiti and head towards the depths of the Dark Land along the expedition road to find other liches. Magister Alad and Roy came to the Templar camp. Captain Jeroen had successfully completed the transportation mission and led a group of priests back to the Knights camp. Magister Alad brought Roy here this time, not only to say goodbye to Captain Jeroen, but also to deliver a batch of supplies to the Templars. These supplies were brought by 6 great magicians, who returned to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. They were human priests. Life tree sap and elf biscuits were not very attractive to them, but dried fish and dried fruits, as well as some daily necessities, cloth, knives, pots and utensils were relatively scarce. In addition, Magister Alad also received 1,000 sets of excellent quality metal armor from Roy's Mine Guards. These armors were made by the Elven Workshop. They are not only beautiful in appearance, but also of top quality. These materials were transported from the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force by 6 great magisters, and then delivered to the Knights Templar by Magister Alad himself. Seeing these piles of materials, Captain Jeroen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No matter when, the elves always help humans so selflessly. Mage Alad, I really don't know how to thank you magicians. These materials really solve the biggest problem we are facing now. Don't thank us, this is what you deserve. Mage Alad shook hands with Captain Jeroen. The priests who were watching were also happy. Everyone knew what was in this pile of supplies. For some time to come, they should not have to eat those disgusting dried meats full of dark energy. When he saw Roy, Captain Jeroen hugged Roy. Roy, long time no see. Captain Jeroen, did the escort mission go smoothly this time? Fortunately, although there were some minor problems, they were solved anytime and anywhere. Captain Jeroen said casually. They hadn't seen each other for almost 2 months. In fact, Captain Jeroen really wanted Roy to stay. As long as he stayed here, the priests of the Knights Templar would have some holy light power, and the feeling of having holy light power was really great. But he also knew that the magicians also needed Roy's company. In addition, Roy was an officer of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, and had an elven army in his hands. It was impossible for him to stay in the Dark Land. Well, if you need anything in the future, you can send someone to wait for me at the free market in the Isnes Expeditionary Force camp. I will go to the market there every once in a while. If it is ordinary supplies, I can also help you solve some of them. Roy whispered to Captain Jeroen in his ear. Captain Jeroen's eyes lit up, and then he looked at Roy very seriously. Roy immediately nodded to Captain Jeroen affirmatively. The two couldn't hug for too long, and could only communicate with their eyes after they separated. Then, Captain Jeroen invited Magister Alad into the tent and asked him about the next plan. Magister Alad did not hide anything, and said frankly that he would go deep into the Dark Land along the expedition road, and go to other places to inquire about the news of liches. Are you a professional team that hunts liches? Captain Jeroen asked Magister Alad curiously. Magister Alad shook his head and smiled and responded, We just happen to need a few, but as of now, we haven't gathered enough. Everyone sat in the tent and chatted for a while. Roy looked at Captain Jeroen and said to him in a very tactful tone, Is it possible that your bishop is dead? Captain Jeroen smiled bitterly and said, In fact, We know about the death news, otherwise the bishop would never leave us here. We just want to find him. We stayed here after being abandoned by the goddess temple, hoping to find the remains of Bishop Okasai one day. At this time, a sentence almost squeezed into Roy's throat, but he swallowed it in the end. Captain Jeroen waved to a priest, and when the priest came over, Captain Jeroen whispered a few words to him. When the priest hurriedly left, Captain Jeroen thanked Roy. Roy, thank you for sharing with us. Your views have shown us a new path. Roy knew that Captain Jeroen was talking about the fact that darkness and light can transform into each other. I have to thank you. If you hadn't explained it to me, I might not have understood the Holy Seal art, Roy said politely. The priest who had left the tent hurriedly returned to the tent with the box. The box looked heavy, and there were some exquisite metal patterns on the surface. Captain Jeroen held the box in both hands and placed it in front of Roy. He smiled and said to Roy, "You gave us so many gifts. As a friend, I should return the favor." After saying that, he opened the wooden box and found a flail inside, which could actually be called a chain hammer. This flail looked pitch black, and there was even some dried blood on the spiked hammer head. This is the weapon I used to like to use. It is a sacred flail with a holy light bullet divine pattern engraved on it. You know I can't get the power of holy light in the dark land. This flail is far less useful than a bunch of ordinary long swords, so I have kept it in this box. After Captain Jeroen finished speaking, he held up the box and handed it to Roy, saying, "Now, I give it to you, hoping it will be helpful for your next journey." Roy quickly took the extremely heavy box in his hand, and sure enough, the flail exuded a rotten smell of blood and rust. "Thank you, Captain Jeroen, I take it." Roy then put the flail into his magic waist bag. Not long after, Roy followed Magister Laud and left the Knights Templar. Before leaving, Roy left a letter. After Roy disappeared, Captain Jeroen returned to the tent and opened the letter Roy left behind. "Captain Jeroen, I know you have been looking for Bishop Okasai. But at the beginning, I didn't know that the line of text was the name of Bishop Okasai, until one day you wrote that line of text on the page. I guessed that the bishop you were looking for was someone I had met before. That is a very hidden Frost Dragon's lair. When I saw Bishop Okasai, he had turned into a pile of bones, lying in the corner of the cave. Because this matter involves some other secrets, I struggled for a long time. Before leaving, I decided to tell you this news. If you want to find Bishop Okasai's bones, go to the abyss in the center of Haiti. His bones are hidden. If you ever figure it out, and want to leave the Dark Land, come to the Isnes Expeditionary Force Camp to find me. I have a way to get you out of the Dark Land. If you want to leave the Dark Land, come find me." At the end, Roy also left a hand-drawn map, which was drawn very carefully, and clearly marked the location of the abyss. After reading the letter, Captain Jeroen slowly closed his eyes. The last glimmer of hope left in his heart also turned into flying bubbles along with the letter left by Roy. After a long time, Captain Jeroen opened his eyes, and slowly walked out of the tent. At this moment, his eyes were completely empty. He stood at the door of the tent for a while before he told a priest beside him, "Tomorrow morning, you go to the other two camps and invite Captains Ryan and Rodman. I have something to share with them." "Yes, Master Jeroen." From the edge of Haiti back to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp, the magic wooden house walked in the Black Sand Sea for 35 days. This time, when returning to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp, Grand Mage Cedric wanted to observe the current situation of the Dark Gate. In addition, Grand Mage Cedric also received news that during the time he was away from the Expeditionary Camp, more mages gathered in the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. Grand Mage Cedric returned to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp, hoping to communicate with them, and see if they had a better way to solve the problem of the collapse of the Dark Gate. Roy also wanted to come back to see the situation of the mine guards. After all, he had been away from the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp for more than half a year. The magic wooden house slowly drove into the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. The first thing that caught his eye was the 4 ice coffins standing in the camp. These 4 ice coffins were tightly tied with some wool felt, and the cold air could still be seen inside. There were no other changes in the expeditionary camp. Just as the magic wooden house drove into the camp, a team of half-blood elf guards ran over and blocked Steel Golem. The great magician standing on the observation deck shouted to the elf guards, "Get out of the way, we are from the Silver Moon Elf Magic Guild, don't interfere with our work." The half-blood elf guardsman standing in front of Steel Golem straightened his back, stepped on Steel Golem's toes, held the hilt of the elf's long sword with one hand, and shouted to the great magician, "This is also our routine work, checking all personnel and vehicles entering the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp. Please get out of the car and cooperate." The great magician didn't want to pay attention to the elf guards, and wanted to drive the iron golem directly into the expeditionary camp. At this time, he saw a group of holy lights in the darkness. Under each group of holy lights, there was an elf archer with a bow and arrow aimed at the great magician. Don't move forward. If you take another step forward, we will shoot you into a hedgehog. The elf guard shouted loudly, I'm telling you again, let your leader get off the car quickly and cooperate with our inspection. Chapter 652. A group of great magicians stood in front of the magic wooden house with great anger, waiting for the inspection of the half-blood elf guards. Roy, your half-blood elf warriors are really good, Major Laud said to Roy with an angry face. After that, he walked out of the magic wooden house with a stern face. Roy followed Major Laud and walked out of the magic wooden house quickly. A group of elf guards saw Roy appear and immediately saluted him in unison. Roy could only yell at them, Don't you guys recognize these magicians? They have been maintaining the dark portal in the camp before. Get out of the way. Yes, boss. The half-elf guard captain immediately agreed. The half-elf guard showed irrepressible joy on their faces, and quickly got out of the way, allowing Steel Golem to drag the magic wooden house slowly into the dark portal expeditionary camp. The big commotion at the gate of the expeditionary camp had already alarmed other guards in the camp, and even the magicians in the camp were paying attention to this. Seeing a steel golem covered in black dust dragging the magic cabin into the camp, they all gathered towards the entrance of the camp. These elf magicians are all members of the Magic Guild. When they meet here, they naturally have to exchange pleasantries. When the magic cabin stopped in the middle of the camp, Grand Mage Cedric walked out of the magic cabin with several other mages, looking at an old silver moon elf with a haggard face but long silver hair. Roy found that although he looked very old, his eyes seemed like the brightest stars in the sky. The magic robe he was wearing had a pattern embroidered on it that was a vast starry sky. Grand Mage Cedric bent down and saluted the old silver moon elf mage. The mages and great magicians following Grand Mage Cedric also bowed their heads and saluted. Grand Mage Cedric said, Teacher Inmans, it's great that you can come to the Dark Land. This dark gate was opened 11 months ago. Mage Inmans waved his hand gently and said in a leisurely voice, I have almost understood the specific situation. We will talk about the solution later. This time you boldly entered the Dark Land to capture the Lich. It was a risky move, but so far, you have done a good job. A group of magicians surrounded old magician Inmans and walked into the house they built next to the dark portal. Roy was surrounded by a group of half-blood elf guards and walked into the tent of the expeditionary camp guard group. Hiding in the magic wooden house, Leah retracted her gaze. Alice looked at the backs of the half-blood elves through the glass window. Alice, what he told us is true. He said he is the leader of this half-blood elf guard group. I didn't believe it at first, but now, I think we must seize this opportunity. I want to stay with him and become his follower. I must prove to him that I can help him, and then let him take us, so that we don't have to worry about your illness anymore. Leah whispered to Alice. She had always insisted on her own opinion, and now it seemed that her choice was not wrong. Let it be, Leah. I'm much better now. Alice whispered back. She knew what Leah would pay for her choice, so she didn't want Leah to do that, but sometimes Leah's execution was very strong, and she would rarely change her mind once she decided on something. Sure enough, Leah waved her hand and said to Alice, No, I think you can get better. Maybe as long as we leave the Dark Land, you can live a normal life like the elves. I think the elf continent must be very good. Alice lowered her eyes and whispered to Leah, It doesn't matter where I live. Leah held Alice's shoulders and asked her to turn around. The two hugged each other tightly, looking out the window with their heads against each other. Leah put her arm around Alice's shoulders and pointed to the dark door in the expeditionary camp, whispering, They said that you can reach the elf continent through this door. Alice was startled and quickly covered Leah's mouth with her hand and warned him, Leah, don't mess around. Leah pushed Alice's hand away and whispered to Alice, Of course I won't do that, Alice. He is the leader of the Dark Gate Guards. As long as I stay with him, I will have a chance to pass through the door, and so will you. Alice didn't know what to say, because at this moment, she was a little moved by what Leah said. Leah whispered in a very emotional voice, Alice, I want to go to the beautiful country they talked about. I want to go too. Deputy Captain Timothy stood in the middle of the tent, holding a pile of documents that was a foot thick, and placed them in front of Roy. Then he took a half step back, and his long leather boots stepped on the floor, making a crisp sound. These are the documents that need your signature during the period when you were away from the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp. Deputy Captain Timothy said to Roy. Roy said with a bitter face, So many. Deputy Captain Timothy spread his hands, made a helpless expression, and then said, Calculate how long you have not been back. In addition, here is a letter from Yulin. The Pagisto Plateau in the Partington Plain is running well. They have handed over all the mines in the Chaldean Mountains to the Legion headquarters as you ordered. However, the new managers sent by the Legion headquarters seem to have encountered some minor troubles. They cannot hire miners in the Partington Plain, so the progress of the mine reconstruction is very slow. Roy heard that the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion still decided to enter the Pagisto Plateau, and sighed slightly and said, "I can't help with this matter." Deputy Captain Timothy then reported, they transferred a group of Grey Dwarf prisoners from the Param prison. These grey mice who like to dig holes may be difficult to control once they enter the mine. For this reason, the military has transferred a Silver Moon Elf guard to be responsible for the security management of the mine. At present, due to the low silver production of the mine, the 4 mines are temporarily in a state of deficit. Roy scratched his head and thought for a while before saying, "Then let's ignore them for now, and let them find a way to solve it themselves. I will write a letter to Mullen later." "Yes," Deputy Captain Timothy agreed. Roy asked again, "What's the situation at the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp?" Deputy Captain Timothy quickly spread a map on the table and introduced, 4 months ago, there was a black tide here, but it is very secretive here, and the buildings in the camp did not suffer any damage." He paused for a moment and said, "During the period when you were away from the camp, our trade volume in the Dark Land decreased sharply. As of now, the trade of Warcraft materials is almost completely stagnant." Roy knew it would be like this. When he was not at the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp, this trade route might be useless. He frowned and turned to ask the assistant beside him, "How many Dark Beast materials have we stockpiled recently?" "About 60,000 pieces. Almost all of our soul crystals and magic crystals have been paid out." The assistant standing behind Roy answered. Roy took a deep breath and said in surprise, "We actually bought so much." "Okay, I will find a way to transport it to Golfito in the next few days." Deputy Captain Timothy continued. "In addition, our reconnaissance team found traces of a dark army in a deep valley 100 kilometers away." Roy asked, a little puzzled, "How did they run so far? When going out for reconnaissance, they must pay attention to safety." Deputy Captain Timothy immediately said, "I always ask them to do this before setting off." "Do you know which dark army it is?" Roy asked curiously. "It should be a Nakma demon army," Deputy Captain Timothy replied. Roy nodded. Then, he saw the map of the Dark Land hanging on the wall of the tent. Many blank areas had been added with lines and annotations. It seemed that the Assassin Corps had explored it. After reporting the unfinished work of the Guard Corps, Deputy Captain Timothy left. Roy returned to his own small tent. Although the tent was a little small, the facilities inside were quite complete at that time. In addition to the bed and desk, the small space separated at the back was transformed by Roy into a small bathroom with a bathtub inside. There was almost no other extra space. Roy filled the tub with water and then soaked his whole body in it. Roy was wrapped in the water and sank into the water. After a long time, Roy emerged from the water. He saw a pile of letters on the tray. He immediately wiped the water off his hands and picked up the pile of letters. A ball of holy light lit up above his head, and he flipped through the pile of letters. There was actually a letter from Ms. Belinda. Roy couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Ms. Belinda finally completed her journey to the Wood Elf Kingdom and returned to Castletown. When Ms. Belinda heard that Roy had become the head of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion's guards, her tone was filled with indescribable surprise. She said a lot. Then came the 6 letters from Moira and Sabrina. At first, the 2 sisters were still talking about the recent situation in Castletown. Later, they began to complain that Roy never replied to their letters. The last letter was a bit worried about Roy's situation in Golfito. If this was not the mysterious Golfito Canyon, perhaps they would have been on the way. Tiffany, Woods, and Claire also wrote to Roy, but they were all attached to the letter written by Moira. His friends are doing well now, so Roy has nothing to worry about. In fact, what he is most worried about is the Partington Plain. As the magic airships closely connect Padstow City, Plateau City, and Sun Island Bay, Padstow Plateau and Sun Island Bay have entered the fast lane of development. A large number of elf merchants have poured into Padstow Plateau, and now the foreign residents of Plateau City account for 1/3 of the total population of the city. The only trouble is this. Due to the gradual prosperity of the Partington Plain, the Silver Moon Elf nobles began to pay attention to this plain rich in magic herbs. Many Silver Moon Elf nobles have publicly stated that the Partington Plain should not be handed over to the half-blood elves. The rapid rise of the Partington Plain is no longer something that the elf nobles can suppress with just a few words. The rise of this plain is closely related to the booming magic herb business. The half-blood elves have always been eager to have an independent half-blood elf living area, and the Partington Plain is such a suitable habitat for half-blood elves to live in. Now the Silver Moon elves and the half-blood elves have quarreled over this matter. Roy rubbed his forehead. He was really worried that Earl Swinburne would not be able to withstand the pressure and make this argument worse. The magician built a row of very private wooden houses next to the dark portal. 10 magicians sat around the conference table, all looking at the old magician in the main seat. The other great magicians were not qualified to sit in the conference room to listen. Mage Ensman knocked on the table, and the conference room became quiet instantly. He looked at the face of Grand Mage Cedric and said, "Cedric, the remedial work you have done here is not bad. My next trip is relatively close. There is also a war going on near the Cassiopeia Nebula in the Outer Realm. I can't stay here for too long, but I will help you solve some problems before leaving. The 4 liches are in good condition now. I saw the source of mana under the dark portal. Next, we will replace them with a few liches in the underground chamber. As for the fallen angels, I'm afraid it's really hard to find them. Maybe there are still fallen angels in some planes in the Cassiopeia Nebula, but it's unlikely to catch them." Grand Mage Cedric coughed and then said, "Teacher, we have searched the entire Haiti, but unfortunately we only found 4 liches. We will continue to search along the expedition route." Magician Ensman just nodded and didn't say anything. The engraving pen in his hand was never idle, and he was always drawing magic patterns on the parchment. After a while, Magician Ensman handed the parchment to Magician Wesley, who was good at arranging magic arrays, and said to him, "The magic array in the center of the magic core is damaged, so we should first repair it according to the plan I gave. Next, we will see how to seal those liches. Let's go, everyone should go and see." Chapter 653. A fallen angel was sealed in the center of the magic circle. Her dark angel wings wrapped around her completely blackened skin. Her arms were locked tightly by 2 silver chains, and 2 silver chains were also locked on her ankles. She lowered her head, and her messy long hair covered her face, so her face could not be seen. A trace of magic power was drawn from the fallen angel and continuously transported into the magic core. The soul fire in the eyes of the 6 liches around was almost completely extinguished. The legendary wizard Ensman came to a lich that was running out of energy, pointed the magic wand in his hand at the lich, and said to everyone, "This lich can no longer hold on. Although they are undead creatures, they have not replenished their soul power for a long time, and the magic circle has continuously drawn magic power from their bodies. Now he can no longer maintain the soul fire in his body." He turned to Master Cedric and said, "Go and bring in the lich outside. We will replace this lich first. Pay attention to my movements and the order of magic. You will do the 2 liches behind. Seal them in this magic circle." "Yes, teacher." Master Cedric agreed quickly. Without waiting for Master Cedric's instructions, the other magicians followed him out of the underground chamber and came to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp. They summoned 4 earth giants in the camp. These 4 earth giants with infinite strength actually lifted a giant ice coffin that was 10 meters long. Then, under the control of several great magicians, they walked into the wooden house built by the magicians without saying a word. Not long after, the magic circle around the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp suddenly fluctuated, and the magic beams transmitted to the top of the Dark Gate were suddenly interrupted for 2 seconds, and then all the magic beams were completely restored, and the entire Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp was covered by the magic light shield again. Roy led a team of half-blood elf guards across the Dark Gate. This time, he actually felt that the space-crack vortex of the Dark Gate had become more stable. After walking out of the Dark Gate, he came to the back garden of the Golfito Statue of Liberty. Guarding the door was a team of Silver Moon elf guards. They were also startled when they saw Roy and the half-blood elf guards suddenly standing on the steps. Then someone recognized Roy and greeted him. "Captain Roy, I haven't seen you for a long time. Recently, I have been carrying out missions in the Dark Land, so I have never had the opportunity to return to Golfito," Roy said casually. Roy took out the pass from his body and handed it to the Silver Moon elf guard. The Silver Moon elf guard verified it and let Roy go. 2 Moon Temple priests stood in front of the Dark Gate, staring at Roy silently. Roy nodded politely to them, but the 2 Moon Temple priests remained expressionless and looked away from Roy, as if the person standing in front of them was just a ball of air. These Moon Temple priests have always been the same, and Roy has long been accustomed to it. After returning to Golfito, Roy had to pay his respects to Commander Gabarys as usual. It happened that Commander Gabarys was handling daily affairs in the main hall. When Roy walked into the main hall gate, Commander Gabarys waved to the several Silver Moon elf leaders in front of him and asked them to leave first. After Roy walked over, Captain Gabarys asked him, "Roy, You accompany Grand Mage Cedric into the Dark Land this time. Did these magicians find what they needed? Although they found some, it's still not enough. We have to go deep into the Dark Land along the expedition road and continue searching. Roy replied. Captain Gabreth nodded slightly and asked with a frown, do we have to continue to enter the Dark Land? You have been in the Dark Land for more than half a year, so you should know something about it. What do you think of the current situation in the Dark Land? Roy quickly introduced. The Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp is in a relatively hidden location. There are very few dark beasts near the camp. Usually only some dark creatures are active around. However, our scouts found traces left by the Dark Legion in a deep valley 100 kilometers away from the camp 4 months ago. In addition, some magic tides occasionally appear in the Dark Land. I will send out a reconnaissance team to continue to observe these abnormal situations. Hearing Roy's words, Legion Commander Gabrez breathed a sigh of relief. His main job, as the Legion Commander in Golfito, was to ensure that the Dark Portal was not occupied by the Dark Forces. He leaned forward, patted Roy on the shoulder twice, and encouraged him, you did a great job. I originally transferred your Mind Guard Regiment to the Dark Portal to ease the internal conflicts in the Legion. I only wanted your Guard Regiment to stay in the Dark Portal camp for half a year, and then transfer you back from the Dark Land. I didn't expect you to do so well there. Roy stood up and saluted Captain Gabreth. This was the most harmonious time for the two of them to get along, and Roy did not mention how long it would take to withdraw from the Dark Land. He strode out of the main hall. Along the way, many Silver Moon Elf captains recognized Roy and greeted him. Roy's second stop was the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights camp. Captain Malthus was indeed in the military camp. He was in the training ground, holding an elven long sword in his hand, and was training a group of Silver Pegasus Knights in swordsmanship. A team of Silver Pegasus Knights were about to go on patrol in the sky. They led the Silver Pegasus out of the camp, rode on them, and then suddenly flew into the sky. At the moment of taking off, dozens of Silver Pegasus took off at the same time, and the scene was very spectacular. Everyone saw Roy coming to the camp with a team of half-blood elf guards, and they also greeted them very enthusiastically. Captain Malthus stopped training, handed the training wooden sword in his hand to the adjutant beside him, picked up a towel from the shelf, wiped his sweat while walking to the edge of the training ground, and the two of them bumped fists. Captain Malthus asked excitedly, Roy, are you back from the Dark Land? I can only rest for a few days, and I may set off again at any time. Roy said to Captain Malthus, do you want to enter the Dark Land again? Yes. Roy looked around the camp, and it seemed that there were several more military camps in the canyon. He asked Captain Malthus, is everything okay in Golfito Canyon? Captain Malthus snorted and said, with you blocking the other side of the Dark Portal, what can happen to us? However, recently, several guard regiments have entered the canyon one after another, and our army has grown a lot. The two chatted as they walked. The bathroom in the camp was still the same as when Roy left. There was a sword training ground and an archery range in the camp. The stables of the Silver Pegasus were also renovated, and the golden alfalfa they usually ate was piled up like a small mountain in the camp. When they entered the military tent, an adjutant immediately brought some berries and lemon tea. While pouring tea for Roy, Captain Malthus said to him, Lord Swinburne wrote to say that the situation in Queen Uni Islands has completely stabilized. It will probably not be long before the Knights will come to replace us. By then, I guess your Mind Guards will also withdraw with us. Ah, are you going to arrange for troops to come over so soon to change guard? Roy was peeling an orange, and when he heard Captain Malthus say this, he looked up in surprise. Captain Malthus nodded. The Mind Guards have been stationed at the Dark Gate for almost 10 months. Now the guards in the Golfito military headquarters have almost figured out that the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp is not as dangerous as rumored, so they have not refused the transfer order from Captain Gabreth. It is estimated that it will not take long for your guards to return to Golfito. Earl Swinburne also hopes that you can return to the Partington Plain as soon as possible to preside over the situation on the Pagisto Plateau. They have been preparing to change the troops for a long time. Roy touched his forehead and said to Captain Malthus, returning to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp this time is just a temporary decision made by those magicians. It is estimated that it will not take long. I will accompany them into the Dark Land. How long it will take this time is still unknown. Golfito Canyon is completely different from the inside and outside. There are green mountains and green waters outside, and some thin dark air is floating inside. Only the Statue of Liberty is surrounded by a large amount of holy light. 9 magic airships are moored in the small lake outside the canyon. Now the wooden dock built next to the magic airship has even planned a warehouse area. This Count Felek was lying on a rattan chair at the edge of the dock, holding a fishing rod in his hand, and a glass of orange wine filled with ice cubes was placed on the small table next to him. On the calm lake, only a feather float could be seen. Although Viscount Felek was fishing, his eyes were fixed on the elf girl bathing the unicorn across the lake, almost never leaving. Even when Roy came to him, Viscount Felek didn't notice. The half-blood elf crew members, who stayed on the magic airship, ran to the side of the ship and saluted Roy in an orderly manner. There were at least 200 half-elf crew members on the 9 magic airships. Their mobilization immediately attracted the attention of the elves by the lake. Roy waved at them casually and asked them to disperse. At this time, Viscount Felek noticed Roy standing beside him, and he was so scared that he rolled off the rattan chair. Roy, when did you come back? Roy reached out and pulled Viscount Felek up. The two held hands tightly and bumped shoulders hard. I just came back to the camp to rest for a few days. How is the magic material market going recently? Roy asked. After a few months of settling down, the price of dark magic beast materials has risen again, but it will probably take a few months to return to the original price. Viscount Felix sat down again and said to Roy. Roy nodded slightly, then asked, Have you contacted the Imperial merchants? Of course, their appetite is relatively large, and the price they offer is also acceptable. I almost sold all the goods later to these Imperial merchants. Speaking of this, Viscount Felek was beaming with joy. He told Roy some interesting stories about his dealings with the Empire merchants. Roy sat on a rattan chair and said to Viscount Felek, This time, I brought back a large number of dark magic beast materials, some of which are relatively precious. I guess I have to take them to the auction house. Viscount Felek immediately responded, I know that Murayaki City will hold private auctions regularly. As long as there are high-level magic beast materials, I can send them to the auction. Captain Roy, what are you going to sell? A skin of a level 5 dark monster 2-headed snake demon. The quality is not bad, and there is also a demon snake tooth. Roy replied. Viscount Felek's eyes lit up immediately. He put his arm around Roy's shoulder and whispered to him, Roy, I think it's a waste for you to be the head of the guard regiment. You should leave the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. We will join hands in business. I estimate that it won't take long for us to monopolize the market for monster materials in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. Roy slapped his hand away, looked at his handsome and restless face, and responded, Forget it, I think it's good now, and it's actually quite convenient to have a military background. Viscount Felek chuckled, That's true. Roy dealt with a batch of magic beast materials, and handed his own reply letter to Viscount Felek, asking him to send someone to send it to Murayaki City for mailing, and then return to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. When he came to the holy water pool in the center of the camp, he saw Alice sitting by the pool, staring at the dark gate opposite in a daze. Half of her skirt almost slipped into the pool, but she seemed to be unaware of it. Some half-blood elf guards were also practicing magic by the pool. Roy was about to walk over, but was stopped by the great mage Grims, who said, The teacher asked me to tell you not to leave the expedition camp in the next few days, because we may set off at any time. The teacher he was talking about was naturally Mage Alad. Are we leaving so soon? Roy asked. The progress of the work here is very fast. When Mage Ensman leaves the camp, we will also set off, said Mage Grims. That? I have never known the identity of Mage Ensman. Who is he? Why does Mage Cedric have to be respectful to him? Roy asked curiously. I can tell you, but you can't tell anyone else. Grims the Great Magician lowered his voice and said, He is the teacher of Cedric's Great Magician, and one of the 3 legendary magicians in the Magic Guild of the Elf Continent. So he is a 4-turn legendary master? I didn't even realize it. Roy held his mouth and said in surprise with his eyes wide open. Well, Lord Ensman is a legendary magician. He came here this time just for those liches. Okay, I'm leaving first. I won't chat with you anymore. See you later at the magic cabin. Grims the Great Magician may have felt that he had let the cat out of the bag by accident, so he said a few simple words and slipped away. Chapter 654. In a tent in a corner of the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp, Alice squatted behind the curtain with her hands on her knees, carefully staring at the figure that came out of the dark gate. Her eyes revealed a complex emotion, hatred, fear, desire, or perhaps other complex emotions intertwined in them, so that she didn't feel anything when her nails pierced the skin of her thighs. She pursed her lips, closed her eyes, and pressed a white hand on her slightly raised chest. That delicate and well-behaved face showed a struggling look. Leah happened to come back from outside, and saw Alice's forehead was covered with sweat. She immediately came over with concern, touched her forehead with her hand, and said with concern, "Alice, what's wrong with you? I go call Roy over now." Seeing that Leah turned around and was about to go out, Alice quickly reached out and grabbed Leah's arm and shouted urgently, "No, Leah, I just feel a little uncomfortable. It has nothing to do with the power of holy light. Let me lie here quietly for a while. I will recover soon." After saying that, she leaned on the fur mattress in the tent, closed her eyes, and slowed down her breathing. Even if Alice didn't say it, Leah could feel that she was enduring some kind of pain at the moment, but she refused to ask Roy for help. Leah took a water bottle from her waist and fed Alice some water. Leah squatted beside Alice and saw her hair wet with sweat sticking to her forehead. She reached out and lifted her messy hair and said to her softly, "Alice, I feel that you are a little bit abnormal recently." Alice reached out and held Leah's arm and patted the back of her hand with her other hand, panting and saying, "Maybe it's because your body suddenly got better. When you went out for a walk, you were a little overworked. Maybe you'd be fine after a rest." Although Alice said this, Leah was still a little worried. She put her head on Alice's chest, listening to the strong beating of her heart, and then she smiled. "Then you should have a good rest. I found that the clear water in the pool in the center of the camp is very special. The guards here all said that drinking more water from the pool is very good for your body. I'd go get some back later." After Leah finished speaking, she took out another kettle from the tent. Seeing Roy stop by the pool and chat with the guards, Leah walked over with a cheerful step. Alice, who was lying in the tent, had a voice in her mind, saying to her, "Alice, let me control your body. As long as I pass through the door in your heart, I will soon make you extremely powerful. Alice, what are you still hesitating about? Don't you want to try another more comfortable life with Leah? The garden is full of flowers and fruit trees. You sit on the swing under the apple tree and read a book, with birds singing and piano music echoing in your ears. Alice, open the door in your heart, just let me in, and you will have this kind of life immediately. But you haven't told me what I will lose. You will merge with me, I am you, and you are me. Let me think about it again." Alice closed her eyes, and two voices echoed in her heart. When she opened them again, her eyes had regained clarity, but her face was covered with sweat, and her face was as pale as paper. Roy's short vacation at the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp soon ended. Only in the expedition camp was he the head of the guard group. Once he entered the magic wooden house, he became a priest with the group again. Back in the magic wooden house, Roy continued to learn the Green Empire language. Although there were still big problems in communication, Roy always learned the words of the Green Empire language in a targeted manner. So he spent more than 3 months to completely translate the letter written by Bishop Okasai. Days and nights into the Dark Land, I have been seriously reflecting on whether the Statue of Liberty has been imprisoned by other gods, and whether it is meaningful for us to launch an expedition to the Dark Land. After a long exploration in the Dark Land, I found one thing: the only one who can imprison her is herself. She appeared in Roland Continent, and she could even shine the holy light through the endless sea and shine on the land of the Elf Continent. We pursued her faith, and she brought the holy light to us, but she never taught us how to obtain the divine power independently. Until I found out that she also had a huge influence in the Dark Land. She is the goddess of freedom, but she is also the goddess of night. She was originally the collection of all things, good and evil, light and darkness. She created the Statue of Liberty in Roland Continent, and hundreds of millions of believers are following her footsteps, walking on the road of light. At the same time, she also established 4 major dark legions in the deepest abyss of the Dark Land: the Nakma Legion, the Nibra Legion, the Faceless Legion, and the Evil Ghost Legion. I know they are trying to find some space cracks on the plane, enter various planes from the abyss, and then try to enter our main plane. The Temple Legion that believed in light was destined to have a war with the Dark Legion, perhaps in the Dark Land, or in the Roland Continent and the Elf Continent. No matter where, the battlefield would be devastating and all things would be extinct. Although Roy knew the meaning of each word in the following paragraph, when they were put together, many sentences immediately became very incoherent. Roy deleted many words and pieced together a paragraph. I know that when the Statue of Liberty falls asleep, the goddess of night will wake up from the abyss, and the darkest moment is coming. I found that the Statue of Liberty was no longer there. Her flesh and blood were. Her bones were scattered all over the Dark Land. Before she died, she imprisoned the goddess of night in a well in the abyss of the Dark Land. I found a piece of the goddess's finger bone from the Nakma demon lord in the Dark Mountains. I know that there is a trace of the goddess's divine thoughts hidden in the divine bone. I am willing to offer my body to revive the goddess's divine thoughts, but my body has been torn into pieces during the battle with the Nakma demon lord. I cannot carry this trace of the goddess's divine thoughts. I need a body with stronger divinity to carry this divine thought. The words on the parchment stopped here. Roy thought about the first time he touched the pillow-sized jade. There happened to be a very weak divine consciousness trying to occupy his body. It transformed into an angel, but was ruthlessly rejected by him. Then the divine consciousness was expelled from Roy's body. Now that Roy saw the contents on the parchment, he realized that he seemed to have rejected a divine consciousness separated from the Statue of Liberty. He immediately became a little nervous and hurriedly checked his whole body, but did not find the trace of the goddess divine consciousness, so he breathed a sigh of relief. There was a knock at the door of the staircase grocery room. Roy opened his eyes, rubbed his stiff face with both hands, opened the wooden door of the grocery room, and saw Leah holding a cup of warm lemon tea with 2 biscuits on the tea tray. "You haven't eaten yet. I brought breakfast down for you. Eat quickly." Leah handed the tray to Roy, then squatted at the door of the grocery room, holding her delicate face with both hands, looking at Roy with a smile. Roy took the tray and thanked Leah. "Thanks, Leah." Then he silently picked up the teacup and took a big sip, then said, "How is Alice's condition? If it's convenient, I want to treat Alice again this afternoon." Roy knew what Leah needed. Leah had never concealed it from Roy. She was even very straightforward, approaching Roy and trying to please Roy, just to make Alice get better quickly. If Roy said this normally, Leah would definitely give Roy a sweet smile. But this time, Leah smiled and shook her head, and said to Roy, "Alice said she could wait for 2 more days before treatment. She is in good condition, and wants to try to absorb the power of holy light herself." Roy had long discovered that Alice was secretly learning divine arts, and she was making rapid progress. Once, Roy saw Alice gather a ball of holy light in her hands on her chest, and when she gently raised them, a column of holy light fell down. Roy didn't even hear her chanting a prayer, but the holy light full of healing power was real. Alice was learning divine arts faster than Leah was learning dark magic. Because of the example of Leah, everyone didn't pay much attention to Alice's ability to learn divine arts. I just think that Leah and Alice are born to learn dark magic and divine arts. Roy would transfer the power of holy light to Alice every 2 days, and then he would go out with the great magician Grams to hunt dark monsters, so that the power of holy light in his body could be restored as soon as possible. Roy found that although Alice's personality was introverted and gentle, she would occasionally make some unexpected moves. Sometimes she would lean against the windowsill and stare at him non-stop, with complex emotions in her eyes. Roy even felt that Alice hated him a little. Most of the time, Alice would be a stay-at-home girl, hiding in her room all day long and rarely showing up. Roy found that the number of times he infused Alice with the power of holy light was gradually decreasing. The magic wooden house left the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp and first arrived at Isni's. After a day of rest at Isni's Expeditionary Camp, they headed to the 3rd Expeditionary Camp, Brenia. The magicians were asking for news about the Lich along the way, but unfortunately they didn't get any along the way. Fortunately, the magic wooden house was on the expedition route, so the whole journey was safe and sound, and it was difficult to encounter a dark monster along the way. It can be seen that the Temple Expeditionary Force has completely wiped out the dark monsters along this expedition road. And this expedition road is real, straight and hard on the black sand. Golan pulled the magic wooden house along this road, and his legs did not sink into the black fine sand, but only left a row of clear large footprints on the expedition road. After more than half a month of day and night travel, the magicians finally arrived at the Brenia Expeditionary Force Camp. This expeditionary camp was built on a sand dune, and the surrounding area was desolate. However, on this desolate sand, Roy found that he could see some dark creature bone residues every not too far away, and the surrounding black sand sea was also full of them. Great magician Grams and Roy sat side by side on the observation deck, watching everything in front of them. "I bet this must have been a big battlefield before, otherwise there wouldn't be so many corpses of dark beasts here," Great magician Graham said confidently. Roy pointed to the sand pile in front and said, "The front is the Brenia Expeditionary Force Camp. Let's go check the situation in the camp first." After saying that, Great Magician Graham slid down from the observation deck and went directly back to the rest area on the 2nd floor. Roy also slid down behind Great Magician Grams. The two put on magic cloaks, walked out of the magic wooden house directly, and walked towards the Brenia Expeditionary Force Camp. Before entering the expeditionary camp, Roy found that this camp was much larger than the Isni's Expeditionary Camp, and there were many priests living here. Most of the tents in the camp had signs of living. After entering the camp, many priests were watching them along the way. On both sides of the main road in the camp were stalls set up by vendors, and most of the stall owners were priests. Roy stopped in front of a stall and pointed at the dark magic beast materials and asked, "How much are these things?" The stall owner looked up at Roy and said in a muffled voice, "Trade with soul crystals. Point to me which one you want to buy and I tell you the price." Roy squatted in front of the stall and picked and chose. He asked the price of almost every dark beast material, but he didn't pay for it. Under the angry eyes of the stall owner, Roy clapped his hands and stood up, then left the stall with the great magician Grams. Roy found that although the priests of the Statue of Liberty here did not have much holy light power, their mental state was very good. Some priests were even actively organizing small teams. They were all spontaneously heading deep into the dark land. Some priests had already prepared their luggage for the long journey. The scene of these priests seeing him off was also very lively. Roy mixed in the crowd and watched for a long time. He even whispered to a priest next to him. "Ahem, do you know a great priest named Reed?" Roy asked the priest next to him. The priest shook his head and stared at Roy with a look of scrutiny. Roy waved his hand quickly to show that he knew, and then ran to another priest and asked, "Do you know a great priest named Reed?" He asked more than a dozen priests in a row, and the answers he got were almost exactly the same. They didn't know the person called High Priest Reed. Roy was a little discouraged, but the great magician Grams who followed him encouraged him. "Roy, when we usually do magic experiments, we do the same magic experiment for several months in a row. We fail dozens of times almost every day, and we fail for several months in a row, but we will still continue to make some new attempts." Chapter 655. "Grimace, do you want me to keep looking?" No, Roy. I want to tell you that if you still can't find High Priest Reed after asking around, then try a new method and don't always rely on the same thing." The Brenia Expeditionary Force camp was built on a sand dune. The camp was very large and looked like a ruin from a distance. This was the third expeditionary camp built by the Temple Expeditionary Force. If you walk here, it takes about 50 days to get to the Dark Gate. There are at least thousands of priests living here. When Roy was looking for High Priest Reed, he also asked these priests if they wanted to return to the Elven continent. The priests' answers surprised Roy. Almost all of them had no intention of returning to the Elven continent. Some priests were planning to continue their expedition and follow the footsteps of the Temple Expeditionary Force to go deeper into the Dark Land. There were also some injured priests who could not continue the expedition with the Temple Expeditionary Force, so they chose to stay in the Brenia Expeditionary Force camp. Some of them became hunters, and some set up a small stall in the expeditionary camp and became street vendors. They began to try a new life in the Dark Land. Although there are few resources here, there is not nothing. As long as you have enough power, it is not difficult to fill your stomach in the Dark Land. Roy was strolling around the Brenia Expeditionary Force camp, and great magician Grams followed behind Roy. When the two met the priests in the camp, they would approach them. Roy asked them about the news of Great Priest Reed, and great magician Grams was asking about the Lich. But the priests in the camp didn't know much about the Lich. Great magician Grams asked many elves, but couldn't get any information. The two walked around the camp for a long time without any gain. Great magician Grams stopped in a discouraged manner, frowned, put the staff on his belt, and said to Roy, "I knew. How could they know about the Lich? Maybe someone will know." Roy muttered quietly, and suddenly stopped at the edge of the Brenia camp. He saw some clotheslines tied to the tent not far away, and the bandages hanging on the ropes looked stained with blood. Roy couldn't tell what he was asking, and he walked towards the tent. He saw a row of injured demon hunters lying on the open space in front of the tent, and two priests were holding old second-hand bandages and treating their wounds. Roy stood behind the two priests and carefully observed their bandaging methods. When they tied the bandages, they actually had some shadows of High Priest Reed. Roy squatted beside a priest and asked him, "Excuse me, do you know a high priest named Reed?" The priest turned his head slowly when he heard Roy's voice. He looked very young, and there was no trace of holy light on him. He smiled politely at Roy and then said, "I do know a high priest named Reed, but I don't know if he is the one you are looking for." Roy was a little excited and said to the priest, "The high priest Reed I'm looking for is from Castletown in the Elven continent." The priest breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That makes sense, our high priest Reed is also from Castletown." "Hello, my name is Gulan, and I used to be the assistant of High Priest Reed. May I ask who you are?" Roy said, "My name is Roy, High Priest Reed is my teacher, and I came here to see how he is doing." As he spoke, he turned his head and looked around. This aid station looked very shabby, and the tents were very small. The injured priests couldn't even lie in the tents. Roy hoped that the next second, High Priest Reed would come out of the tent, and his eyes were full of expectation. Unfortunately, the familiar figure did not come out of the tent. Priest Glenn took the opportunity to say to Roy, "You are unlucky. The teacher left the Brainia camp some time ago and entered the camp deeper in the dark land. He said he wanted to help some elves who needed his help more." "Do you know where he's going?" Roy asked. "He said he was going to go along the expedition route to save some priests who were injured along the way." After saying this, Priest Glenn pointed to the distance. Roy heard about High Priest Reed, smiled happily, and simply sat next to Priest Glenn. Priest Glenn was bandaging a wound and looked at Roy curiously. He wiped his right hand on his lapel and reached out to Roy. "Maybe we should get to know each other again, Glenn." High Priest Reed's assistant, "Hello, Roy," Glenn said with a smile. Roy also quickly reached out his hand and shook hands with Glenn. High Priest Reed continued along the dark road. "Why didn't you follow him?" Roy asked Glenn. Priest Glenn showed a bitter smile. He lifted the hem of his tattered robe, revealing a prosthetic leg. "Actually, I also wanted to follow Lord Reed inside, but I was worried that going deep into the dark land would become a burden to them, so I chose to stay in Brainia." "How long has he been gone?" "About half a month." Priest Glenn counted the days and said. Roy didn't expect to hear the news about High Priest Reed here. He and Great Magician Grams looked at each other, and suddenly felt that his efforts for so long were not wasted. Roy talked about High Priest Reed's life here. In the memory of Priest Glenn, High Priest Reed always held a holy grail of wisdom in his hand. No matter where he went, he would carry the holy grail with him. He liked to heal and save people. No matter who was injured, he wanted to go over to help. He personally founded a rescue station in Brainia, but he took several priests along the expedition road and walked into the depths of the dark land. "If you can meet High Priest Reed, please convey my greetings," Priest Glenn said earnestly to Roy. "Okay." Roy readily agreed. Roy and Priest Glenn briefly chatted for a few words, and then left the rescue station. The magic cabin stayed in Brainia for one night, and continued to move towards the depths of the dark land the next morning. Roy seemed much more active this time, and there was more expectation in his eyes. However, the news of the Lich was never heard, and the 6 magicians decided to go to the nearby demon hunting camp to inquire. Chapter 656. There are not only priests in the Brainia Expeditionary Force camp, but Roy also saw many demon hunters in the camp. The main currency here is soul crystals. Of course, when trading with demon hunters, they will not refuse magic crystals, but the price of magic crystals here will depreciate a little. Dark magic beast materials are the most common commodities in the market. Roy can also see various foods in the market, which are basically dried fruits and dried fish that are easy to store. In the Brainia market, elf biscuits are very expensive. Of course, the price of this thing is not very affordable in the elf continent. The entire camp seemed to be built in a ruin, but the priests here didn't know what means they used, and the dark creatures around them were unaware of this huge ruined camp. The magic cabin slowly drove away from the Brainia Expeditionary Force camp. This place is already deep in the dark land. In the wild, in addition to the large number of dark creatures, dark monsters have also become dense. The magic cabin has a magic barrier that shields perception. This magic device helped a lot when entering Haiti to search for liches, but outside the Brainia Expeditionary Force camp, everyone met a group of ghost wolves. These ghost wolves actually followed the magic cabin and walked more than 20 kilometers in one breath. Ghost wolves are a very common third-level magical beast deep in the dark land, but they are used to living in groups. Usually, a small ghost wolf group has at least 20 ghost wolves. They emit light blue light all over their bodies. They belong to the body of soul, and their outer contour is exactly the same as the northern wind wolf. When the ghost wolf runs, the mane behind its neck dances in the wind, as fast as a galloping horse. However, since these ghost wolves belong to the body of soul, even if they are successfully hunted, there is no magic material on their bodies. Their bodies will quickly evaporate within 1 minute after death, leaving only a soul crystal on the ground. It is a kind of group-living monster that has a high risk of hunting and very little benefit after hunting. Grams, the great magician, sat on a chair on the observation deck of the magic wooden house, observing the movements of the ghost wolves. At the beginning, he hoped that these ghost wolves just happened to pass by the magic wooden house, but these ghost wolves did not pass by the magic wooden house as he hoped, and disappeared in the vast black sand sea. They followed the magic wooden house slowly. Soon Roy found that things were a bit bad. At the beginning, there were only more than 20 ghost wolves following the magic wooden house, but after walking more than 20 kilometers away from the magic wooden house, there were actually some dark snakes behind the magic wooden house. These dark lizards are more troublesome. Unlike the ghost wolf, they do not follow the magic wooden house from a distance. Instead, They appear around the magic wooden house in a mysterious way. Dark lizards run as fast as lightning in the black desert, and they like to bury their whole bodies in the fine sand, leaving only 2 eyes exposed. When they move, you can only see a thin line in the black sand sea. Eric, is your shielding magic cover broken? Why do these third-level monsters keep following us? They have been following us all the way, and have no intention of leaving now. The great magician Graham sat on a chair, and asked the observer on the lookout tower of the magic wooden house beside him. Nonsense! How could the shielding magic circle I set up by myself fail? Besides, this shielding magic cover is quite effective in Haiti. The great magician named Eric immediately retorted. Then how do you explain the group of level 3 ghost wolves behind? Although they are just a group of level 3 dark monsters, there is almost no benefit in hunting them. I really don't want to do it. The great magician Graham's tone was a little unfriendly. He had a bad temper, and would get angry when he saw fire. Grems, what are you doing up there? Teacher Allah had asked you to quickly clean up the ghost wolves behind. A sweet call came from the magic cabin. Got it. This time, the great magician Grems didn't dare to continue to talk nonsense. He quickly got up, threw the dried fruits in his hand back into the plate, and quickly went to the rest area on the 2nd floor along the narrow staircase. He quickly put on a magic cloak, covered his head with a hood, and walked downstairs without saying a word. When passing by the storeroom under the stairs, he knocked on Roy's wooden door and shouted, "Roy, stop learning the grim language and hurry up to get rid of those ghost wolves. You're here. You finally come downstairs. I've been waiting for you for a while. I thought you would come to me when the ghost wolves appeared." Roy pushed open the storeroom door, sat on the stool at the door wearing his boots, and chatted with the great magician Grams. The thick leather magic pattern structure on his body had been stitched several times without professional skills, and now only 2 magic pattern arrays could function normally. In fact, this magic pattern structure was not much different from ordinary thick leather armor. I just hope they can be smarter. It's not too late to turn around and leave now. After I get out, they won't be able to escape even if they want to. Grand Mage Grem said with a chuckle. Roy felt that Grand Mage Grems had a strong sense of self-confidence, which was very similar to that of Mage Joyce. They were both very good at fighting magicians. Huh? Grams pushed open the wooden door of the magic cabin, took 3 steps forward, and jumped directly from the platform of the magic cabin. Roy hurriedly followed from behind, holding the tattered book of judgment in his right hand, and the flail given to him by Captain Jarowin in the other hand. Grams raised the magic circle with both hands, walked forward step by step, chanting a string of spells, and an ice elemental messenger tore open a space crack, drilled out of the elemental kingdom, and floated behind Grams. Its body exuded endless coldness, and a trace of ice elemental breath was infused into Grams' body through the ice elemental messenger. A transparent layer of ice appeared under Grams' feet, and countless black fine sands were frozen under the ice. Having fought with the great magician Grams so many times, Roy naturally knew that the great magician Grams was releasing the most powerful 4th-level magic, Blizzard. Soon, a thin cloud appeared above Grams' head. The area of this cloud was very large. The ghost wolves obviously felt the danger. They all tucked their tails and fled backwards, but the speed at which this cloud spread was much faster than their escape speed. And wherever the clouds went, there was a wisp of wind and snow falling quickly. As the cold air hit, the ghost wolves fled faster, but gradually they were covered with a layer of frost and snow, and some ice crystals, like spikes, condensed on their joints. As long as they ran hard, these ice crystals would pierce their bodies crazily while running. For a while, these ghost wolves could only slow down their running speed. The dark snake lizards hiding around the magic wooden house were in the same situation. A layer of frost condensed on their bodies, and the black sand froze into a solid ice surface. They could no longer hide their bodies in the sand, and they all came out of the sand. On the ice, in the snow, the dark lizard covered in frost couldn't run fast. Roy. With a reminder from the great magician Grams, Roy knew it was time for him to take action. Roy ran in the snow with the Book of Judgment in one hand and the flail in the other. His body radiated a layer of holy light and was not affected by the blizzard at all. Roy first targeted a lizard hiding 20 meters to the left of the magic cabin. Just now, Roy even saw it spit out a forked snake tongue. Roy took a big step and ran over, raised the flail in his hand, and swung it at the dark lizard's head. The dark lizard was covered with a layer of frost, and its whole body was snow white. It was wriggling on the ice like an earthworm. It even lost all its senses. Roy's flail hit it, and the 2-meter-long dark lizard was unaware. The spiked hammer head of the flail fell on the dark lizard's head. Bang! A crisp ice-cracking sound was heard, and the whole lizard's head was shattered into pieces, turning into ice debris all over the ground. The dark lizard's body was also wrapped in frost, and emitted a trace of black gas. Finally, the whole body disappeared completely, leaving only a soul crystal on the ground. This kind of dark snake lizard is also a third-level monster. If it is handled properly when hunting, a snake lizard skin can be obtained from it. However, these dark snake lizards will burn themselves when they are dying, just like the snake lizard in front of Roy, which completely burned its body and turned into a dark air that dissipated with the wind. Roy didn't even take a second look at the soul crystal on the ground. He turned around and chased the ghost wolves in the distance. If he didn't chase them, the ghost wolves would probably escape the blizzard area. When Roy approached the ghost wolves that were covered with thick frost and looked like polar bears, facing more than 20 ghost wolves that turned their heads and prepared to fight to the death, Roy stopped decisively, and then he opened the page of the Book of Judgment without hesitation. A small silver hammer flew out from the pages of the book, smashing a ghost wolf into pieces in an instant. The other ghost wolves howled angrily. Although they moved slowly, they still rushed towards Roy. For a moment, Roy was even a little confused. But then he calmed down and began to recite the prayer fluently, and another small silver hammer condensed in his hand. The ghost wolf in the front had already rushed to Roy's feet, and it bared its teeth and bit Roy's inner thigh. Roy smashed the flail in his hand towards the ghost wolf's head. The moment the bloody flail was swung down, the entire copper handle of the flail suddenly lit up, and divine patterns appeared on the handle with dazzling brilliance. A holy light bullet flew out from the hammer head of the flail, and hit the ghost wolf. Then the holy light bullet suddenly shattered into a dozen holy light bullets, and smashed towards the ghost wolf rushing behind. With just this one blow, the 11 ghost wolves in front of Roy were smashed into broken ice chips. This also stunned Roy. Chapter 657. Captain Jarrowing gave Roy the flail, saying that he had lost the power of holy light, and that the flail engraved with divine magic was no longer suitable for him. At that time, he said that the divine magic engraved on the flail was a holy light bullet, and Roy didn't pay much attention to it. Now Roy understood why Captain Jarrowing specifically mentioned that the flail was engraved with divine magic. The power displayed by this divine magic completely frightened the ghost wolves in the blizzard. More than 20 ghost wolves originally rushed up together. They were group-living monsters used to beating up their prey. Even if they encountered a level 5 two-headed demon snake, the ghost wolves were able to fight. Unfortunately, they met the great magician Grams and the great priest Roy today. First, they were frozen into lumps of ice in the blizzard, and then they were hit by the flail that Roy swung hastily. The 11 ghost wolves shattered into a pile of ice at this moment. The remaining dozen ghost wolves kept retreating with howls, but they had lost the best opportunity to escape. In the blizzard, ice spears fell from the gray clouds. The ghost wolves covered with frost could not dodge at all. One by one, the ghost wolves were nailed to the ground. Roy stepped forward and waved the flail in his hand. Every time he waved, a ghost wolf shattered. After killing these ghost wolves, Roy went to kill the dark lizards frozen in the blizzard. The two quickly cleared the ghost wolves and dark lizards, picked up the soul crystals scattered on the ground, and strode towards the magic wooden house. On the observation deck of the magic wooden house, a wisp of cool breeze blew, and snowflakes were flying around. Some dark monsters appeared on the dark red sky. They probably smelled the breath of battle and gathered here. Grand Magister Cedric set up a magic circle on the observation deck to completely conceal the aura of the magic cabin. After completing the magic circle, he took a look at the battlefield behind the magic cabin and said to Alod, a student who was collecting magic materials nearby, "This Grams has completely understood your blizzard domain, but that Captain Roy is not only a great priest, but his style is also so combat-oriented, which really surprised me. He is a half-elf, with both the excellent talents of an elf and the extraordinary understanding of a human. Although he is on the priest route, as long as he is willing to work hard and be more diligent, he will soon be promoted to a combat priest." Mage Alod put the remaining magic materials into his magic waste bag, then stood up and looked in the direction of Grand Mage Cedric's finger, and asked in surprise, "Do you think highly of him?" Grand Mage Cedric shook his head slightly, sighed, and said, "It's not that I think highly of him, but my teacher Insman thinks that he has the shadow of Bishop Felix Michel." "No way." Mage Alod was completely dumbfounded. The young high priest, who was favored by the legendary Mage Insman. Grand Mage Cedric poured himself a glass of life tree juice. Then he drank it down in one gulp. His face flushed, and the powerful breath of life quickly nourished his body that was on the verge of drying up. Then the great Mage Cedric smiled and said to Alod, "What's so surprising about this? The Statue of Liberty has now completely disappeared from the Elven continent, But they should have left some Holy Spirit seeds. As long as those seeds slowly inherit the faith of the Statue of Liberty, it is estimated that in the near future, a new Statue of Liberty will slowly rise. Major Laud immediately thought seriously, and then said, I think. This time the Moon Temple will not easily let them gain a foothold in the Elven continent. Grand Mage Cedric sighed, and then said with emotion, Laud, no matter what, the priests of the Statue of Liberty have guarded the Dark Portal in Golfito Canyon for so many years. Now this Dark Portal is back in the hands of our Silver Moon Elves. Look at what we have done in the past year or so. We are so busy catching a few liches, and those priests of the Moon Temple will only wait on the other side of the Dark Portal, and are unwilling to do anything. The blizzard ended, and the two magicians left the observation tower of the magic cabin. The two had a private conversation, which was also buried in the breeze of the dark land. The magic cabin left the main road of the expedition road, and began to head towards the demon hunting camp hidden in the dark land. Along the way, they were attacked by groups of dark monsters with keen perception. Basically, it was the great magician Grams who led Roy and the others to slaughter these groups of dark monsters. Sometimes, the two of them would bring Leah, a little helper, and the magic cabin passed through two demon hunter camps in succession. Every time, Magister Laud would personally enter the demon hunting camp, usually with Roy and Leah. He found an old elf in the demon hunting camp, who looked like he might be 700 or 800 years old. Magister Laud asked the old elf about the whereabouts of the lich. The old elf told Magister Laud, a long time ago, a lich did appear nearby. At that time, the Temple Expeditionary Force had not yet come to kill them. Later, when the Temple Expeditionary Force came, many groups of dark monsters were cleared out by these priests. Mage Laud visited the most powerful demon hunting group in the demon hunting camp again. The leader of the demon hunting group said to Mage Laud arrogantly, Are you kidding me? How could there be a Lich Lord here? If there is a Lich Lord, we will immediately change to a new camp. Mage Laud knew that no matter how many questions he asked, he would not get an answer, so he got up and left. The person who gained the most from coming to the demon hunting camp deep in the dark land was Roy. Because there are a lot of accumulated magic beast materials in the demon hunting camp, some of which look ordinary, but some are very precious. Roy recently likes to collect snake demon fangs and ghost sickles. He wants to equip the Dark Moon Elf warriors of the assassin team with a demon snake fang dagger. When trading in the demon hunting camp, he first took out some soul crystals to purchase magic beast materials in the demon hunting camp, but these stall owners were not very interested in soul crystals, so he changed his strategy and tried to take out some dried fruits to exchange for dark magic beast materials. Obviously, the stall owners prefer these dried fruits, so a lot of dried fruits appear in Roy's trading list. At this time, the magic waist bag tied around Roy's waist is like a treasure bag. Except for not being able to take out a decent magic pattern structure. It can be used for almost everything, including dried fruits, elf biscuits, holy water, life tree juice, and life potion. These things are exactly what the demon hunters need the most. Every time the magicians go to a demon hunting camp, they will also sell some of the simplest magic scrolls. Whether it is a water gathering scroll or a fire gathering scroll, these demon hunters are willing to buy some. Mage Laud also discovered one thing, that only by making a deal with the demon hunters could he gain some useful information through chatting. But this useful information does not include the news of the Lich. Roy followed Mage Laud and took the opportunity to ask these demon hunters about the news of High Priest Reed. In fact, he just asked casually, and he didn't expect that someone actually knew the name of High Priest Reed. High Priest Reed? I know him. He passed by our camp a few days ago. He helped me connect this broken finger. Now it has fully recovered. The demon hunter Roy questioned put down the goods in his hand, and excitedly told Roy about the magic of the great priest Reed. I saw him on the road that day. He was holding a holy grail on the road. He looked like he was walking on a pilgrimage. His eyes were looking into the distance. At that time, my finger had just been bitten off by a dark lizard, and my hand was stained with some dark energy. At that time, my companions advised me to cut off my palm as well. They said that only in this way could I survive, but without this hand, I couldn't survive in the dark land, so I didn't agree to chop off my hand, and I took half of the finger out of the lizard's stomach and brought it back to the camp. I saw High Priest Reed at the entrance of the camp. He saw that my hand was injured and came over to help me heal. This is the first time I have seen such a kind and polite high priest. Of course, you are the second one. The demon hunter blinked and said to Roy. Did he say where he was going when he left you? The demon hunter shook his head. He didn't say anything, but I think the look in his eyes might mean he was a little homesick. When Roy heard the demon hunter say this, his heart trembled slightly. He knew that the home of High Priest Reed was in the Green Empire of Roland Continent. High Priest Reed came all the way to the Elf Continent to spread the glory and faith of the Statue of Liberty. It seemed that every demon hunting camp was extremely dilapidated, and there was a bonfire in every camp. Mage Alad also understood the rules of the demon hunters. Whenever he arrived at a demon hunting camp, he would take Roy and Leah to the camp bonfire first and throw a soul crystal into the bonfire. Anyway, soul crystals were not worth much. After walking through 6 demon hunting camps, Magister Alad did not get any news about the Lich from the demon hunters. Instead, Roy got some information about High Priest Reed intermittently. They seemed to be walking on the same road. Every time Magister Alad left the magic cabin and entered the demon hunting camp, Roy would be very active, because Roy found that he could always find some footprints left by High Priest Reed along the way. High Priest Reed kept walking along this road and saving people everywhere. He would save the demon hunters in the camp and give the best help to other priests as much as he could. The magic cabin kept moving forward, and after 3 weeks, he finally saw the shadow of the Dragon's Throat Expeditionary Force camp outside the map. Chapter 658. The Dragon's Throat is the 4th expeditionary camp built by the Temple Expeditionary Force in the Dark Land. Not only can you see dark creatures and dark beasts, but you can also see some dark races in the wilderness. Grams the Great Magician told Roy that the dark races are divided into 4 major races, namely the Nakma Demons, the Nibur Spiders, the Dark Faceless Tribe, and the Dark Demon Tribe. These 4 major dark races are distributed deep in the Dark Land, and each has a very vast territory. The 4th camp established by the Temple Expeditionary Force, the Dragon's Throat, has already penetrated deep into the territory of the Nakma Demons. In the Black Wilderness, the Black Sand Sea is no longer the only scenery. Black soil has appeared here. There is still no water source. The strong wind blows over the dry black soil, which will roll up the dust. Under the dark red sky, the dust in the sky presents an extremely depressing and weird atmosphere. The Nakma Demons always like to hide in the black dust. They are dark and shiny, and their bodies are very similar to centaurs. The lower body is a horse, and the upper body is a human, but they are born with a layer of black armor on the outside of their bodies, and their arms have evolved into war blades since their forearms. When the magic cabin was about to reach the Dragon's Throat, it encountered a group of Nakma Demons. They came with the dust rolling up in the sky. When this group of Nakma Demons found the magic cabin, they immediately rushed out from the flying dust. They were all black and shiny, and they were easy to identify in the wilderness. This group of Nakma Demons had a total of 6 warriors. Their arms were all purified into more than 1 meter long battle blades. When they ran, they could jump more than 10 meters with one leap. From the time the observers on the rooftop observation tower spotted this team of Nakma Demons, to the time when the Great Magician Grams arrived at the door of the wooden house fully armed. This team of Nakma Demons has been caught up. Nakma Demons are almost all over 2.5 meters tall, and the height of ordinary elves can only reach their armpits at most. A Nakma Demon stepped on the ground with all its hooves, jumped forward with all its strength, raised one arm high, stretched its body, and demonstrated its extremely powerful ability to stay in the air, and then the battle blade in its hand was fiercely inserted into the box board of the magic wooden house. With a bang, the entire battle blade over 1 meter long completely pierced into the box board, and even cut a 1 foot long gap. At this moment, the Great Magician Grams had just opened the door and looked outside to observe the situation, when he saw a dark-skinned Nakma Demon chasing after the magic wooden house, stabbing a knife into the wall of the wooden house, which immediately scared the Great Magician Grams. He was not afraid of the Nakma Demon in front of him, but was worried that the magician in the magic wooden house would be injured. The Great Magician Grams pointed the magic wand in his hand at the Nakma Demon, and suddenly an ice bomb flew in front of the Nakma Demon warrior and exploded. With a bang, a piece of white frost immediately appeared in the sight of the Nakma Demon. Great Magician Grams took the opportunity to get out of the magic wooden house. He had no time to recite magic spells at this time, but directly took out several high-level magic scrolls from his magic waist bag. He put his hand to his mouth and used his teeth to tear the knots on the magic scrolls. The magic pattern array inside the magic scrolls was immediately displayed in front of Great Magician Grams. With the sound of a short and rapid magic spell, a 3-meter-long ice spear instantly appeared in front of Great Magician Grams, and countless ice elements gathered from all around, instantly causing the surrounding temperature to drop by several degrees. As the cracking sound of ice sounded like popping beans, Roy, who was following behind the Great Magician Grams, saw that the ice spear reached the chest of the Nakma Demon in an instant. The war blade connected to the arm of the Nakma Demon was still stuck in the box board of the magic wooden house. He couldn't avoid the sudden ice spear at this moment, and could only use the armor of his other arm to block the ice spear. The Nakma demon obviously underestimated the power of the ice spear. When his arm was across his chest, the tip of the ice spear was stuck in his armor. The tip of the spear condensed with ice exploded instantly. The power of the explosion caused a thick layer of frost on the upper body of the Nakma demon. As the first layer of the spear tip exploded, the icicles hidden inside directly hit the armor of the Nakma demon. The armor frozen into ice suddenly cracked, and then the entire ice spear suddenly exploded in front of the Nakma demon, and the extremely cold air enveloped the Nakma demon. He stood next to the magic wooden house, looking like an ice sculpture. The surrounding Nakma demons saw their companions being attacked and immediately moved closer to the Nakma demon warrior, who had turned into an ice sculpture. But at this time, an elemental door appeared behind the great magician Grams, and an ice element came out of the door. It put its hands on the shoulders of the great magician Grams, and blew a breath towards the huge ice ball condensed between his hands. Then the ice ball appeared directly above the head of the Nakma demon, who was frozen into an ice sculpture. Great magician Grams let out a roar. Explosion. The ice ball, and the ice sculpture of the Nakma demon below turned into a pile of broken ice under the ice explosion spell of great magician Grams. Roy followed behind great magician Grams with the Book of Judgment. The two stood side by side on the terrace at the door of the wooden house. Just then, a Nakma demon raised his arm high. His arm was a spear. The sharp spear swept over a distance of more than 10 meters, and appeared in the heart of great magician Grams in almost the blink of an eye. Roy didn't have time to think about it, and raised the Book of Judgment to block it. The sharp spear pierced the Book of Judgment in Roy's hand almost without any hindrance, and Roy finished reciting the prayer at this time. A force of holy light emerged in Roy's other hand, and a holy light bullet hit the face of the Nakma demon, who appeared out of thin air. The strong holy light exploded on the face of the Nakma demon, and instantly burned the Nakma demon's mask completely. The black spear of the Nakma demon warrior was against Roy's chest, but was blocked by the magic round shield that emerged from his thick-skinned magic pattern structure. The explosion of the holy light bullet made the Nakma demon retreat several steps, and the spear in his hand was pulled out of the Book of Judgment in Roy's hand. In the first round of fighting between Roy and the Nakma demon warrior, both sides suffered a little loss. Roy grasped the handle of the flail at his waist without thinking, and directly pulled the flail out of the magic waist bag, then opened the Book of Judgment with a fist-sized hole, and a small silver hammer flew out of the Book of Judgment. Just as the Nakma demon warrior raised the blade in his hand again, the rotating silver hammer hit the Nakma demon's chest directly. The Nakma demon only heard a crisp cracking sound, followed by a sharp pain in his chest, which made him unable to breathe immediately. The Nakma demon had time to lower his head at this time. He looked at the big hole in his chest seriously. Dark purple blood flowed out of the hole in his chest, and the strength in his body quickly dissipated. He immediately held his breath, and wanted to use his last breath to pierce Roy's chest with the spear in his hand. But just as he raised his arm and spear, an ice bullet flew in front of him and exploded with a bang. In front of the Nakma demon warrior, there was almost nothing to see except a piece of white frost. Roy swung the flail in his hand, and hit the Nakma demon's chest again, knocking the Nakma demon warrior down beside the magic wooden house. At the same time, the other great magicians in the magic wooden house also ran out, and cast magic on the other 4 Nakma demon warriors, who were chasing from behind. Almost every great magician held a magic wand in his hand, and magic bullets would fly out in the direction the wand pointed. There was even a great magician who spread a white field of icicles on the sand behind the magic wooden house. The 4 Nakma demons who were chasing from behind stepped on the icy path full of icicles, and their shiny black hooves slipped immediately. They could not stop the momentum of rushing forward, and the icicles on the ice surface cut their long legs with wounds. One after another, ice spears fell vertically from the top of their heads, and the Nakma demons waved the battle blades in their hands to block the falling ice spears one after another. The cold breath has spread. Grams the great magician also pulled out his hand, holding a staff in his hand, and as the rapid spell sounded, a huge ice wall appeared in front of the 4 Nakma demon warriors. At first, the vague outline of the ice wall emerged, but then the ice wall gradually solidified. When the 4 Nakma demon warriors could not stop their momentum, and crashed into the ice spears, the ice wall was already 1 meter thick. The bodies of these Nakma demon warriors were directly embedded in the ice wall. As the ice wall froze more and more solid, they were even stuck in the ice wall, and could not break free. At this time, the great magician Grams walked up quickly, drew the magic sword from his waist, and swung it hard, chopping off the heads of the Nakma demons one after another. Then, these burly Nakma demon warriors fell one after another. As the ice began to melt, this Nakma demon warrior team was completely wiped out in front of the magic wooden house. Roy was used to cleaning the battlefield with the great magician Grams. Apparently, these Nakma demon warriors still left some good things. Roy found that they did not have soul crystals, but a black crystal stone like magic crystal stones. At this time, the other great magicians in the magic wooden house also came over and praised Roy, who was busy cleaning the battlefield. Not bad, Roy. Chapter 659. 6 pieces of Nakma demon corpses were placed side by side in front of the magic cabin. The corpses began to slowly decay, and the stench spread. Almost all the magicians watching were covering their mouths and noses. The remaining ice and snow around had not completely melted, and the surroundings were filled with a strong dark atmosphere. At this time, only Roy, who was standing next to Grams, was in good condition. Grand Mage Cedric stood on the terrace outside the magic cabin, looking at the Nakma demon warriors lined up side by side. After thinking for a while, he decided that the magic cabin should leave this area immediately. After hearing the order from Grand Mage Cedric, Mage Alad began to arrange for the Grand Mage to control the steel golem to change direction. Teacher Cedric, it's rare for us to encounter Nakma demons, so why not kill a few more Nakma demons before leaving? Mage Joyce stood aside and whispered to Grand Mage Cedric. Grand Mage Cedric shook his head without even thinking about it, and rejected Joyce's proposal. Naturally, the other mages did not dare to make any more suggestions. Although Grams was more inclined to the opinion of Magister Joyce, he had no right to speak at this time. Roy and Leah could only stand in the corridor of the magic cabin and listen to the words of the magicians. This was the outskirts of the 4th Expeditionary Force Camp. Before the magic cabin arrived at the Dragon's Throat Expeditionary Force Camp, they encountered the Nakma demons, the natives of the Dark Land. Roy estimated that they should be a patrol team. The appearance of this Nakma demon patrol team indicated that there would definitely be a Nakma demon army around. Because of this, Grand Mage Cedric decided that the magic house would not move forward. In order to ensure that the magic house would not be followed by other Nakma demons, Grand Mage Cedric also sent Grand Mage Apea to the Dragon's Throat camp to investigate the situation there. Soon, Grand Mage Apea returned to the magic house. Her face was a little pale, and her pace became a little chaotic. She pushed open the door of the small conference room and saw several mages sitting around the round table. Apea calmed down her slightly flustered mood and walked straight in. On the conference table was a map of the Dragon's Throat Expeditionary Camp. This map was bought by the magicians at the Brinia Expeditionary Camp. It was very comprehensively marked, and even the military area and living area in the camp were clearly distinguished. Apea stood behind Magister Jonas, and only spoke after Magister Jonas glanced at her. The Nakma demons are currently attacking the 4th Expeditionary Camp. Dragon's Throat. This sentence immediately made all the magicians who were meditating with their eyes closed in the conference room open their eyes. Everyone guessed that the Nakma demon army was probably hiding nearby, but they didn't expect that the Nakma demon army was attacking the Dragon's Throat Expeditionary Force Camp. In this way, the magicians have already entered the edge of the battlefield. In more serious cases, the Nakma demon army may be everywhere around. The 6 magicians immediately discussed countermeasures. Magician Joyce wanted to take this opportunity to rush directly to the Dragon's Throat Expeditionary Force Camp and join the war. But Grand Magician Cedric didn't want everyone to be involved in this war, because the Temple Expeditionary Force had already entered the depths of the Dark Land, and the priests in the Dragon's Throat Expeditionary Force Camp might not be able to stop the attack of the Nakma demon army. Therefore, Grand Mage Cedric decided to retreat along the original route, and search for liches in other places after being away from the battlefield. The other mages followed Grand Mage Cedric's decision, and the magic cabin immediately moved away from the Dragon's Throat Expeditionary Camp. Roy didn't expect that the war between the Temple Expeditionary Army and the Nakma demons would spread here. You know, this is only the 4th camp of the Temple Expeditionary Army, which is considered the rear of the Temple Expeditionary Army. If these Nakma demon legions came directly along the Expeditionary Road, it means that the entire Temple Expeditionary Army was annihilated in the Dark Land. However, this conjecture is obviously unrealistic, because since the Temple Expeditionary Army entered the Dark Land, it has always taken the initiative. The Nakma demon army in the Dark Land had never organized an effective counterattack. The Nakma demon army initially used the extended supply line of the Temple Expeditionary Army to resolve the Temple Expeditionary Army's first 2 overwhelming attacks. Now, a Nakma demon army suddenly appeared in the Dragon's Throat. Roy was a little worried about the current situation of other expeditionary camps. Could it be that the Temple Expeditionary Army had been completely destroyed, and the Nakma Demon Army had begun to sound the clarion call for a counterattack? A group of great magicians gathered in the rest area on the second floor to discuss this matter. Roy, who always disliked crowds, also gathered with everyone to discuss the current situation of the Dragon's Throat Expeditionary Force camp. Most magicians agreed with the decision of Grand Mage Cedric, thinking that it was the right time to withdraw now. If it was earlier or later, it might be difficult to get away. The magic wooden house originally had little mobility. Once it was targeted by the patrol team of the Nakma demons, that would be the worst thing. Although the magic wooden house turned around and walked back under the traction of the steel golem, a group of magicians still couldn't help their curiosity. In addition to going to the battlefield to observe the situation in person, the magicians' reconnaissance methods can actually cast spells to explore the situation on the battlefield. However, this magic skill has a limited observation area and requires a relatively clear relative coordinate position, so it is not a very practical magic skill. Many magicians will not waste time learning such a magic. Opia is a space magician. In order to improve the success rate of casting portal magic, she has carefully studied this long-distance reconnaissance magic, the world vision. A group of great magicians sat on the sofa. Roy stood behind the great magician Grams and stared at the crystal ball on the coffee table. In fact, he also had a magic crystal ball of a similar style in his magic waist bag. Magician Delackley told Roy that his magic crystal ball was a demon divination device, but Roy had never used it until now. With Apea's rapid spells, the magic crystal ball on the coffee table began to emit a magical glow. Roy was confused at first, but later a white mist began to emerge from the magic crystal ball. When the mist gradually dissipated, a scene appeared in the magic crystal ball. It was a ruined camp. The most eye-catching part of the camp was the arch formed by the mandible of a huge dragon head. Behind the arch was a densely packed tent area. It was unknown how long these tents had been built. There was a thick layer of dust on the surface, and even some canvases had holes. The priests in the camp looked like ants. They picked up their weapons and rushed out of the camp. At the edge of the crystal ball display area, a group of Nakma demon warriors were seen. These Nakma demons had the lower body of wild horses. They launched a charging formation on the plains of this dark land, which was quite impactful. The Nakma demon warriors were wearing dark and tough armor, wielding sharp blades, and looked like terrifying killing machines. Countless priests rushed out of the camp and fell on the battlefield. The Nakma demon army in front of them was completely slaughtering the priests in front of them. The great magician Grams wiped his forehead with his hand, uttered a curse, stood up from the sofa, and went straight to the window, unwilling to look at the crystal ball anymore. The other great magicians were also indignant, whispering, "How could this happen? The Nakma demons are slaughtering our compatriots in the camp ahead. Even if we want to evacuate, we should create some trouble for them. We are not really afraid of them. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to get some fresh air." At this time, a great magician suddenly shouted, "Everyone calm down. Wait, Apea, can you adjust the angle to the back to increase the viewing distance? The picture will only be smaller, and the image will be more blurred." Although Apea said so, she still cooperated and did it. "It's okay, move away a little. Look, come and take a closer look. What is that black fog behind the Nakma demon army?" the great magician said loudly. Not only did the great magicians focus their attention on the magic crystal ball, but even Roy's eyes were attracted to it. In Roy's sight, the fist-sized crystal ball almost showed the scene of the entire Dragon's Throat camp, and at the edge of this scene, in the blurry distance, there was actually a rolling black fog. Roy's scalp was numb, but then he realized that the black fog looked familiar. When they were in Haiti, almost every lich they encountered was surrounded by this rolling fog. These black fogs appeared behind the Nakma demon army, and the figure of the lich suddenly appeared in Roy's mind. The great magicians were obviously aware of this situation. The magicians in the rest area on the second floor of the magic wooden house looked at each other, and everyone whispered a name at the same time, "Lich." Opia decisively terminated this vision spell, and then she quickly recited the spell, and a clearer picture appeared on the magic crystal ball. At this moment, only a small part of the picture of the Dragon's Throat Expeditionary Force camp was left on the crystal ball, but the tragic battle between the priests and the Nakma demons was clearer. The Nakma demon army appeared clearly in the magic crystal ball. At this time, the rolling black fog in the crystal ball, and the lich with a skull emerging from the black fog also appeared in the sight of the great magicians. "Lich." The great magicians once again let out a low cry at the same time. This low cry directly stopped the magic wooden house, and the great magician on the observation deck ran down the stairs. Of course, Discovering a lich should be reported to Magister Alad as soon as possible. However, Magister Alad did not order an immediate return to the battlefield of the Dragon's Throat Expeditionary Force camp, but let the magic cabin hide in a shallow rift in front. At this time, Apea also went to the 6-person small meeting room of the mages. Not long after, Apea walked out of the 6-person meeting room holding her magic crystal ball, and also brought back the order of Grand Magister Cedric. The magic cabin waited in place, and all magicians should calmly observe the situation in the dragon's throat. So a group of great magicians gathered around the magic crystal ball, paying close attention to the battlefield in front of them. In the Dragon's Throat Expeditionary Force camp, a group of weak priests huddled together, holding maces and shields in their hands. All the priests formed a human wall. At this moment, the only gate had been broken, and the Nakma demon warriors passed through the gate of the dragon's throat and charged towards the expeditionary camp in groups. The priests, who had lost their divine arts, appeared very vulnerable in front of these Nakma demon warriors. Every time they swung their wrist swords, the Nakma demon warriors would be stained with the blood splash from the priests. The battle on the battlefield was extremely brutal, and the priests were beaten back by the Nakma demon warriors. Behind the Nakma demon warriors, a black fog that could not be dissipated surged up. Several magicians had been observing through crystal balls how many liches were hidden in the black fog. Just now, 2 liches' heads suddenly emerged from the black fog. The magicians found that the Nakma demon army did not seem to rush into the Dragon's Throat Expeditionary Force camp continuously, and their number was also very limited. The lich hid in the thick black fog, which obscured the entire rear of the Nakma demon army. There were many priests in the camp, but they did not have the power of holy light. When fighting, the priests were no different from ordinary first-turn warriors, and were even weaker than ordinary first-turn warriors. However, Roy found that the number of these Nakma demon warriors on the battlefield was also becoming less and less. Because when these priests were about to die, their bodies would emit extremely hot holy light, and the ground under their feet would ignite a piece of holy light flames. Those holy light flames were ignited by the priests, who consumed their last bit of vitality. The Nakma demon warriors were infected with this holy light flame, and it was also difficult to extinguish it. At the end of their lives, they burned out the last bit of their faith, and they were able to embrace the Nakma demon warriors and die together. Mage Alad sighed. He appeared behind everyone, and watched the situation in the Dragon's Throat Expeditionary camp with everyone. As the earth shook violently, a Nakma demon commander, as big as a mammoth, appeared in front of the gate of the Dragon's Throat Expeditionary camp. A group of priests stood up in the camp and rushed towards the Nakma demon commander. Before they reached the gate, they were cut into 2 pieces by the fighting spirit stimulated by the long-handled battle axe swung by the Nakma demon commander. The group of priests fell in a pool of blood at the gate. Chapter 660. A group of priests held sacred scepters, chanted prayers, and walked towards the Nakma demon commander with extremely firm steps. They were not blessed by the holy light, but the expressions on their faces were extremely pious. In front of the Nakma demon commander, the priests fell in a pool of blood, and their prayers did not receive a response from the goddess. Even if the priests fell, they still chanted prayers. Among the priests, a great priest held a holy cup of wisdom high in his hand, and a long sword in his other hand. Even if he was mixed in with a group of priests, the bright holy light emanating from his body still made him particularly eye-catching among the priests. He was like a firefly in the dark night, emitting a faint glow all over his body. The holy grail of wisdom in his hand was also emitting the power of holy light, but the power of holy light was too weak to help other priests. As he walked along, the weak holy light emanating from his body actually burned, and the holy grail held high was like a torch. The Nakma demon commander outside the gate of the expeditionary camp stared at the priest holding the torch with 4 scarlet eyes. The dragon bone jaw at the gate of the Dragon's Throat camp blocked the Nakma demon commander, who was stepping on the priest's corpse. The demon commander's eyes turned scarlet. He raised the long-handled battle axe stained with blood and chopped it down at the dragon bone jaw that had already been petrified, instantly splitting the petrified dragon jaw in half. The demon commander was ready to lead a group of Nakma demon warriors to rush into the camp. At this moment, the priests who fell in a pool of blood actually dissipated in the darkness, and holy light power floated from their bodies. Countless pure white holy lights actually flew into the holy grail of wisdom in the hands of the high priest. The priest holding the holy grail was extremely surprised. He looked up and stared at the holy grail in his hand. A look of shock appeared on his confused face. These priests had been praying. Even when disaster struck, they were still longing for the last bit of so-called hope. Even though they were split in half by the Nakma demon commander's axe, they were unable to swing the sacred scepter in their hands. They fell in a pool of blood, and the devout faith in their bodies turned into a burning fire of anger. The high priest stood in place, holding a long sword in one hand, and holding the Holy Grail of Wisdom in the other. The Nakma demon commander also realized that the situation was not good at this moment, and rushed towards the priest holding the Holy Grail of Wisdom. The Holy Grail in the priest's hand suddenly burst out with a strong holy light, and the holy light continued to overflow from the Holy Grail of Wisdom, and was fully injected into the priest's body. Under the infusion of strong holy light, a pair of wings of light appeared behind the priest. As the wings formed by the holy light were fully unfolded, the strong holy light shone on the demon commander. Black soil, bloody sky, a priest holding the Holy Grail of Wisdom, with 10-meter-long wings of light spread out behind him, facing a demon commander who was taller than a mammoth. The bodies of the priests around him continued to burn, and a large amount of holy light was infused into the priest's body through the Holy Grail of Wisdom. His body was being assimilated by the holy light, and countless holy lights spread all over his body like blood. The priest's body began to become transparent. With the slight flapping of the silver wings of light, he actually left the ground with both feet, and strands of holy light began to weave a holy armor on his body, and his light-transformed body began to grow. He transformed into an angel, and an archangel's sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. The demon commander swung a long-handled battle axe at the angel emitting holy light, and a holy shield appeared on the angel's arm. The long-handled battle axe was blocked by the temple shield, and the impact force almost flattened the Dragon Throat Expeditionary Force camp. The demon commander realized that something was wrong, and a ball of black flames began to burn on his body. He roared at the angel, trying to use his voice to break through the holy light around the angel's body. The demon commander raised the long-handled battle axe with both arms, and his strong right shoulder hit the holy shield fiercely. Boom! The violent impact sent out a ring-shaped shock wave again. The angel in the air on the opposite side flew back, flapping his wings of light with all his strength, and rushed back to his original position several times in a row. In a flash, he cut off the long-handled battle axe in the hands of the Nakma demon commander with a sword. The angel radiated a dazzling light. The priest who had transformed into an angel raised the angel's sword in his hand again, and took advantage of the moment when the Nakma demon commander raised his head to directly cut off the head of the demon commander. The suppression at the power level made the huge Nakma demon commander powerless to fight back. The Nakma demon commander fell directly at the gate of the expeditionary camp behind the demon dragon, and his body began to turn into wisps of black gas, which continued to evaporate. Then the holy light on the priest began to dissipate rapidly, and the first to disappear was the pair of light wings behind the angel. As the priest fell from a height, his sacred armor began to dissipate, and 2 bloody wounds appeared on his back where the wings grew. He fell hard into a pool of blood at the entrance of the camp. Priests kept rushing out of the camp. Although these priests did not have the power of holy light in their bodies, they could burst out strong holy light flames before they died. As long as those Nakma demon warriors rushed in front of the priests, they would almost be burned to ashes by this holy light flame. The Nakma demon commander died in battle at the entrance of the Dragon's Throat Expeditionary Force camp, and a large group of Nakma demon warriors still refused to retreat. Behind the Nakma demon army, 3 liches poked their heads out of the black fog. There were also a large number of ghosts rolling in the black fog. As long as a Nakma demon warrior tried to retreat, he would be pulled into the black fog by the liches. A large number of Nakma demon warriors rushed into the expeditionary camp desperately. The entire expeditionary camp was caught in the flames of war. Pieces of tough hexagonal crystals fell from the bloody sky again. These ice flakes were blown down and scratched on the faces of the priests, leaving scars on their faces. The priests squinted their eyes and looked up at the dark sky. For so many years, it has never snowed in the dark land. But now the dark clouds gathered together, and the snowflakes under the clouds were like blades. The Nakma demon warriors were wrapped in black armor, and these snowflakes could not hurt them at all. This is a blizzard. A knowledgeable high priest shouted loudly in the camp. The blizzard swept in. Although there was no magic circle arranged in advance, the extremely cold environment made all the warriors on the battlefield fall into an extremely cold dilemma. The priests would also be frozen and shivering in the blizzard, and cut by the sharp snowflakes. In comparison, the situation of the Nakma demon warriors was much better. At this time, not far from the Dragon's Throat Expeditionary Camp, a magic wooden house slowly approached the expeditionary camp. Grand Magister Cedric and Magister Alad stood on the observation deck of the magic wooden house. Both of them raised their magic wands, and behind them appeared an ice elemental lord, who was constantly spraying a large amount of frost and cold wind into the sky. This blizzard not only swept the entire battlefield, but also swept towards the rear of the Nakma demon army at a very fast speed. Finally, the edge of the blizzard touched the black fog of the Lich, and the blizzard blew into the black fog. The black fog quickly condensed into particles of ice sand and fell on the black ground. The ghosts also quickly froze into countless ice cubes and fell on the ground. The black fog dissipated, and the 3 liches hidden in the black fog revealed their figures. The other 4 magicians also appeared on the terrace of the magic wooden house at this time. They stood side by side, and their eyes were only on the Lich that emerged from the black fog. They didn't even look at the scattered Nakma demon warriors on the battlefield. The Liches obviously realized that they were in danger, and they began to retreat quietly. But at this time, ice cones fell from the sky and fell messily beside the Liches. These huge ice cones several meters long instantly cut off the Liches' retreat. At this time, the Nakma warriors on the battlefield were also in great danger. Ice cones fell from the sky, and Nakma warriors were constantly pierced by ice cones. These ice cones seemed to have eyes, almost perfectly avoiding the positions of the priests. Every time they fell, they almost hit the Nakma warriors. Because there were too many falling ice cones, these Nakma warriors had no way to avoid them, and were pierced by ice cones one after another. A Lich stood in place, and it screamed piercingly to the sky, trying to disperse the clouds in the sky and resolve the blizzard, but it was obvious that the power it had was not enough. The other 2 Liches were fleeing frantically in the blizzard. Grand Mage Cedric pointed his magic wand at the Lich, who was struggling to resist. As a circular wave of death erupted from her body, an ice prison like an iron barrel fell from the top of the Lich's head, instantly freezing the Lich in place. Mage Joyce carried an ice spear and chased the 2 fleeing Liches. One ice spear after another followed the rhythm of Mage Joyce's footsteps, and kept falling at the feet of the 2 Liches, forcing the 2 Liches to dodge left and right. It was purely a suppression of strength. When the blizzard hit, the moment the snowstorm collided with the black fog, it doomed these Liches to be unable to escape. When the priests in the dragon's throat saw the magic wooden house appearing in the blizzard, they began to put up some shields and wooden boards and rejoin the battle in the wind and snow. Roy and the great magician Grams basically had no chance to intervene. The 2 could only hide by the window of the magic wooden house, watching the blizzard sweeping the entire battlefield. One by one, the Nakma demon warriors were pierced by the ice cones falling from the sky. A thick layer of transparent ice condensed on their bodies. Although they did not die immediately, their bodies were frozen in place, and could not make any movements. Grimace, I now know the difference between a great magician and a mage. If your blizzard field is compared to a light snow, then the blizzard cast by the 2 mages Alad and Cedric is the real blizzard. Roy stood beside Grimace, and complained in a low voice. If I am promoted to a mage in the future, I can also easily cast a blizzard of this power. Great Mage Grimace said, somewhat unconvinced. In addition, the ice cones in the blizzard were controlled by several other magicians. If you look closely at those ice cones, they almost wiped out the Nakma demon army. Grimace, stop complaining. Teacher Alad asked us to go down to help. We are going to rescue the injured priests on the battlefield. A great magician rushed down from the rest area on the 2nd floor, putting on his magic cloak as he ran. Roy, it's our turn to work. Grams the great magician shouted to Roy. Here they come. Roy followed closely behind the great magician Grams, passed through the door of the magic cabin, and rushed into the blizzard. Grams casually put a magic shield on Roy, so that he didn't need to fear the extreme cold in the blizzard. Roy jumped down from the steps of the magic cabin, stepped on the thick snow, and ran towards a Nakma demon warrior. At this moment, he was frozen in the ice, and couldn't move at all. Roy held a spiked flail in his hand, and swung it to hit the head of the Nakma demon warrior. Unfortunately, the demon warrior was much taller than Roy. Roy didn't calculate the distance of the flail, and the spiked hammerhead hit the Nakma demon's chest directly. The ice broke, and Roy smashed the Nakma warrior's chest into a bloody mess. Roy then swung the flail in his hand for the 2nd time, and the skull of the Nakma warrior was immediately opened by Roy. When the completely frozen Nakma warrior fell to the ground, Roy reached out, and took out a piece of black magic crystal from his head. The great magician Grams turned back and shouted at Roy at the front. Roy, don't worry about those Nakma demons, let us deal with them. You go to the battlefield and deal with the injured priests. I found that some priests seem to be able to be saved. Coming. Roy answered loudly without thinking. He stood up and ran towards the camp gate, where there were more priests lying in a pool of blood. Many priests' bodies had been burned to ashes, but some priests survived the battle. Roy went to the pile of corpses to find those priests, who were not burned to death by the holy light flames, and cast holy light magic on them. At the gate of the Dragon's Throat Expeditionary Force camp, in a pool of blood, the priest who had transformed into an angel was lying on the ground. He was covered in blood, and the power of holy light emanated from his body. One could see that countless blood vessels on his body had burst, and there was no intact skin on his body. There were 2 deep and solid wounds on his back. When Roy saw him holding the Holy Grail of Wisdom, his heart suddenly tightened. When he saw his bloody face again, Roy's mind suddenly exploded, as if he had been hit by a giant hammer, and he became confused. Chapter 661. High Priest Reed was lying in a pool of blood, his upper body was covered in blood, and there were 2 deep wounds on his shoulder blades. A trace of holy light was emanating from him. Those holy lights might have been transformed from his body. When the holy light was emanating, High Priest Reed's fingers disappeared out of thin air. His forehead, cheeks, and every part of his body were transformed into holy light and gradually disappeared. Roy staggered over and knelt on one knee beside High Priest Reed, chanting prayers continuously, and a series of holy light spells fell on High Priest Reed. But these holy light spells accelerated the speed of his body's dissipation, and a large amount of holy light evaporated from his body. Roy immediately stopped casting divine spells, and his heart was extremely chaotic at this moment. He had imagined the scene of meeting with High Priest Reed, but he never thought it would be like this. High Priest Reed slightly opened his eyes, and his pupils were emitting golden light. The blood flowing from his body was also turning into light gold. Countless holy light forces gathered in his body, but they were dissipated at a faster speed, and his body also dissipated in the air. The fingertips of High Priest Reed's hands had completely disappeared, but he held Roy's hand tightly with his hands. His eyes were still as kind as before. He seemed to be enduring great pain. When he spoke, his lips were trembling slightly. It could be seen that there was a trace of relief in his eyes. He said to Roy with difficulty, "I didn't expect that I could see you before I died." "Roy!" A layer of light gold appeared on High Priest Reed's face. He spoke to Roy in a gentle tone, without any fear of facing death. Roy didn't know what happened. Tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. He thought of the time in Castleton City, and indelible fragments flowed in front of his eyes. Roy couldn't help but choked and said, "Teacher, I'm sorry, I'm late." High Priest Reed shook his head with difficulty. "It's not your fault, Roy." Countless holy lights spread out when he shook his head, and his hair immediately disappeared in the holy light. The battle was over, and the surviving priests sat there in a daze. They all looked at High Priest Reed. After all, he had just transformed into the appearance of the Archangel of Justice Tyrell, holding the Archangel's sword Holy Feather Glory, and killed the Nakma demon commander with 2 swords. In the eyes of these priests, High Priest Reed was simply their new hope in the Dark Land. However, when they saw that the body of High Priest Reed was constantly turning into holy light and quickly dissipating in the air, many priests knew that this situation happened because the body was overloaded with a lot of faith power, but High Priest Reed was not a body of holy light. The bodies of the priests who died in the battle were also reduced to ashes in the fire of dedication. The surviving priests sat in the same place, constantly chanting prayers, and it was unknown whether they were comforting their dead companions or comforting themselves. High Priest Reed asked Roy, "Roy, do you worship the Statue of Liberty?" Roy shook his head. Although he possessed the power of holy light, he had never believed in the Statue of Liberty. "That's good." High Priest Reed showed a relieved smile on his face. The bigger his movements, the more holy light his body would emit. High Priest Reed seemed to have remembered something again. He fumbled around and took out the Holy Grail of Wisdom that he had always carried with him. He stuffed it directly into Roy's arms, then lay on the ground, looked up at the bloody sky and said to Roy, "This is for you. Although it's just a replica, it does contain a little bit of divinity, which can help you replenish some holy light power in the Dark Land. There is no holy light here, but you need to use the power of holy light to protect yourself. I come from the Green Empire, a country where everyone believes in the Statue of Liberty. If you have the opportunity to meet people from the Green Empire in the future, I hope you can be nicer to them. The world is so big, Roy. While you are still young, take your loved ones to walk around and see." High Priest Reed said a lot of things, and his body became lighter after every word. His body continued to transform into holy light and dissipated in the air. Roy sat on the ground and let High Priest Reed lean on his arms, so that he might feel more comfortable. At this time, only half of the arms and legs of the High Priest Reed were left, and most of his head had disappeared, but he was still able to speak. He said to Roy, "Sometimes, I wonder where the Statue of Liberty is sealed. Maybe she is tired of being a god, and is hiding in a place where we can't find her. She just wants to take a break." When he said this, his eyes seemed to be unable to open. until I raised the holy grail of wisdom and countless powers of faith were injected into my body. At that moment, I was able to understand her predicament a little bit. High Priest Reed tried to look at Roy. But I have never understood why our holy light power was given by her. For this reason, she even deprived us of the ability to absorb the holy light power. He wanted to raise his arm, but there was only a little bit of his arm left. The holy light was like a ribbon formed by gold powder, peeling off from him bit by bit. I came to the Dark Land. I walked through many places along the expedition road. I saw countless priests falling on this road. Some of them were determined believers, and some priests wanted to return to the Elf continent to start a new life. No matter what reason they came here, I think they should have the right to choose. If someone wants to leave, they should be allowed to leave. If they want to go deep into the Dark Land, there is no need to deliberately stop them. I often think of the old days. There is no sun in the Dark Land, and I feel like mushrooms are growing on my body. When I die, you will burn me, put my ashes in a jar, take my ashes away from the Dark Land, take me back, and bury me on the stone cliff next to the White Manor by the sea, so that maybe when the weather is clear, I can still see the other side of the endless sea. At the last moment, High Priest Reed's body was completely transformed into holy light. A golden soul slowly floated into the sky and quickly dissipated in the holy light. High Priest Reed's whole body was transformed into the power of holy light, leaving nothing behind. Even if Roy lit a bonfire, there was nothing to burn. Roy sat on the ground and silently took out a small jar, and put the black soil on the ground stained with High Priest Reed's blood into the jar. Then Roy said to himself in the jar, "Teacher Reed, I will take you home." Seeing Roy standing up from the ground holding the jar, Great Magician Grams came up, put a hand on Roy's shoulder, and comforted him. "Don't be too sad, Roy, cheer up quickly. The Dragon's Throat Expeditionary Camp has now turned into a ruin." The bodies of the dead priests were dragged together and burned together. As for the bodies of the Nakma demon warriors, they soon turned into a wisp of dark air and dissipated in the air. However, the black magic crystal core in their heads was almost completely preserved. The magicians came back from afar in the magic wooden house. Two giant steel golems appeared behind the magic wooden house. Each steel golem dragged an ice coffin more than 10 meters long. The ice coffin left a deep mark on the black land. It seems that the hunting of liches was also very smooth this time. These magicians faced the 6th level dark monsters, and they could be said to be completely crushed in terms of strength. The faces of the great magicians were filled with the joy of victory. The successful capture of these 2 liches meant that they could return to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp immediately. At night, Roy also received information from Great Magician Grams that the magician team would soon withdraw from the Dragon's Throat. In fact, Roy was very unfamiliar with this place, and there was nothing worth lingering here. Instead, it was Roy's sad place. Originally, he entered the Dark Land just to bring High Priest Reed back to the Elf continent, but he didn't expect that the last time they saw each other would be a farewell forever. Roy was in a bad mood. He didn't even walk around the dragon camp, nor did he go to see the place where High Priest Reed had lived. Leah sat quietly beside Roy, whispering about interesting things at Iris' camp. She hoped that Roy could get rid of this depression as soon as possible. Iris, on the other hand, had been squatting at the place where High Priest Reed died, as if she was talking to herself. She seemed to have become a little nervous recently. Most of the time, she seemed very quiet, spoke softly and quietly, but sometimes, she would have an inexplicable hostility towards Roy, which made Leah feel a little embarrassed. She also learned some divine arts inexplicably. The priests of the Statue of Liberty and the magicians of the Magic Guild of the Elf Continent had no intersection. Even if the magicians saved the priests in the Dragon's Throat camp this time, they still kept a distance from each other. The magicians left the camp in the magic cabin, and no priests came to see them off. Before leaving, Roy remembered what High Priest Reed had told him, so he went to the camp to ask the priests if anyone wanted to leave the Dark Land, to find him at the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. However, the priests at the Dragon's Throat Expeditionary Camp did not respond. Since no one wanted to leave the Dark Land, Roy did not hesitate and followed the magicians back to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. It took the magicians 2 months to walk from the Dragon's Throat to the Dark Gate. This time, the magic cabin carried 2 ice coffins, so they hardly stopped along the way. Sometimes they traveled day and night. Roy felt that since the 2 liches were captured, all the magicians seemed to be more relaxed. When they got together, they could still make some harmless jokes. Apea also found her new partner on the way back, the observer who had been guarding the lookout. They would do some interesting things during the boring journey. When they arrived at the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp, Roy was shocked when he saw the observer. Although his eyes were still bright, His dark circles were as big as a panda's. He seemed to have shrunk a lot, losing more than 10 or 20 pounds. When everyone greeted each other, the great magician Graham secretly pulled Roy's collar and whispered to him, "Fortunately, you don't like a Paya's type, otherwise you would look like him now. But don't worry too much. Rest for a few more days, and drink some magic potions, and you will recover soon." Roy forced a smile, and did not continue to talk about this topic. Instead, he asked the great magician Grams, "How long can you stay here?" "If everything goes well, at most 3 months. If we restart the plan to seal the dark portal, I don't know how long it will take." The great magician Grams responded, "Grand Mage Cedric currently proposes that as long as we complete the maintenance work of the dark portal, and make it work normally, we will return to the Magic Guild of the Elf Continent for vacation. In fact, the higher-ups plan to let us stay and prepare a feasibility report on sealing the dark portal. But the Moon Temple wants to maintain the status quo. The plan to seal the dark portal must be approved by the higher-ups, and the Moon Temple has always disagreed, so we can only wait patiently." Grams the Great Magician secretly told Roy. If Grams the Great Magician hadn't mentioned the priests of the Moon Temple, Roy would have almost forgotten about them. "For so long, I haven't seen them come to the Dark Land. Even in Golfito Canyon, there were less than 10 priests of the Moon Temple stationed in the Statue of Liberty." This time when Roy returned in the magic cabin, the guards of the mine guards behaved very calmly. They stood in a row and saluted Roy, watching him stride into the expeditionary camp. With the magician's journey to explore the Dark Land completely over, Leah also completely completed her guide work. Originally, she and Alice should have returned to the Iris camp, but Leah finally persuaded Roy, and Roy agreed that the sisters could stay in the mine guards. After all, Leah was familiar with the surrounding demon hunting camps, and could help him purchase some dark magic beast materials from the surrounding demon hunting camps. Under Roy's arrangement, Leah and Alice stayed in the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. With Roy's return to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp, the magic beast material business in the Dark Land once again ushered in a development opportunity. Roy transferred the dark magic beast materials purchased from the Dark Land to the magic airship outside the Golfito Canyon. Then, through those magic airships, a large amount of dry food was transported to the Dark Land. Another thing that Roy didn't expect was that this time Roy brought nearly 4,000 half-blood elf warriors from the Partington Plain. Currently, nearly 1,000 of them have the power of holy light in their bodies, and have also learned purification and holy light magic. A week after Roy returned to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp, Captain Gabreth brought Captain Malthus to the Dark Gate Camp. Captain Malthus walked quickly into the tent and came to Roy. With a serious face, he said to Roy, "A large-scale riot has occurred on Partington Island. The Silver Moon Elves and the Half-Blood Elves are currently holding their own opinions, and neither of them is willing to give in. The reinforcements of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion have arrived at Golfito Canyon. Lord Earl Swinburne hopes that the mine guards will evacuate from the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp as soon as possible, or you can come forward to deal with this riot." Chapter 662. It is impossible for the mine guards to evacuate from the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp immediately under the current circumstances. At present, apart from the half-blood elf warriors of the mine guards, no other regiment in the Golfito Valley can fully adapt to the environment of the Dark Land. This place is full of dark energy. If there is no purification technique to dispel the dark energy that has contaminated the body, the elf warriors will be eroded by the dark energy for a long time, and their minds will be easily affected by the dark aura. Roy is a priest who can purify the dark energy from the half-blood elf warriors. This is what Captain Gabreth has always believed. This is also the most troublesome thing for Captain Gabreth. There are more than 50,000 elf warriors stationed in Golfito Canyon, but there are no other teams that can be sent to the Dark Land except the mine guards. In fact, the priests of the Moon Temple are also unwilling to enter the Dark Land. This means that once the Silver Moon Elf warriors are stationed in the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp, they will have to pass through the Dark Gate every 2 weeks to let the priests of the Moon Temple purify the dark energy in their bodies. In the tent of the Mine Guard, Roy looked at Captain Gabreth and said directly, "The garrison period of the Mine Guard has not yet expired. For the time being, let my team continue to guard the dark portal." Roy's eyes did not linger on Captain Gabreth's face. He turned around and said sincerely to Captain Malthus, "As for the reinforcements sent by Earl Swinburne, let them get familiar with the environment of Golfito Canyon for the time being. I will take the time to return to Partington Island to understand what the situation is over there. The Mine Guard can still stay here for the time being." Roy knew that Earl Swinburne would send the Elf Guard to replace his Mine Guard, but he didn't expect that the new army would come so soon. "That's the best, Roy. I can give you a pass to leave later." After hearing what Roy said, Commander Gabreth said on the spot that Roy could leave Golfito Canyon at any time. Roy stood up and saluted Commander Gabreth. Commander Gabreth patted Roy on the shoulder and said to him kindly, "Then this matter is settled." Afterwards, Captain Gabreth did not stay at the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. He passed through the Dark Gate and returned directly to the Legion headquarters in Golfito Canyon. Only Captain Malthus was left at the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. He sat in the tent, looking at the detailed maps of the Dark Land hanging around the tent, and sighed. "I didn't expect that you have been to so many places in the Dark Land in more than a year." Roy smiled calmly, scratched his head, and said to Captain Malthus, "I have indeed been to many places. I have been to the depths of the sea in the Dark Land, where I have seen the entrance to the abyss. I also walked along the expedition road to the Dragon's Throat Expeditionary Camp in one breath, where I saw the Nakma demon army. Now I know that it is actually quite hard for the priests to fight in the Dark Land." After saying this, Roy sighed silently. At this moment, he thought of Captain Jarowin and the Knights Templar, the abandoned priests in the expeditionary camp, and the great priest Reed who died in the Dragon's Throat Expeditionary Camp. Captain Malthus was not very concerned about the situation in the Dark Land. At present, it seemed that the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp was still very safe. He stayed alone this time mainly to convey Earl Swinburne's order to Roy. Captain Malthus became a little serious, and said to Roy, "Earl Swinburne sent an order. He hopes you can take the mine guards back to the Partington Plain as soon as possible. In the past 6 months, the conflict between the Silver Moon Elf merchants and the Half-Blood Elf collectors on the Partington Plain has intensified, and there is no room for easing between the two sides. What's more, the magic herb market is even hotter than last year." Roy smiled bitterly and asked Captain Malthus, "So you asked me to clean up the situation over there?" Captain Malthus nodded and asked Roy, "When can you leave?" Roy thought for a while before answering, "I still need to deal with the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. Give me half a day. After half a day, I will pass through the Dark Gate and arrive at Golfito Canyon. If everything goes well, as long as I get the certificate to go out, I will immediately take the magic airship to Partington Island. Okay, remember to find me at the camp when you get to Golfito Canyon," Captain Malthus told Roy. After saying these things, Captain Malthus left the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. Roy didn't need to arrange work for Deputy Captain Timothy. He stayed at the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp for half a day mainly to bring all the dark monster materials he had harvested during this period back to the Elf continent. In addition, Roy had to make some additional arrangements before leaving the Dark Land. For example, he had promised Captain Jelowin that he would occasionally wait for them at the market of the Isnes Expeditionary Force Camp. This time when Roy went to the Elf continent, he had to arrange for people to go to the market of the Isnes Expeditionary Force Camp regularly to wait for news from Captain Jelowin. In addition, Leah and Alice also had to make some arrangements. Leah and Alice built a small tent in the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp. The two sisters usually slept in the tent. Leah still ran around every day, and Alice went to the holy water pool in the center of the camp every day to pray with other half-blood elf guards. Every day, she wore a gray cloak with a hood covering her face, and recited prayers with the half-blood elf guards beside the holy water pool. Alice gained a lot of praise in the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. Leah found that Alice was always saying one thing and doing another recently. During the day, she smiled and said to Leah that it would be great if she could live in the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp forever. But at night, Alice would mutter in her sleep that she didn't want to be trapped in the Dark Land for the rest of her life. It would be great if she had the chance to go to the Elf continent. Leah began to be a little confused about what Alice was thinking in her heart. Alice was relatively normal during the day. Leah had nothing to do recently, and was quite bored in the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp. "Do you want to go to the Elf continent with me?" Roy opened the curtain outside the tent and asked Leah and Alice inside the tent. "Okay," Leah answered very straightforwardly and decisively. "Ah, it's too troublesome. I'd better forget it," Alice said with some entanglement. Two different voices. Roy hesitated for a moment and said to the sisters, "I just have to go to Partington Island in the Elf continent to do something. I guess I will be back soon. If you two want to go to the Elf continent, now is a good opportunity. If you don't want to go, then stay here in the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp." "I want to go to the Elf continent," Leah said with longing on her face. Then Leah hurriedly shook Alice's arm and said to her, "Alice, let's go together." Alice bit her lip, lowered her head, and hesitated for a long time before slowly nodding. Roy was arranging the half-blood elf guards in the tent, and the great magician Graham seemed to come to the door. He walked directly into the tent and asked Roy loudly, "Roy, I heard that you are going back to the Elf continent to deal with some things." "Yes, I will go back to Golfito soon, and then take the magic airship to Partington Island. Roy replied. Great Magician Graham said, Teacher Olaud has something to deal with here, and he can't leave for the time being. He specially asked me to return to the Elf Continent with you, and asked me to take time to take you to visit the Inscription Master and ask him to tailor a set of magic pattern construction for you. I will be responsible for this matter. Roy waved his hand, indicating that the half-blood elf guards in the tent could go out to prepare for this trip. Then he asked excitedly, Can I use the leather of the Frost Dragon to make a set of heavy leather armor this time? No problem, just wait for my arrangement. Grand Mage Grims patted his chest and assured Roy. After discussing this matter, Grand Mage Grims was about to leave. Roy sent Grand Mage Grims to the door of the tent and asked him casually, Speaking of which, on the battlefield of the Dragon's Throat Expeditionary Camp this time, weren't there 3 liches in the black fog behind the Nakma demon army? Why did Grand Mage Cedric and his men only bring back 2? In fact, we only need 6 liches this time. If we catch more, we have nowhere to deal with them. It's better to deal with them directly on the battlefield. Grams, the Great Magician, said bluntly. Roy was a little speechless. It turned out that they were hunted down because they were no longer needed. Grams, the Great Magician, walked out of the tent and reminded Roy as he walked away, Remember to call me when you leave. After dealing with the matters at the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp, Roy took Leah and Alice to the Dark Gate Magician Rest area and met with Grams, the Great Magician, as agreed. The group returned to the back garden of the Statue of Liberty in Golfito Canyon through the Dark Gate. Roy had to go to Captain Gabreth in person and ask him to issue a certificate of absence so that he could leave the expeditionary camp at the Dark Gate. Roy met Captain Gabreth, who was busy signing documents in the main hall. He looked up and saw Roy, and immediately ordered his attendant to bring a piece of magic parchment and signed his name on it with just a few strokes. This time, Captain Gabreth signed the most straightforwardly. Roy took the certificate of absence and immediately said goodbye to Captain Gabreth. After leaving the main hall of the Statue of Liberty, Roy met up with everyone in the garden in front of the temple. It was the first time for the sisters Leah and Alice to see the lush plants in the garden, which had many species of plants. Leah stood beside the pool in the center of the front yard, looking at the neatly trimmed plants around her. She suddenly felt a burning sensation in her body. Leah quickly took out the magic cloak from her package and put it on to isolate the faint holy light outside. Alice lifted her long skirt, threw off her shoes, walked barefoot into the knee-deep pool, and then walked towards the Statue of Liberty in the pool step by step. Alice looked up and stared at the statue for a long time, then lowered her head and stood in front of the statue in silence. When Roy came back, Alice whispered to him, "Is that the Statue of Liberty?" Roy nodded and replied, "Yes. But now, the holy light of the Statue of Liberty can't reach the Elven continent." Roy added in a low voice. Great Magician Graham stood at the door of the Statue of Liberty temple and waited for everyone to come out, then said to Roy, "Roy, are you taking the magic airship to leave Golfito Canyon this time?" Roy nodded. "Then I wait for you at the lakeside dock." After saying that, the Great Magician Grams walked straight towards the entrance of Golfito Canyon. It was the first time for Leah to see the emerald green mountains, the first time to step on the soft green grass, and the first time to see the garden full of flowers. She walked on the path in Golfito Canyon, and every time she took a deep breath, she seemed to want to breathe all the air into her body. "So this is the Elf Continent. It's so beautiful here, Alice. I want to stay here." Leah came close to Alice and whispered to her. Although Alice was also silently observing her surroundings at this moment, she was not like Leah, using her body to sense the surrounding environment. She even heard two voices in her heart. One voice was the divine thought that invaded her body. At this moment, the divine thought roared hysterically, "Hurry up and give your body to me. Let me control your body, so that I can recover the power of holy light in the shortest time. The power of holy light here is so abundant. Hurry up and let me out." Another voice in Alice's body stood up to refute. "Don't give your body to her. She just wants to occupy your body and then drive you out of it. Don't trust her." Alice covered her head that was about to explode with both hands and walked forward silently. Leah soon noticed Alice's abnormality and asked her worriedly, "Alice, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Alice shook her head quickly. At this time, Roy brought the two to the camp of the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights. Captain Malthus of the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights had specifically told Roy that when he passed by Golfito Canyon, he must stop at the Silver Pegasus Knights camp for a while. Roy walked in, and sure enough, Captain Malthus was waiting for him in the camp. "Roy, when you come into contact with the Silver Moon Elf nobles, try to say and do as little as possible. In addition, there are many ways to solve problems, but remember not to let the conflict escalate. Captain Malthus told Roy. Captain Malthus also gave Roy some letters, entrusting him to take these letters written by the Silver Pegasus Knights back, and then forward them to Castleton City by mail. Chapter 663. After a magic airship entered the wind layer, the crew on the magic airship raised all the sails. When the main and secondary ball sails at the bow were all released, the course of the magic airship was completely determined, and the magic airship moved forward at full speed in the wind layer. It looked like it was being pulled by an invisible hand in front, and at the same time, a big hand was pushing hard from behind. After entering the wind layer, as all the sails were inflated, the three main masts of the magic airship began to bear huge thrust, and the crossbars of the main masts kept making friction sounds. The cables were pulled straight by the strong wind. The 12 floating devices were running at full capacity during the launch phase, but after reaching the wind flow layer, the 4 floating devices in the middle immediately entered standby mode. The crew members were already very familiar with the operation of the magic airship. They knew how to observe the wind's speed and direction, and would draw a route map on the map. There were a total of 17 reference points along the entire flight route for the crew to determine the specific location of the magic airship. The captain who drove this magic airship was one of the first half-elf warriors to join the Mine Guard group. Roy walked out of the cabin. The wind on the deck was very strong. Standing next to the railing at the stern, he could see the endless sea of clouds under his feet in the strong wind. Golfito Canyon has disappeared from view. Through some gaps in the clouds, you can see a blue expanse under your feet. Roy came to the cockpit and asked the half-elf captain, "Rajam, have we passed the city of Murayaki?" "Boss, we flew over Murayaki port an hour ago. If there were no clouds blocking our view, we could still see the largest island in Sheephorn Fjord," Captain Rajam said respectfully to Roy. "You are very familiar with this route. Have you been flying this route recently?" Roy stood beside the rudder and asked Captain Rajam. A crew member brought 2 cups of tea, and Roy took one and took a sip. This cup of tea was very bitter, not the sweet and sour taste that the elves liked. Captain Rajam replied, "Recently, I mainly transported some goods to the port of Murayaki and brought some goods back by the way, all of which were short distances." Roy nodded. While looking at the sea of clouds in the distance, he asked Captain Rajam, "So you should have been to Murayaki City?" Captain Rajam chuckled and said a little embarrassedly, "Well, I've been there a few times." "How do you feel? I mean the attitude of the Silver Moon Elves in Murayaki City towards the Half-Blood Elves." Roy turned his head to look at Captain Rajam, trying to find the real answer from his expression. "Well, I feel that they still have some prejudice against Half-Blood Elves. Some shops on the street are not open to Half-Blood Elves, but by comparison, the situation at the port is much better." Captain Rajam answered seriously. The gap between the Silver Moon Elves and the Half-Blood Elves has existed for many years, and Roy knew that this would not change overnight. However, many cities have begun to plan certain living areas for the Half-Blood Elves, and even many markets have begun to accept Half-Blood Elves. These are the changes made by the Silver Moon Elves. Roy never expected that there would be riots on Partington Island. Because this island is completely a Half-Blood Elves island, there are almost no Silver Moon Elves on the island. The Silver Moon Elves who come and go on this island, at most, rent a house in the town. They mainly want to enter the Partington Plain through Partington Island. It is said that on an island full of Half-Blood Elves, even the Silver Moon Elves should not be so strong. Especially on the island with the portal connecting to the Partington Plain, the Half-Blood Elves here will definitely have the advantage in numbers. But now the information conveyed by the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion is that the Half-Blood Elves and the Silver Moon Elves are in a stalemate on the island, and the portal has been forced to close for several days. The island has also experienced a shortage of supplies, and almost all trade activities have been forced to be interrupted. In fact, this matter should have been solved by Lord Swinburne himself, but unfortunately the Half-Blood Elves on Partington Island did not want to communicate with Lord Swinburne at all. Roy returned to Partington Island this time, mainly for him to communicate with the Half-Blood Elves. Blown by the cold wind of the wind layer, Roy felt that he was suddenly much more awake. Inside the cabin was a very clean bunk bed, and there was a small wooden table by the window with a candlestick on the table. The magic airship was sailing in the wind layer, and there was no trace of cold wind in the cabin. There was a plate of fruit on the table, including plums, apples, and grapes, and even crystal water droplets hung on them. The 2 sisters had never eaten these fresh fruits in the dark land. Leah was sleeping on the upper bunk wrapped in a soft blanket. Her breathing was light and even. It was probably a little hot in the cabin. Although she was wearing a vest and shorts, her brown arms and thighs were still exposed outside the blanket, and her feet were playfully stretched out from the gap between the railings at the end of the bed. She exuded a very pleasant smell of orange soap. Alice was sitting quietly on a chair wrapped in a soft blanket, looking at the sea of clouds outside through the glass window. She reached out and picked up the cup on the table and drank half of the orange wine in the cup. Originally, this kind of orange wine has a good sleep-inducing effect, but Alice was not sleepy at all at this time. She had 2 dark circles under her eyes and looked extremely haggard. This time, she let the evil thoughts that invaded her body fall asleep again and regained full control of her body. In order to be able to fully control herself, Alice gave up the magic that was at her fingertips and gave up a way to make herself very strong. Thinking about it carefully, she actually still regretted it a little. After all, as long as Alice wants to, she can learn those divine arts by just stretching out her hand. She held the cup and sighed softly. Now she already felt that her body seemed to be getting weak and tired, and she felt that she was too lazy to even raise her arms. The blanket slipped off, revealing her round and white shoulders, and her entire back was exposed to the air. There were 2 scars on both sides of her shoulder blades, which looked very much like the wounds of High Priest Reed before his death. She looked at the reflection reflected by the glass window, a strand of long golden hair hanging down from her ears, and her eyes, like the blue sea, were a little confused. Alice put her hand on the glass window, and her beautiful face was reflected in the glass window. "Alice, you look very tired. Did you not sleep well?" Leah's sweet voice came from behind. She seemed not to be fully awake, and her voice was full of baby voice. A hand stretched out from the bed helped Alice pull up the fallen blanket and wrapped it around her cold shoulders again. Alice felt warm in her heart when she heard the voice. She turned her head and looked at Leah, who had just opened her eyes lying on the upper bunk, smiled and said, "Well, I always have nightmares recently, which makes me a little confused about reality and dreams." Leah sat up from the bed and hit her head on the ceiling. She covered her head with her hands and said to Alice, "How about I call Roy over and ask him to check you out?" Alice shook her head, stood up from the chair, rubbed her sore eyes, and replied, "Don't bother with that. After entering the elf continent, I can also obtain the power of holy light. I just have some insomnia because of the change of place. I suddenly feel that the dark land is also good." At this point, Alice suddenly paused. "Leah? Alice suddenly raised her head, stared into Leah's eyes, and said to her, "Let's go back to the dark land to live. How about it? Let's go back to the old days and live together in the Iris camp. Although it's very barren there, I sleep very well every day." Leah was a little confused and asked Alice in doubt, "Isn't the elf continent good? If you stay here, won't you be able to replenish the power of holy light?" Alice smiled bitterly and said, "It's because the elf continent is really good that I'm a little worried. I'm afraid I've become something I don't even recognize myself." Leah jumped off the bed and hugged Alice from behind, resting her pointed chin on Alice's shoulder. With their faces close together, Leah whispered, "How is it possible? My Alice will never change." Alice frowned and said, "But if you stay in the elf continent for too long, your body might not be able to bear it, right?" Leah immediately replied with a smile, "Actually, I'm fine." Through the glass window, looking at the thick clouds under her feet, Leah raised her hands, and a layer of golden holy light appeared on her hands. In another cabin of the magic airship, the great magician Grams was carefully drawing a magic scroll at the desk. This is a skill that every magician must master, because different magicians are proficient in different magics. They only need to draw the magic they are best at. The magic scrolls they make can be exchanged for other magic scrolls, or they can be carried with them for emergency use. Great magician Grams loved adventure. If Roy hadn't suddenly returned to the elven continent, he would have entered the dark land again. He would have followed the road to Haiti and explored further inside. But since Teacher Allot arranged for him to accompany Roy to visit the inscription master, great magician Grams couldn't refuse. In fact, he also felt that the magic pattern structure of Roy's thick leather armor should have been replaced long ago. It was even worthless to repair it. The damage was too serious, and the magic pattern arrays inlaid on the magic pattern structure were so dense, and there were too many magic pattern arrays. Sitting in the magic airship, great magician Grams suddenly had an idea. He suddenly thought that it would be great if he could have such a magic airship that could sail everywhere. At this moment, great magician Grams suddenly had the idea of pulling Roy into his adventure group. A brand new magic scroll appeared in front of great magician Grams, and he quickly tied up the scroll. The hand holding the magic engraving pen couldn't help but reach into the magic ink bottle. Roy walked out of the captain's room and walked around the deck. The crew members saluted him one after another. In addition to checking the floating device, Roy also praised the crew members on duty on the deck. Roy walked into the restaurant on the first floor of the ship. The shelves in the restaurant were full of tempting fruits and food. There was only one table in the room surrounded by crew members, and there was a chessboard on the square table. Roy walked into the restaurant, and the crew members, who were playing chess around the table, immediately stood up and saluted him. One of the crew members sneaked out of the restaurant holding the chessboard, and the other crew members followed him out. This Count Felek poked his head out of the door at this time, glanced around the restaurant, and smiled when he saw Roy. "I was wondering why those guys ran so fast. So you were in there. Roy, these magic airships are really good. When you pass by Castletown City, don't forget to send me to Castletown Port." This Count Felek sat down opposite Roy and reminded Roy. "The magic airship may not arrive at Castletown Harbor first. You may need to wait on the magic airship for a while," Roy said casually. At this time, a crew member came out with a plate of food. In front of Roy was a burnt sea fish, which made Roy's appetite increase greatly. "This Count Felek, you came out with me this time. What are your plans for the future?" "I think you should live in Castletown for a while. It's really nice there," Roy said to Viscount Felek while eating grilled fish. "What? Did your mine guards receive the news to evacuate Golfito Canyon?" Viscount Felek immediately understood what Roy said. "Well, the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion has sent new reinforcements. Once they adapt to the environment of Golfito Canyon, the mine guards will be ready to go to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp immediately," Roy replied. "Then what about the trade of warcraft materials in our dark land?" Viscount Felek was instantly anxious. He had been in charge of the trade of dark magic beast materials recently. "What else can we do? We can only suspend it," Roy said indifferently. "But if you think doing business is interesting, you can do something else, such as trading magic herbs and magic metals. You brought me out of Golfito because of this, right?" Viscount Felek looked enlightened. Roy nodded, and then said, "Of course, if you don't want to do it, you can continue to stay in Golfito for vacation, or use Castletown Port as the starting point of a new trip. Let me think about it, okay? My mind is a little confused all of a sudden," Viscount Felek said somewhat dejectedly. The network he had just established in Murayaki Port was useless all of a sudden. He had to start from scratch in Castleton City, which gave him a headache just thinking about it. But if he didn't leave this time, once Roy's mine guards evacuated Golfito, Viscount Felek would be in even more trouble. It was still unknown whether anyone would be willing to protect him at that time. Chapter 664. It took the magic airship nearly 4 days to return to Partington Island from Golfito Canyon. Partington Island and Palram Island are like a pair of twin stars in the vast ocean. Looking down from the sky, the two islands 80 kilometers apart do not seem very far away. Partington Island is formed by a giant god peak. There is a silver sandy coastline on the periphery of the island. This giant god peak has a very hidden mountain belly, and a crack deep into the mountain belly. If you look down from the sky, you can only see a green mountain surrounded by a white line. Parram Island is very different. This island is not a mountain, but a platform 40 to 50 meters above the sea. There is no beach coastline around Parram Island. The edge of the entire island is a complete cliff. Only a kind of needle grass grows on the island. However, both islands are round and cover a similar area. When looking down from the sky, it feels that the two islands are not much different. In fact, these two islands are very famous. Parram Island is the only prison island in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. The prisoners imprisoned here are almost all serious criminals. Partington Island is the only island in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom inhabited by half-blood elves. The permanent residents on this island are basically half-blood elves. However, as the Partington Plain produces a large number of magical herbs, Partington Island has also welcomed a lot of merchants. Among these merchants, most are Silver Moon Elf merchants. These merchants enter the Partington Plain through the portal, and occasionally stay on Partington Island. In addition, Partington Island is also the material transfer station of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. A large number of military supplies are stored in Partington Island and Padstow City. On the dock of Partington Island, there is also a military material warehouse of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. Half of the ships moored on the dock belong to the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. With a loud bang, the magic airship smoothly landed on the turbulent sea surface after all the floating devices were shut down. The magic airship shook violently twice on the sea surface, and the huge waves splashed out from both sides of the ship. The crew had already lowered all the sails, so the magic airship only shook violently twice before stopping. The half-elf crew cheered on the deck, then adjusted the sails, and headed for the safe harbor of Partington Island. The way the magic airship sails in the wind layer is completely different from that in the sea. In the high-altitude wind layer, the hurricane is like a big hand, pushing the sail violently from behind the hull under the traction of the bow sail. When in the sea, the wind blows on the sail from the side. The copper ram horn on the bow split the waves on the sea surface, and soon arrived at the safe harbor of Partington Island, where some facilities for transforming the magic airship are still preserved, but the dwarf craftsmen have left. A year ago, after the last magic airship was modified, the dwarf craftsman Mags left here with his 4 dwarf apprentices. This safe haven was therefore idle. Roy's magic airship sailed in here, and all the modified brackets were retained, some placed on the shore, and some standing in the sea. It must be said that the infrastructure built by the dwarves is extremely solid. All the brackets are made of wood and are soaked in salt water. They are not only corroded by seawater, but also attached to shellfish. A year later, these renovation facilities were still intact. In fact, when the magic airship was landing, Roy saw that the harbor of Partington Island was full of medium-sized sailboats. Not only that, there were also a large number of Silver Moon elves stranded on the beach outside the island. The whole Partington Island was full of elves. Roy landed on the beach of Partington Island in a small boat. There was already a group of Silver Moon elves guards waiting on the shore. These Silver Moon elves guards were wearing the standard armor of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. When they saw Roy coming down from the boat, they saluted in unison. A team of half-blood elf guards jumped off the boat from behind Roy and followed him. "I am Roy, the captain of the Pagisto Plateau Mine Guards of the Partington Plain." Roy walked up and said to the Silver Moon elf captain standing at the front of the team. The Silver Moon elf captain saluted Roy again, and then said with a serious face, "Captain Roy, I am Hua Luichi, the captain of the 1st Squadron of the 2nd Battalion of the 97th Silver Moon Elf Guards of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. We have been ordered to patrol the beach in the western part of Partington Island. It is an honor to meet you, Captain Roy. What is the current situation on Partington Island? I need you to give me a detailed introduction." Roy asked curiously. Captain Hua Luichi touched his nose awkwardly, and then replied, "Now the Silver Moon Elves have surrounded Partington Island. As of today, it has been the 16th day. The half-blood elves occupy the portal. The portal to the Partington Plain is still closed. Both sides insist on their own opinions and refuse to give in. So far, everyone has been in a stalemate. Roy personally experienced the days when the portal of Partington Island was closed. Although he had a teleportation pass and could enter and exit the Partington Plain without restrictions, all materials on Partington Island were extremely scarce during that period, so the life of the half-blood elves on the entire plain was not so good. Unexpectedly, now there are some conflicts between the Silver Moon Elves and the half-blood elves, which forced the portal to be closed. It can be seen that these Silver Moon Elves want to reenact the hard days of the 5-year ban and teach the half-blood elves living on the Partington Plain some lessons. But they don't know the actual situation of the Partington Plain. Now that the Sun Island Bay has been included in the elf territory, the food supply chain of the entire Partington Plain has formed a perfect closed loop. In addition, other products on the Partington Plain are also very rich, and most of the materials do not need to rely on the supply of the elf continent. The most affected people after the portal was closed might be the elf merchants. Of course, there was also the biggest distributor of primary magic herbs in the Partington Plain, who is also the supplier of magic metal ingots. That's right, after the portal was closed, Roy's trade route was completely cut off. Roy frowned, and he did not ask Captain Hua Luichi about the cause of the conflict. Captain Hua Luichi was a Silver Moon elf noble. Although he was in a very low position in front of Roy, Roy could still feel the arrogance emanating from his bones. "So, this conflict has been going on for more than half a month?" Roy pursed his lips and asked Captain Hua Luichi. "That's true, and how long it will last is still unknown." Captain Hua Luichi raised his handsome sword eyebrows and said calmly. He could feel the dissatisfaction in Roy's words, but in front of Roy, he was neither humble nor arrogant, and was very calm. As they talked, the group came to the entrance of Partington Town. There were at least a few hundred Silver Moon elves blocking the cracks on the mountain road, and there were even more Silver Moon elves gathered on the beach. Here, you can see a lot of tents set up by the roadside by the Silver Moon elves. Most of them are hiding in the shade. When they see Roy leading a team of half-blood elf guards into the mountain town of Partington Island, they all stand up. At first, only a few Silver Moon elves stood up. As more and more Silver Moon elves stood up, they began to gather their courage and surround Roy. They shouted at Roy, "Where did you half-blood elves come from? Why are you still wearing the standard armor of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion? The portal to the Partington Plain has been closed. Don't go in anymore. They are the mine guards of the Partington Plain. Stop them, and don't let them go in anymore. Hey, you half-blood elves, listen to me. You quickly give up part of the magic herb market in the Partington Plain, otherwise we will all be in trouble. The Partington Plain has been occupied by you shameless half-blood elves for so many years. It's time to give it back to us. Yes, give it back to us. The Partington Plain belongs to the Silver Moon Elves. A group of Silver Moon Elves followed Roy, shouting and protesting at him indignantly. Roy stopped and turned to stare at the Silver Moon Elves, who shouted the protest slogan. Although he didn't say a word, his sharp eyes made the Silver Moon Elves take 2 steps back in embarrassment. Then the Silver Moon Elves immediately blushed, his forehead became shiny, and he stared at Roy with a stiff neck and asked, what do you want to do? Do you want to hit me? Roy took a step forward, scaring the Silver Moon Elf so much that he dared not move. Roy reached out and straightened the collar of the Silver Moon Elf, and said calmly, You are not worth my effort, but I remember your appearance. You should know who I am. You ruined my elementary magic herbal business. You must be careful when you go out in the future. Don't trip over a stone and die, or fall into the sea and drown when you are on the boat home. Finally, I will give you a word. Being alive is better than anything else. Captain Hualuichi came up, stretched out his hand to stop Roy and whispered, Captain Roy, you don't need to conflict with them. After all, you came here to resolve this conflict. Roy laughed and said, I came all the way here to deal with this matter, but I am young and my ideas are relatively simple. I guess you won't care about anything I did wrong. In fact, I prefer others to call me Boss Roy. After these words, Captain Hualuichi's face turned green and blue. Roy turned and walked towards the mountain town of Partington Island. The Silver Moon Elves on the roadside did not dare to come up to stop him. Roy walked into the passage between the cracks in the mountain. The road had been repaired to be very flat, allowing 2 carriages to move forward in parallel. The ground was paved with stone slabs. The gaps between the stone slabs were very small, and the road was very flat. In recent years, Roy has been in and out of the Partington Plain. He doesn't know how many times he has walked on this road. He also saw with his own eyes that this road has become wider and flatter. When he approached the entrance of the town, the Silver Moon Elves could no longer be seen. Almost all the residents in the town were half-blood elves. At this time, there was a row of roadblocks wrapped with thorns at the entrance of the town. Several half-blood elf warriors wearing leather armor, carrying bows and long swords, guarded the entrance. These half-blood elves did not know Roy. When they saw Roy coming in from the avenue outside, they walked up to him without any courtesy and stopped him. The half-blood elf guards behind Roy walked forward directly. They did not even make any explanation, but just showed their shining silver armor. Someone among the half-blood elf warriors guarding the entrance of the town immediately reacted. He stared at Roy with wide eyes and asked stutteringly, Are you Boss Roy? Yes, he is Boss Roy. Only the half-blood elf warriors around Boss Roy are qualified to wear the military standard armor. A half-blood elf warrior shouted excitedly behind him. Let them go quickly. Boss Roy is back. This matter can be solved soon. As they spoke, several half-blood elf warriors had already removed the roadblocks blocking the road and let Roy and his group walk into the town. In fact, the entire Partington town did not look very messy. Although the road outside was blocked by the Silver Moon Elves, the portal in the central square of the town was not completely closed. Every 2 days, the portal would be open for 1 hour at night, and the half-blood elves would carry some daily necessities from Padstow City, so the life of the half-blood elves in Partington town was not affected. Roy did not open the portal when he entered the town. He asked a team of half-elf warriors to wait in the central square, while he walked along the stone road at the edge of the town to the stone cave corridor carved out of the mountain wall. The buildings here are still the same as before, and the furnishings on the street have not changed at all. Roy stood in front of a residential house and knocked on the door gently. There was a sound of footsteps from inside, and the door was pushed open from the inside. Mrs. Nance's figure appeared from behind the door. When she saw Roy, there was no surprise in her eyes, but she smiled slightly and asked Roy, Roy, why are you here? Did the Silver Pegasus military ask you to deal with this troublesome matter? Roy nodded and said, Earl Swinburne said in the letter that I have some reputation among the half-blood elves in the Partington Plain, so he hopes that I can mediate the trouble here, but I don't know how the trouble started here, and I don't want to listen to the nonsense of those Silver Moon Elves, so I want to know the most real situation. Mrs. Nancy asked Roy to sit on the sofa in the living room and brought him a stack of wheat cakes and a cup of fruit tea. Then, Mrs. Nancy sat opposite Roy and said, In fact, this matter is not complicated at all. Some Silver Moon Elves covet the magic herb business in the Partington Plain, so they stay on Partington Island and want to get a share of the magic herb trade. Chapter 665. The moonstone chandelier in the living room emits a cool light, and the lemon tea in Roy's hand slowly turns from hot to cold. Mrs. Nancy first said that the Silver Moon Elf merchants were the promoters of this incident. If they hadn't spread these things, it would be impossible for Partington Island to gather so many Silver Moon Elf protesters. Of course, those Silver Moon Elves who rushed to Partington Island from all over the world also had some selfish motives, which were nothing more than the magic herbal medicine business that was currently booming in the Elf continent. It was just that Mrs. Nancy put the situation of the half-blood elves later, and Roy knew about it. There might be a bigger problem with the half-blood elves. Mrs. Nancy told Roy a lot, and Roy actually knew that there was a half-blood elf organization hidden in the Partington Plain. They usually used the word freedom to raise their banners, and for a while they even gave freedom speeches in various small squares in Padstow. Later, when Roy was about to take action against him, these guys disappeared in Padstow. But Roy didn't expect that just after he left the Partington Plain, those people would appear again and continue to give some secret speeches in Padstow. Leaving Mrs. Nance's residence, Roy lowered his head and walked on the corridor rock path carved out of the mountain wall. Thinking silently all the way, the half-blood elf guards following Roy didn't dare to make any sound. It was the first time they saw that Boss Roy's face would be so ugly. Until the group came to the square in the center of Partington Town, there was a team of half-blood elf warriors guarding here, and the portal was currently closed. The half-blood elf guards guarding the portal knew Roy. When they saw Roy leading a team of half-blood elf guards to the square, a captain immediately came up to greet Roy and saluted him. "How long will it take for the portal to open?" Roy asked the captain of the half-blood elf guard. "Boss Roy, according to our agreement with Padstow City, we have to wait until the evening." The captain of the elf guard responded in a low voice. Currently, a large number of Silver Moon Elf protesters live on the beach of Partington Island, which makes the connection between Partington Island and the Partington Plain cautious. Knowing that the magic hub of the portal cannot be activated in advance, Roy can only wait in front of the square of the portal. Roy was a little irritated and wanted to be alone for a while, so he found a secluded place in the corner of the square and sat down. A team of half-blood elf guards following Roy isolated this small area to prevent anyone from disturbing Roy rashly. Roy's face looked a little ugly. In his opinion, a very simple matter turned out to be so complicated. No wonder Earl Swinburne transferred him from the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp, obviously not wanting the situation here to get worse, and now only he can enter the Partington Plain to solve the trouble caused by the half-blood elves. After all, it had just been 8 years since the half-blood elves riot in Padstow. Some things, once cracks appear, are difficult to heal. Roy knew that the conflict between the half-blood elves and the Silver Moon Elves was like this, and sooner or later a bigger conflict would break out. He just didn't expect that the new conflict between the two sides would break out at this time. The half-blood elves and the Silver Moon Elves have very different attitudes towards life and personal beliefs. The Moon Temple has always refused to recognize that the half-blood elves belong to the Elf clan. Speaking of which, it was mainly the arrogant attitude of the Silver Moon Elves that chilled the half-blood elves. In the past, half-blood elves had no choice in their lives. They lived in the city of Silver Moon Elves and could only work as night watchmen, gravediggers, porters at the port docks, and fruit farmers picking apples in the apple orchard. Now a large number of half-blood elves have poured into the Partington Plain. The Partington Plain is a plain rich in magical herbs. As the magical herb market continues to be hot, the lives of the half-blood elves in the Partington Plain have also changed dramatically. No one wants to go back to the days when they were looked down upon. So this time, when a group of Silver Moon Elf merchants wanted to enter the Partington Plain and get a share of the magic herb trade, they were immediately strongly resisted by all the half-blood elves. If that was the case, Roy would not have needed to come all the way back from Golfedo. The magic hub started to work again, and a series of magic glows began to move along the magic gate's array, and circles of magic ripples appeared on the gate. When an elf guard from Padstow City walked out of the magic gate, the gate finally resumed normal operation. If nothing happened on Partington Island, a batch of daily necessities would be transported from Padstow City in about half an hour. Roy took advantage of this gap and walked directly into the portal with a group of half-blood elf guards. The portal was still a little unstable. When passing through the space-time rift, Roy only felt a buzzing in his ears. After walking out, his body was somewhat disordered. Although it was midnight on Partington Island, it was a sunny afternoon in Padstow City. The square in front of him was a little unfamiliar to him. A large pile of materials that were about to be transported to Partington Island were piled up next to the portal. A squadron of half-blood elf guards stood at the portal. The square seemed to have been repaved with granite. The entire square became very flat and spacious. The streets around the square were also widened. Across the street were rows of shops that looked pretty good. There were many pedestrians on the street, most of whom were half-blood elves. Roy walked out of the portal with a team of half-blood elf guards. His very recognizable face was immediately recognized by the half-blood elf guards. Roy stood at the exit of the portal and looked around. The security in Padstow City was still very stable, and the half-blood elves did not gather in the square. It seems that General Berkeley is still in control of Padstow City. Why, I have only been out for more than a year. Don't you recognize me? Roy said to the guards of the Padstow City Defense Guard with a smile. Of course they knew Roy. Standing in front of Roy, a group of half-blood elf warriors from the City Defense Regiment were full of joy, like children who had been wronged. This time, Earl Swinburne heard about this incident in the Queen of Winnie Islands and immediately wrote to me, asking me to come back to deal with it personally. Please rest assured that I will deal with this trouble soon. A group of half-blood elf guards were excited and happy. In fact, everyone was still scared by the riot in Padstow City. They were also afraid that the army of the Silver Moon Elves would suddenly come in through the portal, and then impose a blockade on the Partington Plain. Many half-blood elves may not know until now that since Roy successfully recaptured the Sun Island Bay, the Partington Plain has a complete supply chain of materials. Even if the Silver Moon Elves impose a blockade on the Partington Plain again, it will not affect the lives of the half-blood elves on the plain. The only ones affected were the magic herb merchants. It was precisely these herb merchants who personally created this protest. Roy left the Hero Square in Padstow and rode to the Silver Pegasus Military Headquarters in Padstow. The Silver Pegasus Military Headquarters was located on the Tree of Life in Padstow. This Tree of Life with vigorous vitality was a symbol of a city. In the eyes of the Silver Moon Elves, only places with the Tree of Life could build elven cities and be called cities. At least 3,000 Silver Moon Elf warriors were stationed in the small square outside the Tree of Life. Roy jumped off his warhorse, threw the reins in his hand to the follower behind him, and then walked along the long steps, and quickly walked into the headquarters of the Silver Pegasus Legion in Padstow City. When Roy walked through the first-floor hall, all the half-blood elves he met were staring at him. No one stopped him along the way when he walked into the military hall. Roy walked straight to the front desk and started to register his information, then looked around the rest of the front desk and whispered to the receptionist, "Is General Berkeley here?" "Yes, Captain Roy. Do you need me to make an appointment for you?" The receptionist was a female Silver Moon Elf with a very pleasant voice. When Roy was about to say hello to her and go upstairs to see Berkeley, he heard an elf officer walking over and saying directly, "Captain Roy, I will help you notify General Berkeley. You just follow me." The elf officer took Roy upstairs quickly, and the female Silver Moon Elf receptionist covered her mouth and blinked in surprise. A year ago, Berkeley was promoted to the Chief of Logistics of the Silver Pegasus Military Department in Padstow City. He also served as the head of the Padstow City Defense Guard. He not only controlled a large amount of materials of the logistics department, but also had a city defense guard. He was the highest-ranking and most powerful military commander of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion in the Partington Plain. However, this city defense guard regiment in his hands was originally formed with the help of Roy. Chief Berkeley was leaning over his desk reviewing a pile of material reports when a series of chaotic footsteps suddenly came from the door. The sound did not stop completely outside the door. As the knock on the door sounded, the door of the office was pushed open from the outside. Captain Roy is here." The elven officer poked his head in and said to the angry Captain Berkeley. Then the Silver Moon elven officer made way and asked Roy, who was standing behind him, to come in. Berkeley was startled at first, then stood up with a look of joy, walked quickly to Roy, and opened his arms, and the two hugged each other tightly. "Roy, why are you back?" "It's because of the trouble here. I thought you could handle those profit-seeking elven merchants, but I didn't expect you to let them indulge like this," Roy complained to Berkeley. Berkeley blushed and said with a guilty conscience, "I didn't expect things to turn out like this. What's the situation in the city? According to the news I heard, although the group of Silver Moon Elves are surrounding Partington Island, they are not the biggest trouble." "What's the situation here?" Roy asked directly. "The Freedom Association has appeared in Padstow again, but they have turned the speeches in various small squares into more secretive small gatherings. These guys have been advocating that half-blood elves should have the same rights as the three major elf races, and they also want to set aside a piece of land on the elf continent for the half-blood elves to live well." Chief Berkeley rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, "When I left, didn't I ask you to pay more attention to them? Whatever activities they have, you should suppress them. You should define this kind of gathering as an illegal gathering, and then arrest them, so that there will be no protests from the elves." Roy said. Berkeley stared at Roy and said, "Actually, I thought so too, but in the process of execution, I found that it was you who provided the convenience for the Freedom Association, so I paused. I was going to write you a letter to ask about this matter, but I didn't expect it to become a big deal overnight." Roy was startled by Berkeley's words. "Are you sure it's me?" General Berkeley nodded. Roy was immediately furious and asked General Berkeley, "Tell me what you know quickly. I am just stationed in Golfito Canyon with the mine guards. Who dares to openly use my name to support those guys from the Freedom Association?" General Berkeley approached Roy and whispered a name in his ear. Arriving outside the warehouse in Padstow, Roy found that the entire material warehouse had expanded nearly 3 times compared to more than a year ago. When Roy got off the carriage, he could still see a steady stream of carriages entering the warehouse, with a large amount of supplies going in and out, creating a bustling scene. Roy wanted to go through the warehouse gate and walk in directly, but was stopped by the half-blood elf guard at the door. The half-blood elf guards at the teleportation gate all knew him, but the half-blood elf guards here didn't know him. Roy was a little surprised. All outsiders must register before entering the warehouse, the half-elf guard said with a straight face. Roy did not explain much, and took a group of half-elves to the warehouse gate to register. The half-elf guard in charge of registration recognized Roy at once, and immediately sent someone to notify the director inside, Rambo. He accompanied Roy into the warehouse. At this time, a row of flatbed carts full of supplies were walking out of the warehouse. The flatbed carts were full of bundles of dried fish. Roy looked back and found that the cart behind was also full of some fruits. In addition to these, there were also some wooden boxes, and he could not see what was in them. Roy walked up directly, stopped the driver of the flatbed cart, and asked him, "Isn't the portal of Padstow City closed now? Where are you going to transport these supplies?" Chapter 666. The elf driver holding the reins first looked at Roy in front of him, and then saw a team of half-elf guards wearing standard armor following behind him. He panicked for no reason, and then guessed the identity of the young half-elf in front of him, who looked like a human. But he still asked cautiously, "Are you Boss Roy?" Seeing that Roy did not deny it, the driver hurriedly said to Roy, "These are all supplies to be transported to the Freedom Association. They are planning to hold a Freedom Declaration ball in the West Suburb Manor tonight." Roy looked at the supplies in the car without saying a word. A dance party didn't need a whole car of dried fish. In addition, regarding the organization that vigorously promoted the independence and freedom of half-blood elves, he remembered that before leaving, he asked Rambo to pay close attention. How did the warehouse become so closely related to those guys? Roy didn't say anything and walked into the warehouse with a frown. The half-blood elf guards following behind immediately stopped the freight convoy and prevented them from leaving. Rambo ran out of a small building in the material warehouse and saw Roy, and naturally his face was full of joy. He ran to Roy and said excitedly, "Roy, why are you back?" Roy looked at the expanded material warehouse. More than a dozen rows of warehouses have been built on the land by the river. There is also a high wall with wooden fences around it, and the wall is covered with ivy. Lombard invited Roy to the beautiful little building. The excitement on his face has not disappeared. He chattered, "Recently, there is some chaos in the Partington Plain. I thought you couldn't get away from Golfito, and I wanted to write to you. I didn't expect you to come back. How is the situation in Golfito?" Roy casually mentioned the situation in Golfito, and then asked Rambo, "Rambo, do you know that a large number of Silver Moon Elf protesters have gathered on Partington Island?" "Yes, I have called on all the half-blood elf collectors on the Partington Plain to boycott the Silver Moon Elf merchants," Rambo said indifferently. "Now many Silver Moon Elves see that we are rich in magical herbs, and think that we should not collect all the magical herbs in the Blackwater Swamp. But they can't find anything when they enter the Blackwater Swamp, so they ask the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion for the privileges of the Partington Plain. But this is a gathering area for half-blood elves, and they can't do whatever they want." When Rambo spoke, he seemed to be very passionate. Then he said to Roy with some pride, "The organization that advocates freedom and independence that you asked me to pay attention to, the half-blood elves in it are indeed a group of interesting guys. They are very brave and have a lot of ideas." He leaned back in his chair and answered frankly, "I know that the group of Silver Moon Elves have been protesting on Partington Island recently, causing the portal to be blocked. The group of Silver Moon Elves was instigated by some Silver Moon Elf merchants to block Partington Island. I have already had some countermeasures for this. It is great that you can come back from Golfito this time. With you in charge of the overall situation here, it is estimated that it will not take long for the Silver Moon Elves to leave Partington Island. I have mobilized a large amount of supplies from the Pagisto Plateau and Sun Island Bay. We are ready to fight them for a while to see who can hold out." When Rambo said these words, he did not notice that Roy's face was getting darker and darker, and he was still chattering about his recent actions. Roy did not expect that Rambo was actually supporting the Freedom Association. He stretched out his hand and rubbed his temple, and said speechlessly, "No. I told you to keep an eye on them, and you ran over to contact them. Now you think some of their ideas are very much to your liking?" Rambo nodded seriously, clenched his fists excitedly, and said, "The half-blood elves have been exploited by other elves for too long. It is a rare opportunity. We must fight for independence and freedom for ourselves. The Partington Plain is our new starting point. We can't let those Silver Moon elves enter the Partington Plain and compete with us for resources on the plain. Rambo, you need to calm down." Roy wanted to wake Rambo up, and pulled his shoulders with both hands and said, "The life of the half-blood elves in the Partington Plain is constantly changing, but we have no need to resist other elves entering the Partington Plain. Don't you think what you do is unreasonable? First, let's look at the ownership of the Partington Plain. This is the plain of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. Originally, there was a Silver Moon Elf Lord here. Although Lord Albus has been sent to prison, this does not mean that the entire Partington Plain belongs to the half-blood elves. The plain management rights are currently in the hands of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion." Roy paused, then pointed to his chest and asked Rambo, "Who do you think I am?" Rambo didn't know how to answer for a moment. "First of all, I am the leader of the 17th Silver Pegasus Corps stationed in the Padstow Plateau Mine Guards of the Partington Plain, and then I am Boss Roy. What exactly has the city of Padstow experienced in the past few years? I think you should know something about it, right? I have long said that the guys from the Freedom Association incited the half-blood elves in Padstow City to be independent and free. Do you think that if the connection between the Partington Plain and the Elf Continent is cut off, the half-blood elves can completely control this plain? Rambo, you think too simply. Just find a space mage in the Magic Guild, and you can open a portal leading to here. In less than half a day, the Ace Unicorn Army and Silver Pegasus Army of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom will pour into the Partington Plain. Do you still want to organize a riot with those guys?" Roy's words made Rambo pale. Afterwards, Roy said to Rambo with a dark face, "From now on, you stay in this room and can't go anywhere. I will deal with you after I solve the trouble here." After saying these words, Roy left Rambo standing there, and walked out of the building. The half-blood elves in the material warehouse were almost all transferred from the Pagisto Plateau, and everyone knew Boss Roy. Roy ordered the material warehouse to be sealed off, and no half-blood elves stood up to raise objections. The half-blood elves moved the materials on the carriage back to the warehouse, and all the warehouses closed their doors. At present, the material warehouse only accepts the materials transported in. Without the permission of Boss Roy, not a single iron ingot can be transported out. At dusk, the lights in the West Suburb Manor were bright. On top of a huge tree house, some platforms with a sense of hierarchy were built with wooden boards. These platforms were large and small. The large platform could even reach 400 to 500 square meters, and the small platform was also dozens of square meters. A half-blood elf band was at the top of the platform, playing soothing music. The half-blood elves dressed in their best clothes and walked up the steps of the giant tree to the platform. A dance party was being held here to celebrate the Declaration of Freedom. Many young half-blood elf girls were dancing in beautiful dresses on the dance floor. On some small platforms, there were also food and drinks. Bernard Chazo was wearing a very conspicuous dress and standing in front of the railing of the highest platform. He held a wine glass in his hand, and a group of half-blood elves followed behind him. These half-blood elves looked at Bernard Chazo with admiration. After gaining the support of Director Rambo, his actions in Padstow City became more and more aggressive. He first held several small-scale dances to declare his ideas of freedom and independence. After gaining the support of a large number of half-blood elves, he gradually expanded the scale of such gatherings. This is much easier than standing in a small square to give a speech. Bernard Zayaza looked very confident. He raised the wine glass in his hand, and the band behind the platform immediately stopped playing. The half-blood elves on each platform looked up at the highest point of the platform. Under the dazzling starry sky, Bernard Zayazu was like a half-blood elf noble, shouting to the half-blood elves present, "Everyone, we can't be silent this time." The Silver Moon elves have begun to realize that Partington is a rich land. They are thinking about entering the Partington Plain every moment, and then driving us back to the Elf Continent. We have cultivated this land into a beautiful home, but they are thinking about seizing what originally belonged to us. Everyone, we can't give in or retreat anymore. As long as the half-blood elves can become independent, we can create a kingdom that belongs entirely to the half-blood elves. The Freedom Association will lead everyone to fight for independence and freedom. We will lead all the half-blood elves to resist the oppression of other elves, and the contributions we have made to the entire race will eventually go down in history. Bernard Chazot's speech made all the half-blood elves who attended the ball excited, and everyone wanted to immediately declare the Partington Plain independent. Just when the half-blood elves were excited at the ball, a series of sharp and piercing whistles interrupted his speech. Countless lights suddenly lit up around the giant tree, and a group of half-blood elf guards rushed into the manor along the path outside the manor. They rode war horses, and there was a moonlight stone horse lantern hanging next to each saddle. Nearly 1,000 half-blood elf guards surrounded the giant tree. A group of half-blood elf guards surrounded Roy and Berkeley, and walked up step by step along the spiral staircase on the giant tree. Although the half-blood elves who attended the manor ball were extremely panicked, the party was completely silent because they had no way to escape. Although the stage created by the giant tree was extremely beautiful, the only way to get down from the giant tree was the spiral staircase. The half-blood elves knew Captain Berkeley, and everyone also knew the half-elf, who looked like a human. The name of Boss Roy had long been spread throughout the streets and alleys of Padstow City. Roy walked through a group of half-blood elves on the platform, and everyone made way for him. Until Roy walked to Bernard Chazot, all the half-blood elves' eyes fell on the two. Roy glanced at Berkeley, and then took the lead to say, "Bernard Chazot, tell me, besides inciting the half-blood elves to engage in the independence movement, what have you done recently?" Bernard Chazot narrowed his eyes, and a group of followers around him all gathered around, and everyone looked at Roy nervously. There are many rumors about Boss Roy in Padstow. It is said that several mine owners who escaped from the Nicobar Mountains hid in Padstow, and they were directly found one by Boss Roy and sentenced to death. In fact, the one he feared the most was the person in front of him. When Roy was in the Partington Plain, Bernard Chazot had chosen to avoid him. He heard that he went to the border of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, so he came out with his followers and carried out a series of actions. He even persuaded some half-blood elves who held real power. Now the portal is already closed. As long as the portal is completely closed, the action he planned will be successful. He has even decided that after holding the Declaration of Independence Ball, he will destroy the magic hub of the portal and completely paralyze the portal. But he never thought that Roy would come back at this critical moment. And he came straight to me right after he came back. Bernard Chazot felt his legs go weak. He could see the murderous intent in Roy's eyes. This guy was different from other elves. There was no death penalty in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, but Boss Roy didn't think so. Bernard Chazot felt his scalp tingling. He clenched his hands into fists and gave himself some hints over and over again in his mind. Boss Roy is also reasonable. Talk to him, don't be afraid of him. Although Bernard Chazot kept thinking this, his legs still became sore and weak, his body was shaking constantly, and even his teeth were chattering. He was speechless in front of Roy. He thought for a long time before saying to Roy, "Boss Roy, I planted the seeds of freedom in their hearts. Is there anything wrong with that?" Roy walked towards Bernard Chazot step by step. He wanted to retreat, but was blocked by the followers behind him. Roy looked at Bernard Chazot, who looked like a Silver Moon Elf, and said to him, "I only know that these ideas of yours will lead the half-blood elves to destruction. The radical ideas you spread will completely destroy the half-blood elves. So, I am going to formally arrest you now." A group of Bernard Chazot's followers stood up and asked Roy loudly, "Boss Roy, what's wrong with Teacher Bernard preaching free speech?" Roy turned his head and looked around. The half-blood elves who attended the ball were also looking at Roy indignantly, and seemed to agree with what the followers said. Roy said, "Elves are born equal, whether they are Silver Moon Elves, Wood Elves, Dark Moon Elves, or Half-Blood Elves. The Emerald Dragon has given every elf a number of inalienable rights, including the right to life, freedom, and the pursuit of happiness. You can settle, gather, and hunt in the Partington Plain, and other elves can do the same. Bernard Chazot, your speech seriously endangers social public security, so I think. You are guilty." Chapter 667. A dazzling holy beam of light fell from Bernard Chazot's head, and Bernard Chazot, who was covered in the holy light, could not move. A faint holy light emanated from Roy's body, and as a divine pattern appeared in front of Roy, a prayer sounded, and a cross composed of holy light pressed hard on Bernard Chazot's back, immediately bending him down. The followers around wanted to rush up, and a group of well-equipped guards rushed in from all sides and pressed these followers to the ground. The half-blood elves who came to the ball stood still, and they didn't dare to move at this moment. Some followers wanted to fight back, but the half-blood elf guards first knocked them to the ground with the hilts of their swords, and then kicked them with their combat boots wrapped in metal armor. Almost as soon as the 30 or so followers met, they were trampled under the feet of the half-blood elf guards. The half-blood elf guards pulled off the magic belt from Bernard Zayazo's waist and quickly put handcuffs on him. Some of Bernard Chazo's followers rose up in resistance, and some fled from the orchard in the dark. Soon, a large number of half-blood elf guards poured into the manor and almost lit up the entire manor. Roy walked to the top of the platform. Just now, Bernard Chazo stood here and gave an impassioned speech to everyone, and now it was Roy who stood here. I know what kind of life you lived before. My family also lives in the lower city of Castletown, and the life of the half-blood elves there is not too easy. Many half-blood elves work as porters at the port docks, some go out to sea to fish and sell the fish at the fish market, and some work as small vendors, night watchmen, fruit farmers, herdsmen, and gatherers in the street market. Of course, the gatherers have a very good life recently. The half-blood elves around him gradually relaxed their tense hearts when they heard Roy's brisk tone. Roy paused for a moment and then said, "Now everyone has come to the Partington Plain. I know the reason even if you don't tell me. Because the magic herb market is extremely hot, the magic herb business here is very good. Everyone's life has finally improved, and many half-blood elves heard that life here is easy. More than 90% of the whole city are half-blood elves. Everyone moved here from various places in the elf continent. You are willing to come to the Partington Plain, I welcome you very much." He glanced around the dance floor, and his expression suddenly became serious. Those Silver Moon elves saw that the magic herb business in the Partington Plain was very good, and they wanted to get involved. But you don't want to give up this part of the benefits, so you want to drive them out of the Partington Plain. If it is limited to normal business competition, I won't care about these things. But if any of you affects the normal trade of magic herbs in Partington, who stirs up trouble here, I will drive him out of the Partington Plain, and go back to where he came from. I, Roy, always keep my words. The half-blood elves on the platform were suddenly silent. Many of them saw Roy for the first time, but they had heard the name Boss Roy a long time ago. The manor was full of half-blood elf guards, so it was impossible to sneak away now. Roy turned to Chief Berkeley and said, "Berkeley, this is up to you. When you check the members of the Freedom Association, be as careful as possible. These half-blood elves are a potential threat to us no matter where they go." Chief Berkeley nodded. This matter was ordered by Earl Swinburne himself, and Roy came back from Golfito Canyon to solve it. So Berkeley has only been secretly investigating the information of the members of the Freedom Association these days, and has not taken any action. Seeing that Roy was about to leave, he asked Roy, are you going back? Roy and Captain Berkeley walked down the spiral staircase to the tree. Roy whispered, "I'm going to deal with the Silver Moon elves on Partington Island. The trouble over there has not been resolved yet." Looking at Roy's handsome profile beside him, Berkeley sighed. Although he was in charge of the Padstow City Defense Guard, only Roy could let a half-blood elf guard willingly go around the city to capture those half-blood elves without any explanation when a conflict broke out between the half-blood elves and the Silver Moon elves. He, the captain of the City Defense Guard, could not do it yet. In fact, he also wanted to implement the strategy of the previous logistics chiefs, that is, to place Silver Moon elf officers in the guard group, so that the execution of the entire guard group would be much better. But in that case, the City Defense Guard group would become the same as before. He has also done a lot for the half-blood elves recently, but unfortunately, he has not been able to make any waves, which makes him a little discouraged. Roy came to the central square of Padstow City. Many elf merchants heard that Roy was going to open the portal, so they waited in the square. Some carriages loaded with supplies were also waiting in line on the roadside, seemingly wanting to go through the portal back to Partington Island. The square here became very neat and beautiful after the expansion, and there were many shops around the square. The portal was reopened, and Roy was the first to pass through the portal to Partington Island, followed by a team of half-blood elf guards. Because the portal was not opened at the agreed time, the half-blood elf guards here became very nervous, and even several half-blood elf guards stood on the high platforms around, holding elven longbows in their hands, aiming at the exit of the portal. Seeing Roy walk out first, a group of half-blood elf guards put down their weapons. Roy walked directly to the half-blood elf guards, and said to the captain of the guards, "There is no need to close the portal this time. You will put the merchants waiting in Partington Town into the Partington Plain later. From now on, one day and one night, they will enter the Partington Plain from here, and then the caravan over there will enter Partington Town through the portal." "Yes, Captain Roy." These half-blood elf guards belonged to the City Defense Regiment, but they were also very convinced by Roy's words. Then Roy walked out of the town. The road leading to the outside of the town was still crowded with a large number of Silver Moon elves. Last time, Roy easily entered the town of Partington from here. Now Roy wanted to leave, but was immediately stopped by a large group of Silver Moon elves. They stared at Roy coldly, and when they saw the well-equipped, half-blood elf guards behind him, no one dared to fight Roy. Roy walked up to them, looked at all the Silver Moon elves calmly, and introduced himself. I am Roy. Some of you may have heard of my name, and some may not know who I am. It doesn't matter. What I want to tell you is that gathering on the beach of Partington Island has seriously affected the normal life of the island residents. If you have any requests, you can send a few representatives to talk to us. You can discuss it. In addition, I will not agree to any unequal requests from you, nor will I give you any privileges. He paused for a moment. The Silver Moon elves exchanged glances with each other, but no one stepped forward. Roy turned his head to look at the dark town of Partington, then pointed at the straight passage, and said to the Silver Moon elves, Partington is a very large plain. The areas we currently occupy are only the Padstow Forest, Pagisto Plateau and Sun Island Bay. You are welcome to choose to settle in these places after entering the Partington Plain. If you want to do business, then go to Padstow City to look for opportunities. The magic herb market there is pretty good. If you want to take risks, then go to the Blackwater Swamp and the northern forest of Padstow in the Partington Plain to try your luck. Strong adventure groups can also go inside. For many places in the Partington Plain, our maps are still blank. The Partington Plain does not ban hunting, so you can hunt monsters here. When the Silver Moon elves heard Roy introduce the characteristics of the Partington Plain, many merchants, who were familiar with the Partington Plain, became very impatient. Some Silver Moon elves who had other intentions for the Partington Plain could no longer stand Roy's nagging and scolded Roy in the crowd. The Partington Plain is ours. You half-blood elves, get out of the Partington Plain quickly. Roy was waiting for the radicals among the Silver Moon elves to speak. Hearing what he said, Roy followed the voice and locked onto a Silver Moon elf in the crowd. He was wearing merchant clothes and looked very young. Roy walked towards him, and the two half-blood elf guards behind him immediately protected him on both sides. After experiencing so many battles in the Dark Land, Roy had accumulated a lot of murderous aura. Seeing him slowly approaching, the other Silver Moon elves actually retreated, revealing the young Silver Moon elf merchant. Roy walked directly in front of him, looked him in the eye, and asked coldly, You said that the Partington Plain belongs to you, and you are the lord of the Partington Plain? The young Silver Moon elf merchant was frightened by Roy's momentum, and took 2 steps back before squeezing out a word from his throat. No! Seeing that the Silver Moon elf merchant was a little scared, Roy pressed on and asked, Do you have a plain title deed? No! Roy immediately questioned, Then what makes you say that Partington is yours? The young Silver Moon elf merchant was so embarrassed that his face turned red. After a long while he stammered, We will apply to the Silver Moon elf Elder Council. It will probably not take long for this statement to be approved. I hope you can convince the members of the Buena Silver Moon elf Elder Council, Roy said coldly, but next time if you want to see me, don't come empty-handed. It's best to bring the private contract of the Partington Plain. The young Silver Moon elf's face became worse. Roy continued to walk forward. Soon, the Silver Moon elves blocking the exit of Partington were dispersed by Roy. When Roy walked out of this road, he was surrounded by some shocked and angry Silver Moon elves. Their eyes were all on Roy, but no one dared to protest to Roy. Seeing that none of these Silver Moon elves took the initiative to stand up, Roy continued, Since no one is willing to stand up and negotiate with me, then I will tell you what I think. If anyone wants to go to the Partington Plain, you can enter Padstow City through the portal now. I can guarantee that there are no half-blood elves targeting you there. If you just want to vacation on Partington Island and enjoy the beach and sunshine here, then go back to the beach and enjoy a happy vacation. If you don't want to stay, you can also take a boat to leave Partington Island. Please don't get stuck here. When Roy said this, the half-blood elf guards, who followed Roy, started to act. Holding the booklet, the half-blood elf guards began to question the Silver Moon elves one by one. The Silver Moon elves had never experienced this before, and they actually recorded their names and other information in the booklet. This was obviously a preparation for subsequent retaliation. They thought that the Silver Pegasus Legion might not do anything to them, but the boss Roy in front of them was notoriously arrogant and unreasonable. Rumor has it that no less than 10 Silver Moon elves have died at the hands of this guy. Many Silver Moon elves retreated. Of course, some Silver Moon elves actually carried their luggage and walked towards Partington Town. When they heard that the portal was opened, they planned to go to Partington Plain to take a look. At this time, some supplies in Partington Town were transported out by carriages, and under Roy's arrangement, they were quickly transported to the medium-sized sailing ships at the dock. The dock of Partington Island was already crowded with medium-sized sailing ships, and many supplies on the central sailing ships could not be unloaded in time, and could only be stored on the ships. Now the merchants waiting on the ship saw that the road to Partington town was open, and immediately contacted the trucks at the dock to unload the materials they had stored on the ship and transport them to the central square of Partington town. Some Silver Moon Elf merchants, who couldn't wait any longer, had already crossed the road and ran straight to the town square. Roy thought that the Silver Moon Elves would hold on for a while, but he didn't expect them to be torn apart now. Some Silver Moon Elves returned to the beach, put their packed luggage on their backs, and then walked towards the port pier of Partington Island, apparently preparing to take a boat back to the Elf continent. They looked at the half-blood elf guards, who were chasing them from behind, and their pace gradually quickened. They didn't want to stay in this dangerous town for a moment. Some Silver Moon Elves simply hid in tents on the beach, pretending to be traveling. Roy stood on a reef next to the pier, squinting his eyes at the mess of Silver Moon Elves, and said nothing. The third day after Roy returned to Padstow City, a magic airship flew from the Pagisto Plateau to Padstow City, and flew into the airport pier silently. Chapter 668. On a magic airship moored at the airport terminal, Mullen, Lachand, and Tennyson walked down from the airship one after another. A carriage was parked outside the gate of the airport terminal, and two half-blood elf guards were waiting on the platform to bring the three elves to the carriage. Although Mullen and his companions were somewhat puzzled, they did not ask the two half-blood elf guards. The three of them sat in the carriage, and just whispered a few words before sitting upright. This was the first time for the three of them to come to Padstow at the same time. If something very serious had not happened, they would not have appeared in Padstow at the same time. In fact, the recent events in Padstow City had already spread to the Pagisto Plateau. Mullen did not take any action because Rambo came out to support her, and this group of half-blood elves held the banner of freedom and independence, which made Mullen a little moved. If the half-blood elves can own the entire Partington Plain, it will definitely be a good thing for the half-blood elves. Mullen had vaguely realized where the problem was. She sat in the carriage, closed her eyes slightly, and remembered some of the words Roy said to her before he left the Partington Plain with the mine guards. At this moment, she realized that Roy was absolutely serious. She suddenly opened her eyes. Lysander turned to look at her and asked, "Why, have you figured out why Boss Roy gathered us all together in Padstow?" Mullen nodded and replied, "Before Roy left, he asked me to keep an eye on an organization that preached freedom and independence everywhere. I found that they only appeared near Padstow, so I didn't pay too much attention to them, but asked Rambo to help me keep a closer eye on them. Later, I didn't ask again." When Lysander heard Mullen say this, he also remembered something and frowned slightly. In the carriage, only Tennyson sat in the corner with a calm face. Not long after, the carriage arrived at the warehouse. The door of the warehouse was closed, and there was no longer the bustling scene in the past. Usually, because the warehouse stored a large number of metal ingots and magic herbs, this warehouse was very lively. Now the door of the warehouse was very deserted. Lashanda had a bad premonition. He leaned forward and pushed the door of the carriage open, and was the first to walk out of the carriage. Mullen also walked out of the carriage with a serious face. When all three of them stood at the door of the warehouse slowly opened, and Roy walked out from inside. "Boss Roy. Good afternoon. Everyone, come in." Roy waved to the three people, and led them into the material warehouse. At present, the material warehouse was still in a state of stagnation, and the whole area seemed very deserted. "I asked you to come here not to blame you, but we must have a unified idea next." Roy walked into the living room of the small building, and asked the three people to sit down in the sofa rest area. Then, Roy talked about the reason for the conflict between the half-blood elves and the Silver Moon Elves. This conflict occurred on Partington Island. The conflict between the half-blood elves and the Silver Moon Elves has existed for a long time. Silver Moon Elves have always believed that half-blood elves belong to the lower class of elves. Silver Moon Elves believe that half-blood elves appear on the Elven continent to serve the Silver Moon Elves. For this reason, although every Silver Moon Elf city will accept half-blood elves, their work is the dirtiest, most tiring and most despised work, and even half-blood elf slums are set up in the worst places in each city. As the magic herb trade in the Partington Plain gradually prospers, many half-blood elves hear that there is a half-blood elf city in the Partington Plain, and soon there is a trend of half-blood elves entering the Partington Plain. Especially this year, all the half-blood elves in the entire Partington Plain are moving to the Partington Plain. In the past 6 months, nearly 800,000 half-blood elves have entered the Partington Plain, which accounts for almost half of the total number of half-blood elves in the Elven continent. Padstow City has expanded nearly 4 times its original area. Originally, Padstow City only had tree houses on a hillside, but now it has spread directly to two mountain ranges densely packed with various tree houses. A large number of half-blood elves came to the Partington Plain, causing many cities to lack the lowest level workers. Some cities fell into a semi-paralyzed state. No one cleaned up the garbage in the city, no night watchmen were seen on the streets, and even some parks were abandoned. The lives of some Silver Moon elves were affected, so the Silver Moon elves were very dissatisfied with the half-blood elves. These half-blood elves entered the Partington Plain and formed a huge army of collectors. They entered the depths of the Blackwater Swamp in groups to collect magic herbs, and they sold the collected magic herbs to herbal merchants. Among these herbal merchants, half-blood elf merchants are the most popular, while Silver Moon elves are the least popular. It is very difficult for Silver Moon elf merchants to purchase magic herbs in the Partington Plain. It was under such circumstances that a group of Silver Moon elves came up with an idea. They instigated some Silver Moon elves to come to the Partington Plain to make money. These Silver Moon elves were used to living a life of luxury in the Elven continent. When they came to the Partington Plain, they were restricted in everything they did. This group of Silver Moon elves could not accept it. They were excluded by the half-blood elves and could not adapt to the life in Padstow City. It was not easy to collect magic herbs, especially in the Blackwater Swamp. The deep swamp was full of poisonous black anacondas and dragonflies, making it even more difficult to collect magic herbs. The negative emotions that these half-blood elves had accumulated slowly in Padstow were used by those with ulterior motives, and many Silver Moon elves stood up to protest. The Silver Moon elves ran to Partington Island and began to block the island's dock. A large number of ships could not unload supplies in time after docking, and could only stay in the small port of Partington Island. A large number of Silver Moon elves gathered on Partington Island, and many half-blood elves also began to gather on Partington Island. General Berkeley was worried that the two sides would clash, and the Partington Plain portal was forced to close. Roy told the three elves, Mulin, Rosander and Tennyson, the whole story of the incident. I called you three to Padstow City, because I wanted you to learn about the Freedom Association in Padstow City. Once members of this organization appear in Padstow Plateau or Sun Island Bay, they will be dealt with immediately, Roy said firmly. Their remarks will only lead to deeper conflicts between the half-blood elves and the Silver Moon elves. We opened up a new territory in the Partington Plain in the hope that the half-blood elves can live a better life here, but we don't want them to have a more serious conflict with the Silver Moon elves. Mulin immediately stood up and said to Roy, I know what to do. This time when I return to Plateau City, I will immediately investigate whether any members of the Freedom Association have infiltrated Plateau City. Roy nodded slightly, then he looked at Lachand and said to Lachand, Langbo has been in close contact with the Freedom Association recently, and even provided a large amount of supplies to this organization within the city of Padstow. I invited you to Padstow City because I want you to come here to preside over the daily management of the material warehouse. Lachand's face flushed. He never thought that there would be a problem with his son Rambo. I will immediately sort out the material warehouse here, Lachand said in a dry voice. Roy still trusted Lachand very much. This old elf was also very clear-headed, and would not be easily deceived by the sweet words of the members of the Freedom Association. When the half-blood elves on the Pagisto Plateau were hunted by the headhunters on the plateau, it was Lachand who transported some half-blood elf children to the fortress town. Roy stood up, walked to the door opposite the living room, and stretched out his hand to push the wooden door open. Rambo, with a haggard face, sat alone in the room. He looked a little bad, and his eye sockets were a little sunken. The door of this room was not locked. Roy locked him here, and he had been seriously reflecting in the room. When he saw Roy open the door, he still stubbornly said to Roy, Roy, is it wrong for us to fight for real freedom? Rosander stood up from the sofa, took a few quick steps and rushed into Rambo's room, raised his leg and kicked Rambo, kicking him directly from the bed to the floor. Stupid, you are not fighting for our freedom, you want us to die. With Lachand suppressing Rambo here, Roy can leave the Partington Plain without worry. He asked Mulin to come here to let Mulin pay attention to the situation in the Plateau City. He transferred Deputy Captain Tennyson here to lead the Dark Moon Elf Warriors, who stayed here to search for the remaining members of the Freedom Association in Padstow City. He didn't want to leave too many hidden dangers. After the things here were explained, Roy had been delayed in Padstow City for nearly a week. Leah, Alice, and the great magician Grams were still waiting for him on the magic airship in the sheltered bay of Partington Island. After the matter here was settled, Roy came to the Silver Pegasus military headquarters to bid farewell to General Berkeley. After more than a year, General Berkeley looked much more mature and stable than before. He even grew a beard and sat behind the desk, with the aura of a superior. Seeing Roy push the door in, General Berkeley immediately waved and asked Roy to sit for a while. An assistant brought Roy a cup of fruit tea. General Berkeley quickly reviewed the documents on the desk, then came to Roy and sat on the sofa opposite. Roy, the Buenos Elf Elders Council has never given up investigating you. Now the Silver Pegasus Corps has a tough attitude, and you are stationed in Golfito Canyon with your troops, so the investigation has been conducted in private. I heard that several Silver Moon Elf nobles in Buenos Aires Royal City are investigating you. Some of the things you did made those nobles very dissatisfied. So for the next period of time, you'd better keep a low profile. If you can stay in Golfito, try to stay there for a while. Roy was slightly stunned. He hesitated for a moment before saying to Captain Berkeley, "At present, the reinforcements of the Silver Pegasus Legion have arrived in Golfito. This reinforcement is here to exchange guards with the mine guards. I have to remember to leave here. I also want to return to Golfito as soon as possible to complete the exchange of guards there." Then he added, "It is estimated that it will not be long before I will lead the mine guards from Golfito Canyon back to the Partington Plain. I came here to say goodbye to you. Then be careful on your way back. When you come back, it's best not to stop at Partington Island and go directly back to Padstow through the portal." General Berkeley lowered his voice. "Got it, don't worry about me." Roy reached out and patted Berkeley on the shoulder, giving him a look that said don't worry. Roy hurriedly left the Partington Plain and came to Partington Island again. The Silver Moon Elves who gathered on the island to protest had dispersed. Some went to the Partington Plain to look for business opportunities, and some took a boat directly back to the Elf continent. There were not many Silver Moon Elves who stayed on the island to enjoy the beautiful sea view. The beach on the island was in a mess, with discarded garbage everywhere. There were only 4 medium-sized sailboats on the dock of Partington Island, which was what the island should look like. However, a large amount of supplies were piled up on the dock of the island. The number of flatbed carriages on the island was limited, and these supplies were to be led to the Partington Plain. Now they were being pulled to the town square one by one. When Roy returned to the magic airship, he saw the great magician Graham sitting on the bow and fishing leisurely. When he stepped onto the deck, Leah waved to him from a round glass window and greeted him cordially. There was also a vague voice behind Leah, and Roy knew it was Alice without having to guess. Due to the no-fly order in Castletown, magic airships could not directly enter Castletown Harbor. If Roy wanted to return to Castletown, he had to take the supply ship of the Silver Pegasus Legion on Partington Island, which would take only 1 day to reach Castletown City. That night, Roy and the great magician Grams took a medium-sized sailing ship to Castletown City, and the members who accompanied them also included Leah and Alice. On Partington Island, great magician Grams also understood the cause of this incident. There had been conflicts between the Silver Moon Elves and the Half-Blood Elves for a long time, and great magician Grams was used to it. "I guess your handling of the situation will not satisfy the Silver Moon Elves. You have to be careful," great magician Grams reminded Roy, and then he said, "This time when we go to Castleton City, you have to go to the Magic Guild with me. It will take about 3 days. We will go to Mosophy City through the portal in the teleportation hall. There is a very famous inscription master there. Teacher Alaud asked great magician Cedric to write a letter to him. The 2 of us will go to him with the recommendation letter and ask him to help you make a second-level magic pattern structure." Chapter 669. The medium-sized sailing ship arrived at the port of Castletown just as the lights were on. The lights in the city lit up the entire hillside. The statue of the Silver Moon Fairy was hidden in the night, and only a vague outline could be seen, as if it was covered with a mysterious veil. The sea was relatively calm, without much wind and waves, and the medium-sized sailing ship was sailing smoothly on the sea. This was the first time Leah and Alice saw the sea in their lives, and it was also the first time they took a boat. Although they had made a magic airship before, the magic airship actually fell into the sea only in the safe harbor of Partington Island. The experience brought to them by the medium-sized sailboat was completely different. The waves kept hitting the bow, and the 2 sisters even felt seasick. But soon Leah adjusted from this dizzy state. The bright lights in the distance showed the difference between this place and the dark land. The salty sea breeze blew on her face, and Leah stretched her body. She hid in the cabin for a whole day, and only came to the deck to breathe in the evening. When the night came, she felt very comfortable. Alice, wrapped in a scarf, also came out of the cabin. She looked at the statue of the Silver Moon Elf on the top of the mountain with curiosity, and asked Roy, "That Silver Moon Elf must be the hero here." Roy was stunned for a moment, followed her gaze, and realized that he was talking about the landmark of Castletown. Many elves said that the statue was Earl Amelia Ellington, Who founded Castletown? Roy said. Thinking of Earl Amelia, Roy found that he had not been to Ellington Castle for a while. I probably won't have time to return to Castleton this time. Leah looked at the port dock, which was becoming clearer and clearer in her eyes. The dock was full of various ships, and was very lively. Although it was dark, there were still many elves walking around on the dock, and some half-blood elves were moving boxes of supplies from the ship. Grams the Great Magician was not interested in watching these, and rested alone in the cabin. Roy introduced to the two sisters, "This is Castleton Port, located on the east coast of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom in the Elf Continent. It is a natural harbor. If you can cross this endless sea, the other side of the sea is Roland Continent." Breathing in the familiar smell of the sea, Roy felt his whole body relax. There was only a streak of red left in the sky, and Roy continued to say to the two sisters, "I brought you to Castletown. If you like it here and are willing to settle in the Elven Continent, then don't go back to Golfito with me." He pointed to the brightly lit street in front of him, and said to the two sisters, "Living in this city should not be stressful for you." Alice stood aside and said nothing, but Leah put her hands on her hips, raised her head and glared at him, questioning, "Roy, are you going to abandon us? Just throw it away like trash?" Roy was a little confused by what Leah said. When did he become a scumbag? Why do you say that? I just think you are suitable to settle in Castletown. If you don't want to stay here, you can come back to Golfito with me," Roy said. Leah looked at Roy and said very seriously, "Alice and I have already thought about it. We want to become your followers, and then join the Mine Guards. I thought your ideas would change when you came to Castletown. Don't rush to make a decision. Anyway, you will stay here for a few days. Take a good walk around Castletown. Maybe when we chase you away, you won't want to leave." The three of them stood by the side of the boat, facing the sea breeze, looking at the blurred boundary between the sea and the sky in the distance, with the brightly lit port pier and the mid-level market behind them. Leah asked Roy for no reason, "Roy, what is your dream?" Roy said casually, "I don't have any dreams. In fact, I have always wanted to prove that this world is not real." "Have you proved it?" "No." At the Castletown port dock, Roy discovered that the Empire merchant ships could actually anchor at the deep-water dock, but there were always elf guards wandering around that area, and it was deserted at night. Apart from the supplies piled on the dock, there were no Empire crew members to be seen. Grams the Great Magician got off the ship and said to Roy in high spirits, "I will report to the Magic Guild first. We will meet at the entrance of the Magic Guild tomorrow morning. This trip will take about 3 days. During this time, you have to settle them both down." Roy looked at the two sisters who were following him and looking around at the surrounding buildings, and shouted to them, "Leah, Alice, come with me, I take you to find a place to live." The main mast of the Black Pearl, which was stranded on the beach, has now become a big green tree, and the top of the ship has become a flower bed, which is full of light flowers. Roy took Leah and Alice through the deep water dock and came to the front of the Black Pearl. Opening the bottom hatch of the Pearl, Roy introduced to Leah, "This ship is jointly owned by me and 2 friends, but they died early. Now this Black Pearl belongs to me. I modified it slightly. There is a friend who lives here usually. I will introduce you to each other later. You two can live on the Black Pearl for a few days." Leah walked in the dark cabin corridor, and Alice followed behind them, holding up a ball of holy light in her hand, which illuminated the corridor in an instant. "Who is it?" Tiffany's voice came from above, and then a ball of ice flame appeared on the steps, illuminating the corridor in a pale white. Roy even heard the faint sound of Tiffany chanting a spell. He was worried that Tiffany would drop an ice ball and then cast an ice explosion, so he immediately agreed, "Tiffany, I'm Roy, I'm back." There was a cheer on the deck, and then the hatch on the deck was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A slender figure ran in from the outside of the hatch and shouted, "Roy, why did you suddenly come back from Golfito? Is the garrison mission over?" Roy went up and said, "There is a little trouble on Partington Island. I came back to deal with it. By the way, I will visit Castletown. Oh, let me introduce you to 2 friends, Leah and Alice. They are sisters from the Dark Land." Miss Tiffany then noticed the 2 half-blood elves behind Roy. She pulled the lilac-colored mermaid tail dress she was wearing, making a perfect teardrop-shaped outline on her chest, and then looked at Leah and Alice with a scrutinizing expression. "This is Leah. This is Alice. We are from the Dark Zone." Roy introduced them. Before Roy could say Miss Tiffany's name, Miss Tiffany took the lead in extending her hand to the 2 sisters and said, "Hello, I'm Tiffany. Welcome to the Black Pearl." Leah is more outgoing, and likes to be the first to do anything. She took the initiative to greet Miss Tiffany, and Alice followed Leah, curiously looking around the deck. Miss Tiffany came up and gave Roy a big hug. Roy whispered to Tiffany, I plan to let them stay here for a few days. I will come back to take them away in 3 days. No problem. Miss Tiffany agreed. Leah and Alice were arranged on the Black Pearl. The room was very clean, and the supplies were facing the sun. Soon the three of them became familiar with each other. Roy walked home alone along Brown Street. The street was deserted, and only a shadow followed Roy. Pushing open the gate, he found that the house was dark, and there was nothing hanging on the clothesline on the terrace. Obviously, no one lived in the house. Roy couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. When he walked into the house, although the room had been cleaned, there was a damp smell in the air. The rainy season had just passed, and everywhere was wet, with some mold spots in many places. The room was still empty. Roy didn't turn on the lights in the living room. He went directly to the second floor and looked at Miss Belinda's bedroom. The dust cloth on the bed in the bedroom was covered by Roy himself. Roy turned around with some disappointment. He wanted to go to the terrace to take a look, and when he turned around, he glanced at the showroom opposite. Roy was surprised to see that there was an extra row of display shelves in Belinda's studio, which were filled with some new sculptures. Roy strode in quickly, and a ball of holy flame flew out from Roy's hand. Roy saw that the new sculptures on the display shelves were almost all works from the Wood Elves' kingdom. As for the set of Roy's Growth series sculptures opposite the display shelf, the last work had been frozen 6 years ago. Roy still missed Ms. Belinda. She can always maintain an optimistic and positive attitude towards life. She is full of enthusiasm for life, and always likes to record every bit of life with sculptures. Almost every new sculpture on the display shelf is full of Belinda's abundant emotions. Looking at those sculptures, Roy felt that Ms. Belinda seemed to have a new life. Only a new life can make her express the emotions of her works with some new emotions, which is completely Ms. Belinda's life. Elves worship love, but never get married. Elves will stay together when they love each other, and will separate when they feel tired or something else happens, and will never cry or curse. Most elves can live to 800 years old, but few can stay together for a lifetime. Ms. Belinda probably thought Roy was independent, and slowly faded out of his life. She took time to come back, and left her new works in the showroom, obviously wanting to implicitly tell Roy that she has a new life. Roy stood in the showroom for a long time. His heart was very complicated. In the darkness, 2 soft arms suddenly came up from behind Roy, warm, and fresh breath blew into his ears, and a familiar and long-lost fragrance rushed into his nose. Roy, do you miss me? The voice was still so sweet. Roy held the 2 soft little hands, turned his head, and saw the beautiful face. Big eyes like purple grapes, a straight nose, and a slightly chubby chin, which made Moira always look a bit childish. This is also the reason why Roy and Moira's relationship has never been able to get closer. Even though according to the customs of the elves, Moira has already reached adulthood, but Roy has never been able to get over the hurdle in his heart. Roy couldn't help but peck her soft cherry mouth. The crystal clear pointed ears suddenly turned red, and the little face was also red. "Ah, Roy!" Moira called softly. Roy turned around and gave Moira a big hug. The two stared at each other, and they could clearly hear each other's heartbeats in the dark. The 2 heads came together naturally, kissing sweetly. After a long time, Moira pushed him away, breathing heavily. Roy and Moira sat on the terrace, back to back, resting their heads on each other's shoulders, so they could see the bright night sky. "Are Madame Jillian and Sabrina all right?" Roy asked. Moira said, "Mom is still the same, and my sister is training elf knights in the Sun Island Bay in the Partington Plain. I haven't seen her for a long time." Roy then remembered that it was Captain DePrado who wanted to train some Griffin cavalry, so he invited Sabrina over, but Roy didn't expect that Sabrina hadn't come back yet. "Is Sabrina still in Sun Island Bay?" Moira obviously didn't buy it, wrinkling her delicate little nose and said, "I thought you knew it a long time ago." Roy had to explain patiently, "Well, Mullen didn't tell me about this, and DePrado didn't say when the training would end." "How long can you stay in Castletown this time?" Moira asked expectantly. "I leave tomorrow morning." Moira pouted and said dissatisfiedly, "No elves are as busy as you." Roy explained in a low voice, "I have no choice. I have an appointment with others. This time, I am going to customize a set of second-level magic pattern construction." Then he asked, "By the way, when did Miss Belinda come back?" Moira thought for a while and answered, "About half a year ago. She came back and stayed for 2 weeks and then left." Belinda? She also had a tall wood elf beside her. She hesitated a little when she said the second half of the sentence, obviously worried that Roy would not be able to accept it. Roy could only force a smile and whisper to Moira, "What does the wood elf look like? Is he handsome?" Tall and big, quite handsome. Oh, I don't think he is handsome at all. Moira changed her tone halfway through her sentence. The two sat on the terrace and chatted until Moira dozed off. Moira rested her head on Roy's shoulder and fell asleep soon. Roy did not move, sitting there alone looking at the stars in the night sky. It was not until Miss Jillian came back with a flatbed that Roy carried the sleeping Moira and walked into the next yard through the gate. Miss Jillian looked at her sleeping daughter on Roy's back, and then examined the half-elf in front of her. "Roy, when did you come back?" "In the evening." Miss Jillian took Moira from Roy and said with emotion, "Roy has really grown up. I heard that you joined the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion and did well in the army." Roy said modestly, "No, I always get into trouble." He bowed to Miss Jillian and was about to go back when he heard Miss Jillian say behind Roy, "Come back often if you have time. Don't always let time slip away in your thoughts." "Got it, Mrs. Jillian." Chapter 670. Roy hadn't ridden in Castletown's long carriage for a long time. Standing at the intersection of Brown Street, the rainy season had just passed, and the water in the Dane River was abundant, and the sound of rushing water could be heard from afar. Not long after, a long carriage stopped at the intersection. A group of half-blood elves hurriedly squeezed into the carriage. They were all going to work in the upper city. If they worked at the port or the lower city, they didn't need to take a long carriage and could walk directly. In the morning, the coastline of Castletown was very beautiful. The tide had just receded, revealing a large stretch of silver sandy beach. There was a mist on the sea in the distance. The long box carriage slowly drove towards the middle of the mountain, stopping along the way. A group of young half-blood elves rushed into the carriage, talking about the city of Padstow. They planned to earn enough money for a boat ticket and take a medium-sized sailing ship to Partington Island. Roy sat at the back of the carriage, looking at the dazzling array of fruits in front of the fruit stall, leaning on the hard back of the chair. After a while, the spire of the ivory tower of the Magic Guild finally appeared in sight, but it still took a long way to get to the ivory tower of the Magic Guild from the fruit market in the lower city. There was a very beautiful square in front of the ivory tower, where the Magic Guild was located. The arc corridor and the Roman columns more than 30 meters high were located at the outermost edge of the square. In the center of the square was a fountain full of magic elements. Roy walked through the arc corridor and went directly into the ivory tower. The ivory tower of the Magic Guild was also called the Mage Tower by many elves. The first floor hall was a magic trading market. Not only magic scrolls and magic potions were sold here, but also enchanted weapons and wands, as well as more expensive magic pattern structures. Most of the magic beast materials seen in the market were also very complete here, but the price was a bit expensive. Roy's first set of thick leather armor was inscribed here, and the inscriptionist was Miss Scarlet. However, Roy is no longer suitable for wearing those primary magic runes, and Master Alad promised to help him tailor a set of secondary magic runes. He walked around the first floor hall of the ivory tower, and saw a wide variety of goods in the shop. If he saw something interesting, he would go up to ask the price. He had a bulging purse hanging around his waist, and he looked like a customer with strong purchasing power. Every time he entered a store, he would receive a warm welcome from the store owner. Although he looked at a lot of goods, he didn't actually buy many things. Soon, Roy saw the great magician Grams, who was wearing a black magic robe and standing quietly in the lobby on the first floor. "I thought you would arrive here a little later," the great magician Graham said to Roy in high spirits, and it can be seen that he was in a very good mood. "We had a long carriage that morning, and it didn't take much time to get here." Roy came to the front of the great magician Graham's, and as he looked over, he saw a female magician in a striped suit standing in the distance and waving at the great magician Graham's. She must be an acquaintance. However, the female magician did not approach, and turned around with a bundle of magic scrolls and walked in another direction. The great magician Graham showed a trace of nostalgia on his face. "Let's go, follow me. I take you to see the teleportation hall of the Magic Guild. It's not easy to get this teleportation pass. Your teleportation pass was applied for by teacher Cedric himself." As he spoke, great magician Grams hung a nameplate on Roy's chest, put his arm around Roy's shoulders, and walked straight to the second floor of the ivory tower. The first floor of the Magic Guild is the Magic Market, which is open to the public. However, starting from the second floor and going up is the guild area that only magicians can enter. There are guards at the stairs. Going up the stairs, there is a magic door. Through the magic door, Roy finally entered the interior of the ivory tower. The corridors here are circular, and each section of the corridor can be an independent area. Those young magicians wearing black and white striped magic robes always walked quickly in the corridor. When they saw the great magician Grams, They would stop and greet him respectfully before leaving quickly. Although the great magician Grams was a little impatient, he still responded one by one. When Grams took Roy to the third floor of the Magic Guild, those young magicians wearing black and white stripes suddenly became much less. The magicians here usually wore beige and pure white magic robes, and the female elf magicians on the third floor were very beautiful. The great magician Graham saw that Roy was a little curious, so he whispered to him, "This is the good thing about water magic, it is more beautiful." The two continued to walk upstairs, and under the guidance of the great magician Grams, Roy came to the fourth floor of the Ivory Tower. The number of magicians on this floor suddenly decreased, and those magicians who passed by in the corridor would still stop and salute the great magician Grams. Just when Roy wanted to see if there was a fifth floor in this ivory tower, the great magician Grams took Roy through the corridor and walked straight into a hall with a starry sky dome. There were 6 circular platforms built in this hall, and you had to climb the steps to stand on the platform. There are only 3 platforms in the hall with magic portals, and these 3 portals are not very big, at most only 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. However, each portal is open, and there is a magic vortex inside the portal. A magician holding a staff stands at the portal. They should be the administrators of the portal. This is the teleportation hall of the Magic Guild. There are only 3 portals in the teleportation hall of the Castletown Magic Guild, which can be teleported to Buenos Royal City, Moabamba City, and Manascu City respectively. Moabamba City is the central city in the south of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, and Manascu City is close to the northern border of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. As long as you cross a mountain, you can enter the Evernight Forest of the Dark Moon Elf Kingdom. This time we are going to teleport to Moabamba. The great magician Grams walked in front and turned to Roy. Entering the teleportation hall, there were almost no other elves except the 3-masted teleportation gate manager. Grams went straight to a platform and came to a teleportation gate. He said to the teleportation gate manager, "Send us to Moabamba." After that, he took out a small bag of magic crystals and handed it to the teleportation gate manager. The teleportation gate manager carefully counted the magic crystals in his pocket, and then said respectfully, "Okay, Mr. Great Magician, please wait for you and your companions." The portal administrator sent a stream of magic power to the portal, and the magic vortex began to rotate rapidly. The portal administrator looked at the portal filled with magic light, then stepped back and said to the great magician Grams, "Master, the space rift leading to Moabamba has been connected. Please pass through as soon as possible." Grams did not say much nonsense and walked straight to the portal. Roy hurriedly followed. Roy felt that when he passed through this portal, he obviously did not feel the strong discomfort of passing through the plain portal. He only took a few steps in the space rift and came to another teleportation hall. The decoration style here is obviously that of a tropical rainforest. The hall is filled with tropical rainforest plants, and 2 portals are hidden in a garden like a dense forest. Roy followed behind Grams and asked him in a low voice, "Aren't these portals running? Why do we need to adjust them before we can pass through?" Great Magician Grams stopped. "Only when these portals are always running can we ensure that the space rifts connected by the portals will always exist." However, a group of intruders appeared in the portal hall before. After they broke into the portal hall, they used the operating portal to forcibly enter the target city and cast a large-scale group magic on those target cities, destroying many elven cities. Since then, even if the portal in the portal hall has been operating normally, the channel only connects to a very small half-plane. Only after the identity of the teleporter is confirmed, the portal administrator will adjust the positioning information of the teleportation array to allow the teleporter to reach the target city smoothly. Roy didn't expect that there was such a rule in the teleportation hall. Grams took Roy and did not leave the teleportation hall. Instead, he continued to another teleportation gate in the hall, took out a bag of magic crystals from his arms, handed it to the teleportation gate administrator, and said to him, "Send us to the city of Wopai." The teleportation gate administrator stayed on the magic badge on Grams' chest for a few seconds before taking the purse. "Okay, Great Magician, please wait a moment." The teleportation gate administrator adjusted the teleportation gate and immediately made way. Great Magician Grams walked in first, and Roy followed behind him. Through the magic vortex that was constantly rippling, Roy walked out of a portal, and the teleportation hall in front of him looked very small. To be precise, this should be a treehouse, the kind of treehouse dug out of a tree trunk, and the whole room was only a dozen square meters. A portal administrator was sitting on a chair at the door. Seeing someone walking out of the portal, he pointed the way to Great Magician Grams, who was walking in front. There are stairs on the right-hand side of the door. This is the Magic Guild of Wopai City. Please confirm whether this is the end of this trip. While the portal administrator was talking, the great magician Grams had already built a tree house. You can't teleport directly to Wopai from Castletown. If you want to come to Wopai, you can only transfer through Mabamba, Grams explained to Roy. Sure enough, this is a very small tree. The height of the whole tree is less than 100 meters. The Magic Guild set up the portal at the top of the Tree of Life. Grams walked into the Magic Guild. The Magic Guild seemed very deserted. The two took a vertical elevator back to the ground. Roy found that the Magic Guild was actually built on the Tree of Life, which would never happen in Castletown. The scale of the Magic Guild here is very small, with no more than 20 permanent magicians, and there have been no new magic apprentices here for 27 years, so the Magic Guild is a bit deserted. The priests did not build the Moon Temple here, so the magicians took the opportunity to establish the Magic Guild at the Tree of Life. Grams the Great Magician continued to introduce to Roy. Does every elven city have a Magic Guild and a portal? Roy asked curiously. More or less. Grams walked along the forest path, and Roy, who had just arrived, took the opportunity to observe the small town. The entire city was built in a dense jungle, and there was only one young Tree of Life in the jungle. There were also some other trees several dozen meters high around, and the elves built some tree houses on the trees. The forest paths here were connected in all directions. In the clearings in the city, in addition to the Silver Moon elves, Roy could also see tall wood elves. The half-blood elves here were all tall, and had the well-proportioned bodies of the Silver Moon elves. I take you to visit a leather master. Your set of ice dragon leather armor needs to be made by a leather master himself. Although the city of Wopai is relatively small, there are 2 leather masters in this city. The leather master I'm taking you to visit is more proficient in dragon leather and lizard leather. The great magician Grams introduced it to Roy in a low voice. When passing through a clearing in the forest, Roy found that this was actually a market. There were many mixed blood elves that were the combination of Silver Moon elves and wood elves in the market. They liked to wear short skirts, revealing a pair of straight and white long legs. The streets of this city seemed to have an end at a glance. The jungle was dense, and the air was wet. The great magician Grams was very familiar with this small town. He took Roy for a while, and finally came to the door of the leather workshop on the edge of the city. This was a big redwood tree with a tall trunk that went straight into the sky. There was a staircase outside the tree, and a copper leatherworking plaque was hung on the lintel of the staircase. This place is still the same as before. It hasn't changed much in all these years. Grams the great magician complained in a low voice. Grams the great magician didn't even knock on the door, but pushed it open and walked into the leather workshop. Roy stood at the door and peeked in carefully. It was called a leather workshop, but there was only one old elf in the room. He had a tape measure hanging around his neck, and small items such as needles and thread, scissors, and tweezers were stuck on the belt around his waist. He looked up and saw Grams suddenly breaking in from outside. He frowned, and then became very surprised. Grams, how come you have time to come to Wopai? The old elf responded to Roy. I came here this time at the request of Mage Alod. I came here to find you, and order a set of thick leather armor for Roy. Oh, by the way, he is Roy, the leader of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. Grams introduced. Oh, do you want to customize the base material of the magic pattern structure? The old elf raised his eyelids and looked at Roy and asked. Did you bring the materials? What level of magic pattern structure do you need to order? Level 2. Roy answered. As for the Warcraft leather, there are very few options. I forgot to ask you, are you going to use your own Warcraft leather, or do you need the workshop to provide you with some? Bring your own. Roy answered again simply. Chapter 671. The ice blue scales shimmered with a magical halo. This was an ice dragon leather. The only thing that made the leather master TIAs not very satisfied was that the leather had not been cooked. During the storage process, some of the magic power was lost, causing the magic conductivity of the ice dragon leather to decrease a lot. Although this ice dragon leather has many shortcomings, dragon skin is dragon skin. It has always been known for its good magic conductivity and magic resistance. It is a high-grade leather that countless adventurers dream of. TIA stretched out a finger and touched the ice dragon leather. A trace of coolness passed through Tia's fingertips into his body, making him shiver. I haven't seen this kind of dragon skin for a long time. What a good dragon skin! TIAs couldn't help but exclaimed. At this moment, Great Magician Grams had already left the leather workshop with Roy. TIAs inserted a skinning knife into his belt and stood at the door of the shop, looking at the two people going away. He said to himself in confusion, why does a combat-oriented high priest not wear a divine robe, but wear a magic pattern structure instead? It's really a bit strange. However, since it was a commission from Magister Laud, TIAs had no reason to refuse. He was about to ask his apprentice to soak the ice dragon leather in magic potion for 2 days, but after thinking about it, he decided to do it himself. After all, it was a dragon skin. Then the great magician Grams took Roy to visit an inscription master in the city of Wopai Artis. This inscription master only made 3 sets of magic pattern construction every year. Since his magic pattern construction was basically tailor-made, there would be many exclusive magic pattern arrays on the magic pattern construction, so it was very popular among the Silver Moon Elf nobles. The orders he has accumulated so far have accumulated to 5 years later. Grams the great magician didn't have the face to ask him to customize a set of level 2 magic pattern structures for Roy, not to mention that this set of magic pattern structures had to be made in an expedited manner. His teacher, Mage Laud, didn't have the face to do that either. This inscription master is a student of Grand Mage Cedric. Grams the great magician stood at the door of a tree house with a letter from Grand Mage Cedric. After waiting for a while, the door of the tree house was pushed open by the elven magician apprentice, and a Silver Moon elven magician with gray temples walked out. He walked out of the tree house wearing a black magic robe and crystal glasses, and smiled at the great magician Grams. "How is Mr. Cedric doing recently?" Grand Magician Grams immediately said. Grand Magician Cedric is currently in Golfido. He is leading a group of magicians to seal the dark portal over there. I have also heard about the sealing of the dark portal. It seems that there is a problem. I am in the city of Wopai. Sometimes it is difficult to pass on information. You are a participant in this matter. Just tell me about the situation. I am very curious about what is special about the dark portal. Master Altus showed a scholarly demeanor, and he spoke to Master Grams cordially. After that, he put his arm around Master Grims's shoulders cordially, and invited him into the magic wooden house. Roy followed behind obediently. Master Grims quickly pulled Roy and introduced him to Master Altus. "This is Captain Roy. I brought him to visit you this time because I want you to tailor a set of second-level magic pattern structures for him." "Captain Roy, nice to meet you." Master Altus smiled at Roy, and then said to Great Mage Grims, "Making magic pattern construction is a small matter. We will talk about this later. First, tell me what kind of trouble you encountered in sealing the Dark Gate." "Half a year ago, I also received an invitation letter from my teacher. Unfortunately, there was a very important magic pattern construction that was not completed at that time, so I really couldn't spare the time to rush to Golfido." Great Mage Grem sat in the treehouse and handed a handwritten letter to Master Altus, and then said, "When I followed Great Mage Cedric to Golfido and saw the Dark Gate, we all thought it was just an ordinary portal, but the space rift was a bit special. At that time, we wanted to use a space-based sealing array to completely seal the dark portal. But in the process of arranging the magic array, we found that the space cracks of the dark portal were actually cracked. Once the space completely collapsed, it would likely cause the space of Golfido Canyon to become chaotic. Then we began to study the dark portal. After a period of research, we found that there was a small problem with the source of the dark portal's mana. For a long time afterwards, we were repairing the source of the dark portal's mana." Grand Mage Grems kept introducing the situation of the dark portal. Roy was not very clear about some things. After hearing Grand Mage Grims's narration, he realized that the problems with the dark portal were so serious. After listening to it, Altus sighed. He did not expect that sealing the dark portal would cause so many troubles. When talking about the inaction of the priests of the Moon Temple, Altus also angrily scolded a few words. Then Grem said that Roy had been wandering in the dark land with the magicians for more than half a year. It was because of this incident that Grand Mage Cedric made an exception and wrote a handwritten letter, asking Altus to tailor a set of second-level magic pattern structures for Roy no matter what. To be honest, this is the first time I have customized a magic pattern structure for a high priest. I don't know much about the priest's fighting style. I want to know if you are a combat priest or a supporting priest." Master Altus asked Roy. Roy quickly said, "If possible in the future, I hope to become a combat priest." Altus nodded, and he walked directly to the wall of the magic wooden house, pointed at the wall with his magic wand, and suddenly a piece of wood grain decoration on the wall retreated to both sides, revealing a row of neatly arranged bookshelves inside. He picked up a few magic books from the bookshelf and came back, saying to Roy, "If you are a combat priest, you have to fight in close combat while casting magic. If I understand, offensive magic can reduce the casting time, and it will be of great help to you. In addition, the magic pattern structure needs to have stable basic attributes, and strengthening the physique and strength is also essential. However, what kind of magic pattern array to attach depends on how much carrying capacity you have. If the primary magic pattern structure only enhances some basic attributes and adds some primary protective magic, then the advanced magic pattern structure is aimed at strengthening some advanced spell skills, which is very targeted, so that the spell benefits can be maximized. In addition, the extent to which a magic pattern structure can be achieved is closely related to the carrying capacity of the magic pattern structure user. The magic pattern structure tailored by an outstanding inscription master may not necessarily have a very advanced magic pattern array, but those magic pattern arrays must be the most suitable for the magic pattern structure user. I am going to test how much magic carrying capacity you have now, so that I can figure out how many magic pattern arrays can be inlaid on your magic pattern structure. If you are a first turn 17th level magician, the magic carrying capacity will be about 300 points. I don't usually come into contact with priests, and I don't know your physical condition, so we'd better test it. Master Altus took out a 3-prism magic crystal light column from the cabinet beside him. Roy had seen this thing more than once. Roy naturally stretched out his hand and pressed directly under the crystal prism, then mobilized the holy light power in his body. As the holy light flowed, a layer of light gold appeared on Roy's body. A trace of holy light power flowed into the magic crystal, and this magic crystal prism with a scale immediately gradually lit up from the bottom. When the magic glow came to the third scale on the magic crystal prism, Master Altus and Grams's eyes fell on the magic crystal light column, and both of them were waiting for the light column that was constantly rising on the magic crystal to stop. But the light column climbed very steadily, directly breaking through the 4th scale and reaching the 5th scale of the prism. Master Altus' eyes brightened. He couldn't help but look at the great magician Grams next to him and whispered, "It is difficult for an ordinary first-turn 17th level magician to have a magic carrying capacity of more than 400. I have seen many first-turn peak magicians with a carrying capacity of only over 400. Captain Roy's magic carrying capacity is very good. I didn't know that the magic carrying capacity of the priests was so high. Roy is a very good great priest. When I was in the Dark Land, I often went out with him to hunt dark monsters. In my magic field, he can easily hunt down 4th level monsters with his magic." Great magician Grams responded in a low voice. Master Altus showed a look of I see. But the light column did not stop at 500 points, as the two magicians imagined. Under the gaze of the two magicians, the light column passed the 5th scale very smoothly and reached 600 points directly. Master Altus and great magician Grams looked at each other in surprise. The magic carrying capacity of the early 2nd level masters is about 600 points. Grams, what is your magic carrying capacity? About 790, I can't remember the exact number. Grams said absent-mindedly. Master Altus stopped talking and watched the magic beam rush from 600 to 700. When the beam on the crystal prism passed the 7th scale, Master Altus couldn't help but ask Grams, "Is Captain Roy really a first-level high priest?" "I can testify to this. He is a first-level high priest," Grams said with certainty. "It seems that there is a big difference between the priests and us magicians. Their magic carrying capacity is much stronger than ours." Master Altus couldn't help but sigh when he saw the situation. The magic beam climbed to 869 and finally stopped rising. At this time, the great magician Grams became a little silent. He never thought that Roy's magic carrying capacity was actually higher than his. "Roy, your current magic carrying capacity is 869 points. Do you know what this means? Your magic carrying capacity is almost the same as that of a 2nd level great magician. At present, your magic pattern structure can fill the magic pattern array. With my ability, I can add 8 kinds of magic pattern arrays to your magic pattern structure," Master Altus said to Roy. Then he continued, "According to my habit, I will match you with magic pattern arrays in terms of spell amplification, strength blessing, endurance blessing, explosive power blessing, speed blessing, defense blessing, magic resistance blessing. But I hope you can tell me about your usual fighting habits and the magic you often use, so that maybe I can use magic to strengthen your magic." Roy began to describe how he used the Book of Judgment to fight the flail, mainly by casting magic first and then close combat. Master Altus took out a sheepskin booklet and began to use a magic engraving pen to continuously record the spells Roy cast. When encountering something he didn't understand, he would stop and ask questions continuously until he understood it, and then he would move on to the next question. The most powerful thing about the Inscription Master is that he can tailor the magic pattern array according to personal characteristics. After Roy's introduction, Master Altus obviously had some ideas. In the next period of time, he would need to design these magic patterns for Roy based on the information provided by Roy. "Okay, next time you come, you must bring the base materials for the magic pattern structure. At that time, As long as I embed these design magic pattern arrays into the magic pattern structure, your magic pattern structure will be completed. Master Alta said to Roy with a smile. Then I ask you to take care of it. Grand Mage Grem said politely to Master Altus. Not long after, Grand Mage Grems and Roy left the tree house together. I didn't expect your carrying capacity to be higher than mine, Roy. How did you do it? Grem stood on the street and couldn't help asking Roy. In fact, I didn't do anything special. When I first became a priest, I found that my carrying capacity was different from other elves. The two walked under the shade of the roadside trees, talking as they walked. First they came to the teleportation hall of the Magic Guild in Wopai City, returned to Mabamba through the teleportation portal, and then returned directly to Castletown from Mabamba. Roy then learned from the great magician Grams that Castletown was also one of the central cities in the eastern part of the Elven continent. If the magicians wanted to go to the eastern part of the Silver Moon Elven Kingdom, they had to go through the teleportation portal to Castletown. Soon, Roy followed the great magician Grams back to Castletown. Chapter 672. Under the high cliff of the White Manor in Castletown Harbor, Roy stood on a sea reef. The body of High Priest Reed was reduced to a few pure white ashes in the holy fire. Roy put the ashes into a jar and took it back to Castletown. High Priest Reed told Roy that he hoped to be buried under the high cliff by the sea so that he could look across the sea to the rolling continent. Roy chose a relatively dry place and buried High Priest Reed's ashes under the rocks. The Black Pearl was stranded on the beach not far away. From the reef here, you can see the Statue of Liberty at the end of Brown Street. Although the courtyard of the Statue of Liberty is full of weeds, the main hall is well preserved. Various ships come and go in the Castletown port, and the sea breeze blows the weeds on the cliffs, making a whimpering sound. Roy stood in front of the tomb, where the High Priest Reed was buried for a long time. Moira stood beside Roy, quietly watching Roy's profile. Teacher, I will come here to pick you up when I go to Rolling Continent. After saying that, Roy took Moira's hand and jumped off the reef, leaving 2 rows of footprints on the silver beach. Moira stood on the beach, her eyes passing over the Black Pearl. She tucked her hair behind her ears and said to Roy obediently, Roy, I'm going home first. A demon snake fang dagger given by Roy hung around her waist, and she was wearing a thorntail crystal lion leather armor. Her figure was slightly delicate. She didn't like to meet strangers, so she didn't go to the Black Pearl. Roy returned to the Black Pearl. Woods and Viscount Velek stood in the flower bed on the rooftop, where many flowers of light were planted. They lay on rattan chairs. There was a square table between the 2 rattan chairs. In addition to wine glasses, there were also some magic potions on the table. They should have brought them from the alchemy workshop. They seemed to be talking about the business of magic herbs. In the past 2 years, as the market price of magic herbs has continued to rise. When the elves chatted, the topic always revolved around these magic herbs. When they saw Roy walking on the ship, they invited Roy to the rooftop to chat. Felix, I go meet the Imperial merchants at the port later. Roy walked up the wooden stairs to the top of the ship, looking at the flowers of light blooming in the flower bed, and recalled the days after he became a priest. Viscount Felix lay on the rattan chair, looking lazy, and complained to Roy, We will take the boat back to Partington Island in the evening, and I thought you forgot about my affairs. This time back, there are indeed a lot of things to do. Roy said to Viscount Felix with a little apology. Speaking of which, Castletown Port doesn't seem to be much bigger than Murayaki Port, but there are indeed more ships moored at the port pier than Murayaki Port. Viscount Velek looked at the pier with flags flying in the distance. All the sails of the sailboats there were lowered, leaving only bare masts standing there. The magic herbs on Partington Island are basically transported to Castletown Port, and the Imperial merchant ships here are almost all vying for those magic herbs. Woods took the opportunity to interrupt. How is the recent operation of the alchemy workshop? As the director of the alchemy workshop, Woods has matured a lot recently. When he wears the alchemist's robe, he can't tell that he is the druid who transformed into the earth bearer. It's okay. We have prepared herbs in advance, so the protest of the Silver Moon Elves on Partington Island did not affect the normal production of magic potions in the workshop. However, if the protest lasts longer, the alchemy workshop will probably stop working next month. Viscount Velek blinked and said to Roy, Roy, I didn't expect you to have an alchemy workshop in Castletown. During the period when the Partington Plain was not open, I had the right to operate primary herbs in the Partington Plain. Taking that opportunity, I established an alchemy workshop in Castletown. Roy said. A water ball burst at the bow. As the water ball exploded, the exploded water ball condensed instantly, and an ice ball covered with spikes appeared in the air. Then the ice ball suddenly exploded again, and a large piece of ice mist filled the entire bow. This is the combination of water ball magic, quick freeze magic, and ice blast magic. Although these are all elementary water magic, as long as they are properly coordinated, the power of the spell can be greatly increased. Your affinity for water elements is very high, so it should not be difficult to cast this set of magic. Grams, the great magician, is telling Miss Tiffany about the use of elementary water magic. Miss Tiffany listened very carefully. The condensed water ball exploded instantly, and then exploded immediately at the moment of freezing, turning into a piece of ice mist. You are very skilled in these water magics, but the rhythm is wrong. The ice spikes formed after the water ball exploded before they could hurt the enemy, and they exploded into ice mist. This combination of magic is not powerful. Grams, the great magician, instructed. Miss Tiffany then began to condense the water ball again. Blue magic runes appeared on her arm, and a water ball condensed in an instant. Just after the water ball exploded, it condensed into an ice ball full of spikes, but unfortunately the ice ball exploded as soon as it appeared. The first two magics have a good sense of rhythm, the latter ice blast is a little slower, half a beat slower. Grand Mage Grams rarely has the patience to teach students, mainly because he is impatient and has a bad temper. When teaching magic students, it is easy to cause some psychological trauma to those young magic students, so he rarely takes students. But Miss Tiffany in front of him is different from those magic apprentices. As a Naga Sea tribe, she has a very high affinity for water elements, and her control over water magic is also very high. After chatting, the great magician Grams felt that Miss Tiffany had the conditions to learn his original combination magic. He briefly explained the steps of the combination magic, and Miss Tiffany performed it in a very good manner. Although she had not yet fully mastered the rhythm of the combination magic, she was already able to perform it skillfully. It was almost the appointed time, and Roy and Viscount Felek arrived at the deepwater dock of Castletown port. There were a large number of cargo boxes piled up on the dock, and all the goods were being transported to the ship at the edge. The crew on the ship were also making preparations before the trip. All the ropes had to be tied up again, and the sails had been repaired after drying. The storage room of the ship was filled with various foods. This was a 5-masted sailing ship of the Green Empire. A group of crew members were cleaning the deck. Roy boarded the ship along the sampan. The Empire merchant Darwin had been waiting at the door of the ship. When he saw Roy, he greeted him cordially. Some time ago, these Empire merchants had been stirring up trouble in Castletown Harbor, angering the port's elf guards. Their fleet was driven out of the port by the elf guards, and could only stay in the sea outside the port. This stop lasted for almost half a year. After much difficulty in smoothing relations, the Empire merchants regained the right to enter the port dock and berth merchant ships 2 months ago. Naturally, no one dared to provoke the local elves. At present, Roy controls more than 30% of the supply of primary magic herbs in Castletown City, especially now that the Silver Moon elves are making trouble on Partington Island. Captain Roy, it is our honor to see you here, the Empire merchant Darwin said very kindly. Roy hugged the Empire merchant Darwin, and then introduced Viscount Felek to him. This is Viscount Felek. He has a very useful network of relationships in Murayaki Port. If your merchant ship goes to Murayaki Port, you can cooperate with Viscount Felek. Roy said it very straightforwardly. Empire merchant Darwin quickly said to Viscount Felek, "We have already shipped your Dark Beast materials to the Green Empire. I hope we can continue to cooperate. In addition to Dark Beast materials, I can also get magic herbs in the Evernight Forest. This time, I came here to get a more reasonable price from you." Viscount Felek came over and said to Empire merchant Darwin. After some negotiations, the two sides quickly reached a trade agreement on magic herbs. Darwin, the Imperial merchant, then asked Viscount Felek, "Viscount Felek, I want to know if there will be business for Dark Magic Beast materials in the future?" Viscount Felek secretly glanced at Roy. When he saw Roy nod slightly, he coughed and said, "Of course there will be business in the future, but after all, Dark Magic Beasts are relatively rare. It is difficult for anyone to tell what will happen in the future of this market. We can only trade one by one. At night, the flowers of light on the top of the ship are blooming, and particles of holy light float out from the stamens. These particles of holy light are like a group of fireflies in the flower bed." Alice, who was sleeping soundly, entered a state of blurred consciousness. The remaining divine consciousness hidden in her body seemed to feel some kind of call at this moment, and woke up from Alice's body again. She opened her eyes, and looked at the dark room. There was a faint holy light in her eyes. Sitting up from the bed, Alice looked around with an indifferent face. At this moment, it was the divine consciousness that controlled Alice. She only felt that her whole body was hard, and she climbed down from the bed somewhat uncoordinatedly and stood on the floor barefoot. Her eyes were a little dull. The first 2 attempts to possess her failed, and this strand of divine consciousness almost lost its soul. Now it was awakened by some sound, and could control Alice's body for a short time. Although it was very weak, it still followed the sound, slowly stood up, walked to the cabin door step by step, and opened the cabin door with both hands. Alice, wearing cool pajamas, walked out of the room in the ship's tower. It was rare to feel the outside world. She stood in the corridor of the ship's tower, enjoying the wind blowing in from outside. She reached out and touched the wooden railing in the corridor, and a ball of holy light emanated from her hand. As if she was called by something. She walked up the stairs, and a trace of holy light power floated down from the top of her head like catkins. She had a strong premonition that once Alice woke up again, it might never be able to occupy this body again. Now it felt the rain of holy light falling, and walked in the direction where the holy light particles were floating. She took every step carefully, finally climbed to the top of the ship, and patches of light flowers grew in the flower bed. She bent down and reached out to touch the petals of the flower of light. This divine thought finally felt the repulsive force in Alice's body. This divine thought no longer hesitated and flew out of Alice's body and rushed directly to the Black Pearl ship. She seemed to rush into a big tree. Before she had time to savor it carefully, the divine thought fell into a deep sleep again. Alice, who had lost consciousness, fell directly into the flower bed on the roof. Alice, who woke up from a beautiful dream, felt an indescribable sense of relief in her body. When she opened her eyes, she saw a sky full of stars. The cool sea breeze blew on her body, making her shiver. In addition to hearing Leah's call in her ears, Leah's anxious and angry face also appeared in front of her. She took the opportunity to look around and found that she was in a flower bed full of flowers. She was lying on the floor in a thin nightgown, and Leah squatted beside her, asking anxiously, "Alice, what's wrong with you?" Alice sat up from the ground, recalled, and found that her mind was actually blank. So Alice got up from the ground despite the discomfort. "Nothing, I just felt a lot more relaxed." Leah asked Alice, "Alice, I woke up and found that you were not lying in bed. Why are you lying here?" "I don't know." Alice looked confused and couldn't remember what happened before. The 2 sisters sat in the flower bed on the roof of the ship. Leah whispered, "Alice, if you stay in the elf continent, your body will get better soon. Otherwise, let's stay here. Just like Roy said, we will live in Castletown." Alice looked at the brightly lit Castletown harbor, hesitated for a moment and said, "I think our life is actually pretty good now. It's a bit cold on the roof. I'd better help you go in," Leah said, holding Alice's arm. While Leah and Alice were talking, the remaining divine consciousness was trapped on the iron tree on the ship. The iron tree was originally the main mast of the Black Pearl. After being nourished by Woods' life essence for a period of time, it miraculously revived, and the main mast regained its vitality and grew new branches and leaves. Later, it was connected to the main keel of the Black Pearl and turned into a living ship. This trace of divine thought rushed into the ship, originally intending to absorb the holy light power of the flower of light. But now it suddenly found that it seemed to have rushed into a birdcage, and it was impossible to get out. Although this big tree has life, it has no soul. This trace of divine thought rushed in, just making up for the last deficiency of the big tree, but the divine thought was imprisoned on the ship. The flowers of light on the flower bed continued to bloom, and the holy light power was absorbed by the big tree on the ship. Chapter 673. A medium-sized sailing ship left Castletown Harbor in the night, and headed for Partington Island. Roy, Great Magician Grams, Viscount Felix, Leah and Alice were all going back to Golfito Canyon. Leah had gradually adapted to the environment of the elf continent. She liked to go out at night, and only at night would she not consume the dark energy in her body. Her physique was exactly the opposite of Alice's. Alice liked places with light, while she liked to hide in the dark. Roy couldn't understand how they became twin sisters. This time Roy brought Leah and Alice to the elven continent. He originally wanted to settle Alice in Castletown, but Alice didn't want to be separated from Leah, so the sisters followed Roy back to Golfito. Grams followed Roy back to the elven continent mainly to fulfill the promise that Master Alad promised Roy and tailor a set of second-level magic pattern equipment for him. As for Viscount Felek, he also successfully signed a trade agreement with the Imperial Merchant Darwin. Darwin, the Imperial Merchant, hoped that Viscount Felek would pay more attention to the magic herb market in Murayaki City. Roy did not meet Claire when he returned to Castletown this time. Claire happened to be attending the music festival held in Buenos, the capital of the Silver Moon Elf King. However, when Roy was under the stone cliff of the White Manor, he happened to meet Miss Edith Ellington. She has now become the chief guard of Princess Jonah Ophelia as she wished. This time she was ordered to come to the White Manor to do business, and happened to meet Roy, who was preparing to bury the high priest Reed. Edith was wearing a set of silver armor, and had an elven sword hanging from her waist, no different from the Silver Moon Elf Knights. These elven knights always like to carve hollow patterns on their armor in pursuit of beauty. She was riding on a horse, exuding strong confidence all over her body. Miss Edith told Roy that the elves often talked about him at gatherings of the Silver Moon Elf Noble Circle in Castletown. Everyone said that he was a half-elf executioner who often killed Silver Moon elves for various reasons. It can be said that his name is as famous in the Partington Plain as it is in the Silver Moon Elf Noble Circle. Recently, the story of him driving the Silver Moon elves away from Partington Island has begun to spread in Castletown. Roy was also a little confused when he heard Miss Edith's story. He didn't expect that his reputation among the Silver Moon elves was so bad. Speaking of medium-sized sailing ships being able to sail at night, we have to mention the astrology of the Silver Moon elves. The elves can accurately determine their position based on the star map in the sky, so even if they sail at night, they will not get lost in the sea. There is another advantage of sailing at night. The wind at night is always smoother than that during the day. The sailboat rushed into the endless sea at night. After it was far away from the shore, only a few lights were left in Castletown Harbor. Roy couldn't sleep, so he walked out of the cabin and stood at the front of the deck, watching the two crew members adjust the angle of the sail to keep the correct course. Leah and Alice also stood on the deck and felt the sea breeze. The two looked in the direction of Castletown Harbor. Roy walked over and asked Alice, "Why don't you stay? I think Castletown is pretty good." Alice is not good at speaking, and Leah said to Roy with a smile, "It's good to stay in Castletown, but don't we have better choices?" Every time he met the eccentric Leah, Roy couldn't argue with her. "Well, okay, you have a point." Roy hesitated for a moment and asked Leah, "This time when we return to Golfio City, the mine guards may immediately rotate with other elf guards, so we will no longer be stationed at the Dark Gate soon. Will you follow me to leave the Dark Land?" Leah said decisively, "Of course. Wherever you go, we go." Alice beside her also nodded repeatedly. Roy immediately said to the two sisters, "Then you should be mentally prepared. The mine guards may return to the Partington Plain soon, and you will leave for the Partington Plain soon." Leah's eyes were full of curiosity. She stood in front of Roy, suppressing the joy in her heart, and said loudly to Roy, "I am very much looking forward to the trip to the Partington Plain." After Roy chatted with them for a while, the two sisters returned to the cabin to rest. After sailing all night, the medium-sized sailboat arrived at Partington Island smoothly. In the morning, the ship was moored at the dock. Roy got off the ship and found that Partington Dock was still stockpiled with a large amount of supplies. This was the transfer point for the supplies of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion, and the dock became very lively. The Silver Moon Elves gathered on Partington Island have now left the island. Roy took everyone to the sheltered bay and arranged for everyone to board the magic airship. Then he went straight to the town of Partington. Roy returned to Padstow through the portal of Partington Island. After crossing the portal, Roy was immediately shocked by the quarrels of the vendors in the central square. The whole square was crowded with vendors selling all kinds of goods, some selling fruits and grains, some selling scattered magical herbs, and some setting up grocery stalls directly on the ground. There were two teams of elf guards guarding there. If they dared to take action, Berkeley would not be polite to them at all. Although the elves seen on the street were still mostly half-blood elves, Roy could also see the figure of Silver Moon elves among the half-blood elves. The central square is very lively. After paying a transit tax, the elf merchants can get a teleportation pass. Only with a teleportation pass can they be qualified to bring magic herbs back to Castletown. Currently, the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion has withdrawn from the magic herb trade. Although they do not run the magic herb business, the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion currently charges a certain transit fee through the teleportation gate. Unexpectedly, the profit from the transit fee is even more than what they earned when they monopolized the high-level magic herb trade before. The 17th Silver Pegasus Legion, having tasted the sweetness, began to publicize the richness of the Partington Plain everywhere. As a result, half-blood elves from the entire Silver Moon Elf Kingdom flocked to the Partington Plain. This is what made the Partington Plain so popular. Currently, the most popular shops in Padstow are not the trading houses that sell magic herbs, but the owners of the inns. Walking out of the portal, Roy's identity was recognized by the elf guards. Roy felt that the central square was a bit too crowded, so he hurriedly left the square. Walking to the street, you can still see some half-blood elf guards riding war horses and galloping past, and the half-blood elves on the street avoid them. Roy first came to the material warehouse, and found that the material warehouse had started to operate again under the management of Leyland. Teams of carriages were waiting outside the warehouse. The materials transported into the warehouse were basically metal ingots and magic materials. The warehouse was almost full. Rossander could only find some teams to transport these elementary magics to Partington Island. In the past few days, with the cooperation of Rossander and Tennyson, Berkeley cleared a large number of members of the Freedom Association in Padstow. The backbone members, ordinary members, and those implicated will all be recorded. Roy came to the Half-Blood Elf Guard, and Chief Berkeley happened to be here. The two of them gathered together and talked in a low voice. The thing I told you last time, in fact, Earl Swinburne has always had this idea. Roy had long forgotten what Captain Berkeley had said, and asked in confusion, "What did you say to me last time?" "I don't remember it." Berkeley patted Roy's shoulder hard and said angrily, "It's Miss Christine, the jewel in the crown of the Swinburne family. Earl Swinburne thinks you are pretty good and wants Miss Christine to have more contact with you." Roy remembered that Berkeley did say these words, but he didn't care much at the time. At that time, when he was in Castletown City, he met Miss Christine when he attended the Elf Academy's final dance. Later, when he fought the Sun Island Fishmen in Sun Island Bay, Miss Christine also came to help. But he didn't think about it at all at the time. Now when Berkeley talked about this, he didn't know what to say. "Miss Christine and I are indeed friends, and she has helped me a lot," Roy whispered to Berkeley. "But now my name is hated by the Silver Moon Elf nobles, isn't it?" Berkeley put his arm around Roy's shoulders. "So you need to find an opportunity to change the Silver Moon Elf nobles' bad impression of you. Is it necessary? I mean, once many Silver Moon Elves have a certain stereotype, it is basically difficult to change. Besides, I don't think I did anything wrong," Roy muttered. "If you agree to this kind of thing, it won't do you any harm." Berkeley said this and said no more. Roy did not give Berkeley a clear answer. Seeing that the situation in Padstow City had stabilized, and that the Silver Moon Elves on the Partington Plain did not continue to make trouble, Roy left the Partington Plain with confidence and hurried back to the magic airship. The magic airship quickly took off, rose into the wind flow layer in one breath, and flew to the Sheephorn Fjord overnight. After arriving at the Sheephorn Fjord, the magic airship would fly in along the route from Murayaki City to Golfito Canyon. After Roy returned to Golfito, he immediately returned to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp. Although the elf guards of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion were already on standby outside the Golfito Canyon, Roy did not rashly let the elf guards enter the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp. After completing his mission, Great Magician Grams returned to the residence where their magicians lived. Chapter 674. The Silver Moon Elf Guard is currently stationed in the camp of the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights. The leader of the Silver Moon Elf Guard of the 17th Silver Pegasus is a very young Silver Moon Elf swordsman. In the past half-month, he has asked Captain Malthus more than once to enter the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp to take a look and understand the environment of the Dark Land. Since Roy went to Partington Island, Captain Malthus did not rashly take the young Silver Moon Elf leader into the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp. Finally, when Roy came back from outside, Captain Malthus applied to Captain Gabreth, and after being approved, he took the young captain of the guard through the Dark Gate and entered the Dark Land Expeditionary Camp. It was night when they entered the Dark Land. The magic shield outside the expeditionary camp was pitch black, and there were a lot of dark creatures lurking in the darkness. Some dark creatures even hit the magic shield like headless flies. There were waves of terrifying wails coming from the dark night sky, which made the young Silver Moon Elf captain widen his blue eyes. Seeing that he showed aristocratic temperament in his every move, it can be seen that he should also be a Silver Moon Elf noble. "Captain Roy, hello." The young Silver Moon Elf captain did not show any arrogance, and was very polite when speaking to Roy. Roy bumped fists with the Silver Moon Elf captain and responded, "Captain Steele, hello." Captain Malthus, who accompanied him, smiled at Roy and said, "Captain Roy, please introduce the situation of the Dark Gate Expedition Camp." Roy walked out of the tent and pointed to the area protected by the magic light shield in front of him and said, "This is the Dark Gate Expedition Camp. In fact, there is not much to do here. Our guard group usually checks whether these magic towers are operating normally. In addition, we will send a reconnaissance team to the area around the expedition camp to conduct reconnaissance when the red sky appears in the Dark Land." In the camp, there happened to be a team of neatly dressed half-elf guards waiting at the entrance of the camp. Seeing the elf warriors wearing excellent quality silver armor, Captain Malthus couldn't help but take a few more glances. This kind of magic armor plated with thorium is almost the highest level of armor that the guards can wear. In addition to good magic resistance, this kind of silver-plated armor is also very ornamental. Roy was able to equip the half-elf warriors of the Mine Guard with this kind of high-level armor, and he deserved to be called Boss Roy. A group of people walked up to the group of half-blood elf warriors. Roy looked at the captain and asked, "Why are you waiting here so early?" "Boss, there are fewer and fewer high-level dark creatures recently. We plan to run out and try our luck before the red sky appears." The captain of the half-blood elf guard stood up to explain. Roy told the half-blood elf guards, "I won't stop you from hunting high-level dark creatures, but you must be careful." "Yes." A team of half-elf guards stood up in unison and answered at the same time. Roy took the two captains to the outside of a magic tower and said, "Occasionally we will go out to clean up some high-level dark creatures, so as to ensure the secrecy of the expeditionary camp. In addition, the bodies of high-level dark creatures contain soul crystals, which can be sold to magic merchants." Then he took Captain Malthus and Captain Steele into the magic tower. The magic device in the tower projected a beam of magic light into the sky, forming a spliced light shield above the camp. Roy then said to Captain Steele, "After talking about duties, I will now talk about precautions. The elf guards cannot stay outside the camp for too long, because the camp is filled with dark energy. Once the bodies of the elf guards are eroded by the dark energy, some abnormal conditions will occur. At this time, you need to find a way to purify the dark energy from the soldiers." When talking about this, Captain Steele listened very carefully, and it was obvious that he had some knowledge of the Dark Land before coming. Roy thought for a moment and said, "The easiest way is to go through the Dark Gate and return to Golfito Canyon to ask the priests of the Moon Temple for help. Of course, they have to be willing to help." He thought of the Dark Moon Elf warriors, who had killed almost all the dark beasts that could be hunted around them in the past year or so, so he said casually, "When you go out on patrol, it's easy to encounter some dark beasts outside. You need to understand the weaknesses of these dark beasts. If you encounter weaker dark beasts, you can also go hunting. There are many wild camps in the Dark Land, and there are also such wild camps around the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp. There are many demon hunters living in the wild camps. They have a lot of good things. When you meet them, you can try to exchange some things with them, but you must be vigilant. The fact that they can survive in the Dark Land is enough to prove that they also eat meat." Roy warned Captain Steele, and he was worried that he would say too much and cause Captain Steele's disgust. After walking out of the magic tower, the group came to the center of the camp, in front of the dark portal. Many half-blood elf warriors were resting by the holy water pool. Roy said to Captain Steele, "This is a holy water pool. Drinking the water in the pool can improve your immunity to the dark energy." Captain Steele's eyes lit up and asked Roy curiously, "If your half-blood elf guards are infected with the dark energy, will they return to Golfito Canyon and ask the priests of the Moon Temple for help?" Roy looked at Captain Steele with a strange look on his face, rubbed his nose and responded, "That won't happen, because I'm a priest," Roy said, and laughed. After the three captains walked around the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp, Captain Steele left. He was going back to Golfito to visit the priests of the Moon Temple. Captain Malthus did not return to Golfito immediately. He stayed in the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp and chatted with Roy for a few words. "Have you dealt with the matter on Partington Island?" "Yeah," Roy agreed, and then added, "I drove back those Silver Moon Elves who wanted to take advantage of the Partington Plain, and kept the Silver Moon Elves who were willing to do business in the Partington Plain. In this case, you may offend a group of Silver Moon Elves again, and those Silver Moon Elves, who were treated fairly by you, will not be grateful to you for it." Captain Malthus laughed and joked, "Anyway, my reputation has been tarnished for a long time, and it won't affect me much if they say a few more words." Roy said, "I think you should pay attention to your reputation and manage it properly," Captain Malthus reminded Roy. Roy agreed casually, "Okay, I will pay attention." Captain Malthus's second Silver Pegasus Knights also need to prepare an evacuation plan. The military headquarters of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion has already sent the 6 Silver Pegasus Knights, but they are still on the way. After Roy returned to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp, he prepared to go to the Isnes Expeditionary Force Camp, ready to use his position to purchase a batch of dark monster materials recently, and then lead the Mine Guards to withdraw from the Golfito Canyon. During this period, the magicians have solved the problem of the collapse of the Dark Portal. For the time being, the Moon Temple has no plan to seal the Dark Portal. Grand Mage Cedric is preparing to leave Golfito with several magicians. Grand Mage Grimace will stay in Wopai City for a while, and told Roy to go to Wopai City to find him in 2 months. 2 days later, Roy learned from Captain Malthus that Captain Steele's request was rejected by the priests of the Moon Temple. The priests did not agree to Captain Steele's request, but hoped that Captain Steele could solve this kind of thing himself. Captain Steele was so angry that he wrote a letter to the King of Buenos that night. However, it would be difficult for the Silver Moon Elf Guard to enter the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp in the short term. Captain Gabrath could only let Roy's Mine Guard Regiment stay in the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp for a while. Recently, Roy has arranged for his confidants to go to the Isnes Expeditionary Camp to buy goods. They will buy back all the dark magic beast materials that can be bought on the market. The purchasing elves who went to the Isnes Expeditionary Force Camp actually brought back a message. Captain Jelloin came to the Isnes Expeditionary Force Camp. According to the agreement with Roy, he waited in the free market of the Isnes Expeditionary Force Camp and put out a contact signal. He was eager to see Roy. Roy calculated the time and estimated that Captain Jelloin should have returned from the entrance of the Haiti Abyss. He wanted to see him, but he didn't know why. After receiving this news, Roy hurriedly set off for the Isnes Expeditionary Force Camp. Soon Roy arrived at the Isnes Expeditionary Force Camp. The camp was still shabby and looked like a ruin. However, the market in the Isnes Expeditionary Force Camp had developed. There were at least a dozen stalls in the camp, with various goods for sale. Roy hurried to the Isnes camp, and as soon as he entered the camp gate, he saw the stall set up by Captain Jelloin. Captain Jelloin sat in front of the stall with a haggard face, and he was followed by several human priests. Roy walked over, and Captain Jelloin immediately introduced the other two captains of the Knights Templar to Roy, Captain Flint and Captain Ducas. The Knights Templar had built 3 camps on the edge of Haiti, and these 3 teams of Knights Templar formed a Knights Templar order. Usually, these 3 Knights Templar were completely independent, and only when they encountered trouble would they gather together for warmth. Captain Jelloin saw Roy and immediately came up to him, saying to him with some sadness, "Roy, we found the remains of Bishop Okasai in the lair of the frost dragon you mentioned." Roy asked in a low voice, "Are you sure that the body is Bishop Okasai?" Captain Jelloin sighed and nodded. "It can be confirmed." Although Captain Jelloin had been prepared for a long time, he became very depressed after confirming that Bishop Okasai had been killed. Roy said to Captain Jelloin apologetically, "When we found the frost dragon's lair, I took a notebook from Bishop Okasai, but my imperial language was not very good at that time, so I couldn't understand the words on it, and didn't know that he was Bishop Okasai. Later, when I saw you talking about Bishop Okasai and writing his name on a parchment notebook, I guessed that the corpse flying in the dragon's cave might be Bishop Okasai's." Captain Jelloin saw Roy take Bishop Okasai's notebook out of his arms, and quickly held his hand. "Roy, we are not here to find the diary left by Bishop Okasai. We came to you this time because you said last time that you could help us leave the Dark Land. Since Bishop Okasai is dead, there is no need for us to stick to it, so we plan to leave this world without sunshine," Captain Jelloin said to Roy. Roy didn't expect that Captain Jelloin would have the idea of leaving the Dark Land so soon. Thinking that his mine guards were about to evacuate from the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp, he said happily, "You came just in time. If it was a little later, I might have evacuated from here." Then Roy looked at Captain Jelloin and several human priests around him, and asked in confusion, "Are you the only ones leaving?" "No, all members of our knights," Captain Jelloin said quickly. 3,000 Templar knights? Roy was startled and couldn't help but whispered, "Yeah." Hearing Captain Jelloin's affirmative answer, Roy was completely dumbfounded. "Well, so many people, I must plan carefully. In addition, my guard group is likely to gradually withdraw from the expeditionary camp to the Elf continent in the next month. If you want to leave the Darkland with us, you must rush to the place I specify as soon as possible. I can take you out of the Darkland, but with my current ability, I can only take you back to the Elf continent. I don't have the ability to send you back to Roland continent yet. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I will take you to the Partington Plain, which is a subsidiary plain of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. You can stay on the Partington Plain for a while. Once you have determined your next itinerary, it will not be too late to leave the Partington Plain," Roy said to Captain Jelloin in a somewhat messy manner. The 3 captains of the Knights Templar gathered together, and discussed in a low voice for a while. Captain Jelloin said to Roy, "We can do as you say." Chapter 675. The Knights Templar were stationed in a temporary camp only 20 kilometers away from Isnes. Roy didn't expect to smuggle 3,000 human priests at once, and he felt a little overwhelmed. Since the mine guards were about to evacuate from the Dark Gate, there was not enough time, so Roy could only bring the Knights Templar back to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp. The 3,000 human priests formed a 1-kilometer-long team and walked on foot in the wilderness of the Dark Land. The walking speed was not fast, but their speed was very stable. Nearly 3,000 priests made no sound on the road, and even the footsteps were reduced to a minimum. Some priests were still wearing tattered robes, But these robes were already in tatters. Some priests had already put on the costumes of demon hunters from the Dark Land, with pockets and various weapons on their bodies. They looked like a group of refugees. Due to long-term malnutrition, the priests were generally very thin and slightly hunched. Being thinner was a good thing, because elves were originally thinner than humans. Roy wanted to dress them up like elves, so he had to be thinner. It's just that the hunched body doesn't fit the elves' habits. Elves pay great attention to their manners when they walk. Roy needs these priests to practice this. At the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp, Roy walked back from outside the camp with a heavy heart. Deputy Captain Timothy wanted to talk to Roy about the specific details of the Mine Guard's evacuation of the camp, but Roy did not stay in the camp, but walked directly to the Dark Gate and ran back to Golfito. Deputy Captain Timothy chased after him and asked the half-blood elf guards in front of the dark portal, why did the boss rush back to Golfito? The two half-blood elves shrugged their shoulders, indicating that they didn't know. Roy passed through the stable dark portal. The space rift no longer showed signs of collapse, and the rift no longer had those unstable arcs. Through the passage, one could even see the long river of time and space. The magicians had already left the Dark Portal Expeditionary Force Camp. They spent a lot of money and energy to repair the Dark Portal. Next time, I want to ask the Magic Guild to help seal the Dark Portal. I guess these magicians won't be so easy to talk to. This time, the Moon Temple pretended to be a bystander, and it was also aloof. Later, the priests of the Moon Temple and the magicians of the Magic Guild basically had no communication. Roy came to the back garden of the Statue of Liberty. The Dark Portal was empty, and there was not even an elf guard here. The two priests of the Moon Temple sat under the shade of the trees by the pool and didn't even look at this side. Roy walked along the narrow corridor to the main hall of the Statue of Liberty. He could see several elf guards on the corridor. The Silver Moon elf guards knew Roy. When they saw him passing through the corridor, they just glanced at him coldly and ignored him. When they arrived at the main hall, the morning meeting had already ended. Captain Gabor Reese was working in the main hall. Roy waited at the door for a while before going in. Captain Gabor Reese sat behind his desk, put down the quill in his hand, put the parchment with his signature on the corner of the table, and said to Roy, "Roy, you came at the right time. The military has communicated with the chief priest of the Moon Temple. The priests of the Moon Temple agreed to purify the dark energy for the Silver Moon Elf Guards. I plan to send Silver Moon Elf Guards into the Dark Land in half a month. After your Mine Guard group completes the handover, you can withdraw from the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp in succession." "Yes, Commander," Roy agreed happily. After saying this, Commander Gabreth asked Roy again, "Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" Roy saluted Commander Gabreth again, and then said, "Commander, I met some priests who were stranded in the Dark Land at the Izzy's Expeditionary Force Camp. Some of them revealed that they wanted to return to the Elf Continent. Should we open the Dark Gate to them?" Legion Commander Gabreth frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "From my personal perspective, I am willing to open the door for these priests, but the current situation in Golfito is more complicated. Although we are responsible for guarding the Dark Gate, the priests of the Moon Temple are also monitoring this place. They definitely don't want those priests to return to the Elf Continent." He stared into Roy's eyes, as if he wanted to see through his heart, and finally said quietly, "If you want to help a certain elven priest, it's best to do it in private. Do you understand what I mean?" The first sentence was said lightly, but the second sentence was said in a strong tone. "I see. You are a wise Legion Commander," Roy said loudly. Captain Gabor Reese laughed immediately. "If you had said this a year earlier, I would have been happier. Then, Captain Roy, you should return to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp immediately, and make preparations for the evacuation. You have worked hard for more than a year." Perhaps knowing that Roy's Mine Guards were about to leave Golfito, Captain Gabor Reese also became amiable. "Yes, Commander," Roy replied. After Roy returned to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp from Golfito and walked back into the tent, he sat down on a chair, rubbed his temple with one finger, and closed his eyes to think about the next plan. The Mine Guards were stationed at the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. Roy took the opportunity to purchase a large amount of Dark Beast materials at the Demon Hunting Camp, and he really made a lot of money. "I thought I could just pat my butt and leave the Dark Land." But the Knights Templar came to the door at this time, wanting to return to the Elf Continent collectively. "What's wrong? What trouble did you encounter?" Timothy walked into the tent and poured himself a cup of tea. Seeing that Roy looked very bad, he asked with concern. Roy opened his eyes and said weakly, "Timothy, I encountered a troublesome matter this time and need your help." Timothy stared at Roy. He knew Roy's character. Roy's attitude meant that the matter was not serious, so he sat on the chair opposite Roy and waited for him to continue. I want to secretly bring a group of human priests to the Partington Plain, Roy continued. Deputy Captain Timothy breathed a sigh of relief and said casually, then let them blend into the mine guards. It shouldn't be too much trouble to bring them back to the elf continent. Roy rubbed his forehead and said, the trouble is that there are too many human priests. Timothy looked at Roy warily. How many people? About 3,000 human priests. Timothy's eyes went dark, and then he lowered his voice to warn Roy, Boss, you must be crazy. How can so many human priests be secretly taken away from the Dark Land? They are not magic materials. They can't just be put into a magic waste bag and taken back. They are living humans and human priests. The military and the Moon Temple will not agree. Once they find out, you will probably have to live in the basement on Parham Island for the rest of your life. Seeing that Roy had no expression on his face, Timothy knew that he had failed to convince Roy. Then he turned his eyes and suggested to Roy, we can submit a written application to Captain Gabrez. As long as the Golfio military agrees, we can take them back to the elf continent without any trouble. Roy chuckled, with a smug look on his face. I have already informed the commander of the Gobrel's Legion. Although he will not publicly support it, he will not care about such things. Timothy's eyes widened. This dark moon elf was completely confused. 3,000 human priests entered the elf continent. Did he really acquiesce? Roy couldn't help but touched his nose and said with a guilty conscience, well, I didn't say the specific number, and when these human priests arrive in Golfito, I will immediately send them to the magic airship and then fly directly to the Partington Plain. At that time, I will follow the last magic airship to leave Golfito, and you will take the first magic airship to Partington Island and go to the Padstow Silver Pegasus military headquarters to find Chief Berkeley to apply for a portal pass. Later, he attached an action plan. Although the idea was a bit crude, it was still very feasible. Got it, Boss Roy. Timothy agreed. What else could he do? Since Roy had already made an action plan, he just had to find a way to execute it. He didn't care who he smuggled or who he would face. The worst-case scenario was that he would go to the Parham Island prison for a while. Maybe, after the matter was exposed, he could follow Boss Roy into the Dark Land and become a demon hunter. It wasn't bad to think about it. Timothy kept preparing himself mentally, but then he heard Roy say, okay, come with me to meet the group of human priests. Timothy's defense was completely broken. Roy took Timothy to a hillside 2 kilometers away from the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. Timothy saw a dense crowd of human priests. They had set up simple tents on the hillside, which looked very messy. And they were vaguely divided into 3 small groups. They set up tents and even had simple interference arrays that could isolate the perception of ordinary dark creatures. It can be seen that they have very rich experience in surviving in the Dark Land. However, these human priests looked like refugees, wearing tattered robes and leather armor, without any priestly temperament. Roy and Timothy walked into the camp and were stared at by a group of priests, which made Timothy a little uncomfortable. Timothy wanted to hide in the shadows and avoid these gazes. The 3 leaders, Jeroen, Flint, and Dykas, walked out of the tent at the same time. Roy found that although these human priests were very thin and malnourished for a long time, each of them had clear eyes, and their bodies were not corroded by the dark energy. The thing that Roy couldn't understand the most was that if they were human priests during the time of Bishop Okasai, then it meant that these human priests were at least over 200 years old, or even a little more. The average lifespan of humans is 100 years old. A second-level strongman might live a little longer, but he would definitely not live more than 150 years old. These human priests all looked to be in their 40s or 50s. They had been living in the Dark Land. At first, Roy guessed that there might be a time-speed increase between the Dark Land and the Elf Continent, but he had been in the Dark Land for more than a year. This time when he returned to the Elf Continent, he could confirm that there was no time-speed increase between these 2 planes. If we have to force an explanation, it may be that the Dark Plane can actually delay aging. Captain Roy, is this difficult to do? Captain Jeroen asked worriedly. The 3 captains of the Knights Templar looked at Roy. Looking at their weather-beaten faces, Roy forced a smile. Everything is going smoothly. Roy comforted the 3 captains. My immediate superior, Captain Gabreth, also supports this matter very much. He has tacitly allowed me to continue. The only trouble is the priests of the Moon Temple. Even if I don't tell you, you should know that the relationship between the Statue of Liberty and the Moon Temple has always been very tense in the Elven Continent. As an outsider, the Statue of Liberty has always been excluded by the Moon Temple in the Elven Continent. If it weren't for His Majesty Felix Michel's active efforts to win over all parties, the Statue of Liberty would have found it difficult to gain a foothold in the Elven continent. Once the news of your entry into the Elven continent is known to the Moon Temple, it may be very troublesome. So we need to avoid the Moon Temple to enter the Elf continent. My plan is... Roy began to talk about his plan. Deputy Captain Timothy stood aside and listened to Roy talking about the so-called detailed plan. When he just left the expeditionary camp, it was just a framework. I didn't expect that Roy would tell all the details now. Hearing Roy's detailed introduction to the smuggling plan, the three captains could feel Roy's sincerity, and their hearts were relieved a little. The biggest investment in this plan is that Roy will provide 3,000 sets of thorium-plated magic armor and magic weapons. All human priests must wear armor and equip magic weapons made by elves to disguise themselves as half-blood elf guards. With the cooperation of Deputy Headmaster Timothy, 3,000 sets of thorium armor were delivered quickly. In addition to the armor, even the fine linen shirts and soft leather inner armor worn inside, the magic swords of the elf guards, etc. were also delivered 3,000 sets. The priests looked at a pile of extremely complicated magic armors, and didn't know how to put them on. Fortunately, the Dark Moon Elf warriors were there to teach them how to put them on one by one, starting with the soft leather inner armor, until they finally put on the thorium helmets. The priests were all shining silver, and were tightly wrapped in magic armor, with only their thin and dark faces exposed. Deputy Headmaster Timothy looked at the group of human priests standing upright, took a step forward, came to a human priest, and reached out to pull down the mask on the helmet. The human priest put on the visor, and the last flaw was completely covered. In this way, a team of half-blood elf guards soon appeared in front of Deputy Headmaster Timothy in an orderly manner. Chapter 676. On the Dark Gate side of Golfito Canyon, there are usually only 2 Silver Moon Elf guards guarding the door. Every time Roy transported a large amount of dark magic beast materials back from the Dark Land, he would bring a large group of half-blood elf guards, and he was never stopped when passing through the Dark Gate. This time, Roy's evacuation plan was to have 600 mine guards pass through the Dark Gate every day. These elf guards would not stay in Golfito Canyon after passing through the Dark Gate. They would leave Golfito Canyon as soon as possible, rush directly to the lake outside the canyon, and board the magic airship moored by the lake. In fact, 400 human priests wearing elven magic armor will be arranged in the evacuation team every day. The total number of people evacuating from the Dark Gate every day will be 1,000 warriors. After the Dark Gate was repaired by the magicians, the space rift was obviously more stable than before. A team of half-blood elf warriors passed through the Dark Gate. They did not line up neatly, but they stood very closely to each other. This group of half-blood elf warriors entered the back garden of the Statue of Liberty Temple in Golfito Canyon. Several priests of the Moon Temple who were originally guarding in the back garden immediately hid far away, fearing that they would become unclean if they came into contact with these half-blood elves. Roy personally walked at the front of the team. The 2 Silver Moon Elf guards saw so many half-blood elf warriors coming out of the Dark Gate, and did not think there was anything wrong. The half-blood elf warriors walked very fast, their steps were a little chaotic, and their footsteps were connected, like dense drumbeats. These half-blood elf warriors were like a group of lambs driven out of the sheepfold. After walking out of the dark portal, there was no way to count their number. After passing through the dark portal, the half-blood elf guards did not stay in the back garden of the Statue of Liberty. All the elf guards, led by Roy, went directly through the backyard corridor and walked out of the side door of the Statue of Liberty along the continent between the valleys. They left Golfito Canyon without stopping, and went directly to the outside of the canyon. The dock by the lake had been cleared early, and all the elf warriors boarded the first magic airship. Roy stood on the dock and watched the floating device running at full capacity. The magic airship slowly rose from the lake under the huge thrust. There were many other elf warriors from other legions around the lakeshore. They witnessed a magic airship take off. Just a quarter of an hour later, the magic airship disappeared into the sky. This magic airship will fly from Golfito to the sea outside the port of Murayaki. The 17th Silver Pegasus Corps only has air supremacy in this area. The magic airship will not be intercepted or checked by other Silver Pegasus Corps when flying on this route. When the magic airship arrives at the port of Murayaki, it will fly directly to the open sea, and then fly directly to Partington Island from the open sea. This is the flight route that Roy had planned long ago. This time, Deputy Commander Timothy will follow the first magic airship back to Partington Island. He will take this group of elf guards through the Partington Island portal. A temporary camp will also be established outside the city of Padstow to accommodate the elf guards. Seeing the magic airship disappear into the sky, Roy breathed a sigh of relief. The other 8 captains stayed on their respective magic airships. Roy pointed to the second magic airship and signaled to him that he would bring the next batch of elf guards on board tomorrow. This Count Felek also stood on the magic airship and waved to Roy. He didn't expect that after Roy returned to Golfito, he would lead the mine guards back to Partington Island so soon. In this way, the trade of magic beast materials in the Dark Land could only end hastily. He simply followed Roy to Castletown City and signed a magic herb trade agreement with the Imperial merchant Darwin. Next, he mainly purchased magic herbs in Murayaki City and resold them to those Imperial merchants. Although he might still be harassed by Count Stasa after returning to Murayaki City, as long as he behaves a little more low-key, I believe Count Stasa will not continue to go crazy. In fact, for Silver Moon elves, finding a lover is very common. Count Stasa only wanted to teach Felek a lesson because this matter caused a lot of trouble in the city. Now so much time has passed, and Viscount Felek has also communicated with people privately several times during this period. Count Stasa has promised not to pursue the mistakes made by Felek. Although this promise may be a little watery, Count Stasa will never treat Felek too much next time. After all, everyone is in the aristocratic circle, and the aristocratic circle of the Silver Moon Elves is actually only the size of a palm. After all, the Silver Moon Elves do not have the death penalty. The island is very windy and rough. After nightfall, the rumbling sound of huge waves hitting the sea rocks continue to spread into the tree house of the Tree of Life. Count Swinburne turned around and drew the curtains behind him. He was tired of the salty smell of the sea breeze, but because the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion needed to be stationed on the Queen of Winnie Islands all year round, he had to stay in the barracks. He actually didn't want to send the Silver Moon Elf Guard Regiment, which had just been formed by the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion, to the Dark Gate. This Elf Guard Regiment had just entered the first stage of training. To become a qualified Elf Guard warrior, this stage training would have to go through at least 9 stages. However, the Buenos Aires Military Department sent 3 urgent letters in the past 2 months. When the Silver Moon Elf nobles in Buenos Aires heard that the Dark Gate was currently in the hands of a group of half-blood elf guards, they immediately protested strongly to the Buenos Aires Military Department. These Silver Moon Elf nobles believed that the gate to the Dark Land should not be in the hands of a group of half-blood elf warriors. The Silver Moon Elves are not without an army, and they can send a Silver Moon Elf guard to guard the Dark Gate. Moreover, the leader of this half-blood elf guard is suspected of killing Silver Moon Elf nobles. Out of helplessness, Earl Swinburne sent the newly formed Silver Moon Elf Guard to Golfito, and planned to transfer Roy and the mine guard from Golfito back to the Partington Plain. Calculating the time, it has been nearly a month since this young Silver Moon Elf Guard arrived at Golfito Canyon. But Roy's mine guard group has been unable to evacuate the Dark Land. The group of Silver Moon Elves who protested on Partington Island have already left the island. Earl Swinburne received this news the day before yesterday. He thought Roy would run to the Silver Pegasus military to complain to him. But he didn't expect Roy to make a gesture and suppress the protest on Partington Island. Then he returned to the Dark Gate of Golfito Canyon without stopping. This time, although Roy handled the Silver Moon Elves' protest very efficiently, he became worse in the eyes of the Silver Moon Elves. Standing by the window, Earl Swinburne said to himself, "It's better to transfer them back, so that they can stay in the Partington Plain for a while." Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, and Earl Swinburne turned around, looked at the door, and said casually, "Come in, what's the matter?" The adjutant standing at the door hurried in, and said to Earl Swinburne in a low voice, "Earl, the Silver Pegasus scouting team found the ships of the Grey Dwarf robbers outside the Queen of Winnie Islands." Earl Swinburne asked with a headache, "How big is the size of this fleet?" "So far, only 3 three-masted sailing ships have been found," the adjutant replied. Then Earl Swinburne ordered, "Let the scouting team continue to follow them, don't lose them, and it would be best if they can find their hiding place at sea." "Yes, Lord Earl." In a blink of an eye, the last batch of half-elf warriors also boarded the 8th magic airship. As the magic airship rose directly into the sky, there was only one magic airship left moored on the lakeshore, and the huge dock immediately became empty. This hard-built dock is about to be abandoned. Without Roy's magic airships, this clear mountain lake would not need such a dock. The stream on the opposite side of the lake gurgled. After coming to Golfito Canyon for so long, Roy found that he had no intersection with those unicorn knights. He stood on the dock by the lake with some reluctance, looking at the calm water, and his heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally settled down a little. Now, he could only hope that everything would go well for the mine guards on Partington Island. However, there were elves like Berkeley, Rosander, and Tennyson on the Partington Plain to help, so it shouldn't be difficult to secretly settle down 3,000 human priests. Tomorrow, Roy would take the last magic airship to Partington Island. Currently, there were 300 half-blood elf warriors packing up tents and other supplies in the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp. These supplies of the mine guards would go to Partington Island with Roy. When Roy turned around, he saw that Mage Dunlop had brought a magician to the dock. Mage Dunlop was a magic scholar who studied black magic. Roy thought that these magicians had left Golfito, but he didn't expect to see Mage Dunlop here. He quickly stood up and saluted Mage Dunlop. "Roy, are you leaving Golfito too?" Mage Dunlop came over and asked kindly. "Yes, Mage Dunlop," Roy said. "You don't have to call me such a formal name. You can just call me Teacher Dunlop," Mage Dunlop said very kindly. Roy usually has little contact with this mage, and he really doesn't know why he came to him at this time. "I came here this time just to take Leah away. This child has a dark constitution, and is most suitable for learning black magic," Mage Dunlop said to Roy. Leah, come down quickly. This matter is ultimately up to you to decide. I'm going to stay on the magic airship for a while," Roy shouted to the sisters Leah and Alice, who were standing by the side of the magic airship. Leah was about to retract her head, so she could only stick her head out and smiled awkwardly at Roy and Mage Dunlop. Then, like a light-hearted deer, she supported herself on the side of the magic airship with one hand and jumped directly from the 7 or 8 meter high ship, squatting steadily on the dock floor. The moment her body touched the floor, it turned into a ball of black mist with a puff. When she appeared again, she was already standing in front of Roy. Mage Dunlop's eyes lit up, full of expectation. He was obviously coming for Leah. "You should learn more advanced black magic from me instead of joining the elf army early, Leah. You can't learn anything useful in the elf army." Mage Dunlop said it very bluntly. But Roy hadn't walked far yet, and heard these words clearly. Roy could only pretend that he didn't hear anything, and walked slowly onto the magic airship. Alice also stayed on the magic airship, and didn't get off with Leah. Roy saw that her complexion was obviously getting better and better recently. On the elf continent, the power of holy light in her body was also slowly growing. But Leah always likes to come out of the cabin after dusk these days. "Actually, I think Leah should go with Dunlop to learn black magic," Roy said to Alice in a low voice. Alice shook her head and said in a very low voice, "She won't go back." Roy was slightly stunned and turned to look at Alice, who was standing quietly on the side of the ship. Alice just turned her head and smiled sweetly at Roy without saying anything else. Sure enough, not long after, standing on the dock, Mage Dunlop turned around and left with the student. They boarded a magic carriage and drove straight to a forest mountain road. After standing on the dock for a while, Leah turned around and jumped onto the magic airship, her short hair flying. "You rejected the invitation of Mage Dunlop?" Roy asked Leah. Leah nodded calmly and said casually, "I am very satisfied with my current life and don't want to be separated from Alice, so I rejected it." Roy was speechless. At this time, he still had to return to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp. Although everything there had been completely packed up, the final handover had not been completed. Walking along the mountain road at the entrance of the canyon, Roy looked at the slightly dilapidated Statue of Liberty in the valley. The dark atmosphere in the valley was thicker than when he first arrived. Passing through the dark portal, he saw the young Captain Steele arranging patrol tasks for the Silver Moon Elf Guards. Roy thought for a moment, handed over a hand-drawn map, and said to Captain Steele, "This is a map of known areas that the mine guards and I have explored in the Dark Land for more than a year. These red circles are marked with some wild demon hunting camps. This line is the expedition road, and these dots are expedition camps. However, I do not recommend you to explore the Dark Land. In addition, you must be careful of the demon tide that erupts here. As long as you stay at the Dark Portal Expedition Camp, there will be no trouble. Thank you for your reminder, Captain Roy." Captain Steele took the map and thanked Roy happily. Obviously, he did not take Roy's warning to heart. Roy and Captain Steele completed the final handover of the camp and returned to Golfito Canyon from the Dark Portal without looking back. Chapter 677. When Roy arrived at Partington Island on the magic airship, he happened to see the logistics and material troops of the Silver Pegasus Corps anchored at the dock of Partington Island. These ships were ready to go, and the decks of all the ships were full of materials. It seemed that they should be transported to Murayaki Port. The Silver Moon Elf logistics officer on the medium-sized sailing ship recognized Roy and saluted him from a distance on the deck. The magic airship had slowly lowered its flight altitude at this moment, and the propulsion device at the stern was also running at full speed. The entire magic airship was slowly flying towards the small town in the belly of Partington Island. The crack in the mountain was just big enough for a magic airship to pass through. The magic airship passed through the crack in the mountain at a turtle's crawl. At the narrowest point, when Roy stood on the edge of the ship, he could almost touch the cold wall with a wooden stick. The hull of the three-masted sailing ship was not very wide, so it passed through the crack in the mountain relatively smoothly. It hovered above the town of Partington Island for half a day until the portal became the portal from Partington Island to Padstow City. The magic airship was the first to pass through the portal. When the magic airship flew out of the portal in the central square, cheers were heard from all around the square. Roy stood on the bow and saw that the central square of the entire city of Padstow was closed. A large number of half-blood elf guards surrounded the square. A large number of half-blood elves occupied the streets around the square, and several nearby streets were crowded with half-blood elves. The traffic near the central square was completely paralyzed, and Roy took the magic airship to the airport terminal of Padstow. The moment Roy stood on the bow, cheers suddenly broke out in the streets around the square, and those cheers immediately turned into a wave, and then the half-blood elves on several streets were boiling with excitement. Boss Roy's name was even more echoing in the sky above the central square. Roy had no choice but to grab a taut cable, and then stood directly on the bronze sheep head horn at the front of the magic airship, raised one arm, and waved it vigorously at the half-blood elves below. The half-blood elf crew on the magic airship were also curiously looking at the half-blood elves gathered around the square. Why are there so many half-blood elves in the central square? Didn't you hear them all calling the boss name? Of course they all came here because of his reputation. Great, we're finally back to the Partington Plain. The air here is so fresh. Partington, we're back. We're back. The half-elf crew on the magic airship also yelled like crazy down below. Roy brought the last magic airship back to the Partington Plain, and the stone hanging in his heart finally fell to the ground completely. The magic airship hovered steadily at the airport terminal. Roy found that the 8 berths built at the airport terminal were actually full of magic airships. Roy walked to the platform and saw Timothy and Tennyson waiting here. Roy took the initiative to hug Timothy, and then heard Deputy Captain Timothy whisper to Roy, "Boss, all the soldiers have been arranged to go to the suburban camp for repairs, and everything is going well. Thank you for your hard work, Timothy." Then Roy hugged Tennyson again. Tennyson is currently the leader of the Assassin Corps. He has always been known for his cruelty and cold-bloodedness. The Dark Moon Elf warriors are not afraid of Captain Timothy, but they are really afraid of Tennyson. "Boss, the Corps members of the Freedom Association have been cleared out, and there will definitely be no future troubles," Tennyson whispered in Roy's ear. Roy's hands trembled slightly. He didn't expect to hear such bloody news just after arriving in Padstow. He knew that what Tennyson said about cleaning up must have really dealt with it. Roy glanced at Tennyson and responded, "This is my fault. I underestimated those guys at the beginning. If I had suppressed them when I first found them, I guess they wouldn't have made such a big fuss." The 3 of them walked down the spiral staircase built on the giant tree, and a team of half-blood elf warriors followed Roy neatly. Leah and Alice were also in the team. The 2 sisters came to the Partington Plain for the first time, and were curiously looking at the endless forest in front of them. There was a row of carriages parked outside the airport terminal. Roy got into the carriage directly, and left the airport terminal without stopping. The carriage that Roy was riding came to the material warehouse, and drove directly into the warehouse. Lation was now in charge of the warehouse. After a series of reorganizations, Tennyson found several members of the Freedom Association in the material warehouse, and the entire material warehouse was firmly under Roy's control again. The material warehouse is the place that Roy values the most. Whether it is magic herbs or magic metals, almost all materials will be temporarily stored in the material warehouse here before leaving the Partington Plain, so this is Roy's money bag. As the magic herb market is becoming more and more popular, various mines in the Pagisto Plateau have resumed production one after another, and magic herbs and magic metals are very profitable. The mine guard group formed by Roy has now expanded to more than 15,000 half-blood elf guards. In addition, Roy also has an air force of 2,000 Griffin cavalry. Due to the rapid accumulation of wealth, Roy boldly built a plateau city on the plateau. More than 12,000 plateau headhunters are building the plateau city. In addition, Roy also built an alchemy workshop with more than 2,000 gray dwarves serving in the alchemy workshop. All the materials that are stockpiled due to excess production capacity will be transported to the material warehouse in Padstow City, and then transported to Castletown City through the portal. Claire and Woods were the heads of Castletown. Woods was in charge of the magic herbs business, mainly selling them to the imperial merchants at the port docks. Claire handled all kinds of goods other than magic herbs. His family had a complex network of relationships in Castletown, so it was naturally very convenient for him to handle these materials. This also indirectly showed how important the material warehouse in Padstow was in Roy's heart. But Rambo, whom Roy trusted the most, was actually persuaded by Bernard Chazot. In the past year or so, Rambo has given Bernard Chazot a lot of help with the convenience of the material warehouse. This time, he asked Lation to take charge of the material warehouse in order to completely clean up the cancer in the material warehouse. It has been less than a month since Roy left Padstow City. When he saw Lation again, the half-elf old man had lost a lot of weight. He looked extremely tired and was still counting the account books of the material warehouse. There are too many goods coming in and out every day, and checking the accounts becomes extremely troublesome. Roy walked into the single building and saw that the account books on Lation's desk were stacked higher than his body. He sat opposite Lation without saying a word. Lysander put down the account book in his hand, looked up at Roy, and then said dully, "Now the name of the Partington Plain has even spread to the Evernight Forest and Darnassus. Even the Silver Moon Elves are saying everywhere, Partington Plain is a completely free city for half-blood elves." Such a reputation directly caused Partington Plain to cause a siphon effect on the Elven continent. Half-blood elves from all over the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom are willing to sell their property and travel thousands of miles to rush to Partington Plain. Last month, the population of Padstow exceeded 900,000, and it is estimated that it will soon exceed the 1 million mark. The city has undergone 4 rounds of large-scale expansion, but the expansion speed still cannot keep up with the speed of the influx of half-blood elves. The most important thing is that Padstow is too bloated. It can't be considered a central city at present, but it already has a population comparable to that of a central city. The city lacks various infrastructures. The most troublesome problem now is that it takes an hour to travel by carriage from the city center to the edge of the city. The Silver Pegasus Corps will be responsible for the development of Padstow, Roy said. What we need to do is to attract as many talents as possible from Padstow and let them shine in the Plateau City. Roy paused, then said, "In addition, a town must be built at the Sun Island Bay Pier, at least the size of the fortress town. Boss, I sent Rambo back to the alchemy workshop on the Pagisto Plateau to push the mine and transport coal gang." Lation finally found an opportunity to explain to Roy the treatment of Rambo. Roy didn't expect Lation to be so hard-hearted that he actually threw Rambo directly into the mine for transformation. "It's good to let him calm down, but I'm really short of manpower here. When he figures it out, I let him go to the dock of Sun Island Bay to build a port town." Roy was more angry because he had clearly reminded Rambo to stay away from those guys who advocated freedom. But Rambo was a stubborn person. Not only did he not listen to Roy's warning, but he also got involved with those guys. This time Roy invited Lysander to give him a beating, hoping that he would wake up as soon as possible. "Tomorrow, the soldiers of the Mine Guard will take the magic airship to the Plateau City, but I will stay here for a while. If you have any questions, come to the Tree House Hotel to find me." After Roy told Lysander a few serious things, he hurriedly left the material warehouse. Leah and Alice were also brought by Roy. They had lived in the dark since they were young and were very unfamiliar with the outside world. Seeing that there was a city hidden in the woods, they looked around curiously along the way. Roy rented 2 separate tree houses in the Tree House Hotel in the city center. One tree house was for sisters Leah and Alice to live in. He also gave Leah a bag full of kohler and asked her to take Alice around the city these days, and not to mind her own business. Roy took a simple shower in the rented treehouse, changed his clothes, and left the hotel without taking a rest. He went directly to the Silver Pegasus military headquarters in Padstow. Almost all the officers in the lobby on the first floor of the Silver Pegasus military headquarters knew Roy. Occasionally, there were young Silver Moon Elf officers who did not know Roy, and other colleagues would whisper to them, "Hey, look at that. That's Boss Roy." The young Silver Moon Elf officer stared at Roy with wide eyes, but could not see anything special about him. "He is really a half-elf. Why don't I see any characteristics of an elf in him? If you can get in touch with him, you will find that except for not looking like an elf, he is an elf in his bones." When Roy passed through the hall on the first floor, an adjutant immediately came up to him and whispered to him, "Captain Roy, General Berkeley has been waiting for you. Please follow me." General Berkeley's office is the same as General Camfred's office. The decoration in the room has not changed at all, but the number of documents on the desk has more than doubled. Roy was brought in by the adjutant beside General Berkeley and sat opposite the desk. "Berkeley, are you so busy every day?" General Berkeley did not even raise his head and answered humorously, "Today is better, at least I can still see you when I raise my head." He inserted the quill pen into the pen holder and replaced it with a quill pen full of ink to continue signing. Padstow is now 4 times bigger than before. The streets of the entire city need to be replanned, including street trees and shrub walls on the street, magic fountains and fruit shops, etc. Now large living areas have been built, but the basic supporting facilities have not kept up. The huge amount of garbage generated every day in the entire city has given me a headache for several days. General Berkeley kept chattering. He didn't expect Roy to give some good suggestions or ask Roy to help solve the problem. He just wanted to complain and vent. As the head of the logistics department of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion and the governor of Padstow, Berkeley didn't have many people to talk to like this. Roy just happened to be one of them. Now that you're back, you can help me share some of the burden. Berkeley smiled and said to Roy. Roy waved his hand helplessly and said to Berkeley, "Don't count on me. I still have a lot of things to do, and I'm also in trouble. This time, I came to you to draw a line between us." Draw a line? Berkeley was slightly startled, and then immediately understood Roy's thoughts, and said helplessly, "You are really cautious. We have no choice. We have to put on an act for those Silver Moon Elf nobles, who are eyeing the Partington Plain." Roy said, leaning on the sofa, his eyes falling on the window. "If those Silver Moon Elf nobles see us getting along harmoniously, they will probably be unable to sleep again. Okay, how do I cooperate with you?" Berkeley raised his head again and looked at Roy. "It's agreed in advance. You go to appease the half-blood elf warriors of the Padstow City Security Guard." "No way, but now you haven't dealt with them," Roy said in disbelief. "Don't you know how much influence you have in the Partington Plain?" Berkeley asked Roy with a smile. Chapter 678. Everyone in the Silver Pegasus military was talking about one thing. General Berkeley and Captain Roy had a quarrel in the office. General Berkeley even smashed his favorite teacup to pieces. Captain Roy was planning to gain more benefits for the half-blood elves, such as reducing personal tolls when passing through the Partington portal, and reducing 30% of the tariff on the goods they carried. Captain Berkeley certainly couldn't agree to Captain Roy's unreasonable request. Not only did he not agree to Captain Roy's application, he also wanted to implement a higher level of security for the Silver Moon Elves in Padstow, such as increasing the number of patrols in the Silver Moon Elves' living area. Captain Roy then left the Padstow Silver Pegasus military headquarters in anger. Recently, magic airships loaded with cargo have docked at the Padstow Airport Terminal every day. In addition to metal ingots and magic herbs shipped from the Padstow Plateau, there are also dried fish and frozen sea fish shipped from the Sun Island Bay. There are nearly 1 million half-blood elves living in Padstow. Of course, this large group of half-blood elves cannot only eat fruits every day. They also prefer to eat fish. Since fish shipped from Partington Island have to pay tariffs, generally speaking, few elves will transport fish from Partington Island to Padstow City. Therefore, fish from Sun Island Bay has currently occupied the market in Padstow City. There are abundant fishery resources near Sun Island. I heard that the drying yard there is on a coastline that is 10 kilometers long. Currently, the airport terminal is the most lively place in Padstow City. Every day, a large number of half-blood elves flock to the airport terminal to find things to do. In recent months, with the influx of half-blood elves into the Partington Plain, the city of Padstow has expanded rapidly. Recently, there are too many half-blood elves in the city, and the city's human resources are seriously oversupplied. At present, the collectors have formed small groups. They are going to the depths of the Blackwater Swamp to find magic herbs, so these collection teams are more exclusive of novices. Many half-blood elves came to the Partington Plain, and the first thing they did was to find a job for themselves. Half-blood elves came to the Partington Plain from afar. Almost all of them heard that the Partington Plain is rich in magic herbs, and many half-blood elves have made money in the Partington Plain, so everyone also wants to try their luck in the Partington Plain. The job they want to do most is to follow the collection team into the depths of the Partington Plain to collect magic herbs, but this kind of job is not easy to find. So some half-blood elves would come to the airport terminal to find work. They waited on the street outside the airport terminal. Whenever a magic airship docked in front of the platform of the airport terminal, half-blood elves would come out of the airport terminal, and then select some half-blood elves to enter the airport terminal to carry the goods on the magic airship. These half-blood elves were very generous, and paid very quickly. Many half-blood elves were willing to work for them. When there was nothing to do, these half-blood elves would wander around the street. Several half-blood elves gathered on the steps outside the magic fountain on the street, whispering, "Have you heard that Captain Berkeley and Boss Roy had a quarrel in the military?" Boss Roy wanted to exempt the half-blood elves from the portal usage fee, but Captain Berkeley did not agree. The two of them have completely fallen out this time. The young half-blood elf spoke quickly and hastily, with a slang from somewhere in his tone. "We will not leave the Partington Plain, so naturally, we will not use the portal. What does the price of the portal ticket have to do with us? The one who said these words was a sturdy half-blood elf. The young half-blood elf pulled his sleeve and continued to mutter, "Don't you think about it. If the teleportation ticket is really free, we can enter and exit the Partington plane freely. If we transport some goods back to sell, it should be very profitable. These half-blood elves are all porters at the airport terminal. Magic airships usually dock at the airport terminal in the morning. Today, no magic airships have arrived at the airport terminal. They waited at the entrance of the terminal for a whole morning. After eating something at noon, they ran to the magic fountain to rest." Another half-blood elf said, "I haven't thought about this. The Silver Moon elves won't buy our goods, and the half-blood elves can't afford our goods. Who do you think we can sell our goods to?" What you said makes sense." The young half-blood elf smiled. "I heard that Boss Roy is currently calling on half-blood elves to move to the Plateau City. Should we try our luck there?" The sturdy half-blood elf asked curiously. "Seriously? What is the Pagisto Plateau like? The magic herbs there are scarce. Although the Plateau City is next to the wilderness, it is definitely not a good choice to go there to collect magic herbs." The half-blood elves were talking quietly beside the magic fountain, but they were heard by the two elf girls standing opposite the magic fountain. This was the first time Leah and Alice came to Padstow. When they were in the Dark Land, they had never seen such a large elf city. In the green sea, countless tree houses covered the entire mountain range, and a tall tree of life covered half of the mountain range, like a giant umbrella inserted on the top of the mountain. The scene was very spectacular. Leah was wearing a light leather vest and bloomers, with her face covered by a headscarf, revealing only a pair of very cute dark pointed ears. The glaring sunlight made her a little uncomfortable, but she was still very excited to pull Alice around. Alice stood in front of the magic fountain, her eyes attracted by a rainbow in front of the fountain. She looked up at the towering tree across the street, which was the airport terminal of Padstow City, and 8 magic airships were docked next to the platform. This towering tree has been out of the coverage of the Tree of Life in Padstow City, and it is also a beautiful tree on this hillside. The half-blood elves all over the street made Alice feel an indescribable sense of security. This place is many times better than Iris's camp. "Alice, should we go to the Plateau City to have a look?" Leah whispered to her sister Alice. "If there is a chance, then let's go and have a look," Alice replied with a smile. While the two half-blood elf girls were talking, they left this small crossroads. There were some half-blood elf collectors selling primary magic herbs on the street, but whenever the Silver Moon elf merchants approached, these half-blood elf collectors would quickly collect the magic herbs into bamboo baskets, and would not talk to the Silver Moon elf merchants at all. This kind of situation of choosing buyers rarely happens in the Iris camp. The population there is sparse, and it is not easy to make a deal. The demon hunters there don't care whether the buyers are elves, humans, or dwarves. Leah was very curious. Why would these stall owners refuse those seemingly prestigious Silver Moon elf merchants when selling goods? She pulled her sister Alice to stop in front of a stall. The stall owner didn't even look at Leah's face, but just glanced at the dark pointed ears, and said to Leah with a smile, "Want to buy some magic herbs? These magic herbs are all picked from the Blackwater swamp. If you need them, I can sell them to you at a lower price. If I buy these magic herbs and sell them to him, will you be very angry?" Leah smiled and piled them in front of the stall. "If you really want to do that, it's better not to let me see it, otherwise I won't sell you a single blade of grass in the future," the half-blood elf stall owner also said in a joking tone. "Why are you saying this to a little girl? Even if she sold your magic herbs to the Silver Moon elf merchant, she had no choice but to do so. Anyway, you would have returned to the Blackwater swamp by then. Besides, didn't Boss Roy call on us to treat half-blood elves and Silver Moon elves equally?" A half-blood elf stall owner next to him took the opportunity to interject. When he saw the Silver Moon elf merchant walking away, he quickly put his magic herbs back on the stall. "Hey, you guy, you talk like you wouldn't do that." The two half-blood elf stall owners seemed to have a good relationship, but they actually stood together and started arguing. Leah covered her mouth and pulled Alice to another place. The half-elf stall owner was still chasing after them, shouting, "I have other good stuff here. If you want to buy magic herbs, come to me." When the two sisters returned to the hotel, they found that Roy had returned. Leah stood at the door, looking at Roy, who was flipping through the account book, and said, "I heard people on the street today that you had a quarrel with your boss. From your current appearance, it seems that you don't take it to heart." "We did have a fight, but there's no need to show it on your face. You guys went out? What do you think of Padstow?" Roy looked up and asked Leah. "It looks more natural than Castleton, and the streets and alleys here are full of half-blood elves. They are not like the demon hunters in the Dark Land, who show hostility to everyone they see and have to be cautious and alert, Leah said casually. In fact, when Leah and Alice went out in the morning, Roy was a little worried about them. But then I thought, the two sisters can live well in the Dark Land, so it will be even easier in Padstow. Roy, is every elven city like this? Leah asked Roy. Well, the cities on the elven continent are almost all like Castletown. Padstow is only on the Partington Plain, and there is only one city here, Roy explained. I heard from the elves on the street that there is a plateau city on the Pagisto Plateau. Leah curled her lips and said, the plateau city is not really an elven city. To put it nicely, it is a city. To put it bluntly, it is a concentration camp for war criminals. The plateau city currently holds 12,000 plateau headhunters. They are natives of the Pagisto Plateau. They have killed countless half-blood elves on the Pagisto Plateau. Now those headhunters have been dealt with by us. The surrendered headhunters are all imprisoned in the plateau city, Roy explained to Leah. The reason why he said so much was that he hoped Roy could understand this place as soon as possible. I also heard that they like to call you Boss Roy. Roy laughed after hearing this and said, it's actually right for them to call me that. I have many businesses in the Partington Plain. I am the largest mine owner here and often sell magic metals. I also do magic herbal business. Well, let's put it this way, even the dried sea fish sold on the street may be mine. Leah asked Roy, when are we going to the Plateau City? Wait a few days. When I finish my work here, I will take you to the Plateau City and then take a tour of Sun Island Bay. Roy made a promise readily. After Roy finished speaking, he closed the account book in his hand and walked out of the wooden house. Do you want to go to the manor in the suburbs with me? Roy asked Leah, who was standing at the door. Okay. Before Leah finished her words, she was pulled by Alice behind her. Alice interrupted Leah directly. Leah, we have been walking for a day, let's take a break. But I want to go to the manor to take a look, Leah said to Alice. Alice did not argue with Leah at all, and directly reached out to pull Leah back to their wooden house. Oh, let go, I can walk by myself. Roy looked at the two sisters walking back to the wooden house, smiled slightly, and said nothing more. He put the account book in his hand into the magic waste bag. He didn't expect that in just 1 year, the mine and the primary magic herbal business on the Pagisto Plateau would accumulate such a large amount of wealth for him. This wealth not only supported the expenses of building the Plateau City, but also had a large surplus. Roy did not leave for the Plateau City immediately. In addition to checking the accounts at the material warehouse, he was also trying to find a way to send out 3,000 human priests. He walked to the door of the hotel and got into a carriage directly. Deputy Captain Tennyson was already sitting in the carriage. The two did not say anything in the carriage. When Tennyson saw Roy sitting down, he stretched out his hand and pulled the rope, and the bell in front of the carriage immediately rang. The coachman immediately raised the whip in his hand, and with a crisp whip sound, the carriage started moving immediately. Boss, what are you going to do with those human priests? We can't hide in Padstow for too long, Deputy Captain Tennyson asked in a low voice. They are priests of the Statue of Liberty of the Green Empire. I plan to help them contact the Empire merchants to see if their merchant ships can send them back to Roland Continent. Roy said his plan. Boss, you made such a big thing just to send them back to Roland Continent? Tennyson was a little dumbfounded. He thought Roy wanted to form a dark army outside the assassin group, but he didn't expect that Roy just wanted to send these human priests away. Of course, otherwise what's the point of keeping them here? Without the holy light of the Statue of Liberty, they can't even perform divine magic, Roy said casually. Chapter 679. To see whether an elf city is prosperous and stable, we must look at how many elf children there are in the city. The fertility of pure-blooded elves is particularly low, and some elves even have no children in their entire lives. Therefore, in many elf cities, those elf children are cared for with great care. The rise of mixed-blood elves was initially due to the significant improvement in the fertility of mixed-blood elves. Perhaps due to the fusion of blood, the pregnancy rate of elves of different races can be increased by at least 10 times when they are combined. Therefore, there are a lot of half-blood elf children in Padstow. You can always see some elf children chasing balls in the streets and alleys. Their laughter even makes the sky of Padstow colorful. With these half-blood elf children, the whole city is full of vitality. Roy passed through the streets of Padstow in a carriage. He remembered that when he first came to Padstow, there was no street planning in the city. There were some forest paths everywhere under the tree houses. The elves built some small flower beds under some trees. These paths were intertwined to form a network in the city. But now the city of Padstow has changed its original appearance in the rapid expansion. The closer you get to the city center, the wider the streets become. There is even a large square under the Tree of Life that can accommodate 5,000 elves. Many magic fountains have been added to the city, and these fountains are basically at crossroads or small squares. In addition to magic fountains, statues, pools, and shrub walls are also common. In addition to a large number of shops, there are also many orange shops in Padstow in recent years. The elves like to call fruit shops orange shops, and like to hang a fish-shaped thin iron plate outside the fish shop. Whenever there is a breeze in the forest, the iron plate will swing back and forth. The exquisitely made iron plate will be like a flying fish flying through the wind and waves in the sea. If you stand on the street for a while, you can see many half-blood elf collectors carrying bamboo baskets. Roy can even tell what magic herbs are in his bamboo basket from the exposed part of the bamboo basket. There are so many half-elf collectors, but the Silver Moon merchants complain every day that it is really difficult to buy magic herbs in Padstow City. Roy did not buy a tree house in Padstow City. In order to facilitate the transportation of herbs and magic metals from the Padstow Plateau to Castletown City, he bought an orchard on the outskirts of Padstow City. This orchard has always been the secret receiving point for the Latian caravan. When the magic airship first entered the Partington Plain, it also hovered over the orchard and transported a large amount of fruit to the Padstow Plateau. Due to the unique terrain of the mountains near this orchard, there is only one road to enter the mountains, so this orchard is very private. Now the 3,000 human priests of the Knights Templar are temporarily living here. When Roy entered the manor, the courtyard of the manor's residential area was filled with boxes of apples. There are very few breadfruit trees in Padstow, and you can always see large apple orchards outside the city. Roy saw that the human priests had changed into the fine linen robes that half-blood elves like to wear. They gathered in the courtyard and were putting the picked apples into wooden boxes with hay. The human priests looked much better, and Roy could even feel that they already had a little bit of holy light power. Unfortunately, the holy light of the Statue of Liberty could no longer shine on the Elven continent, and the human priests could not quickly restore the holy light power through prayer. A carriage drove into the manor and stopped in the yard of the manor. The door was opened by the coachman, and Roy and Tennyson got out of the carriage. Captain Jarwin stood up from the pile of apple boxes and took the lead to greet Roy and Tennyson. Captain Flint and Captain Dukas followed closely behind. The three captains wanted to meet Roy and talk to him about the next path of the Knights Templar. Roy did not stay in the yard, but walked directly into the restaurant of the manor. There were long tables and benches here, and the restaurant was spacious enough for everyone to talk about things. The Knights Templar have lived here for 2 days, and have probably understood the situation of the Partington Plain. What do the three captains think? Roy looked at the three captains and asked. Captain Jarwin sat in the middle. He had the most contact with Roy, so he was the one to speak. Captain Roy, first of all, I want to thank you for taking the risk to bring us out of the dark land. The Partington Plain is also very good. There are vast forests and abundant magical herbs. It is a rich and livable plain. But although it is good here, we still hope to return to the Green Empire of Roland Continent. After all, we have been away from home for so long, and we really want to go home and take a look. After Captain Jarwin finished speaking, he looked at the other two captains. Captains Flint and Dykas also nodded quickly, expressing their agreement with Captain Jarwin's point of view. The three captains did not hesitate and took out some magic beast materials from their magic waste bags and placed them on the long dining table. These magic beast materials were almost all high-level goods obtained from high-level magic beasts above level 4. Any one of them could be sold for a lot of money in the magic market. The magic materials filled the long dining table. Captain Roy, we specially prepared this for you to express our gratitude. It was unknown how long they had spent to accumulate these magic materials. They had come all the way back from the Dark Land. These dark magic materials must have been very difficult to obtain. Roy had traded this kind of magic material some time ago. These dark magic materials were worth a lot of money. He thought for a while before saying to Captain Jarwin, the reason I am willing to bring you back from the Dark Land is because of the friendship we have. It is out of mutual help between friends. If one day I wandered to the Green Empire and asked for your help, I think you would definitely not refuse me. These dark beast materials are not that important to me, but for you, maybe they can be exchanged for a ticket back to the Green Empire. I know a few human merchants. My idea is, you can meet those human merchants, or try to contact other human merchants. You can first understand the current situation of the Green Empire. If they are willing to take you back to the Green Empire, I will help you board the ship safely. Now there are many imperial merchants buying magic herbs in the Elf continent. I heard that a large-scale plain war is currently breaking out in Roland continent. It is said that the Dark Legion is invading the plane. You'd better learn more about the situation in Roland Continent. Roy's words naturally moved the three captains very much. When Captain Jeroen heard that a plane war had broken out on Roland Continent, he said, "Then it is even more necessary for us to go back and take a look. The Statue of Liberty and the Green Empire royal family have a covenant to jointly resist foreign enemies. Every time a war breaks out in the Green Empire, the priests will be assigned to various armies and fight with the army." Roy nodded. "Okay, it just so happens that the portal tonight in the central square of Padstow City leads from here to Partington Island. You can send a few representatives to go to Partington Island with me later. You can also bring these magic beast materials with you. The purchasing power of the Imperial merchants is stronger than that of the elf merchants. If the price is right, sell these magic beast materials to them." Captain Jeroen wanted to say a few words to Roy, urging him to accept these magical beast materials. Roy patted Captain Jeroen on the shoulder and urged him, "Let's go, the one-way portal in Padstow City will not wait for us." The carriage carried Roy, Tennyson, Captain Jeroen and Captain Flint out of the Apple Manor, and Captain Dykus stayed in the manor. "It is impossible for all three captains to go, someone must stay here." Tennyson got off the car halfway. He did not follow Roy to the elf continent. It would be very troublesome for a dark moon elf like him to pass through the plane portal, unless there was a large-scale elven army passing through, so that they, the dark moon elves, could blend in. Every time he passed through the portal, Roy would be recognized by the half-blood elf guards. The half-blood elf guards saluted Roy excitedly. Roy waved to the half-blood elf guards, then quickly passed through the portal, and came to the center of Partington Town. There was actually a very busy commercial street here, and the goods in the shops were also dazzling. Many shops had some magic herbs in them, but the prices of those magic herbs were not cheap. Few half-blood elves would stop in front of such shops, but some silver moon elves would stand in front of the shops and ask questions. Roy introduced Partington Island to the two captains, and then the three of them came to the island pier and boarded a medium-sized sailing ship flying the flag of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. As the medium-sized sailing ship was filled with various goods, it sailed to Castletown port under the setting sun. The slightly salty sea breeze made Captain Jeroen and Captain Flint somewhat excited. They seemed to be looking forward to meeting the Imperial merchants. The medium-sized sailing ship sailed in the sea for a night. Roy even told Captains Jeroen and Flint about the elves' understanding of the star map. That night, Jeroen and Flint almost did not sleep all night. The medium-sized sailing ship was still very bumpy when sailing in the sea, and it happened that the wind and waves were also very strong at night. When they arrived at the Castletown port pier in the early morning, the two captains were exhausted and looked very bad. The number of Imperial merchant ships that have arrived at the Deepwater dock has increased to more than a dozen, and these large sailing ships are crowded with the Deepwater dock. In the morning at Castletown port, countless flying fish boats rushed out of the dock. The half-blood elves stood on the boats and manipulated the wings with their hands. These flying fish boats looked like flying fish jumping on the sea. The morning sun bathed the entire Castletown city, and the closely arranged buildings in the lower city made the entire city look very spectacular. The statue of the Silver Moon Elf on the top of the mountain was just under the shade of the Tree of Life. She held a longbow in her hand and pointed at the vast endless sea. Standing on the port dock, this port city gave the two captains a strong sense of oppression. Captain Jeroen stood at the dock and saw the Statue of Liberty on top of the main hall of the Statue of Liberty next to the harbor. He pulled Captain Flint and walked towards Brown Street. The two captains stopped in front of the gate of the Statue of Liberty. Through the rusty iron gate, they saw that the gaps between the tiles in the courtyard were full of weeds. In the round fountain, the dense weeds had even submerged the fountain sculpture. Looking at the rusty iron gate and the dilapidated hall, the two captains of the Knights Templar looked a little lonely. Captain Jeroen was still thinking about how to get in and take a look. At this time, Roy stood in front of the side door, took out a copper key from his waist, and directly opened the iron lock on the door. Under the gaze of the two captains, Roy walked into the weed-covered yard. "My teacher is the chief priest here, but when I became an apprentice priest of the Statue of Liberty, the holy light of the Statue of Liberty could no longer shine on the Elven continent, so I did not believe in the Statue of Liberty, and did not rely on prayer to restore the power of holy light. When the Statue of Liberty went on the third expedition, my name was not on the list, and my teacher asked me to stay. Originally, it was said that a shelter would be set up here to accommodate some homeless half-elves, but now, more than 6 years have passed, and no one has come to take over the Statue of Liberty." Roy's tone was full of complaints. "Captain Roy, you are not a believer of the Statue of Liberty, so where does the holy light power in your body come from?" Captain Jeroen asked curiously. Roy explained. When I was still an apprentice priest, I relied on absorbing the holy light particles around me to slowly restore the holy light power in my body. Although the recovery speed was extremely slow, it allowed me to be promoted to a priest. After I became a priest, I found that the flower of light could help me quickly break through the level, so with the help of my friends, I planted a lot of flowers of light. After listening to Roy's story, the two captains suddenly realized. In fact, Roy had roughly explained what he said in the Dark Land. It was just that Roy was not standing in the ruined Statue of Liberty at that time. Although Captain Jeroen listened very seriously, he was not as profound as he was now. In fact, the priests have also discovered one thing in the past few days. That is, they can't restore the power of holy light through prayer in the Partington Plain. When they heard Roy say that the power of holy light can be restored through other means, they listened very seriously. Captain Jeroen didn't take it too seriously when he heard Roy mention the flower of light before. This time, Roy mentioned the flower of light again, and Captain Jeroen couldn't help asking Roy, "Captain Roy, can you take us to visit your flower garden?" "Of course. No problem." The three of them left the Statue of Liberty and walked west along the port pier. The Black Pearl ran aground on the beach west of the port pier. On the way, they met the Silver Moon Elf guards at the port pier, and Roy greeted them familiarly. Chapter 680. Every time there is a high tide, the beach below the Black Pearl will rise to a depth of more than 1 meter. Tiffany took Moira to swim in the shallow water. The sea surface was relatively calm, and the two even snorkeled in the reef area. The three-colored fish tail of Miss Mermaid reflected a dazzling brilliance in the sun. Only by looking down from above can you see the swaying figure in the water. Miss Tiffany turned over in the sea. When she was facing up, she saw several figures appearing on the Black Pearl through the clear seawater. "I think I saw Roy." Miss Tiffany turned her body and floated to the surface. The seawater kept flowing down her cheeks and hair. Her bulging chest showed amazing curves under the restraint of her swimsuit. She raised her right arm as white as lotus root and waved vigorously at the Black Pearl. Roy was on the deck, with his upper body leaning out of the side of the ship, and also waved back. Miss Tiffany saw that there seemed to be strangers on the Black Pearl, so she immediately hid her body in the sea. Moira hid behind the reef and poked her head out to look at the Black Pearl. She was wearing a black sea animal skin tights, with crystal water dripping down her cheeks, revealing the delicate appearance of a half-elf girl. She saw the gesture Roy made to her, which was telling her to talk again when she got home in the evening. Moira understood what he meant, so she took the mermaid's hand and said, "Tiffany, let's swim over there." After Captain Jeroen boarded the ship, he discovered something very strange. The main mast of the ship turned out to be a living tree, and some parts of the entire hull also grew tender green branches. This stranded sea ship was actually full of life. In his opinion, a stranded old ship should be full of decay, but here it is full of vitality. There is a Nanda mermaid and a half-blood elf girl swimming together in the sea. When did the relationship between elves and Nandas become so good? A half-dried mermaid-patterned long skirt is hung on the clothesline on the deck. Going up the stairs on the side of the ship, countless holy glimmers are falling from the stairs like snowflakes. Captain Jeroen held his breath, fearing that his exhalation would blow away these holy glimmers. Captain Flint, who was following behind, showed the same expression as Captain Jeroen. Roy led the two captains up the stairs and came to the flower bed on the roof. They saw the flowers of light blooming in the garden. Countless holy light particles condensed from the hearts of the flowers and then floated in the flower bed like fine dust. Some holy light particles fell down the stairs. Captain Jeroen felt that countless holy lights surrounded his body, which accelerated the recovery speed of his own holy light power. Just as Roy said, it really worked. Captains Jeroen and Flint looked at each other, their eyes revealing an uncontrollable excitement. "Ahem, Captain Roy, can we buy some flowers of light from you?" Captain Jeroen asked Roy. "Flowers of light are not valuable in the Elven continent. I can give you a few pots, and you need to cultivate them yourself. However, flowers of light are a bit delicate, and need to be taken care of by a gardener who is proficient in plant cultivation, or a druid who is proficient in botany." Roy pointed at the flowers of light in the flower bed and said to Captain Jeroen, "These flowers of light in the flower bed are bred from a single flower of light. To be honest, it is really difficult to raise them." As Roy said this, he took down a few pots of flowers of light from the shelf and handed them to Captain Jeroen and Captain Flint. "If you want flowers of light, you can come to me anytime." Captain Jeroen didn't expect Roy to be so generous and thanked him quickly. At the deepwater dock of Castletown Port, more than a dozen merchant ships of the Green Empire were moored here. There was almost no wind on the sea. These large sailing ships had their sails spread out and exposed to the scorching sun to ensure that the sails were dry enough to avoid being soaked by sea water too early. Darwin, the Empire merchant, was sitting at the conference table, talking to Roy and two human priests. The two priests, Jarrowen and Flint, were surprised. Two calendars were placed in front of them. Captain Jarrowen kept flipping through the two old calendars. There were also books of basic modern chronicles scattered on the conference table. Captain Jarrowen and Captain Flint had been bombarded by the news brought by Darwin. The two of them had no idea what to say. They were like two people from the ancient Green Empire, who had traveled through time and space for more than 200 years, and came to the present. During the conversation just now, Darwin, a merchant from the Empire, also realized something very important. The two human priests in front of him were actually over 200 years old. The things they talked about almost all happened more than 200 years ago. The key point is that they are only in their 40s or 50s. It can be seen that their bodies are quite young, and they should be in the state of middle-aged people. In fact, Darwin, who has been in business for many years, thought that the two might be scammers at first. They just happened to know the history of those years, or they were simply historians from the Green Empire who came to the Elf continent to commit fraud, deceive Captain Roy, and were brought to the ship by Captain Roy, who was kept in the dark to deceive them. But through chatting, I found that they seemed to be human priests from more than 200 years ago. They were members of the Knights of Bishop Okasai. At that time, Bishop Okasai disappeared in the Green Empire along with the entire Knights. It was not only recorded in the history of the Statue of Liberty, but also in the major events of the Green Empire. However, the news was strictly blocked at the time, so there were only a few words in this record. Darwin believed that what Captain Jarrowen said might be true, mainly because Captain Jarrowen did not ask for anything from him. Perhaps the only request was to take a merchant ship back to Roland Continent, but Captain Jarrowen also offered to buy a ticket to board the ship. Just now, Captain Jarrowen and Darwin had a deal. Captain Jarrowen took out a large number of very rare dark monster materials, and sold them to the Imperial merchant Darwin. In this case, does the Statue of Liberty in the Green Empire no longer exist? Roy asked Darwin. Darwin smiled bitterly and nodded. Most of the Statue of Liberty have been abandoned, and all the priests are missing. It is said that the few Statue of Liberty that still exist are related to the Imperial royal family, but those priests are also honestly staying in the temple, and did not participate in the plain war. Because the priests cannot join the army to fight, the Imperial Knights have become very vulnerable, so the army's demand for life potions has increased sharply. Now that the plain war has broken out again, we have no choice but to cross the endless sea and run to the Elf continent to buy magic herbs. Are you saying that there is not a single priest in the entire Green Empire? It's not that there is not a single priest, it's just that it's very difficult to find one. Captain Jarrowen looked a little unhappy. If the Statue of Liberty in the Green Empire no longer existed, then what's the point of them rushing back from a long distance? They might even be labeled deserters from the temple expedition. Who is the king of the Green Empire now? Your Majesty Charles. The Crown Prince is His Royal Highness Charles. But the prince, who has been increasingly popular in the country recently, is the Prince of Wales, who is currently the most valuable general in the Green Empire. Captain Jarrowen shook his head repeatedly. He was once a combat priest in the Royal Griffin Knights. But he had never even heard of the names of these royal family members. No wonder the Statue of Liberty had never contacted them. It turned out that the Statue of Liberty had also experienced a major change in the Green Empire. Or maybe the only thing that had not changed was their Templar Knights. They were like being frozen in a cage of time. When they walked out of the cage, they found that the world of the main plane was no longer the same as before. Even if they returned to the Green Empire of Roland Continent, they cannot live in the Statue of Liberty. The plain war in the Green Empire broke out, and the priests of the Statue of Liberty left the Green Empire long ago to protect themselves. If they rush back now, they may not be able to do anything except being criticized by countless people and waiting to be scolded. Captain Jarrowen and Captain Flint are already a little lost. Although they try their best to keep a polite smile on their faces, the expression in their eyes is like two homeless children. Captain Jarrowen did not mention the matter of returning to Roland Continent by boat again. Roy took Captain Jarrowen and Captain Flint away from the Imperial merchant ship. The two captains were silent all the way. It turned out that the Dark Land was the final destination of the priests. If they were still in the Dark Land, although the living environment was a little harder, they would never have this kind of distress of being abandoned. Now that they have left the Dark Land, it is impossible for them to go back. They were also abandoned by the Statue of Liberty. Roy and Moira met briefly, and did not even go to the alchemy workshop to visit Woods, and hurriedly took the ship back to the Partington Plain. There was really no other way. Roy had a lot of things to deal with personally on the Padstow Plateau in the Partington Plain, and he also needed to personally determine the current expansion plan of the Plateau City. Captain Jarrowen and Captain Flint returned to the manor, outside the city of Padstow, and told the human priests in the Knights Templar all the information they had found out. All of these human priests fell silent at once. No priest continued to pray. They gathered together in a state of despair. They had lost their faith, and were extremely confused about their future lives. Everyone was whispering about how to live in the future. Some priests even thought that they should find a cave in the deep mountains and swamps, and become a hermit isolated from the world. The night before leaving Padstow, Roy came to the suburban manor to visit Captain Jarrowen, and the manor was silent. He came to Captain Jarrowen and asked him, "Are you really not going to return to Roland Continent?" Captain Jarrowen was staring at the withering flower of light on the table. Hearing Roy's question, he smiled bitterly and said, "What will happen even if we return to Roland Continent? Now the entire Statue of Liberty is gone. Can we still rebuild it in Roland Continent?" After saying that, he clasped his hands together devoutly, closed his eyes, and began to recite a prayer. After a while, Captain Jarrowen opened his eyes without any reaction and said to Roy, "Roy, you see, our prayers have no response, which means that we have been abandoned by the goddess. Without the goddess blessing, we can no longer perform any divine arts. Can't you still quickly absorb the power of holy light through the flower of light?" Roy said, as he looked at the pot of light flower that was almost completely withered on the table. "After I brought it back from Castletown, it quickly withered due to the incompatibility with the local climate. I tried several methods, but unfortunately I couldn't save it." Captain Jarrowen's eyes showed a trace of helplessness. "I've already said that you need to hire a druid, who is proficient in botany, to help you cultivate these light flowers." Roy stared at Captain Jarrowen with wide eyes, and continued to encourage him. "It may be difficult to find an elf druid in Roland Continent and the Dark Land, but it shouldn't be too difficult to find an elf druid in the Elf Continent. You can try your luck at the Mercenary Guild, Jarrowen. We don't want to show up in Padstow. That might cause you trouble." Roy didn't expect Captain Jarrowen to say this. "Then come with me to Sun Island Bay. There is the sea, the beach, and the islands in the sea. A new seaside town is being built there. You can relax there, and try the slow life of the elves. I can help you build a larger greenhouse there to cultivate a large number of flowers of light. I can't do these things in Padstow, but in Sun Island Bay, everything is up to me," Roy said to Captain Jarrowen confidently. "It won't be long. You will be able to see the flowers of light all over the garden. Although there is no holy light from the Statue of Liberty, the holy light particles you absorb from the flowers of light will probably not be much worse than the blessing of the Statue of Liberty." Captain Jarrowen was stunned. "I will leave Padstow City on a magic airship tomorrow morning. If you have this idea, you must tell me as soon as possible. After all, I need to mobilize the entire transportation capacity of the airport terminal to transport 3,000 priests," Roy said to Captain Jarrowen. "If you want to live in the suburban manor, you can stay there. You can go to Padstow City occasionally, but you must control the number of members entering the city," Roy instructed Captain Jarrowen. After saying this, Roy was ready to leave the suburban manor. At present, the magic airship was fully loaded with cargo and parked at the airport dock, just waiting for him to board the ship tomorrow morning and set off for the Plateau City. In fact, Roy also felt that the Partington Plain was a very suitable plain for these human priests to live in seclusion. If they wanted to live in the Partington Plain, Roy could also help. The carriage was waiting in the yard of the manor. Roy walked out of the wooden house and was about to get into the carriage. Captain Jarrowen, who was following behind, suddenly called Roy, and then he hesitated for a while before saying, "Captain Roy, we want to move to Sun Island Bay to live for a while." Chapter 681. 8 magic airships crossed the collapsed mountains and flew to the Plateau City on the Padstow Plateau. The 8 magic airships were fully loaded with 3,000 priests of the Knights Templar. When the airships rushed into the heart of the plateau, the priests saw the vast wilderness surrounded by the Jiashi Mountains, Sedaso Mountains, and Kaldam Mountains. These human priests thought that this was the place where Captain Jarrowen had chosen for them to live. When they saw the Plateau City appear in their sight, the city was surrounded by the Tolai River, like a shining pearl in the corner of the wilderness. All the human priests cheered loudly on the deck of the magic airship. Roy hadn't been back to the Padstow Plateau for more than a year. This time, he saw that most of the buildings in the Plateau City had been completed. A beautiful city struck Roy's eyes. It must be said that Milan is a very good manager. She manages the city in an orderly manner. The headhunter prisoners in the concentration camp have now been taken out of the city by the supervisors. They are paving a flat road outside the Plateau City. The materials used are hollow bricks transported from the forging workshop. At present, the road from Plateau City to the mine in the southern part of the Jiaxi Mountains has been paved, and the headhunter prisoners are paving the road along the Tolai River to the Sedaso Mountains. For more than a year, Mulin built Plateau City completely according to the plan made by Roy before he left. The city was built beautifully. Especially the tropical plants transplanted from Sun Island Bay. After being transplanted to the streets and alleys of Plateau City, the whole city became lively. The banana trees on the street make the sidewalks on both sides extremely cool. Unfortunately, Plateau City has only one airport terminal, and only one magic airship can dock on the platform at a time. And because of the formation, they had no chance to stay in the Plateau City. The 8 magic airships just circled around the airport terminal, and then took off again to the south. After passing the Pajisto Plateau, there was a large area of rolling hills in front of them. Then these human priests saw the Griffin Barrier Mountains, which were like a barrier with their peaks inserted into the wind flow layer. After bypassing the Griffin Barrier Mountains, the magic airships finally arrived at the Sun Island Bay Terminal after passing through a small section of rainforest. Then, under the command of the captain, the 8 magic airships fell into the sea steadily, and then hoisted the sails and slowly sailed into the port dock. There is no airport dock on the Sun Island Bay side. These magic airships are transformed from 3-masted sailing ships, so they will become 3-masted sailing ships when they fall into the sea and can sail on the sea at will. The northern part of Sun Island Bay is a tropical rainforest with a width of more than 10 kilometers. This tropical rainforest embraces Sun Island Bay in its arms, forming a large inland sea. The most beautiful place here is the Silver Sand Beach on the coastline. The waves kiss the Silver Sand Beach non-stop, leaving a faint white foam on the beach. As the magic airship docked, a large group of priests ran off the ship. They rushed out of the dock and came directly to the beach. Some priests shouted wildly, and some even rushed directly into the sea. They fluttered in the sea. Jeroen, Flint, and Dykas, the 3 leaders, got off the magic airship one after another. Looking at the blue sea and blue sky in front of them, the 3 leaders were very satisfied with the environment here. There were few half-blood elves on the dock. When they saw the human priest rushing off the boat, they ignored him. Several half-blood elves ran to Roy, looking very excited. Roy walked down from the magic airship with Leah and Alice, and saw a group of half-blood elves surrounding them, shouting Boss Roy happily. "Where is Captain de Prado?" Roy asked the manager of the port dock. It was a very young half-blood elf. He was wearing the standard armor of the Silver Moon elves, and stood at the front of a group of half-blood elves. The manager said to Roy, "Master de Prado has gone to patrol the Sun Island. Boss Roy, you should go to the town to rest for a while." Roy turned his head and looked at the forest town not far from the port pier. This town was also built in the past year or so. Captain de Prado planned to gather all the half-blood elves in the Sun Island Bay and build this half-blood elf town next to the pier. The town is hidden in the dense forest by the sea. You have to walk through 100 meters of trees to get a glimpse of the whole town in the forest. The town is mostly tree houses. The rainforest trees here are not very tall, so the styles of tree houses are also strange, full of the romantic and artistic pursuits and imagination of the half-blood elves. Many wooden houses are integrated with the trees. Some half-blood elf children were playing in the open space under the trees. When they saw a large group of humans coming from the dock, a group of elf children stopped running and looked at these human priests stupidly. Roy walked forward a few steps and asked the older half-blood elf children, "Who can take me to the residence of Captain de Prado?" Hearing Roy speaking fluent Elvish, the older elf child's eyes lit up. He immediately recognized Roy's identity and asked tentatively, "Are you Boss Roy?" "Why, are you not similar?" Roy asked deliberately. The children immediately screamed and exclaimed, "Ah! Boss Roy is here." Many windows and doors of wooden houses in the town were pushed open by the elves, and the half-blood elves looked outside. Fortunately, Captain de Prado came back quickly, so Roy got rid of the embarrassment of being watched. Because there were too many priests, Captain Jeroen did not bring all the priests into the town. Most of the priests stayed outside the town. Captain de Prado led Roy into a large tree house, which was the town's executive hall. The most eye-catching decoration in the room was the map of Sun Island Bay hanging on the wall. "Boss Roy, I have gathered all the half-blood elves in Sun Island Bay in the town and set up a fishery workshop in the town, specializing in sea fishing and drying fish. Currently, Sun Island Bay has more than 270 flying fish boats, which can catch at least 30 tons of fresh sea fish every day. These sea fish can be turned into more than 5 tons of dried fish after drying. Captain Teprado happily reported the achievements of the Sun Island Bay Fishery Workshop to Roy. More than 5 tons of dried fish does not sound like a lot. After all, Padstow City currently has 1 million half-blood elves. These dried fish were sent to Padstow City, and were almost immediately snapped up by the half-blood elves in Padstow City. Going fishing is much easier than collecting magic herbs. There are abundant fish in the bay. Now everyone sells the fish they catch to the fishery workshop, and life has become better all of a sudden. Speaking of the fishery workshop, Captain Teprado was really full of emotion. Roy built the port terminal in the Sun Island Bay in the hope that the half-blood elves here would make use of the fishery resources in the bay. Obviously, after driving away the fishmen from the Sun Island, the half-blood elves here have become much more comfortable. Especially after the magic airship was put into operation, a large amount of daily necessities needed by the elves were transported in, and the quality of life of the half-blood elves improved rapidly. Most of the half-blood elves here are proficient in taming griffins. In the past, they tamed griffins to support their families, go deep into the plain to hunt monsters, and collect magic herbs. However, hunting monsters is full of dangers. Griffins have almost no combat power in the dense jungle, and they can't even beat those anglerfish cavalry at sea. For a long time, the half-blood elves in the Sun Island Bay have not had a good life. Since Roy drove away the fishmen from Sun Island, the lives of the elves have gradually changed. Captain Teprado, I brought 3,000 human priests with me this time. They may have to live here for a while, so please divide an area for them to build a residence. Roy said to Captain Teprado. Sure, you can choose any place. I will mark out the area tomorrow. Captain Teprado agreed very readily. Roy looked at Captain Jarowin and said to him, You can walk around on the beach later and choose a suitable place. Let Captain Teprado mark out the boundaries. It is best to be close to the port terminal. Life will be more convenient in the future. There are merchant ships from Padstow every week at the port, so there is no shortage of daily necessities. But there is one thing worth noting. The elves are children of the forest. They never hunt small animals in the forest. It is best for you to follow their customs when you live here. Avoid killing small animals in the forest as much as possible, and don't eat them in front of the elves. If you must eat them, it is best to avoid these elves. Roy said the last sentence in the ear of Captain Jarowin. Captain Jarowin explained to Roy, When we were in the Statue of Liberty in the Green Empire, our main food was oatmeal porridge, wheat cakes, pumpkin cakes, etc. In fact, we rarely hunted wild animals. In the Dark Land, since there was almost nothing to eat there, our staple food there was dried meat. This time when we ran to the Partington Plain, we would naturally respect the customs of the elves. After hearing Captain Jarowin's promise, Roy felt relieved. In the evening, a large group of Griffin cavalry appeared above the Sun Island Bay Pier. These Griffin cavalry gathered above the beach, and almost simultaneously rode griffins onto the silver beach. The leader of the cavalry regiment was a half-blood female elf. She was tall and plump, wearing a silver armor. She jumped down from the back of a griffin. The snow-white griffin cried twice from the half-blood female elf. The half-blood female elf walked straight to the shelf in front, picked up a yellowtail weighing more than 40 kilograms from the hook, turned around and pushed the yellowtail into the griffin's open mouth. The griffin bit the yellowtail into several pieces with its iron beak, tilted its head back and swallowed it several times, and then swallowed the yellowtail into its stomach. The half-blooded female elf turned around and stuffed another plump yellowtail into the griffin's mouth. This is also the main reason why most of the dried fish drying in Sun Island Bay are small dried fish, because the larger sea fish caught by fishing boats are almost all eaten by the griffins in the cavalry regiment. Especially, the number of griffins in the Griffin Cavalry Regiment has expanded to 2,300. In addition to the 800 Griffin Cavalry currently performing tasks on the Pagisto Plateau, the remaining 1,500 griffins are all undergoing training in Sun Island Bay. The half-blooded female elf lifted the visor on her helmet, revealing a beautiful face that was full of allure. She looked at the 8 magic airships parked on the dock, and naturally noticed the humans gathered on the beach not far away, and could not help but frowning slightly. However, when she looked at those humans, her blue eyes vaguely revealed some expectation. Sabrina. The extremely familiar voice came into the ears of the half-blooded female elf, and she turned around suddenly, and saw Roy standing on the dock waving at her. Roy ran over quickly, and stood in front of Sabrina. The snow-white griffin beside Sabrina immediately gave Roy a few warning cries. Sabrina patted the griffin's head lovingly, signaling it to be quiet. Then she looked at Roy with a smile on her face and asked him, "Are you going back this time? The mission over there has been completed. I don't have to go back this time. I have to thank the Silver Moon Elves who kept accusing me. If they hadn't complained to the Buena Silver Moon Elves Elder Council, the portal of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom should not be controlled by the Half-Blood Elf army. Maybe I would have to stay there for another year and a half, Roy said, as he stood in front of Sabrina. Sabrina was slightly taller than him, and Roy looked directly at her white pointed chin, and the curve of her mouth just caught Roy's eye. A half-elf lieutenant took Sabrina's griffin away very tactfully. Sabrina pointed to the empty beach in front, and said to Roy, "Want to go for a walk?" Without waiting for Roy to answer, she walked towards the quiet beach, and Roy had to chase her from behind. There were many wooden racks on this beach, and many ropes were strung on these wooden racks, with strings of dried fish hanging on them. Sabrina was wearing a pair of metal boots with a silver armor, which left deep footprints on the beach. She stood next to a row of wooden shelves and took off her helmet. Her long golden curly hair immediately fluttered in the sea breeze. She tried to hold it down with her hands, but unfortunately failed. Roy stood behind Sabrina, and expertly helped her tie a very refreshing ponytail, just like at home on Brown Street in Castleton. "How are you doing here?" "It's pretty good. I've learned a lot. The biggest gain is having Xiaobai." Sabrina's eyes were bright, as blue as the sea. "Do you have any training plans recently?" Roy asked curiously. "We are trying to fly out of the Sun Island Bay. One team of Griffin Cavalry is exploring the deep sea, and the other two teams are exploring along the coastline to both sides," Sabrina said. "Did you gain anything?" The end of the southern foot of the Griffin Barrier Mountains is still the Blackwater Swamp, but the area where the Blackwater Swamp connects to the sea has a large wetland formed by mangroves. There are many three-headed sea snakes living there. The Griffins are very afraid of those three-headed sea snakes. I guess they are at least level 5 monsters. Sabrina responded, "It's too dangerous for our cavalry regiment, so we didn't explore too deeply." Chapter 682. Sabrina is currently the captain of the 5th Battalion of the Griffin Cavalry Regiment, and also serves as the martial arts instructor of the Griffin Cavalry Regiment. In just over a year since she came to Sun Island Bay, she has learned the art of animal training from the half-blood elf trainer, and successfully trained a griffin, becoming a well-known female instructor in the Griffin Cavalry Regiment. Many half-blood elf warriors also found hope in Sabrina, and began to seriously learn the art of animal training. In just over a year, the number of Griffin Cavalry in the Griffin Cavalry Regiment has increased from more than 1,000 to 2,500. The total number of half-blood elves in Sun Island Bay is only about 30,000, and the number of half-blood elves currently settled in the port town is about 15,000, which means that 1/6 of the half-blood elves in the town have become cavalrymen of the Griffin Cavalry Regiment. Of course, in Sun Island Bay, there are still some half-blood elf collectors who have not moved to the town. They stubbornly moved their homes out of Sun Island Bay and chose to build new homes on the edge of the Blackwater Swamp. They usually deal with collectors from Padstow City and Barrier Town. Roy agreed to send troops to capture Sun Island overseas mainly because of the request of Captain Teprado. Now the fishery resources on Sun Island have become the third industry pillar of the mine guards. Looking at the red clouds in the sky, Roy turned his head, stared at Sabrina's delicate profile, and said, "If you think the military life here is hard, you might as well give yourself a few days off and go out to relax. We are also elves, so we need to know how to enjoy life." Sabrina held the helmet in one hand, smiled and said, "Life here is actually pretty good." Then she turned around and looked at Leah, who was playing with a group of half-elves in the dense forest at the edge of the town, and asked Roy with a half-smile, "Are they your new friends?" "I met them in the Dark Land. Although they are twin sisters, their physiques are two extremes. Leah was born with a dark body, and Alice was born with a holy body." Roy carefully introduced the life stories and special circumstances of the two sisters. Sabrina's face looked a little better when she heard that if Alia continued to live in the Dark Land, she would die soon. She glared at Roy and whispered to him, "I have to help Moira keep an eye on you." In fact, Captain Jelloin had heard of Alice's name a long time ago. When he was in the Dark Land, he knew there was such a half-elf girl with a sacred body, but he had never met her. This time, the group arrived at the Sun Island Bay Pier by boat. Leah and Alice followed Roy and walked into the half-elf town. Captain Jelloin had just chatted with Alice for a few words, and he found that Alice had an indescribable keen sense of divine arts. Her understanding of holy light was different from that of the priests of the Statue of Liberty. In Alice's eyes, holy light is no different from other magic elements. Captain Jelloin can feel the vortex of holy light around Alice. The constantly rotating vortex of holy light will continuously absorb the surrounding holy light particles. Finally, these holy light particles will be stirred by the vortex of holy light into a cloud-like aura, which will continue to enter Alice's body. Alice is wearing a beige fluffy long skirt, and her side is always slightly shiny. When Captain Jeroen approaches Alice, he will feel that the power of holy light in his body is recovering rapidly. At this time, the light around Alice will become dim. When Captain Jeroen was a little further away from Alice, the holy light around Alice's body would light up again. She was like a flower of light, and the holy light emanating from her body was exactly the sacred aura that Captain Jeroen and his group of human priests could absorb. At first, Captain Jeroen thought he could absorb the power of the holy light from the outside world, but when he was a little further away from Alice, he immediately found that the power of the holy light in his body was no longer increasing. Captain Jeroen secretly told Captains Flint and Dykas about this. Is it possible that a body born holy like Alice has the same effect as the holy pollen of the flower of light? The holy light particles emanating from her body are the holy light power we need, Captain Jeroen finally said. Captains Flint and Dykas looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't know what was going on, nor did they know how to answer. Alice asked Captain Jeroen about the blessing spell. Captain Jeroen first patiently drew the divine runes on a piece of parchment, and then wrote a lot of notes next to the parchment. Finally, he taught Alice the prayer. Originally, Alice might need to practice the divine runes for several weeks before learning this prayer. Unexpectedly, Alice extended a finger, and kept drawing complicated runes on her fingertips. This figure appeared in front of Captain Jeroen in one go. Alice then began to hum the prayer, and as the hexagram divine pattern appeared under Alice's feet, the simplest blessing of power was performed. With the help of Roy, Captain Jeroen and 3,000 human priests temporarily settled in the rainforest of Sun Island Bay. Every morning, a large group of half-blood elves go out to sea to fish. The elves' flying fish boats dare not sail out of Sun Island Bay, so they can only fish in this sea area. The best batch of fish caught will be fed to the griffins, and then the half-blood elves will pick and choose. The small fish left at the bottom of the basket would be taken to the beach to dry. Because of Roy, the half-blood elves in the seaside town quickly accepted this group of very quiet human priests. These priests would go fishing in the sea and find some berries in the tropical jungle. The human priests liked to cook the berries and fish together in a big iron pot, but the half-blood elves didn't like that way of eating. The human priests liked to pick up some shellfish on the beach, but the elves didn't like it either. In order to quickly establish friendship with the half-blood elves, Captain Jeroen asked all priests not to hunt small animals in the forest. Sure enough, these actions quickly won the favor of the half-blood elves. The human priests and half-blood elves lived together in the town of Sun Island, and they got along well with each other. Roy only stayed in the Sun Island Bay for 4 days, and then hurriedly returned to the Plateau City on a magic airship, because the half-blood elf rebel leader Heliki wrote a letter to Roy. Captain Heliki said in the letter that the rebels had been resting in the ancestral land of the Plateau headhunters for more than a year. Just this summer, the rebels marched towards the far north along the mountains in the north of the plateau. Along the way, they encountered many stubborn plateau headhunters. The half-blood elf rebels cleared them all the way, and made them rush out of the northern mountains of the Pagisto Plateau, and come to the northern ice field of the Partington Plain. In this way, the headhunter prisoners defeated along the way once again became a burden for the rebels. Only Roy's Plateau City can easily accept these headhunter prisoners. However, the specific matters still need to be communicated with Captain Heliki. Chapter 683. On the south side of the Plateau City, there is a nearly 4-kilometer-long wall. The wall is nearly 30 meters high. Together with the Tuolai River that surrounds the city on 3 sides, the Plateau City is tightly surrounded. Beside the river bank of the Plateau City, not only is there a riverside dock, but also an 8-meter-high levee, with both ends of the levee connected to the wall. Even if the rainy season comes, and there is a month of heavy rain in the wilderness, the water of the Tuolai River cannot overflow the levee and flow into the Plateau City. A magic airship flew from the Sun Island Bay. It landed from the clouds a little too fast. When it was still dozens of meters away from the airport tower, the magic airship relit the floating device to increase the magic airship's descent speed. Then it landed steadily on the tower, making a muffled sound of boom. The half-blood elves in the city have long been accustomed to the magic airships flying around in the sky above the Plateau City. They don't really care how many magic airships are floating overhead. Instead, the Silver Moon Elf merchants in the Plateau City are the ones who care the most about these magic airships. When the Silver Moon Elf merchants come to the Plateau City, they almost always buy a batch of metal ingots in the city's metal trading hall, and then run to the airport terminal to queue up to buy cargo tickets for magic airships. Cargo tickets are difficult to buy, so Silver Moon Elf merchants usually have to queue up in advance, and then wait patiently in the Plateau City. While waiting for the return trip, they will buy some scattered magic herbs in the free market in the city. Most of the Silver Moon Elf merchants who come to the Plateau City to do business currently do business in this way. The profit from selling metal ingots is very low, but it is profitable after all. The business of magic herbs is profitable, but the half-blood elf collectors are unwilling to contact the Silver Moon Elf merchants. Although under Roy's advocacy, the half-blood elf collectors are finally willing to sell some magic herbs to these Silver Moon Elf merchants, the cooperation between the two sides is still a small amount of primary magic herbs. Although the business environment of the Plateau City is not so good, there are still elf merchants pouring in here. All the buildings in the Plateau City have been completed. The elf's pursuit of beauty is endless. There are more stone carvings on the walls of the buildings in the city. This time, Roy arrived at the airport terminal by magic airship, and saw a row of Silver Moon Elf merchants guarding the gate of the airport terminal. When Roy got off the airship first, these Silver Moon Elf merchants gathered near the exit of the tower stairs. "Hey friends, where are you all from? Is there anyone selling magic herbs?" The Silver Moon Elf merchants spoke this imperial language fluently. Through the crowded crowd, Roy saw Mulin waiting outside the airport terminal. Roy took the sisters Leah and Alice and tried to pass through the crowd, and came to the crowded airport terminal across the street. Mulin hugged Roy and said to him with a smile, "I thought you would stay in Sun Island Bay for a few more days." The placement of human priests went very smoothly. "They didn't need me, so I came back," Roy said with a smile, and then introduced Leah and Alice to Mulin. The group took a carriage back to the City Hall of Plateau City. This square building was designed by Roy, and the 36 Roman columns outside looked very impressive. Mulin asked his assistant to take Leah and Alice to stroll around the City Hall, and Roy followed Mulin into the office. "What did Captain Helike say?" Roy asked Mulin. Mulin walked to the desk, took out a letter from the drawer, and handed it to Roy. The letter said that if we don't accept the Highland headhunters, they won't use their limited logistical supplies to feed them. The best way is to bury them on the spot. Roy was silent for a long time before he looked up and asked Mulin, "How many Highland headhunters are there in the concentration camp in the city of Highlands?" "If the old, young, sick and disabled are not counted, there are currently 12,000 Highland headhunters in the concentration camp. If the old, young, sick and disabled are counted, there are at least 15,000 Highland headhunters in the concentration camp," Mulin said without hesitation. Roy fell silent again, because the design of the concentration camp in the Plateau City was to accommodate 10,000 Plateau headhunters. Now the concentration camp was squeezed with 15,000 half-blood elves, which was obviously over the limit. There was no place to expand the new concentration camp in the city, and the new prisoner concentration camp could not be built outside the city, because the original intention of building the Plateau City was actually to deal with these Plateau headhunters. But Roy didn't expect that the half-blood elves who occupied the ancestral land did not want to stop the conquest, and continue to explore the ice field north of the plateau. Roy was actually very interested in this kind of plain exploration. He was actually planning to form a fleet this time, along the coastline of Sun Island Bay, all the way west to explore the Sea of Partington. Write to Captain Helike and ask him to send people to escort these Highland headhunters here. We will receive this group of prisoners of war, and will also exchange logistical supplies with them according to the number of prisoners of war, including arrowheads, metal ingots, elf biscuits, dried fruits and dried fish, etc. Roy said very seriously. "Yes, Boss Roy." Mulin breathed a sigh of relief and saluted Roy. In the eyes of Leah and Alice, although this Plateau City is several times smaller than Padstow, the buildings in this city are well organized. The streets and alleys are paved with stone slabs, and most of the roads are gentle slopes. There are shops on both sides of the street. A large number of half-blood elves gather in the city. There are some stalls on many streets, and most of them are scattered magic herbs. "We should stay in Sun Island Bay," Alice complained to Leah in a low voice. Leah stood in front of a pile of wooden boxes, and pulled the hay inside through the gaps in the wooden boards. Inside were some heavy metal ingots. "Highland City is actually pretty good," Leah responded while looking around. The two sisters walked to the square in front of the main entrance of Highland City, and saw another magic airship appear over the dock. However, there is only one platform at the airport dock. Before this magic airship is loaded, other magic airships cannot dock, so they can only quietly float the magic airship next to it. At the same time, in the hotel of Plateau City, the three leaders of the Silver Moon Elf Guard walked out of the hotel together after getting dressed. They also received the news that Roy had arrived in Plateau City. This time, they went to the City Hall just to meet Roy and ask him for some help, otherwise their mind would really not be able to operate. Chapter 684. In the lobby of the City Hall of Plateau City, 3 Silver Moon Elf guards were waiting in the lounge with depressed faces. All the civil servants in the city hall were half-elves, and they complained about this privately for a long time. Now the three of them came to visit Captain Roy of the Mine Guards, and the front desk asked them to wait in the lounge for a while, which made them even more dissatisfied. What does Captain Roy mean by this? He is obviously at the same level as us, but he still puts on airs with us. No wonder the Silver Moon elves in Buenos Aires, who are denouncing him, are almost filling the entire music plaza. Captain Talista said sarcastically with some impatience. Keep your voice down. If you don't want us to be in a worse situation, just hold it in. At least don't lose your temper here, because your bad temper will not only not help us on this trip, but will even affect us. Captain Carlos patted his old friend on the shoulder, and said in a low voice. He and Talista have known each other for a long time, and he knows that his old friend has a bad temper, and is a proud Silver Moon elf noble. Why do you have to keep your voice down? What can't you say? Captain Talista stared and spoke bluntly. The three Silver Moon elf captains waited in the rest area for a while, before being led into a reception room by a half-blood elf adjutant. Roy was waiting in the reception room. When he saw the three Silver Moon elf captains coming in from outside, he immediately smiled politely. Roy heard from Yulin that as early as a year ago, the 17th Silver Pegasus Military Department sent 3 captains of the Elf Guard to develop the silver mines in the Kaldam Mountains. The 3 captains of the Silver Moon Elf Guard learned from the last failure, and they brought 3 Silver Moon Elf Guards to be responsible for the safety of the mines. As for the miners, they did not hire half-blood elves from the local area, but transferred nearly 2,000 Grey Dwarf prisoners from the prison on the Powram Island. The leaders of the Silver Moon Elves arranged a large number of elf supervisors in the mine. They followed the Grey Dwarf prisoners with shackles on their feet into the mine tunnel, first cleaned up the collapsed mine tunnel, and then continued to mine silver along the vein. This time, the leaders of the Silver Moon Elves did not hire a half-blood elf. It is said that the 3 silver mines in the Chaldean Mountains are developing very smoothly. But since there is no half-elf miner in the 3 mines, Mulin does not know what the situation is like in the mines. I heard that the 3 mines are very profitable. The magic metal ingots smelted in the 3 mines are often transported to Padstow City by the magic airship of the mine guards. You 3, you came to the city hall so early. What can I do for you? Roy asked tentatively while making tea for the 3 people. The leaders of the Silver Moon Elves all forced out an awkward smile at the same time. Leader Roy, we came to you this time to talk to you about the Chaldea mine. Leader Carlos forced out an unnatural smile and said to Roy. Please continue. Roy gestured to Leader Carlos. We operate 3 silver mines in the Chaldean Mountains of the Pagisto Plateau. After more than a year of operation, the 3 silver mines can operate normally and have achieved profitability. However, we are not very good at operating mines, so after a struggle, the 3 of us unanimously decided that professional matters should be left to professional elves. Captain Carlos said very tactfully. So we rushed from the Castletown Mountains to the Plateau City, hoping that you, Captain Roy, could acquire these 3 sites and keep the 3 silver mines running normally. As for us, we can return to the Queen Ivany Islands, because recently the outer waters of the Queen Ivany Islands have once again seen traces of the Grey Dwarf fleet. Captain Carlos said to Roy very earnestly. Captain Roy, if we want to give you the 3 silver mines, then we hope that the income from the mines can be divided into 3 parts in the future. First of all, the income from the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion cannot be changed in any way. I think we can split the remaining half of the profit equally. After all, we invested a lot of manpower and material resources to restore the abandoned mine to normal operation in the early stage. Captain Carlos said a lot, and Roy listened very carefully. Until Captain Carlos finished speaking, Roy smiled and nodded at him and said, This is indeed a very interesting proposal. 2 years ago, at your strong request, I gave up the 3 silver mines in the Chaldean Mountains and handed them over to you to operate. After 2 years, the 3 mines can operate normally. You will return the mines to me, but ask me for a 25% dividend. I have to say, this proposal is very good. Roy stopped talking when he said this, but my mine guard group is limited in size after all, and I don't have enough manpower to manage so many mines. You 3 may know that I just came back from Golfito, and don't know much about the situation in the Pagisto Plateau. Next, I have to restore the normal operation of more than a dozen mines of all sizes in the Nicobar Mountains, so I have no ability to take over the silver mines in your hands. Since the silver mines you 3 have already made a profit, I believe there must be many captains of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion who are interested in this. You 3 might as well ask the military to arrange some more people. Roy stopped talking after saying this. The 3 captains of the Silver Moon Elves looked at each other in surprise when they heard Roy say this. They had never expected that Roy would not take over the 3 silver mines. In fact, although the 3 mines are currently profitable, this is also based on the fact that all the miners are free gray dwarf prisoners of war, and operating the mines is too laborious. Every day, some Silver Moon Elf warriors have to be sent into the mines as supervisors, and the Silver Moon Elf guards are very dissatisfied with this. These Silver Moon Elf warriors have protested countless times in the past 6 months. The 3 captains also wanted to hand over the silver mine while Roy was there, and then withdraw. They thought that Roy would be happy to accept the offer of the silver mine. After all, the mines dug out silver and associated minerals, which were very valuable when smelted into silver ingots. But Roy refused politely. After the 3 Silver Moon Elf captains left the reception room with disappointment, Roy pondered for a while before saying to the adjutant guarding the door, "Go and invite Mulin over." The adjutant quickly agreed and turned to a room across the corridor. Roy took out a quill from the ink bottle and began to write a notice carefully on a large piece of parchment on the table. Chapter 685. Roy wrote a notice in his own handwriting at his desk. All citizens of the Partington Plain, I am Roy, the governor of the Pagisto Plateau. I now formally invite you to come to the Pagisto Plateau and enjoy the beautiful scenery of the Pagisto Plateau. Today, the Pagisto Plateau where we live is almost completely occupied by the Plateau headhunters. The brave elf guards went deep into the northern part of the Pagisto Plateau and defeated the Plateau headhunters in the ancestral land, allowing us to own this rich land. The land here belongs to all elves. Whether you are a Silver Moon Elf, a Dark Moon Elf, a Wood Elf, or a Half-Blood Elf, you all enjoy the right to equality and freedom when you come to the Pagisto Plateau. On the Pagisto Plateau, all elves are equal, because every elf's life deserves respect. So I sincerely invite every elf in the Partington Plain to come to the Pagisto Plateau. Putting down the charcoal pencil in his hand, Roy asked his adjutant to post this notice on the notice board in front of the gate of the Plateau City. In fact, the news of Roy's return to the Plateau City had already spread to every corner of the Plateau City. The elves in the entire Plateau City were talking about what new moves Roy would make when he returned this time. Unexpectedly, he actually wrote a notice in person. Hearing that Roy had written a notice in person, many half-blood elves ran to the notice board to read the notice over and over again. The half-blood elves were excited, and everyone was discussing the notice. This notice clearly listed the half-blood elves on a par with the other 3 elves, which ignited the fire of hope suppressed in the hearts of countless half-blood elves. Half-blood elves have always been excluded by the other 3 races of elves. Lowly is their synonym, and some pure-blood elves even call half-blood elves bastards behind their backs. The announcement written by Roy is tantamount to declaring to all elves, on the Pagisto Plateau, all elves are equal, and there is no distinction between high and low. In the prisoner of war concentration camp, a group of half-blood elf guards followed Roy and walked through the densely packed long rows of dormitories in the concentration camp. Due to the continuous addition of Highland headhunters to the prisoner of war concentration camp, the number of prisoners held in the concentration camp, which was originally designed to accommodate only 12,000 prisoners, has now exceeded 16,000. Although there are activity areas in the middle of these long rows of dormitories, they are now connected by some awnings, looking like a refugee camp shantytown. Currently, there are less than 12,000 headhunters in the prisoner of war concentration camp who can engage in physical activities. Most of the headhunters are repairing roads outside the city and only return to the prisoner of war concentration camp at night to sleep. There are still more than 4,000 headhunter children and old people in the concentration camp. When the weather is good, these old headhunters will come out of the dormitory and sit under the wall of the long row of dormitories to bask in the sun. As for the group of headhunter children, they run around in the prisoner of war concentration camp. The elf guards, who guard the prisoner of war camp, have very loose management of them. As long as they don't want to sneak out and don't rush to the watchtower rashly, they are very free in the prisoner of war concentration camp. These children also have to learn Elvish every weekend, and those who pass the test will be given an extra piece of unicorn meat. Roy frowned as he walked through the densely packed buildings. The concentration camp was filled with the body odor of the Plateau headhunters, and the living environment was far worse than Roy had expected. Considering that Captain Helike would have to transport Plateau headhunter prisoners to the Plateau City in the near future, he said to Mulin behind him, "The population density of the prisoner concentration camp is too high, and we need to clear out some prisoners and improve the environment here appropriately." Mulin immediately wrote it down in his notebook. "Since the dormitories in the prisoner of war camp are seriously insufficient, I plan to rebuild a large prisoner of war camp on the north bank of the Tolai River. In the future, more elves will flock to the Plateau City, and this place will be transformed into a market." Roy stood by a pool in the prisoner of war camp and said to Mulin, He bent down and scooped up a handful of clear water from the pool and checked the quality of the water. The water supply system of the Plateau City is an independent water supply pipeline. The water intake point is located in the upper reaches of the Tolai River close to the Plateau City. This water supply system is similar to that of other elven cities. Basically, there are pools or fountains at large intersections and squares in the city. There are 4 such pools in the prisoner of war camp, and it seems that the pools are still intact. Roy came to the prisoner of war camp, this time, to inspect the current situation of the Plateau headhunters in the prisoner of war camp. As Mulin said, the prisoner of war camp is overcrowded, so Roy immediately decided to separate the prisoner of war camp from the Plateau City and build a new prisoner of war camp on the north bank of the Tolai River. Since the forging workshop is still continuously transporting hollow bricks to the Plateau City, it is not difficult to build a new prisoner of war camp on the north bank of the Tolai River. In Roy's planning for Plateau City, he actually had this design plan. However, the population of Plateau City was not large at the beginning. Counting all the Plateau headhunters prisoners of war, the population of Plateau City did not reach 30,000. After several years of continuous development, the permanent population of Plateau City is close to 70,000, and the prisoner of war camp can be moved outside the city. After walking around the prisoner of war camp, Roy was about to leave when he heard a bell ringing from a pergola not far away. Dong, dong, dong. He stopped and turned around to see that the old headhunters, who were basking in the sun under the wall, finally started to move. The headhunter children also cheered and rushed to the shed. A half-elf guard in the prisoner of war camp saw the curiosity in Roy's eyes and immediately explained, "It's lunch time. Let's go and take a look." Roy was also trying to find out about the canteen in the prisoner of war concentration camp. I still remember that when the prisoner of war camp was just established, in order to give the Plateau headhunters enough physical strength to lift stones, the prisoner of war camp would provide meat soup every day, and there was also a special hunting team to hunt unicorns in the wilderness. He was really curious about what the canteen in the concentration camp looked like now. When he walked into the pavilion, he saw a group of headhunters of all sizes queuing up for food. The scene was very quiet, with people surging, and in the food distribution area, the ovens at the back were still emitting smoke. All the Highland headhunters were used to this scene. Several half-blood elves wearing linen aprons stood in front of a pile of food. "Line up, today's lunch is meat soup and breadfruit scones, as well as fresh apples and dried fish." "Silence, silence, as long as you don't cause trouble for me, I will have more time to find a variety of food for you." Roy walked to the cafeteria and saw that the awning was built fairly solidly, so he went directly to the place where food was distributed. Several half-blood elf cooks saw a group of half-blood elf guards surrounding a young human coming over, and they dared not talk nonsense anymore, and stood obediently behind the table full of food. Not every half-blood elf has seen Roy, but all the half-blood elves who have heard of Boss Roy know that he is a half-elf who looks like a human. Surrounded by a group of half-elf guards, walking around the prisoner of war concentration camp, the half-elf cooks immediately realized that the half-elf walking in the front of the team might be Boss Roy. "It might be Boss Roy," a half-elf cook whispered, reminding several companions around him. Several elf cooks immediately stood up straight, looking at Roy with eyes full of admiration. In a large iron pot, boiling broth was boiling, with a layer of oil floating on it. As the broth rolled, several beef shank bones lay in the broth in a mess, and the rich aroma of beef wafted out. Roy picked up another baked breadfruit cake and put it under his nose to smell it. It smelled sweet like breadfruit. Next to the oven, there were some breadfruit cakes that were about to be put into the oven. The quality was also good. In addition to these, there was a pile of dried fish on the tray beside the table, and another tray was full of green apples. The food in the prisoner of war concentration camp was still good. This group of half-blood elves did not treat these headhunter prisoners harshly because of the previous war. "Everyone, you did a good job." Roy praised the half-blood elf cooks. The half-blood elf guard officer following behind Roy breathed a sigh of relief. When the half-blood elf cooks heard Roy's praise, their faces immediately turned red. "Thank you, Boss Roy, for your praise, hee. Roy's announcement triggered a round of heated discussions in the Plateau City. However, this announcement also made the half-blood elf collectors lower their prejudice against the Silver Moon elf merchants. Originally, the half-blood elf collectors only sold some inferior primary magic herbs to the Silver Moon elf merchants. Now, these Silver Moon elf merchants can finally bid fairly. The Silver Moon elf merchants in the Plateau City were also full of emotion. Business is good now, but the status of the Silver Moon elves seems to have declined. How can the noble Silver Moon elves be compared with the half-blood elves? It is simply ridiculous. The meat that is delivered to your mouth must be eaten, but the status of the half-blood elves should be trampled, as long as they restrain themselves a little in the Partington Plain. The content of this announcement was soon spread to Padstow City, and it caused a great controversy there. A group of Silver Moon Elf merchants stood up to protest, but those protests did not last long and disappeared again. The main reason is that any Silver Moon Elf merchant who stood up to protest could hardly continue to do business in Padstow City. A large number of half-blood elves living in Padstow City cheered, and then set off a travel craze to Padstow Plateau. Elves originally liked to travel freely. In just 1 month, nearly 100,000 half-blood elves came to the Plateau City via magic airships because of Roy's announcement. The entire magic airship shipping has been full, and tickets for magic airships have even become hard to come by. The already bustling Plateau City was also crowded with half-blood elves who suddenly poured in. Compared with Padstow City, which is known as the Green Sea, the scenery here in the Plateau City looks more desolate, revealing a wild land everywhere. To the south of Plateau City is an endless wilderness, and to the north is the rolling snow-capped Jiashi Mountains. Miss Channing Sidney came to Plateau City in a carriage. The streets were crowded with half-blood elves, and the convoy could only stop and go in the crowded streets. This was not her first time to Plateau City. The last time she came to Plateau City, she was still surprised to see the Silver Moon Elf merchants. This time, seeing the bustling half-blood elves on the street, Miss Channing Sidney's eyes flashed with a hint of shock. Behind her was a long row of flatbed carriages, which were full of mithril ingots. In fact, she no longer needed to do the transportation of magic metals. This time she came to the Plateau City specifically to discuss the reconstruction of the Nicobar Mountains mine. Miss Channing is currently the manager of all the mines in the Pagisto Plateau, and this matter may still be led by her. The carriage stopped again, and the coachman had to tighten the reins in his hand to prevent the horse from kicking passers-by. Reaching out and pushing open the glass window on the carriage, Miss Channing looked out curiously, with countless novelties flashing in her eyes. She really wanted to see the boss who created a city with his own hands, and then stand in front of him and say, "Long time no see, Boss Roy." She remembered that she was still amazed at this prisoner of war camp when she passed this street last time. She didn't expect that the prisoner of war camp had been razed to the ground when she came back this time, and the temporary empty space was filled with stalls. Feeling that the carriage could hardly move in the downtown area, Qian Ning simply opened the door, walked out of the carriage, and followed the crowded crowd into this temporary market. 2 half-blood elf guards followed Miss Qian Ning closely. In addition to sundry materials, the most common stalls were magic herbs. The Pagisto Plateau is not rich in magical herbs, but the Pagisto Plateau is vast, and the southern part of the Plateau City is an endless wilderness. Some precious magical herbs still grow on this prairie. Miss Qian Ning also heard that the price of magical herbs on the Elf continent has skyrocketed because of the large-scale plain war that broke out on the Roland continent. When she was at the North Mithril mine in the Sedaso Mountains, she often saw some half-blood elf collectors venturing into the depths of the Sedaso Mountains to collect magical herbs in the mountains. In fact, there are no high-level monsters in the depths of the Sedaso Mountains. The reason why the depths of the mountains are dangerous is that there are some highland headhunters hiding in the mountains. For the gatherers, the highland headhunters are the biggest danger. Miss Qian Ning was wearing a beige long skirt. The layers of lace made the long skirt look fluffy. She held the heavy long skirt with both hands to prevent the skirt from dragging on the ground. Walking alone in the bustling streets was an indescribable novelty for Miss Qian Ning. She walked through the crowds of people coming and going on the street, and came to the front of the notice board. Looking at the familiar lines of fonts on the parchment, a happy smile bloomed on her face. Chapter 686. In the City Hall of Plateau City, Miss Qian Ning walked through the corridor, and went straight to the door of the innermost office. Along the way, many half-blood elves greeted Miss Qian Ning. The half-blood elf officers were very familiar with the mine owner who came out of the Sedaso Mountains. During the days when the mine guards fought against the plateau headhunters in the Jiashi Mountains, the North and South Mithril mines in the Sedaso Mountains provided the greatest support to the guards. Most of the half-blood elf officers of the mine guard regiment knew Miss Qian Ning. Knock, knock, knock. Miss Qian Ning stood at the door and knocked gently. "Come in." Roy's voice came from the room. Miss Qian Ning pursed her lips, lowered her head to adjust her long skirt, and then pushed the door and walked in. This office is actually not that big. Roy was standing in front of the round table in the corner, holding a charcoal pencil and a square in his hand, and was constantly writing and drawing on the map. He looked back and saw Miss Qian Ning standing at the door. He nodded to Miss Qian Ning, pointed to the leather sofa in the room, and said to Qian Ning, "Qian Ning, please sit down for a while, I will be ready here soon." How is the arrangement over at the Sadaso Mithril Mine? Boss, even if I'm not here, the Sadaso Mithril Mine can still operate normally. You called me here. Which mine do you want me to manage? Qianning raised her delicate eyebrows and asked Roy. She looked more elegant than the Silver Moon Elf nobles when she sat on the sofa. The fluffy skirt spread out on the sofa. The preliminary investigation of the mines in the Nicobar Mountains. There are some mithril mines there, so I think no mine owner is more professional than you in this regard. Roy crouched down, writing and drawing on the parchment map. Although Qianning did not go over to observe it closely, he could tell from the general shape of the map that it should be a map of Sun Island Bay. Nicobar Mountains? Miss Qianning was a little surprised. The Nicobar Mountains belong to the eastern mountains of the Pajisto Plateau. The Nicobar Mountains are very vast, and the mountains in the most marginal areas are even closely connected to the eastern collapsed mountains. The Nicobar Mountains belong to the last area occupied by the mine guards. The mine owners in the Nicobar Mountains had filled up the mines before they fled the Pajisto Plateau. And there is a group of plateau headhunters active in the Nicobar Mountains. It can be said that the area is very dangerous. The plateau headhunters in the Nicobar Mountains have been dealt with by the Griffin Cavalry and the Assassin Warband, so you don't need to worry about safety when you go to the Nicobar Mountains this time. Several mines in the Nicobar Mountains have been abandoned until now. If you don't find a way to develop them, the military will probably arrange some Silver Moon Elf guards to come. I think you should have heard about the situation of the mines in the Chaldean Mountains. I don't want the mithril mines in the Nicobar Mountains to be ruined by them. After thinking about it, I think you are the only one who is familiar with the veins of the mithril mines, so I plan to let you go to the Nicobar Mountains to take a look. Roy stopped what he was doing and turned to Miss Qianning. After that, he leaned down again and started drawing on the map. Miss Qianning finally couldn't help but stood up and walked over. Unexpectedly, Roy actually drew a sailing route on the map. Okay, that place has always been the territory of the headhunters. Although I grew up in the Pajisto Plateau, I have never been there. Miss Qianning agreed readily. Roy did not expect the conversation to go so smoothly. He paused for a moment before saying, I will send an Elven Guard squadron and 2 Griffin Cavalry squadrons to go with you to the Nicobar Mountains. This time you go there, you must write me a feasibility report on restoring the normal operation of the mithril mine. I will write this report seriously, boss. Miss Qianning stood beside Roy, watching him draw a curve very seriously, biting her lip and said to Roy, Boss, are you going to explore the sea outside the Sun Island Bay? She wore such a beautiful skirt, but Roy didn't even say a word of praise. As soon as she came in, he assigned her a task, which made Miss Qianning very unhappy. She stood behind Roy and secretly rolled her eyes at him. Roy didn't look back. That's about it. This time I plan to go west along the coastline and won't go into the deep sea. Although there are no Naga sea tribes in the Sea of Partington, there are many sea monsters living in this sea area. I heard the group of sea monsters control many fish tribes. The mine guards don't plan to contact those sea monsters for the time being, Roy said frankly. To put it bluntly, this time Roy just wanted to walk west along the coastline. Miss Qianning looked at the map of the Pajisto Plateau hanging on the wall. The area belonging to the Nicobar Mountains was just a few simple lines, so she said to Roy, This time I go to the Nicobar Mountains, I must draw a map of the route I will take. Looking at Roy's back, I don't know when it started, Miss Qianning always had a little strange emotion in her heart. Miss Qianning only stayed in the Plateau City for 3 days, and then she went to the Nicobar Mountains alone with an army of 60 half-elf guards and 24 Griffin Cavalry. During the time when Roy was stationed at the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp in Golfio Canyon, Deputy Captain Tennyson led the Dark Moon Elf warriors and Griffin Cavalry to thoroughly plow the Nicobar Mountains, and the plateau headhunters in that mountain area soon disappeared. This time, Roy sent Miss Qianning to the Nicobar Mountains to survey the abandoned mines, and also confirmed one thing from Deputy Captain Tennyson. There are no groups of plateau headhunters active in the Nicobar Mountains. In Deputy Captain Tennyson's report, the mines in the Nicobar Mountains were severely damaged. Therefore, Roy felt that before restoring the normal operation of these mines, an experienced mine owner was needed to explore the situation of the abandoned mines there. Roy searched among his group of mine owners several times, and finally selected Miss Qianning from among the many mine owners. Because the 2 mines in the Sadaso Mountains are also mithril mines, Miss Qianning also personally participated in the reconstruction of these 2 mithril mines, so Miss Qianning should have the most say in matters related to the mithril mines. Roy has been busy with one thing in the Plateau City recently. He is going to lead the fleet of magic airships to travel west along the coastline of Sun Island. Captain Helic led the half-blood elf rebels to open up the road to the northern ice field in the north of Pajisto Plateau, and captured many plateau headhunters along the way. As the strength of the mine guards continues to grow, Roy is also planning to explore westward along the Bay of Sun Island. The magic herb and magic metal trade in the Partington Plain has allowed Roy to quickly accumulate a lot of wealth. Now, the mine guards have the most sophisticated magic equipment of the Silver Moon Elf army. These weapons and armors have almost armed the half-blood elf guards to the teeth. The elf army has never been known for its bravery and good fighting skills. They can stand firm on the battlefield, relying entirely on sophisticated magic equipment. Roy bought the most sophisticated magic armor for the mine guards through the channels of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. This armor is the top magic armor that the Silver Moon Elf infantry guards can purchase. Of course, these magic armors are still somewhat inferior to the magic pattern armors worn by the Silver Pegasus Knights, but at least they are many times stronger than ordinary full-coverage metal armors. After 2 months of repairs, Roy reselected 6,000 half-blood elf guards and 1,000 griffin cavalrymen and gathered them at the Sun Island Bay Pier. He also mobilized 8 magic airships and formed an expedition fleet at the Sun Island Bay Pier. He was worried that there would be high-level magic beasts in the depths of the Partington Plain, so he did not dare to let the Griffin cavalry fly too far. With the magic airship fleet, the Griffin cavalry can explore the land along the west coastline of Sun Island. The Griffin cavalry can not only explore the inland area 200 kilometers away from the coastline, but also use the magic airship as a foothold to fly 100 miles into the deep sea. Before the trip, Roy made a lot of preparations, and even borrowed a whale-hunting crossbow from the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. This shipborne crossbow is a heavy weapon used by the Silver Moon Elves and the Naga-Sea clan in naval battles, and is specifically used to hunt some large sea beasts. The weather was clear and cloudless. The waves hit the beach, leaving some white foam. The crew at the Sun Island Bay Pier were all on the magic airship, making final preparations before departure. This time, the magic airship will be restored to a 3-masted sailing ship, forming a fleet and going out to sea. A magic airship landed in the sea near the Sun Island Pier. Chapter 687. The 11 magic airships transformed by the dwarf craftsman Master Mags almost all have the ability to roam the sea. The crew only needs to adjust the angle of the sails, and the magic airship can split the waves and move towards the Sun Island Bay Pier. The sea area at the edge of the Sun Island Bay is only a dozen meters deep. The seawater is clear, and the silver sand beach and coral reefs are extremely magnificent. The magic airship fell into the sea, and the violent vibration woke up Moira, who was sleeping in the cabin. Last night, Moira was too excited. After the magic airship took off from Padstow, she hardly slept. It was not until the airship arrived over the city of Plateau that she dragged her tired body back to the cabin to sleep. When she woke up, the magic airship had actually arrived at Sun Island Bay. Moira pushed open the cabin door, wearing a short nightgown and rushing into Miss Tiffany's room with 2 round thighs. At this time, Miss Tiffany was getting up from the big bathtub and reaching for the towel on the hanger. She heard the cabin door being violently pushed open with a bang, and then Moira's figure appeared from the door and shouted to Miss Tiffany, "Tiffany, we are all at Sun Island Bay. Didn't I tell you to call me in advance? I didn't even get a good look at the whole picture of Sun Island Bay." "Miss Moira, I just called you by your bedside, and I don't know how loudly, but no matter how I called you, you didn't open your eyes. Now the magic airship is about to dock, but you come to complain to me. Hey, please be reasonable." Tiffany covered her chest with a bath towel with one hand, pinched Moira's elastic face with the other hand, and joked with her. When she was in the bathtub, her lower body was still a 3-color fish tail. When she stepped out of the bathtub, her lower body turned into round jade legs with ivory luster. She stepped wetly on the cabin floor and walked straight to a bronze mirror, wiped her body dry, and put on the mermaid pattern dress on the hanger. Moira's eyes widened and she shouted, "Tiffany, why don't you call me more often? The magic airship is about to land, and I don't have time to dress up." Miss Tiffany turned around with a smile, stretched out her arms to hug Moira, and said with a smile, "My Moira is just as beautiful without dressing up. I have prepared the dress for you. Sit down quickly, and I will help you comb your hair." Moira and Miss Tiffany have known each other for nearly 8 years. They have similar interests, and their friendship has become deeper and deeper. Miss Tiffany always likes to take Moira swimming in the sea, and Moira occasionally takes Miss Tiffany to the prosperous commercial district of Castletown to go shopping. After graduating from the Elf Academy, Sabrina came directly to the Sun Island Bay in the Partington Plain to help the mine guards train new troops, including the Griffin Cavalry here, who also learned advanced martial arts from Sabrina. During the time when Sabrina was not in Castletown, Miss Tiffany was always by Moira's side. This time, the two of them came to Sun Island Bay in the Partington Plain at Roy's invitation. Woods and Claire also came with them to Sun Island Bay. When Moira and Miss Tiffany came out of the cabin, the magic airship had already docked at the port. After a violent tremor, some ropes flew out from the deck of the magic airship and hung on the wooden piles of the dock. As the ropes continued to tighten, the magic airship leaned tightly against the dock, and the crew on the magic airship immediately pushed out a sampan and built a passage to get off the ship. Woods and Claire were the first to walk down the sampan. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Claire had been busy holding her own concert recently. He had become the most famous musician in Castletown, and countless invitations were sent to him every day. However, he seemed to have reached a creative bottleneck in the past 2 years, and had not produced any new works. Woods was even busier. The alchemy workshop in Castletown was seizing the time to refine secondary life potions, spirit potions, lion power potions. Only the primary magic herbs that the alchemy workshop could not digest would be sold to the Imperial Merchant Darwin. Roy, Sabrina, Leah, Alice and others were standing on the dock. When they saw the captain standing in front of the railing of the ship's tower and saluting him, Roy immediately stood up and saluted him. Moira jumped off the sampan and threw herself directly into Sabrina's arms. It had been more than a year since she last saw her sister Sabrina. Although they often exchanged letters, when Moira saw Sabrina, she still hung on her sister like a koala. Moira leaned close to her sister Sabrina's ear, and it was unknown what she said. She hugged her sister for a long time before letting go, and then came to Roy and gave him a big hug. Moira leaned close to Roy's ear. Her mouth had the fresh taste of apples, and she said in a very small voice, "Roy, I miss you." It was just a simple sentence, but Roy's heart was slightly warmed. Miss Tiffany came up from behind and put her face close to Roy. Her face was cold, soft and smooth, and there was no hard scales on the cheeks of the Naga Sea tribe. Miss Tiffany glanced at the sisters Leah and Alice standing behind Roy, and whispered, "Roy, you are really brave." Roy was a little confused, thinking that his secret of smuggling 3,000 human priests had been exposed, and he replied in surprise, "Tiffany, even you know about this?" Miss Tiffany looked at Roy strangely, and the information revealed in her eyes seemed to say to Roy, "Are you acting? What even Tiffany knows?" Moira came over with a smile, hugged Roy's arm and asked. Looking at Roy's pretentious appearance, Miss Tiffany glanced at Leah and Alice again and said, "These are the sisters that Roy brought back from the Dark Land. Roy, won't you introduce them to us?" "Tiffany, you're not talking about the human priests?" Roy asked, pointing to a row of newly built wooden houses along the coastline a few hundred meters away. Claire and Woods came over at this time, and they also looked at Roy with confusion. Human priests? What human priests? Miss Tiffany was also a little confused. Seeing that Miss Tiffany's expression didn't seem to be fake, Roy was slightly relieved, and then hugged Claire and Woods. "Let me introduce 2 new friends to you. This is the elder sister Alice, and this is the younger sister Leah. They are from the demon hunting camp Iris in the Dark Land. There is a long story about them. I will tell you slowly when I have time." Roy introduced Sabrina. Sabrina was the first to come out and introduce herself to the 2 sisters. Moira. Moira followed. Tiffany. Blair, nice to meet you. Woods from Darnassus, the kingdom of the Wood Elves. When young people get together, they can always find some common topics easily. This magic airship docked at the dock is Roy's vehicle for this exploration trip. He, Blair, Woods, Sabrina, Moira, and others will also live on the ship's deck of this magic airship. Everyone boarded the ship together. Sabrina chose to sleep in the same cabin with Moira, and Roy arranged Leah and Alice to the cabin next to them. Roy, Blair, and Woods lived in the captain's room on the 2nd floor. Everyone sat on the deck of the magic airship and chatted. Roy took out a parchment map and began to introduce this exploration trip to everyone. Miss Tiffany and Leah chatted briefly, and soon learned about Alice's special physique. It was Roy who saved them in the Dark Land. Following Roy back to the Elf continent was also for Sister Alice's body to recover as soon as possible. This time Roy mobilized 8 magic airships. There are many unknown dangers in this trip. Flying in the sky is likely to attract the attention of high-level magic beasts. So the magic airship will not enter the wind layer and sail at high speed, but will travel west along the coastline of Sun Island Bay, and then the Griffin Cavalry will explore the nearby area. A group of crew members on the magic airship brought out large wooden boxes from the cabin. After the boxes were disassembled, the crew members reassembled the large magic parts in the boxes together. Soon, a heavy wailing crossbow was erected behind the bronze ram horn at the front of the deck. Then the crew carried a large number of wooden boxes, and went to other magic airships to assemble the rest of the heavy whaling crossbows. Seeing that other magic airships also had heavy whaling crossbows erected, and even a large number of half-blood elf guards from the Mine Guard group appeared on the decks of those magic airships, Woods asked Roy worriedly. "Roy, are you sure this is just an exploration trip, and you are not going to start a war against the nearby sea tribe neighbors?" Woods, why do you think so?" Woods gestured to several other magic airships, and asked Roy, "How many elf guards are you going to take with you this time?" About 7,000. Roy replied. A group of companions also looked at Roy. "Actually, this time I went out to sea. I also planned to train the guards of the Mine Guard regiment. This was Sabrina's suggestion to me. I really didn't plan to open up new territory this time," Roy explained with a chuckle. "It was indeed my suggestion." Sabrina nodded and admitted. "Anyway, our Zakaram adventure group is holding an expedition again. I hope we can gain something in this expedition. I hope our journey is smooth. I hope our journey is happy." It was another sunny day, and the mermaid Giazina was lying on a reef that only appeared above the sea at low tide to bask in the sun. From time to time, she would put a bird shell into her mouth, crack the shell meat with her teeth, and spit the shell into the seawater, and then a small splash of water would be made. She suddenly felt upset. She stood up and looked around the sea, but didn't find anything. A vague figure appeared in the clear sea water in front of her. Giazina blinked hard. The group of Sun Island fishmen she enslaved didn't have such ability to approach her quietly. Then a mermaid lady with long algae-colored hair rushed out of the sea in front of her and looked at her with a smile. The beautiful face made Giazina feel disgusted. She stood up from the reef suddenly, pointed her finger at Miss Tiffany's face, and screamed, "Tiffany, why are you here again?" Miss Tiffany poked her upper body out of the sea and said to Giazina with a smile, "Giazina, Boss Roy is going to go out to sea this time. Your territory is just outside the Sun Island Bay, so Boss Roy asked me to tell you that our fleet will pass through your territory tomorrow morning." Giazina leaned over with a puzzled look on her face, stared into Miss Tiffany's eyes, and asked puzzledly, "You swam over from the Sun Island Bay just to tell me this?" With a splash, Miss Tiffany emerged from the sea, sat on the sea rock without any courtesy, looked at Giazina seriously, and asked her, "What else can you do?" Seeing Miss Tiffany's smiling face, Giazina turned her head to look the other way, not wanting to pay attention to her at all. "I, Giazina, have the final say in this sea area. If you want to use the sea route of my territory to enter the inland sea, I, Giazina, will never agree to it. If you really plan to pass through here, it's better not to let me know. I will let the Sun Island fishmen stay in this sea area every night. Do you understand? Every night, every night." When Giazina said these words, she seemed particularly irritable. Miss Tiffany blinked, put her wet hair behind her head, pursed her lips, and asked Giazina, "Giazina, do you know which deep-sea monsters are more dangerous in the inland sea? I plan to let the fleet avoid them in advance to avoid unnecessary conflicts." Giazina said angrily, "Tiffany, I am a siren, you are a Naga, we are enemies. I don't know what you mean by these words. I will never betray the oath that the sirens made in front of the sea god, nor will I tell you that if you go 500 nautical miles from here to the inland sea, you will find the nest of the deep-sea monster Matamoya, and this sea area has always been ruled by it." Miss Tiffany heard what Giazina said, and then asked with a smile, "Giazina, do you know what kind of danger our fleet will encounter if it keeps going west?" Giazina's face turned green, and she pointed at Miss Tiffany's face with a trembling hand and scolded, "You elves and Nagas are really too much. I have said that I know nothing, and I will not betray the oath under the sea god pillar. I can't tell you that the sea beast priests in the sea area to the west are divided into warlords, and even Commander Lattimore is a loser who was driven out of that sea area." Giazina paused, was silent for a while, and then said to Miss Tiffany with a stern face, "If you miss, go." Chapter 688. The sea breeze gradually blew away the morning mist. Giazina stood on the sea reef and looked towards the mouth of the Sun Island Bay. A fleet of 3-masted sailing ships rushed out of the bay at the moment when the morning fog dispersed, and drove at full speed along the west coast. Teams of half-blood elf warriors stood on the deck, and a large number of griffin cavalry hovered above the sailing ships. Giazina sighed softly. When Tiffany came to visit her yesterday, she had clearly said it so bluntly, but she didn't expect that she still couldn't make Captain Roy give up this exploration. Watching the fleet marching along the west coast, Giazina dived into the sea, ready to have a good sleep on the seabed. Since she couldn't stop this kind of thing, she would let them experience it. If Captain Roy's fleet was really destroyed in the western seas, she would return to Sun Island with her group of fishmen to live again. Miss Tiffany did not travel by boat, but transformed into a Naga mermaid and swam forward with the fleet in the sea. When she was tired, she would climb back to the ship along the ladder to rest. This kind of life at sea made Miss Tiffany feel very novel. The fleet of 9 three-masted sailing ships lined up in a straight line, with Captain Keller, who had the most sailing experience, driving the magic airship number 6 at the front of the team. The busiest people on the ship were not the crew members, who controlled the sails, but the Griffin cavalrymen hovering in the sky. They were responsible for the alert mission of the entire fleet, and always had to fly in circles over the fleet. According to the instructions of Boss Roy, these Griffin cavalrymen also had to explore the surrounding seas and land. They became very busy from the moment they left the Sun Island Bay. In fact, Roy only wanted to explore the outside world by boat, and had no intention of leading the half-blood elf guards to continue to open up the territory and expand the elves' territory. Because the Padstow Forest, Pagisto Plateau and Sun Island Bay are already enough for the half-blood elves to live in, and the half-blood elves are currently developing the Blackwater Swamp, so he has no intention of continuing to develop the Partington Plain. This time, Roy led the fleet westward to find out what kind of danger there is on the west side of Sun Island Bay, whether it is a plain native like the Plateau Headhunter, or a high-level magic beast like the Blackwater Swamp Dragonfly. Miss Tiffany met with the sea monster Zaina last night, and when she came back, she told Roy that the western seas were divided into countless forces by the sea beast priests. If the fleet rashly broke into the western seas, it would probably suffer a ruthless attack from the sea beast priests. So this time Roy planned the fleet route close to the coastline. In fact, there are some disadvantages to sailing on the sea like this. The biggest trouble is the area close to the coastline. The fleet will face countless reefs, and they also have to consider the tides and grounding. In order to avoid the fleet from running aground when sailing close to the coastline, Roy asked the Griffin cavalry to fly around the fleet as much as possible to give early warning of the reefs on the channel. Of course, the Griffin cavalry can only look down at the sea from above. Some reefs are hidden under the sea surface, and it is difficult for the Griffin cavalry to find them. This kind of reef group depends on Miss Tiffany to give some early warning. And this fleet will only sail during the day. Once it gets dark, the fleet will anchor near the coast. In this way, after leaving the Sun Island Bay, the fleet sailed for 7 days. This is the edge of the exploration area of the Griffin cavalry. The landform features in front of it have changed greatly. Countless round stone pillars hundreds of meters high have risen from the ground. These stone pillars are not straight up. Each stone pillar is like countless huge pancakes stacked together. The diameter of these stone pillars can be hundreds of meters, and the diameter of small stone pillars can also be dozens of meters, and the height is about the same. The sea breeze blows into this stone forest, and there will be constant wailing sounds. This stone pillar extends far to the west along the coastline. At present, the Griffin cavalry has not been able to explore the end of the stone forest area. They only know that there is a primeval forest behind this stone forest. When the Griffins fly to the edge of the stone pillar, they dare not fly forward anymore, and that primeval forest has never been explored. The main reason is that there is a group of level 3 magic beasts living in the canyon here. They are wind snakes that live in groups. The wind snakes in the Stone Pillar Canyon have always been the nemesis of the Griffins in the Barrier Mountains. Roy stood on the deck of the magic airship in the front, and looked at the land on the edge of the coastline. Those stone pillars, that are 100 meters high, are like stone giants standing on the coastline. Kaka, I heard that there are many wind snakes living in this stone forest. Roy asked Kaka. This time, Kaka and little Eugene led their respective cavalry squadrons to explore the west by boat, and traveled west with the fleet. Yes, these wind snakes are level 3 magic beasts, and there are a lot of them. Little Eugene and I have been here before. We wanted to hunt a few wind snakes and bring them back, but unfortunately we failed. Little Eugene was bitten by a wind snake. If we hadn't run fast and escaped back to the village quickly, little Eugene might have died on the way. Kaka said to Roy with lingering fear. Little Eugene was chatting with Leah on the top of the ship at this time. Are these wind snakes difficult to hunt? Roy asked Kaka. Yeah, Kaka responded, and then said, these wind snakes like to build their nests on stone pillars. They live in groups in the Stone Pillar Canyon. We have tried many hunting methods, but unfortunately none of them worked. Kaka looked a little embarrassed. Adult wind snakes are about 7 or 8 meters long, with a pair of wings growing on their backs. They are very good at gliding in the air. They usually don't fly very fast. When they want to escape, they just need to fold their wings, and they can fall like a sharp arrow. When there is wind, they will also ride the wind. How high these wind snakes can fly depends on how high the wind can blow them. If they are in an open area, the Griffins can easily defeat these wind snakes, but in this stone forest, The griffins are no match for the wind snakes. The wind snakes are flexible and as hard as black iron. They are extremely powerful. As long as the wind snakes entangle the griffins will be entangled to death by the wind snakes unless they use their iron will. If they did not fly into the stone pillar forest on griffins, ordinary adventure groups would not be able to touch the wind snakes at all. Kaka knows these wind snakes very well, and seems to have done a lot of homework. Let the fleet anchor in this area tonight. Let everyone be careful not to let the wind snakes in the stone pillar forest take them as prey. Roy instructed Captain Keller. Captain Keller quickly agreed and turned around to make arrangements. So your exploration ended here because of the wind snakes in the valley? Roy asked Kaka. It's a bit hard to say, but it's true. Kaka responded a little embarrassedly. These wind snakes are third-level magic beasts. Are the magic materials on them valuable in the magic market? Roy turned his head and asked Claire, who was studying the whale hunting crossbow. Claire held the control handle with one hand and answered without thinking. The feathers on the wings are the main material for making wind-controlling arrows. The fangs, poison sacs, and snake skins are all quite valuable. He has been helping Roy deal with a large amount of magic metals and magic herbs in recent years. Many high-level magic beast materials are also handled by Claire, so he is also very familiar with these magic beast materials. Woods, Moira, and Sabrina were also discussing the whaling crossbow at the bow. When they heard Roy, Kaka, and Claire talking about the wind snakes, Woods couldn't help but ask Roy, you're not planning to take advantage of those wind snakes, are you? Roy nodded and said, yes, I want to try. These wind snakes are too close to Sun Island Bay. I don't want a large group of wind snakes to rush into Sun Island Bay one day and catch me off guard. They are flying monsters that live in groups. How do we deal with them? Woods asked with some doubt. Not long after, Woods' question was answered. The floating devices of the 9 magic airships were all activated, and then these magic airships, with their sails retracted, floated into the air. The magic airships did not fly into the wind flow layer, but hovered at a position higher than the stone pillar mountain. Then the propulsion device at the stern of the magic airship started, pushing the magic airship to slowly move above the stone pillar mountain. At least 300 half-blood elves holding longbows stood on the left and right sides of each magic airship. They looked down from a high place, holding elven longbows and crowded together. From a distance, each magic airship was densely packed with black. There were still a large number of griffin cavalrymen constantly wandering around the magic airship. Such a big movement naturally alarmed the wind snakes hidden in the stone pillar forest. In the chaos, these wind snakes drilled out along the gaps in the stone pillars. They had already sensed the dangerous atmosphere brought by these magic airships. These wind snakes spread their wings behind them, and their long snake bodies kept twisting, and they could actually fly high in the sky. They were the overlords of the stone pillar forest area. They had no fear of the magic airship that suddenly appeared. Hundreds of wind snakes flew towards the magic airship. Roy stood on the observation deck of the main mast of the first magic airship, holding a flag in his hand. When he saw that the wind snakes had flown into the range of the elf archers, he immediately waved the flag in his hand. The next second, countless arrows fell from both sides of the magic airship. The arrows shot by the elves from above hit the wind snakes one after another, leaving some arrows stuck in their bodies. The groups of wind snakes would naturally not retreat. They could control the power of the wind. When flapping their wings, the magic patterns hidden on many wind snakes lit up one after another. Tornadoes formed in front of the wind snakes, and then rolled towards the magic airship in the sky. The fierce wind force blew the magic airship violently, and continued to rise to the sky. When these magic airships were blown up more than 20 meters by the strong wind, the wind power exerted by the wind snakes had no power. Whirlwinds flew out from the stone pillar forest, but they could not affect the magic airships floating in the sky. This group of wind snakes desperately rushed to the magic airships in the face of dense feather arrows falling down. They were still spraying poison arrows from their mouths, but the venom splashed on the bottom of the ship and did not cause any harm to the half-blood elves on the magic airships. Some wind snakes with arrows all over their bodies fell from the air after their physical strength was exhausted. There were too many half-elf guards on the magic airship, and the arrows were shot endlessly. Facing the rain of arrows, the wind snakes had no way to avoid it. Wind snakes were constantly hit by arrows and fell. Occasionally, some extremely brave wind snakes flew up against the rain of arrows, and were immediately targeted by the griffin cavalry, who had been waiting in the sky for a long time. Kaka and little Eugene each led a squadron of griffin knights to deal with the wind snakes that broke through the arrow rain defense line. After a short period of formal training, the Griffin cavalry could skillfully swing the elven swords in their hands during air combat. Some wind snakes were even cut down by the elven swords as soon as they flew up. The area around the magic airship became very chaotic. The Griffins and the group of wind snakes were obviously old enemies. Once the two sides met, they would fight to the death. This time, the Griffin cavalry had the help of the half-blood elven archers and quickly suppressed the wind snakes. Some wind snake corpses fell on the top of the stone pillar forest, and more wind snake corpses fell to the bottom of the canyon. This time, Roy used the arrows on the ship without regard for cost to ambush the wind snakes. In the rain of arrows, the fighting spirit of these wind snakes was finally defeated by the half-blood elf guards. Some wind snakes in the stone pillar forest began to flee to the northwest. The half-blood elf warriors on the magic airship cheered. In terms of strength, these half-blood elf guards could not fight against the wind snakes at all, but they stood on the magic airship and shot arrows at the wind snakes rushing into the sky from a high position, which was another situation. Roy didn't care about the consumption of arrows. After a battle, the half-blood elf guards on the magic airship actually won the battle. The scattered wind snakes crawled back into the narrow gaps of the stone pillar forest. The Griffin cavalry began to pursue the stone pillar forest desperately. They soon found the wind snake nest on the stone pillar, and some wind snake eggs in the nest. They moved them, and the wind snake bodies, as trophies to the magic airship. The wind snake eggs were about the size of coconuts, with pink spots on the snow-white eggshells, and the shells were very strong. The Griffin cavalry put the wind snake eggs into a wooden box. Soon one wooden box was full, and then they started to put the second box. When Claire saw these giant eggs, Roy whispered, "Roy, we made a profit this time. This kind of wind snake eggs are very valuable. They can definitely sell for a good price in the Castletown magic market." In just half a day, the half-elf guards on the magic airship defeated the wind snakes in the stone pillar forest. As the Griffin cavalrymen cleaned up the battlefield non-stop, the magic airship continued to chase northward. On the deck was a row of tattered wind snakes. The leather of this kind of wind snakes was not very valuable. Fortunately, some tail feathers of wind-controlling arrows could be removed from the wings. Chapter 689. Nearly 500 wind snake corpses were placed on the deck of the ship. The blood flowing out of the wind snakes' bodies had coagulated into black and purple blood scabs. Some blood seeped into the gaps in the deck, and the entire deck exuded a strong fishy smell. Rather than saying that these wind snakes died at the hands of the half-blood elves, it would be better to say that they died in the high-altitude suppression of the magic airship and the free magic arrow rain. They are a group of third-level magic beasts who like to live in groups. They usually live in the stone pillar forest. As long as they hide in the stone pillar forest, even the griffins can't do anything to them. Each wind snake has a fist-sized black magic core in its skull. When all the magic cores are disassembled, they fill up a whole box. When you take them back, you have to grind off the hard skin on the surface to find magic crystals of various properties. Most of the magic crystals produced by wind snakes are wind magic crystals, which are pure white translucent crystals. In addition to magic crystals, the most valuable thing on these wind snakes is the wind snake leather. Unfortunately, the leather on almost every wind snake has several arrow holes, and its value is at least half of the original. Some leathers are severely damaged, and the price may be further reduced. After these wind snakes were transported back to the ship, several Griffin cavalrymen began to process these magical beast materials. They were all very experienced hunters, and knew how to deal with these wind snakes. In addition to some magical materials, wind snakes' meat was the favorite food of griffins. Therefore, the Griffin cavalrymen dried the skinned and gutted wind snakes on the clothesline at the tail of the magic airship, like dried eels. Roy rarely saw elves processing meat other than fish, but he didn't expect that they were also very skilled in processing these wind snakes. After the wind snakes in the entire stone pillar forest were hunted by the Griffin cavalry, they hid in the cracks of the rocks or the cliff nests. No matter how the Griffin cavalry flew in the stone pillar forest, these wind snakes did not dare to run out. This hunting in the stone pillar forest was finally coming to an end. Then the magic airships returned to the sea one after another. This hunt was a great victory, but the members of the Zakaram Adventure Group could only stand on the deck of the magic airship to watch the battle. Only Sabrina rode a white griffin and led a team of Griffin cavalry to hunt wind snakes in the stone pillar forest, which made everyone quite envious. Woods even squeezed next to Roy, put his arm around his shoulders, and whispered to him, "Roy, let me join the Griffin cavalry regiment someday. I also want to raise a griffin and try the taste of flying." To become a beast trainer, you need to accept a series of tests from the Griffin cavalry. "Are you sure you can hold on?" Roy asked Woods. Are those tests difficult? It's probably a little harder than learning the owl's transformation, Roy responded. Woods immediately backed out and waved his hand and said, Forget it, it doesn't matter whether you can fly or not. I'm actually a little afraid of heights. The Griffin cavalry did not continue to explore northward. It is said that after flying over the Stone Pillar Forest, there is an endless primeval forest to the north of the Stone Pillar Forest, where some high-level monsters above level 5 often appear. These monsters have a strong sense of territory, and will attack all unauthorized intruders. After following the great magician Grams to complete so many hunts in the Dark Land, he was very familiar with the strength of high-level magic beasts above level 5. Roy knew that even if the half-blood elf warriors of the Mine Guards were equipped with high-end magic armor and weapons made by the Silver Moon Elves, and the team had magic airships for supplies and Griffin cavalry for air support, it was actually impossible to make up for the gap in combat power between the two. He didn't dare to provoke the level 5 magic beast, so Roy didn't want to take risks in the magic beast forest. At this time, Roy couldn't help but think of the great magician Grams. If he were here, Roy would really dare to try his luck in this forest. Now, nothing to talk about. If you count carefully, Roy has been separated from the great magician Grams for nearly 2 months. If he hadn't gone out to sea with a ship, Roy should have gone to the city of Wopai at this time. The design drawings of his thick leather armor and magic pattern array made of frost dragon leather should have been completed. As long as these magic pattern arrays are engraved on the thick leather armor, a new set of magic pattern construction will be initially completed. From here, the coastline has changed a bit. The white sand beach is replaced by a 12-meter-high coastal cliffs. At the same time, the coastline extends to the northwest and west, and the sea here is more vast. Roy was going to continue exploring northwest along the coastline. After all, the sea monster Giazina reminded them that this sea area had been occupied by several sea beast priests. If their fleet mistakenly entered the territory of the sea beast priests, it would probably anger these sea beast priests. In order to avoid this unnecessary conflict, Roy led the fleet to continue along the coastline. The biggest advantage of taking a sailboat for an exploration trip is that everyone can rest leisurely on the boat, and the journey will not be very tiring. After leaving the area of the Stone Pillar Forest, the fjords on the edge of the coastline gradually increased. There are many traces left by the disappearance of glaciers on both sides of the canyon here. Some canyons can serve as natural shelters. When night falls, the Griffin riders will look for a safe haven near the fleet. All the magic airships gather together, and some half-blood elf guards will even get off the boats and climb directly over the cliffs to the flat areas on the top of the cliffs, which are mostly covered with a layer of soft moss and green grass. The elf guards like to build simple tents on the grass to rest, and these tents are full of the fragrance of wild grass. This is also the first time everyone has gotten off the boat to relax in these days since leaving Sun Island Bay. There are hundreds of tents built on the green shade of the cliff top on the coastline, and some elf warriors are even grilling fish in front of the tents. After night fell, a gust of sea breeze blew towards them, instantly blowing away the scorching heat. Everyone sat on a huge rock outside the tent. Moira secretly complained to Roy. This Sakaram adventure group's adventure was a bit boring. They just watched the sea on the boat all day and had nothing else to do. Roy couldn't help but pinch Moira's pink face. Her face was very elastic and soft, and Roy liked to see her shy look. Ever since Woods gave up becoming a Griffin cavalryman, he became a young druid who liked to study magic herbs. He told Roy, overcatching wind snakes will change the ecology of the Stone Pillar Forest. Every time you hunt wind snakes, it is best to reduce the number of wind snakes to a minimum, and then try to ignore them as much as possible, let their population gradually recover, and then organize hunting. Roy knew that this behavior of letting the monster population grow, and then looking for opportunities to hunt is called raising pigs. He was very happy that there was such a hunting ground outside the Sun Island Bay. Miss Tiffany lay on the grass next to Moira. She threw a water ball on her face to keep the surface of her skin hydrated. Miss Mermaid's skin has no sweat glands and sweat hairs, so her skin is extremely smooth and delicate, but this kind of skin also has disadvantages. That is, it needs to be kept hydrated at all times. She has been very busy these days. She usually travels alone in the sea near the fleet. She only sits together and chats with everyone at night. She will always monitor the movements in the sea to ensure that the fleet will not be attacked by the sea beast priests. In fact, Miss Tiffany also felt very strange these 2 days, because the surrounding sea area seemed very quiet. After swimming in the sea for so many days, Miss Tiffany could not see even a fishman monster in the sea. This sea area is obviously infinitely close to the sea area of the sea beast priests, but there is no trace of fishman monsters here, which is very abnormal. You know, the living area of the fishman monsters is the shallow water area and beach of the coastline, and many fishmen live like amphibious toads. Although the coastline here is a cliff, there are no fishmen or monsters under the cliff, which is a bit unreasonable. Claire is the only elf in the Zack Aram adventure group who has no intention of exploring. He followed everyone to conduct a wild adventure this time, and his purpose was to discuss music with Roy. Recently, he has not released any representative songs, and many music critics in Buenos Aires have a negative attitude towards Claire. This time, Claire gave up everything she was doing and went to the Partington Plain to participate in the adventure group's training and exploration, just to talk to Roy about music. In fact, Roy was also quite speechless. When the two were in the Elf Academy, they were still unstable students who fought together. Originally, they just created a song Blue Dane River for fun, but they didn't expect that Claire would never look back on the road of music. Seeing Claire coming over, Moira tactfully returned to her sister and teased the white griffin. Roy, I've been thinking about what you call listening to the sounds of nature. In fact, I can hear a lot of melodies, but these melodies are far from being as infectious and colorful as the ones you hear, Claire complained to Roy. He held a notebook full of musical symbols, and Roy felt dizzy after just one look. Then you might as well try to fall in love. Only by savoring life carefully can you see the happy notes in life. Roy quickly gave his best friend some spiritual chicken soup. Others were also listening to Roy's words quietly. Roy took a deep breath and said to Claire, "First, you have to calm down completely, empty your mind and feel the surroundings. For example, I can feel countless holy light particles floating around my body. I can see the direction of the wind around me. I can also see the beams of light falling from the stars in the night sky, and I can hear Moira's heartbeat like a drum." Moira and Sabrina sat back to back. When Moira heard Roy say this about herself, her face turned slightly red. The waves kept hitting the reefs, and the sea under the starry sky was extremely deep. Sabrina and Moira sat back to back on the grass, which reminded Roy of Kikyo and Ollie. He couldn't help but blush, and said to his friend, "Claire, listen carefully. That's the sound of the free wind pushing the waves to hit the reefs on the shore." "Huh?" Claire could of course hear the sound of the waves, but she didn't understand what Roy wanted to say. Just when Claire was stunned, Roy began to hum with his mouth. In fact, he hummed very badly, and there was no instrument around him to echo. The gentle humming was still extremely awkward at the beginning, but later he gradually had some feelings. Everyone was silent, listening quietly to Roy humming the tune of deep attachment and nostalgia. Roy hummed the whole song because he remembered it very well. "Roy, does this melody have a name?" Claire wrote the song down in her notebook, and then couldn't help asking Roy. "Love Across Time and Space." Roy didn't let Claire come up with a weird name. When he said this, his throat was a little dry and his voice was a little trembling. Unconsciously, he has lived in the elf world for so long that he almost forgot all his previous memories. The evening gathering ended in such a slightly sad atmosphere. Roy crawled into the tent and lay in the sleeping bag, but still couldn't fall asleep for a long time. The sea breeze blew in through the tent curtain, and the whispers of Moira and Tiffany in the next tent came in. There was a faint light in Claire's tent, and it was estimated that he would not be able to sleep that night. In the cabin of the magic airship, Leah and Alice sat side by side, for white feet were stretched into the same wooden basin. They were washing their feet. The ship was parked very steadily, and the crew occasionally talked on the deck outside. "Alice, I want to talk to Roy and join their adventure group. Look at his friends. They are all young elves. There is no reason not to accept us." Leah whispered to her sister. "I heard that his friends are all classmates who graduated from the same college, and they have a good relationship, so they formed this adventure group," Alice said with some worry. "As long as we can prove that we are not a burden and can help him, he should not reject us." Leah always said this. After hearing what Leah said, Alice became even more worried. "But we have been out of the dark land for so long, and I found that we have never been able to help him once." "Oh, is that so?" Leah was also a little dazed, and began to recall what happened recently, and it seemed that nothing had really happened. The two were talking in a low voice in the room, and at this time Leah suddenly narrowed her eyes. She narrowed her eyes, like a kitten smelling the scent of fish, wrinkling her little nose and sniffing around. "Leah, what's wrong with you?" Alice asked in confusion. "I should have smelled the scent of darkness, although it's very faint." As she spoke, Leah stepped out of the basin barefoot, her wet feet leaving a line of water stains on the floor. Leah came to the window and pushed open the cabin window. A fishy and salty sea breeze blew into the room. In the wet sea breeze, the faint dark air became more obvious. This sea breeze blew from the sea. Leah looked at the direction of the sea breeze, and quickly ran through the window to the observation deck on the top of the ship. Chapter 690. The sea hidden in the darkness shows a suffocating beauty of silence. Leah squatted on the bronze argali head like a nightblade leopard, staring at the sea surface nervously. A giant figure appeared on the sea surface more than 200 meters away. It emerged from the sea, with countless seaweed and kelp hanging on its head, and even shells parasitizing on its dark skin. Dozens of tentacles similar to squids grew on its head, and these tentacles curled and hung down. Its body was round and plump like a fungus, with its arms and body curled together. The moment it emerged from the sea, a strong dark breath rushed towards Leah. In the salty sea breeze, the dark breath was full of the smell of death. Leah had never seen such a dark creature. The sea water continued to flow along its body. It appeared on the beach in the shallow water, more than 3 meters high. It waded through the sea water step by step towards the area where magic airships gathered. Leah put her hand on her thigh. A sharp wolverine needle was tied to the outside of her right leg. Her hand trembled slightly. She held her breath and carefully observed the dark creature. For Leah, this was a rare opportunity to prove herself. The elf warriors on the ship went to the top of the cliff to set up tents at night. There were only some half-blood elf crew members left on the 9 magic airships. Except for the half-blood elf warriors on duty, the sea ship was quiet. She bent down and wanted to take the opportunity to jump into the sea from the bow. Suddenly a white hand was placed on her shoulder. Alice stood barefoot in front of Leah's hand and put a finger on her mouth, signaling Leah to be silent. She leaned close to Leah's ear and opened her light pink lips. "Don't take risks. It should be a dark faceless one. When I was lying in the tent in the camp, I heard the demon hunters talking about them. You can't beat it. It will wrap you tightly with its strong arms, and then crush all the bones in your body." Leah looked at Alice, with an expression of what should we do in her eyes. "Leah, you seem to have forgotten one thing. We are not alone here." As she spoke, Alice looked at her palm, and then a ball of holy light appeared in her palm. She threw the ball of holy light into the sea with all her strength. A ball of light was very conspicuous at night, and the half-blood elf warriors on the magic airship were attracted by the ball of holy light. Everyone watched in surprise as the ball of holy light floated towards the sea. Then, under the reflection of the ball of holy light, a figure standing in the sea was completely exposed. The half-blood elf guard standing on duty on the watchtower immediately discovered the clues on the sea. He immediately picked up a small copper hammer hanging on the main mast and knocked hard on a copper bell. Ding, ding, ding. The rapid bell ringing awakened the sleeping crew members on the ship. The half-blood elf warrior on night duty even took out a magic flare from his waist and shot it at the shadow standing on the coastline. The bright and soft yellow light drew a long flame tail in the air. The light of the magic flare was much brighter than the holy light of Alia. Not far away from the sea, a dark monster covered with seaweed and looking like an octopus stood alone in the sea. It didn't pay attention to the magic flare, but stared at the holy light that was getting dim and falling into the sea. Then the tentacles on its face began to dance. This dark faceless creature rushed towards Alice's position. However, with its nearly 2-meter-long thighs stepping on the sea water, it ran very fast, and a cloud of mist appeared around its body. Alia almost reacted subconsciously and blocked Alice behind her. The half-elf crew members on the ship also reacted quickly. The half-elf crew members standing on the observation deck picked up their longbows, drew their bows, and aimed arrows at the dark faceless one. Some crew members, who did not have time to put on armor, ran out of the cabin and rushed to the side of the ship to occupy a favorable position to observe the situation outside. It can be seen that these elf crew members are very experienced in dealing with emergencies. The crew members who caught up with them were holding weapons. They distributed weapons to each crew member, and there were crew members holding leather armor and running out behind them. I didn't see who shot the first arrow, and then countless arrows flew towards the dark faceless one. Perhaps the great success in hunting the wind snake gave the crew great confidence, and they felt that they could use bows and arrows to shoot the monster covered with tentacles into a hedgehog. A rain of arrows flew out, most of which pierced the faceless man. Although the faceless man was covered with arrows and looked like he was seriously injured, his running speed did not decrease at all. When he rushed to the bow, his arms stretched out 7 or 8 meters long. He hooked the side of the ship with both hands, and his body shrank suddenly like a rubber man, and he actually jumped directly onto the deck. The 2 tentacles forcibly wrapped around the 2 half-elf crew members, pulling them from the side of the ship to the front of the faceless man. The 2 half-elf crew members struggled and threw away their elven longbows, trying their best to break free from the entanglement of the faceless man's tentacles. The other crew members also drew out their elven long swords and attacked the faceless man on the deck. At this time, Alice's body was covered with a faint holy light. She put her hands together in front of her chest, stood at the bow and chanted a prayer. Suddenly, a beam of light fell from Alice's head, and a dazzling holy light ball appeared in front of Alice. At this time, the faceless man turned his body around, stretched out his two tentacle-like arms, and threw the two crew members into the sea. The faceless man ran a few steps, and then stretched out a tentacle towards Alice. Leah, who was squatting beside Alice, turned her body into a ball of black mist. When her body reappeared, she was squatting on the left side of the faceless man. She inserted the Wolverine needle in her hand directly into the faceless man's head full of tentacles. The whole sharp dagger was completely immersed in the faceless man's body, but the faceless man just trembled violently, and then the tentacles growing on the faceless man's chin stretched out, tightly entangling Leah, who wanted to dodge. The holy light ball in Alice's hand also flew out at this moment, hitting the faceless man's chest, and immediately burning a hole in his chest. The faceless man was in great pain, and the tentacles on his body were twitching violently. Leah took this opportunity to escape from the tentacles. She ran forward in two halves, and her body turned into a ball of black mist again, disappearing into the night. When Leah showed her body again, she was standing behind Alice. At this time, the deck was already full of crew members, and they saw a black monster that looked like an octopus and was sticky all over the deck. The monster stretched out more than a dozen tentacles and kept attacking the crew members around. However, it was injured in the chest, so many of its movements were greatly affected. After leaving the sea, the power of this faceless man was also weakened bit by bit. There were more and more half-elf crew members around, and the sharp elven swords cut wounds on its body. These crew members had rich combat experience, and soon made the dark faceless man covered with wounds. With a clear cry coming from the top of the head, a sword dancer wearing full covering silver armor suddenly appeared on the deck. She held two Saruki long swords, and her body kept moving with the long swords in her hands, and then the two swords in her hands stabbed the faceless man. Every movement she made was very graceful, and she looked like a dancer on the battlefield. The faceless man stretched out several tentacles, but they were cut off by the sword blades under the strangulation of the sword dancer's flying swords. As the sword dancer took a heavy step forward, Leah felt the whole ship tremble slightly, and her two swords were placed on the neck of the faceless man covered with tentacles at the same time. The two long swords crossed together, like a pair of sharp scissors, and a female elf phantom with the same posture appeared behind the sword dancer. As the two Saruki long swords merged together, the head of the faceless man rolled onto the deck, and the huge body, like a mountain of flesh, also piled up on the deck like a pool of rotten meat. A group of crew members immediately surrounded him, stabbed the faceless man's head with their elven swords, and cut off the tentacles that were still dancing wildly. The white griffin also took the opportunity to land on the deck, crawled to the side of the female sword dancer, and took the opportunity to peck at a faceless man's tentacle that was still wriggling on the deck. The female sword dancer put the two Saruki swords back into the scabbard, lifted the visor on the helmet with one hand, and a bright and pretty face was immediately revealed. Sabrina. The crew members on the magic airship cheered, ignoring the pile of smelly rotten meat on the deck. Not long after, Roy and the members of the Sakaram Adventure Group returned to the magic airship. He ordered several captains of the mine guards to immediately strengthen the vigilance around the sea ship. The body of the faceless man decayed very quickly. Before the rotten meat completely stinked, it had to be cleaned out this morning. The members of the adventure group gathered in the captain's room. In addition, there were the captains of the 9 magic airships, and several captains of the mine guards. Roy stood next to a wall with a picture of the dark faceless man on it. In addition to the dark faceless man, the picture also showed the Nakma demon, who looked like a centaur. The Nibra Spider-Man, who had a human upper body and a spider lower body. The dark demon, who had a human body and a goat head on his neck. Roy pointed at the 4 kinds of dark golems on the picture and said to everyone, "The one who just rushed onto the magic airship was a dark faceless man. It, along with the Nakma demon, the Nibra Spider-Man, and the dark demon, is known as the 4 dark legions of the abyss. I just came back from the dark land this time. Although we didn't come into contact with the dark legion in the dark land, we learned a lot of relevant information. The dark faceless appeared in this sea area. It is very likely that there may be a passage connected to the dark land somewhere on the seabed here. I guess these dark faceless legions should be fighting with the sea beast priests in this sea area. This can also explain why we can't see the fish monsters as we move along the coastline. Everyone, we may need to be more careful on our next exploration trip. In addition, I also hope to obtain some information about the dark faceless man in the next exploration. After all, This is a major event closely related to our Partington Plain, and all elves should pay attention to it. At present, a plain war is erupting in the Green Empire of Roland continent. I am worried that this plain war may spread to the elf world. I hope everyone must pay attention to it. After Roy said this information, there was silence in the captain's room. No one thought that Roy would associate so many things with just a dark faceless man appearing on the coastline. After the short meeting, the officers and captains of the mine guards left with heavy hearts. Miss Tiffany quietly dived into the dark sea and began to check the sea area. Everyone waited until dawn, but did not see the second dark faceless man. Roy heard from the crew on duty on the ship that this dark faceless man was discovered by Leah, and then took Leah around the coastline for most of the day, but unfortunately still did not find anything. After patrolling the surrounding sea area, Miss Tiffany also failed to obtain any news about the dark faceless man. Despite this, the fleet did not return because of this setback, but continued to advance northwest along the coastline. During this period, the Griffin cavalry wanted to search deep in the sea, but Roy stopped them. This behavior was tantamount to provoking the sea beast priests in the deep sea area. Roy had seen the abilities of the second-level masters, and those sea beast priests were also second-level masters. They also had powerful magic contract partners, such as deep-sea behemoths around them. Ordinary second-level masters could not be the opponents of the sea beast priests. Once these Griffin cavalry encounter the sea beast priests at sea, it is difficult for them to return alive. The advantage of the fleet following the coastline is obvious. Once they encounter the sea beast priests, they can quickly run to the land. The biggest weakness of the sea people is that once they leave the ocean, their strength will be greatly weakened. Roy felt that the dark faceless man of the feather arrow was definitely not an accident, so the fleet was in a state of first-level alert during this period. The number of half-blood elf guards patrolling at night doubled directly. In the third week after the fleet left Sun Island Bay, Roy found that the temperature around the fleet continued to drop as it headed northwest. Recently, there were no tropical trees on this coastline. It had been raining for 3 consecutive days. The sea was very rough, with waves only a dozen meters high. When a big wave hit, these 3-masted sailing ships would tilt greatly. Sabrina took the risk of taking a few Griffin cavalrymen and flew high into the sky against the fierce sea breeze. A group of Griffin cavalrymen directly passed through the thundering clouds. When we got to the upper wind layer, we found that the clouds under our feet had gathered into a huge vortex with a diameter of several hundred kilometers. This is a typical sea storm. After September every year, there will always be sea storms in Castletown. At present, Roy's fleet is located at the edge of the sea storm. Sabrina rowed the Griffin back to the fleet, and the fleet immediately looked for a safe harbor. This sea area is full of narrow fjords, and the fleet soon entered a fjord with a natural deep water area. This place is very sheltered from the wind. No matter howling the wind on the sea, the waves in this fjord are not that big. In addition, the elf guards of the mine guard group on the ship have set up tents in the woods by the sea. According to the living habits of the elves, living by the sea is safe. The elves had just set up the camp when the storm came one after another. The heavy rain caused flash floods in some of the surrounding mountains. Overnight, thousands of streams of various sizes emerged in this fjord. Chapter 691. Partington is a very wonderful plain, in which different regions can experience different changes of seasons. The Padstow Forest and Sun Island Bay are always in summer, and the Padstow Plateau is a bit like a plateau climate, with a large temperature difference between day and night. The southern part of the plateau can be said to be a season of alternation between spring and summer. The temperature of the wilderness in the middle of the plateau is almost spring, and the mountains in the northern part of the plateau are covered with snow all year round. According to the information provided by Captain Helicki, the northern part of the Padstow Plateau is a very vast ice field. The fleet of the mine guards left the Sun Island Bay, passed through the Stone Pillar Forest, and came to this complex fjord. The climate here was actually getting a little colder. A storm pushed Roy's fleet deep into the fjord. The continuous heavy rain caused hundreds of streams to appear on the mountains on both sides of the fjord. The rain stopped and the clouds dispersed, and the sky was blue. Many temporary waterfalls appeared in the fjord. These waterfalls made the entire fjord shrouded in water vapor, and even some colorful rainbows could be seen in the sun. Moira and Sabrina stood at the bow, looking at the beautiful scenery in front of them, and couldn't help begging their sister to ride the Griffin to take her for a spin in the sky, but this request was directly rejected by Sabrina. Little White is my partner, and I will only cooperate with it when performing tasks. Don't even think about letting Little White carry you for a spin in the sky. Moira also argued, Sabrina, I have ridden Kaka and Little Eugene's Griffins. Why can't I ride yours? That's right, I said no, I can share other things with you, but not Xiaobai. We already agreed on this when we signed the magic contract. Sabrina insisted. Sabrina, this is what you said, you are willing to share other things with me. I also like to share with you. Moira didn't seem to be angry because of Sabrina's refusal. On the contrary, she seemed to remember something very happy. She hugged her sister Sabrina's arm and pressed her face tightly against Sabrina's shoulder. Her sweet laughter spread far away. In a room in the ship's tower, Claire has already composed the complete song Yearning Across Time and Space. He sits in front of an organ and plays this beautiful melody smoothly. The whole magic airship is immersed in a sad melody. A faint longing runs through the whole piece of music. Claire has unspeakable thoughts in his heart. What did Roy go through to write such a sad melody? When he was young, Claire believed what Roy said, and every beautiful melody of his was found from nature. But this piece of music is different. In addition to the melody of nature, Roy must have poured some of his emotions into it. Claire opened his eyes after his fingertips stopped on the keys, but his heart could not calm down for a long time. Roy stood by the window of the captain's room and said loudly to Claire in the room, Claire, this piece of music is well written. I just hummed a few lines, and you can write such a beautiful piece of music. You are worthy of being the youngest musician in Castletown. Oh, Roy, stop it! Claire was so pleased with Roy's compliment that she smiled happily. It was true that he was now the most famous musician in Castletown. The scenery here is beautiful, Claire, you should appreciate it. Roy said this, walked up the stairs to the deck, and said to Moira, who was whispering with Sabrina, Moira, the fleet will rest in the fjord for a day, let's go hiking. Roy pointed to some steep mountains on the shore and invited Moira. The lower part of the mountain is covered with dense shrubs, while the upper part is covered with soft green grass and purple ridges. There are not many exposed rocks. Okay. Moira happily accepted the invitation and ran to Roy. She wanted her sister Sabrina to go with her, but Sabrina refused because her Griffin Cavalry Brigade would have a patrol mission later. She wanted to ask Miss Tiffany to go with her. Miss Tiffany rolled her eyes, pointed to the calm sea, and questioned Moira in an exaggerated tone. Moira, are you sure you want to invite a Naga Sea tribe member to accompany you to climb a barren mountain without even a path? If you don't want to go, forget it. After saying that, Moira ran off the magic airship. At this time, there were already teams of half-blood elf warriors on the shore preparing to move the tents back to the ship. After the sea storm subsided, the crew checked the damage to the ship. The mine guards rested here for a day. If there was no major problem with the magic airship, the fleet would sail out of the fjord tomorrow and continue to head northwest along the coastline. Leah, who had a dark aura, was spotted by Deputy Captain Tennyson. She successfully joined the assassin group and had to follow the Dark Moon Elves to carry out missions every day these days. It is said that Miss Moira was brought up by Deputy Captain Tennyson himself. So Leah has been very diligent recently. She has always wanted to prove herself, and she has succeeded halfway. Without Leah's company, Alice stayed in her room every day and rarely walked around the ship. Only when she was really bored would she stand in the cabin corridor below the deck for a while. The three-masted sailboat built by the Grey Dwarf robbers was 2 floors below the deck. There was a breathable corridor at the tail of the hull. Usually, there would always be some half-blood elf guards gathered here to chat. Alice would stand in the stern corridor for a while when no one was around. She was leaning on the railing to enjoy the sea breeze, and heard 2 half-blood elf guards walking and talking. I don't know what happened, but since leaving the holy water pool at the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp, the holy light power in my body has been stagnant and has never grown. I heard from Boss Roy that accumulating holy light power is a very slow process, but this is too slow. Don't be impatient, every elf has a different perception of holy light, so take your time. A half-elf companion comforted her. Alice heard that the topic they were talking about was about the power of holy light, so she did not leave immediately. She stood in the corner of the corridor at the stern, leaning her arms on the railing, staring at the beach in the distance. Hey, it really seems to be working. The power of holy light can finally be restored. It seems that our efforts are not in vain. At this time, a half-elf guard said with surprise. The other half-elf guard paused for a moment and exclaimed, It's true, I can also feel the power of holy light flowing in my body. It seems our efforts have finally paid off, right? The 2 half-elf guards seemed very happy. They stood in the corridor at the stern and put their hands together to chant prayers. It was not until this time that Alia discovered something. She could clearly sense the extremely active holy light particles around her, and her perception range was very wide. The distribution of holy light particles within a 5-meter range around her formed a clear picture in her mind, like a star map. And her body is like the center of the star map, with a large number of holy light particles rotating around her body. There is a huge mana vortex around her body, which absorbs a large number of holy light particles around it. Alice finally realized that the two half-blood elf guards were able to quickly absorb the holy light particles because of her existence. Alice suddenly realized that her situation seemed to be somewhat different from Roy's. Many half-blood elf guards in the fleet have also learned simple divine arts. They can not only perform the simplest micro-lighting spells, but some half-blood elf guards can even barely perform holy light spells. It's just that every time you cast the holy light spell, it takes a long time to recover the consumed holy light. Although Alice didn't understand what was going on, since everyone could quickly recover the holy light power by gathering together, she planned to come to the stern corridor often to stand for a while. Roy and Moira didn't know that just as they got off the magic airship, a mermaid emerged from the dense seaweed at the bottom of the magic airship. She looked very young, and there were 3 small openings at the base of her ears with light scales on both sides. She could breathe in the sea with her gills. The Jana mermaid has a human body and a fish tail, and this young mermaid has a tail like a sea snake in the lower body. Her eyes were covered with a layer of light white mist, which made her look more mysterious. She carefully hid in the seaweed just to eavesdrop on the beautiful melody on the boat. She wanted to hear it more clearly, so she took the risk of hiding her body in the seaweed. She smelled like seaweed all over. The mermaid turned over casually in the sea, and the sound of the piano on the boat disappeared completely, so she should go home. Roy and Moira's figures swept across her sight, and the young mermaid rolled in the sea and immediately followed. Originally, she wanted to go back along the fjord channel, but now she wanted to sneak to the shore. Leaving the sea was a very dangerous thing for the mermaid, so she became very careful and swam a long way from the fleet area before diving into a rock crevice along the Black Reef. When the young mermaid came out of the crevice, she was wearing fish skin clothes, and her lower body had become 2 long legs. After landing, every step was a test for the young mermaid. In the sea, she had to twist her waist and hips to swim, so her waist had a very obvious vest line, and her hips were also unusually round and plump, and every twist had a unique beauty. But now she had 2 long legs, and the twisting of her hips seemed a little exaggerated and abrupt. She pressed her body tightly against the rock, staring at Roy and Moira with her green eyes, watching them climb up the steep mountain wall. The young banshee realized that the situation was not good, because the fjord across the mountain was their temporary shelter, and the young banshee knew that the shelter must not be discovered by the elven army. She felt more uneasy in her heart, gritted her teeth, and got into the dense bushes. She was not very good at running, but it was not difficult for her to hide in the bushes and crawl secretly. When the naval battle broke out, the commander-in-chief asked the young female sirens to hide in the northern fjord with the young sirens, hoping that the sirens could continue the fire of life. She hid in the bushes, and her body was scratched by sharp branches and thorns, but she was unaware of it, and looked at Moira, who was climbing the rock wall. The half-blood female elf was as flexible as a mountain goat on the steep rock wall, and she could get herself to a resting platform with a few jumps. Because the storm had just stopped, the bushes were blown to pieces by the raging wind. The rock wall was wet everywhere except for some waterfalls and streams. The places where moss and tender grass grew were very slippery. The mermaid looked at the 2 young elves climbing up, and couldn't help but groan in her heart. Every time Moira climbed up a section, she would wait for Roy. When she encountered a difficult place to climb, Moira would reach out and pull Roy. Soon the 2 of them passed through the area full of bushes. If they went up further, the vegetation above was needle grass and purple moss, and the way up the mountain became more slippery. Seeing that Moira was very happy, Roy followed closely behind her. The 2 climbed up in tacit understanding, and Roy could clearly feel the happiness in Moira's eyes. Since Moira expressed her feelings to him, the time they spent alone was actually very limited. Moira was an introverted, thoughtful, half-elf girl. Elves like romance and enjoy life. They are bolder in dealing with feelings than humans, and Moira is no exception. Seeing Moira holding one hand on the crack of the rock and stretching out the other hand, Roy quickly grabbed Moira's wrist, and then with the strength of Moira pulling upwards, he jumped directly to a raised platform. The 2 squeezed on the narrow platform to rest for a while. From here, looking at the fjord, the whole winding fjord is in full view. It's so beautiful here. Moira leaned on Roy's shoulder and said happily. Roy took out a water bottle from his magic waste bag, which contained some diluted life tree sap. He handed the water bottle to Moira. Moira pulled out the cork, took a small sip, and a slight blush appeared on her cheeks. Roy looked up. Beyond this rock wall, there was a relatively steep grass slope, which was easier to climb. Come on, let's reach the top of the mountain in one breath, and see what kind of beautiful scenery there is. Roy said to Moira. In fact, the Griffin riders had already explored this area. Roy knew that there was another fjord next to this fjord. This kind of landform where mountains and sea meet is not common in other places. The top of the mountain was not very high. After climbing over the steep rock wall, the two climbed up to the top of the mountain in one breath along the grass slope using their hands and feet. The young mermaid came to the edge of the bushes halfway up the mountain, and was completely dumbfounded when she saw the almost vertical rock walls. Unless she was given a pair of wings, she would not be able to jump over this cliff. She looked up and saw that the two young elves had already climbed to the top of the mountain, and she could not catch up with them no matter what. So she began to observe the way down the mountain, and saw the countless small wounds on her body caused by the thorns, and for a moment she wanted to cry but had no tears. Chapter 692. Roy climbed to the top of the mountain and stood at the highest point to look around. The surrounding scenery was in full view. In the south of the mountain range, beyond this sheltered fjord, there was an endless sea. In the north of the mountain range, there were mountains that went deep into the sea. These mountains were relatively straight, and they divided the nearby sea into fjords, just like furrows in a field. Each fjord was very different. The fjord occupied by the fleet was a natural harbor with a narrow entrance and a wide interior. After the storm, the sky became unusually clean. Everywhere was filled with a fresh set of trees washed by rain. Moira stood on a boulder, covering her brow with one hand, looking at the magic airship as big as a matchbox below the fjord, and exclaimed to Roy, "Roy, it's so high here." She looked very happy. Standing on the top of the mountain, enjoying the sea breeze here, her short hair had fallen to her shoulders, and her originally childish face now had a more charming taste. Moira is a hybrid of Silver Moon Elf and Dark Moon Elf. Her skin is a little gray, but her eyebrows and eyes are slender and elegant, which belongs to Silver Moon Elf. Her facial features are very delicate, especially the elf's very unique pointed ears. When she blushes, it first shows on her ears. Her big eyes like black grapes blink, which is very unique among elves, because elves' eyes are almost all blue-green, and Moira's black eyes are very special. Roy walked to Moira's side. She turned her head and looked back affectionately, with a smile in her eyes. She stretched out her arms naively. Roy held the cute elf girl in his arms, lowered his head, and pecked her soft lips lightly. The faint sweet breath made Roy trance. Moira's eyes revealed infinite tenderness. She hooked her arms around Roy's neck so that he couldn't look away. The two of them stared at each other closely on the top of the mountain, and even their breath sprayed on each other's face. The soft lips pressed against each other again, and Roy's heart was rippling. This was a wonderful experience he had never had before. Moira's face turned red quickly, and the two of them were very close. Roy put his hands around Moira's slender waist, and could clearly feel her heart beating rapidly. Roy put his mouth to the neck below her earlobe, perhaps tickling her, causing Moira to giggle non-stop. Then she pushed Roy hard, and Roy was a little unstable. The area on the top of the mountain was very narrow, and Roy had to let go of his hands to keep his balance. Moira took the opportunity to break free from Roy's arms like a happy little deer, and ran forward along the top of the mountain. Although Roy was not afraid of heights, if he wanted to run freely on the top of the mountain, he had to prepare himself mentally. Roy was a little worried about Moira, so he could only chase her carefully. At this time, Moira, who had run a few steps, suddenly stopped. She leaned forward slightly, but her eyes were looking at the fjord that was only separated from the fleet by a mountain. The fjord on this side looks winding. Only by looking down from the sky can you find that it is a very secret place. If you want to reach this fjord by boat, you have to walk for a long time in the long waterway. Roy came up and stood behind Moira, resting his chin on her round shoulders and holding her with both hands. Moira's cheeks became redder, but she did not avoid it. She looked at the fjord under her feet without blinking. "Roy, what do you think that is?" Moira pointed at the sea surface of the fjord below her feet and asked Roy in a low voice. "What?" Roy didn't care much. He smiled and looked at the fjord next door. Some vague black lines appeared in the narrow waterway. Because the sea surface of the fjord was far away from the top of the mountain, Roy didn't see clearly what creatures they were. He thought they were a group of whales trapped in the fjord, and asked Moira, "Are those whales?" Moira shook her head, frowned, and continued to observe the movements below. Roy also noticed something was wrong, because these dark creatures were trying to land, and the first few creatures had already revealed their dark backs. Roy's face changed slightly, because he had already seen what those creatures were. "It's the Dark Faceless," Roy said in surprise. He turned his head to look at Moira, who gave Roy a look of affirmation. At this time, Roy found that there were other creatures on the beach. Although they were too far away to see clearly, those dark faceless seemed to be approaching the shore under great pressure. The dark faceless men walking in the front had half of their bodies exposed above the sea, and their tentacles began to dance constantly. Roy didn't expect that there were so many dark faceless men in the fjord. These dark faceless men were more dangerous than the natives of the Partington Plain. He remembered the grim Empire Plain War described to him by the Empire merchant Darwin. It was mainly the dark army of the Abyss Hell forces invading the grim Empire Plain on a large scale. He didn't think much at this time. He turned around and took out a magic flare from his waist bag and released it in the direction of the fleet. Although it was daytime, the yellow flame of the magic flare still drew a beautiful arc in the sky, and finally exploded above the magic airship fleet. This was the distress signal that Roy had decided on. Once the orange flare was launched, it meant that something major had happened. The half-blood elf cavalrymen, who were feeding the griffins on the beach, immediately discovered the magic flare above their heads, and they all looked up to observe. On the deck of the magic airship, a white griffin quickly flew up from the deck, and a squadron of griffin cavalry took off with the white griffin. At the same time, the half-elf guards on the magic airship also sounded the alarm immediately. Griffin cavalrymen kept flying into the sky, and the griffin cavalrymen on the beach stopped feeding, comforted the griffins, and stepped onto the saddles on the backs of the griffins. Then the griffins flapped their wings violently, and hundreds of griffins took off at the same time. The scene was quite spectacular. There were whirring sounds of wings everywhere, and the griffins kept crying. Huge feathers fell from the air. The crew on the magic airship could only look up nervously, and no one knew what was going on. The young mermaid who had just escaped from the bushes on the hillside saw a large group of griffin cavalrymen take off from the deck of the fleet and fly over her head. She was so scared that her face turned pale. The first thing she thought of was that these half-blood elf troops had discovered their camp. If such a secret camp was discovered by these elf troops, what should she do? Should she run back and try her best to rescue her compatriots in the secret camp, or hide secretly to save her life? The next second, she made a bold decision. She ran towards the top of the mountain with all her might, trying to stop the battle. She knew it was too late, but she still tried her best to climb up the steep and grassy mountain wall. On 9 three-seater sailing ships, nearly 1,000 griffin cavalry took off at the same time, and the airflow in the entire fjord changed drastically. The sound of the flapping wings made her legs weak. Seeing so many griffins rushing up, the young mermaid felt cold all over. She kept making sharp screams and rushed to the top of the mountain with one breath. But the griffin riders just passed over her head, and no one paid any attention to her. She grabbed the weeds with both hands and climbed up with her legs until she reached the top of the mountain, only to find that the group of griffins had already passed by the secret camp below the fjord. Countless griffins blocked her sight, and she couldn't see the situation below the fjord at all. At this moment, her body seemed to have been drained of all strength, and her legs softened, and she fell to the top of the mountain. Sabrina led a group of griffin riders, and whizzed over Roy and Moira's heads, moving in the direction of Roy's finger. Kaka and little Eugene arrived just in time. Their griffins were well trained, and Roy often rode Kaka's griffin. This time, Roy also jumped onto the griffin's back skillfully. Moira sat behind little Eugene, and the two griffins followed one after the other in the large group of griffins. The griffin cavalry led by Sabrina rushed to the front of the team. Sabrina had already seen the dark faceless ones walking towards the shore step by step. They walked out of the sea with huge steps, with seawater flowing all over their bodies. At this time, these dark faceless ones also raised their heads, and they separated the tentacles on their heads, revealing a pair of small eyes. It was just that the sunlight above was a bit dazzling. When these rays shone on them, faint pustules appeared on their originally tough skin. Once they left the sea and stood in the sun, their skin began to rot, and the process was very rapid. The dark faceless wanted to quickly pass through this beach and rush into the cool cave in front. But above their heads, a huge danger had already swept in. At Sabrina's gesture, 60 griffin cavalrymen formed a diving formation, and then these griffins folded their wings, and one by one, like a cannonball, they fell towards the beach of the fjord. At this moment, the magic patterns on the griffins continued to light up, and the griffins' bodies began to show a metallic color. Iron will. The magic patterns that the griffins possessed. Then, 60 griffin cavalrymen hit the beach like cannonballs, and the huge impact force caused the griffin cavalrymen to blast sand pits on the beach. The dark faceless, who had just landed, under the swooping of the griffin cavalry, exploded in these sand pits one after another. Some griffins even pounced directly on the dark faceless, opened their sharp beaks like iron hooks, and directly penetrated the tough skin of the Dark Faceless and inserted into its soft and boneless brain. With 2 powerful swings of the sharp iron beak, the griffins easily took out the black magic core in the head. The Dark Faceless man was twitching all over. He was struggling to death just now. Now the bodies of the Dark Faceless men looked like airless balloons, shrinking rapidly. When some black water flowed out of the body, in the end, the dead Dark Faceless men were left with only a festering black leather. In an instant, 60 Griffin cavalrymen appeared on the beach. In the first round of their dive, they beat the Dark Faceless men who were about to land into pieces. There were still many Dark Faceless ones hiding in the sea of the fjord. But these Dark Faceless ones were so scared after seeing the slaughter on the beach that they dared not show their heads in the sea. They had absolute dominance in the sea. Kaka took Roy to the sea. It was obvious that there were many Dark Faceless ones in the fjord. After being killed by the Griffin cavalry, they lost the courage to fight and dared not show their heads no matter what. The sirens hiding in the caves on the mountain walls were also a little dumbfounded at this time. When they saw the Dark Faceless ones landing, they had already made the worst plan. They were even prepared to fight back in the cave, and then a few smart sirens would sneak away with the children. But when these Dark Faceless men landed, a huge number of elven knights appeared in the sky. These elven knights swooped down on griffins and smashed dozens of Dark Faceless men to pieces. However, these Griffin cavalrymen seemed to be unable to see them, and quietly repaired on the beach of the fjord. The battle lasted only a quarter of an hour, and the Griffin cavalrymen successfully repelled the Dark Faceless men. When they arrived at the beach here, the bodies of the Dark Faceless men had already rotted beyond recognition. Roy looked at the surroundings and strode into the shallow water. He vaguely saw some Dark Faceless figures swimming in the sea. Judging from the direction they were swimming, they seemed to be approaching the exit of the fjord. Roy quickly sat on Kaka's griffin and flew around the fjord. Although this fjord is hidden, a big disadvantage is also exposed, that is, the fjord is a bit winding along the way, the water level is very shallow in several places, and this fjord is a dead end with only one entrance and exit. Roy came to the only exit of the fjord and arranged a team of Griffin cavalry to block it. The Dark Faceless men who tried to escape back to the sea from the exit of the fjord were all intercepted at once. The Dark Faceless men did not dare to come out of the sea, and could only hide in the deep water. Roy found that the Griffin cavalry had no way to deal with the Dark Faceless men in the sea. After thinking again and again, he said fiercely, "Kaka, you go and notify the 9 captains of the fleet and ask them to fly over as soon as possible." "Okay, boss." Kaka responded quickly, and rode a griffin over the mountains to deliver the letter. Not long after, 9 magic airships, with the help of floating devices, quickly jumped over the mountains and hovered over the fjord. The water in the fjord was very clean. Through the sea surface, you can actually see the Dark Faceless people hiding on the seabed. Kaka sent Roy back to the magic airship. Roy stood at the bow, and a group of crew members removed the tarpaulin on the whale-hunting heavy crossbow, revealing the giant crossbow inside. At Roy's instruction, the whale-hunting crossbow on the ship was aimed at the sea surface of the fjord. As a black shadow appeared under the sea surface, the elf guard in charge of operating the whale-hunting crossbow pulled the trigger, and a crossbow arrow more than 3 meters long was shot into the sea at an almost vertical angle. Then a huge splash appeared in the sea. Chapter 693. The giant crossbow arrow obviously hit the Dark Faceless man. It began to rush around on the seabed, and the clear sea water became very turbid in an instant. The whale-hunting crossbow could not aim at the faceless man on the seabed, and the half-blood elf guards could only observe the sea surface vigilantly. Some tentacles kept extending from the sea, and the suction cups on the tentacles attached to the wall of the magic airship. They hit in the sea and shook the ship vigorously. At the beginning, the magic airship was only slightly shaking, but as the number of tentacles attached to the hull increased, the shaking amplitude of the 3-masted sailboat became more and more violent. The sailors on the deck could no longer stand up straight. They had to hold onto the railings of the ship's side, or simply tie safety ropes around their bodies, to work on the deck. Almost all the supplies on the deck were fixed with ropes, but many things in the cabin and the captain's room were not fixed. Under the violent shaking, many things rolled out, making a mess on the floor. Sabrina rode a griffin in the sky, but unfortunately the Dark Faceless men were hiding underwater, and the sea became very turbid, so it was impossible to figure out the location of the Dark Faceless men. Seeing some half-blood elf guards falling into the water, due to the violent shaking of the magic airship, the screams of half-blood elf guards were heard one after another. Some tentacles wrapped around the bodies of the half-blood elf guards, and pulled them into the sea. Almost all captains ordered to open all the floating devices at this time. They wanted to raise the magic airship to a relatively safe height. As the floating devices were running at full speed, the 9 magic airships began to slowly leave the sea surface. The tentacles of the dark faceless ones also increased rapidly at this time. Their suction cups attached to the bottom of the ship, trying to pull the 3-masted ship back to the sea. But the bodies of these dark faceless ones were only more than 3 meters high. Facing a large 3-masted sailing ship of 60 to 70 meters long, even if there were dozens of dark faceless ones on the bottom of the ship at the same time, it was impossible to drag the 3-masted sailing ship to the bottom of the sea. When the 12 floating devices are fully activated, they can easily carry 1,000 fully armed elf warriors into the wind flow layer. Now there are only half the number of half-blood elf warriors on the 9 magic airships. They slowly rise from the sea, with huge tentacles attached to the bottom of the ship, and gradually float out of the sea along with the hull. These tentacles keep wriggling on the bottom of the ship. When these magic airships gradually leave the sea, those dark faceless ones are still stubbornly hanging on the bottom of the ship, twisting hard on the bottom of the ship. The captain stood by the window, constantly urging the crew members, who controlled the floating devices, to maximize the energy efficiency of the magic pattern array. At this time, we have to praise the manufacturing industry of the dwarves. These floating devices were purchased by the imperial merchants from the dwarf country. All the floating devices are very strong and durable. The magic airship continued to rise, and the dark faceless people hiding in the sea also exposed their bodies. They were like meat strips hanging on the bottom of the ship, and quickly became targets in the eyes of the griffin cavalry. Sabrina, who was riding on the back of a griffin, saw this scene and took out a longbow from her back. She rode the griffin and floated in the air. The arrow was placed on the longbow, and Sabrina pulled the bowstring to its full length. As the arrow flew out, a feather arrow wrapped in a layer of white light quickly hit the body of a dark faceless man. Of course, a feather arrow could not cause any harm to the dark faceless man. But there were nearly 1,000 griffin cavalrymen following Sabrina. They also learned Sabrina's movements and shot feather arrows at the dark faceless man. Swish, swish, swish. As a large number of feather arrows flew out in an overwhelming manner, the scene a few days ago appeared again on the battlefield. Roy's only request to these griffin cavalrymen was to pay attention to safety. He didn't care how many arrows would be consumed in this battle with the dark faceless men. These arrows were poured out like a flood, and the dark faceless warriors hanging on the bottom of the ship suffered a lot. They were full of arrows, and gradually rose into the air with the magic airship. Many dark faceless men hung on the bottom of the ship. After leaving the sea, they immediately had a lot of problems with their bodies. Led by Sabrina, the griffin cavalrymen quickly passed through the bottom of the ship with long swords in their hands, leaving wounds on these dark faceless men. The dark faceless ones were horrified to find that the griffin knights were the main force in this battle. Many dark faceless ones relaxed their suction cups and fell into the sea after being injured. The sea surface in this area became extremely turbid, and the dark faceless ones hid under the sea surface and did not dare to show their heads at all. Several dark faceless ones killed by the griffin cavalry were floating on the sea surface. At this time, the sirens hiding in the caves by the sea widened their eyes and looked at the battlefield outside the cave. When they saw the dark faceless ones being defeated by the elf army, the hatred accumulated in their hearts was immediately released, and many sirens cried out in surprise. But they didn't even look at the sirens standing on the beach to help. Some sirens even bravely walked out of the cave. These sirens were generally young, and they were all young women. After they came out of the cave, they did not transform into legs, but used their snake-like lower bodies to crawl very quickly on the soft sand. They twisted their slender and soft waists, wearing shark skin-like armor on their bodies, holding sharp needles in their hands, and dived into the sea one after another. The body length of these sirens is far more than 3 meters. When they crawl, their upper bodies will be in a forward-leaning posture, full of oppression. When they enter the turbid sea water, the sea water in the fjord suddenly becomes like a boiling pot. The sirens fight fiercely with the dark faceless men in the sea. At this time, occasionally the tentacles of the dark faceless men emerge from the sea, and they will immediately become the target of the magic airship. There will even be griffins bravely passing over the sea, grabbing the tentacles of the dark faceless men with their claws as hard as gold, and then the griffins will flap their wings violently to pull the dark faceless men out of the sea. 2 griffins can easily pull a dark faceless man high into the sky. They flap their wings and peck at the eyes of the dark faceless man with their sharp beaks. The dark faceless man will also fight back. They are extremely powerful and covered with thick tentacles. Once they wrap around the griffins, the flight of the griffins will be affected. However, there are elven cavalry sitting on the backs of these griffins. The elven cavalry cut off the tentacles of the dark faceless man with sharp swords. Soon, this naval battle with the dark faceless man turned into a sea monster, and elves joining forces to fight against the dark faceless man. The broken bodies of the dark faceless fell into the sea one by one, and then floated lightly on the surface of the sea. As more and more bodies of the dark faceless emerged from the sea, some sea sirens fighting with the faceless also suffered casualties, and the injured sea sirens were also the targets of the dark faceless. At this time, the griffin cavalry in the sky would also take the opportunity to help. Sometimes they would take the opportunity to drag the dark faceless chasing behind into the air, and sometimes they would drag the injured sea sirens out of the sea and send them to the beach. The battle lasted from noon to dusk, and in the end, nearly 200 dark faceless men were completely wiped out. After the battle, Roy simply cleaned up the battlefield, including collecting the magic cores in the bodies of these dark faceless men. The dark faceless bodies that were floating on the sea and rotting rapidly were left to float on the sea. Neither the crew on the magic airship nor the Griffin cavalry had any communication with the sirens during this process. Finally, the Griffin cavalry escorted 9 magic airships across the mountains and returned to the original sheltered fjord. My God, there are so many dark faceless men here. It seems that you really guessed it right. There are also a large number of dark legions invading the Partington Plain. However, since they are a group of dark faceless men, they first have to occupy the sea, so the first enemy they face is the sea beast priest in the sea. Wood sat on the railing of the ship's tower and made a comprehensive analysis of the battle. Moira and Sabrina were still huddled together, sitting on the same chair, chatting quietly. During the day, Sabrina participated in the naval battle, and she had a very impressive performance riding a griffin. So this is also the main reason why you decided to help the group of sirens? Woods asked Roy. Roy nodded and said, I heard some news from the Imperial merchant Darwin. Once these dark legions gain a foothold on the plane, the destructive power they cause to the plane is quite terrible. They will destroy the original ecology of the Partington Plain and slowly turn the plane into a dead place of the dark world. Next, I may give these sirens more assistance, hoping that their line of defense can stop the dark faceless. This is also one of the reasons why I am eager to explore the Partington Plain. I have always suspected that the Dark Army may have appeared in the Partington Plain. Now it is finally confirmed that they are really here. Roy's expression is hard to tell whether he is distressed or relieved. Then should we return? They will take advantage of the night to drill out from the bottom of the sea and attack our fleet. We will become very passive, Sabrina said with some worry. Go a little further, Roy said somewhat unwillingly. In this battle, the mine guards collected more than 200 black magic cores. The dark faceless man had no valuable magic materials, only a black magic crystal in his skull. It is said that this kind of magic crystal is particularly valuable in the Green Empire. After dawn, the magic airship did not stay in the fjord any longer. Roy was going to go somewhere else. So he did not contact the sirens hiding in the caves of the fjord on the other side of the mountain. The 9 magic airships suffered some damage during the battle, but the damage to the hull of the 3-masted sailing ship was not very serious, so there was no need to stop for repairs. When the tide rose in the fjord in the early morning, the captains received Roy's order that the 9 magic airships should sail out of the fjord before the tide receded. Soon, the magic airships lined up and sailed out of the fjord, continuing to sail to the northwest along the coastline at the edge. Now the coordination between the 3-masted sailing ships and the Griffin cavalry is getting better and better, and the fleet's combat power has been significantly improved. In Roy's eyes, these 3-masted sailing ships are like miniature aircraft carriers. When paired with the Griffin cavalry, their powerful combat capabilities are immediately demonstrated. Accompanied by waves of beautiful melodies, the fleet broke through the wind and waves. After a night of rest, the sirens planned to go to the elf fleet in the morning to express their gratitude for the elves' help. But when they came to the safe harbor along the waterway of the fjord, the entire fleet disappeared, leaving only a messy beach on the shore. They left without a word. They didn't even give us a chance to thank you. Several sirens emerged from the sea, looked at the beach, then looked at the sea, and said in a daze, The elves are really like the rumors say, they love freedom and peace. If they recognize us, maybe we can get some help. I think we should take the initiative to find some forces that can help us. I want to report the news here to the Lord. Oya, I agree with you, but before that, I think we should move to a safe place. It's not safe here anymore, another mermaid said. They stood on the shore and discussed for a long time before turning around and swimming back to the sea, and then disappeared under the sea. This sea area has always been the home of the sirens. Every siren's tribe will have a powerful sea beast priest, who is actually their chieftain and king. Each sea beast priest has a territory, and they are also called lords or commanders by the sirens. After becoming sea beast priests, the sirens will also improve their strength. When they become stronger, They will search for sea beast priests weaker than them in this sea area, and then challenge the sea beast priest to a battle. The defeated sea beast priest will leave the sea area alone. The winner will stay and enjoy the fruits of victory. The sea beast priest Lattimore is a complete loser. He was defeated by other sea beast priests and suffered the backlash of dark magic, which trapped him on this small island. At this moment, on a battlefield deep in the western sea, tens of thousands of fishmen gathered in a trench. They were tightly packed together and looked like a light green coral reef. Behind these fishmen, a huge sea beast lying on the sand shook its body slightly, and suddenly an undercurrent appeared on the seabed, spreading outward, and then the entire trench shook. A sea beast priest stood at the front of the trench, looking at the groups of dark faceless people on the opposite side. Behind this sea beast priest covered with magic armor, some sea monsters stood quietly, looking at the overwhelming dark faceless people on the opposite side, with extremely solemn faces. This naval battle is ready to start. Chapter 694. The Partington Plain is really big. Miss Tiffany sat by the window of the cabin and looked at the sea in the distance, whispering to Moira, who was leaning beside her. It seems that there is not much difference between here and the Elven continent. Moira had the same idea. She had always lived in Castletown. As long as there were mountains and seas, it felt like home. Then she blinked her eyes, pursed her lips, and complained, "It's a pity that the Tree of Life is missing a little bit." In fact, half-blood elves rarely get the juice of the Tree of Life in the Elf continent, so the half-blood elves' dependence on the Tree of Life is far less than that of the other three tribes. Miss Tiffany knew that this was a small complaint from Moira. She put her arms around her friend's smooth and soft shoulders, leaned her head against Moira's head, and whispered, "In fact, the Tree of Life will be there slowly." Miss Tiffany's words are not wrong. As long as there are elves gathering, there will be a Tree of Life. This sentence has two meanings. The first is that elves like to find places with trees of life to settle down. The other meaning is that elves will also plant trees of life in gathering places. For example, the Plateau City and the Sun Island town actually planted the seedlings of the Tree of Life. Miss Tiffany and Moira certainly didn't care about the dark faceless men, and much of their chat was about themselves. "Moira, what stage have you and Roy reached?" Miss Tiffany asked curiously, because she found that Moira and Roy had suddenly become very close when they were together recently. Although Miss Tiffany was prepared in her heart, she still had an inexplicable emotion in her heart when she saw the intimacy between the two. Miss Tiffany pointed to her lips and pursed her lips. The blush on Moira's face spread all the way to her pointed ears. Miss Tiffany took the opportunity to ask, "No more intimate contact?" Moira's face turned redder, and she shook her head repeatedly. Moira was still somewhat resistant to close contact between two people. On the day of her coming-of-age ceremony, Ms. Jillian told Moira something. Elf girls should not only know how to protect themselves, but also know how to be reserved and know how to refuse. In terms of intimacy, Roy didn't seem to make any excessive demands. From holding hands to hugging and kissing, everything seemed very natural. This is also why the two often spend a long time apart, and they cherish the time they spend together every time they meet. This situation is actually rare among elf lovers. Elves are emotional, free, easily moved, and like to enjoy life. Many elf lovers will have a dull life, and because of the barriers of time and space, their feelings for each other will become weaker and weaker, and eventually come to an end. There are very few who can stick to it. There are very few elves who are loyal. Moira and Roy are playmates who grew up together, and understand each other's personality. In addition, for Moira, who is autistic, it was Roy who pushed open the door in her heart that had been closed for a long time with both hands, allowing her to regain the courage to face the terrible elf world. So Moira's attachment to Roy is actually mixed with other emotions. Seeing that the relationship between Moira and Roy did not break through the mysterious layer, Miss Tiffany felt a little regretful. If she had the chance, she would like to try it with the elves. Unfortunately, the newly established relationship has not blossomed and shattered like a bubble. For so many years, she has been living on the Black Pearl, and she actually doesn't know what she is waiting for. Perhaps she is reminiscing about the love that has long passed, or avoiding the responsibility of being a Naga mermaid princess, or hoping that time can go back. In short, her life has no goals or plans, and she lives in a messy and rigid way. In the past few years, I have met a few friends, and occasionally we go out on adventures together, which is the only spice in my boring life. When Miss Tiffany saw Moira, she felt that Moira was very similar to her when she was a child. So when she faced Moira, she could patiently comfort her and teach her carefully. She could also become besties with the innocent half-blood elf girl. In fact, it is incredible that elves and Nagas become friends. In addition, Miss Tiffany is a Naga noble, while Moira is an ordinary half-blood elf. The difference in their identities is quite large. Moira rested her head on Miss Tiffany's slightly cold belly. She lay on the wooden bed in a cool nightgown, turning her head to look at the blue sky. The sea breeze blew the flag on the main mast of the magic airship randomly. After leaving the fjord area with complex terrain, the fleet continued to sail northwest along the coastline. The coastline along the way was mostly cliffs and rocks, with few shallow reefs and islands. A team of Griffin cavalry flew back to the deck, and the news they brought was that there was an abnormal situation on the sea surface ahead. Half of the sea water over there turned into black ink, and the other side was like a boiling pot, with bubbles constantly rolling out of the sea surface. Roy immediately ordered the fleet to stop, and Miss Tiffany took the initiative to dive into the sea to investigate. In addition, Sabrina also led 2 teams of Griffin cavalry to the sea ahead to see what happened there. Because the fleet destroyed a group of dark faceless men in the fjord, it can be proved that the Dark Army has entered the Partington Plain and is currently fighting with the Sirens. Roy's fleet is currently continuing to explore, and is ready to turn around at any time. But he also hopes to have a chance to see the battle between the dark faceless men and the Sirens. After Miss Tiffany dived into the sea, she immediately turned into a 3-color fish tail, and swam back and forth in the seawater. She swam very fast, and she was very flexible to pass through the gaps between the reefs, and then covered by seaweed and coral reefs. Sometimes she would even hide in some fish schools, or swim forward with some big sea fish. After she swam 2 miles, she found that something was wrong with the environment under the sea. A large number of fish were driven to the area near the coastline. Miss Tiffany immediately swam forward to meet these fish. She could even smell the breath of the Sirens. According to Miss Tiffany's experience, there should be a large number of Sirens gathered in the sea ahead. Miss Tiffany hid in the coral reefs, and did not dare to expose her body easily. She swam forward along the gaps of the coral reefs on the seabed until the flat seabed suddenly sank. The light blue water in front of her instantly turned into dark blue, and the sea ahead became more vast. She didn't dare to swim forward rashly, so she could only hide under the secluded reef and peek ahead under the cover of seaweed. When Miss Tiffany pushed aside the seaweed in front of her, in the deep sea waters ahead, there were densely packed Sirens with snake tails and human bodies. There were at least thousands of Sirens, and around these Sirens, tens of thousands of anglerfish cavalry were as numerous as stars in the night sky. These Sirens all had their backs to Miss Tiffany, and they looked like they were facing a great enemy, ready to fight at any time. Looking further ahead at the sea, through the dense Sirens' warriors, the sea water in the distance was as black as ink. Miss Tiffany suddenly realized that she had actually entered the edge of the battlefield between the Dark Faceless Legion and the Siren Legion. She was so scared that she quickly retreated into the crevice of the rock, not wanting to stay here for a second longer. At the same time, Sabrina, who was flying in the sky, also discovered the abnormality of the sea surface. As the Griffin cavalry reported, the sea area in front actually appeared in 2 distinct colors. The seawater on one side was as black as ink, and the seawater on the other side was clear and blue, and bubbles kept coming out of the sea. Sabrina bravely approached the sea surface, only to find that the figures in the sea were actually a large number of Siren warriors. Sabrina immediately made a retreat gesture to the Griffin cavalry behind her, and all the Griffins simultaneously increased their flight altitude. After circling a circle in the sky, they quickly flew towards the direction of the fleet. In the sky, only 6 Griffin knights were left hiding in the clouds, monitoring the sea surface from a distance. Chapter 695. In a dark seabed, where the sun cannot reach, the muddy sand is covered with the remains of various giant beasts. The intermittent singing of Sirens came from afar, causing the corpse spider crabs that were gnawing on the last bit of carrion near the wreckage to burrow into the fine sand, and the dark seabed returned to calm again. Thousands of dark faceless people emerged from a dark trench, stretching out their strong tentacles, and swimming very fast in the deep sea. These dark faceless people appeared one after another in a sea area with light. The sun shone through the sea surface, and shone into the seabed in beams, leaving some mottled light spots. A dark faceless man raised his heavy head, and countless tentacles opened, revealing a hideous face. They formed a military formation in this sea area, slowly approaching the warm and bright sea area, and the intermittent siren song came from there. The faceless warriors walking in the front slowed down their pace, and the faceless warriors behind squeezed forward. These faceless warriors stood very densely. The harsh singing made the faceless warriors a little dizzy. There was a more terrifying voice behind them driving them to keep moving forward. Every roar was so frightening. The faceless warriors kept moving forward. They were not running or swimming in the sea. The 2 thick tentacles kept extending forward, and their bodies would move forward horizontally. Their bodies were black, and the abyss behind them was also black. Their bodies exuded a strong dark aura, and countless dark auras spread, instantly dyeing the sea black. When the faceless warriors rushed into a wide trench, the siren's singing suddenly became loud and high-pitched, and then a large number of fishmen monsters emerged from the trench. These fishmen monsters held sharp steel forks in their hands, covered with shiny scales, and their fish-shaped bodies grew limbs. When they opened their mouths, they showed a mouthful of sharp teeth. Tens of thousands of fishmen monsters instantly rushed into the camp of the Dark Faceless, and the Dark Faceless warriors immediately fought back. As magic runes lit up on their bodies, shadow bombs exploded around the Faceless warriors. The energy released by these dark bombs did not cause any harm to the Dark Faceless, but when those energies affected the fishmen monsters, their bodies shattered one after another. A large number of Murloc corpses rushed out with the undercurrent, and the broken limbs dyed the sea water light red. The Faceless warriors continued to rush forward on the Murloc corpses, and their tentacles kept rolling the Murloc corpses into their mouths, and then the sound of brittle bones breaking was heard. The Murloc army could not stop the Faceless warriors from advancing. Then a large number of anglerfish knights appeared in the sea. These anglerfish were 4 meters long, with a faint chandelier on their heads. Their huge mouths were fully opened, and they could swallow an adult walrus in one bite. Riding on their backs were Murloc warriors. These Murlocs wore armor, and held sharp spears in their hands. They learned to summon tides from the Sea Beast Priests, and were the lowest cavalry regiment under the Sea Beast Priests. A large number of anglerfish cavalry rushed towards the Faceless warriors amid the singing of the sirens. These Faceless warriors instantly tore apart tens of thousands of fishman monster armies. When they saw the anglerfish cavalry, they even sped up and rushed forward. However, along with the anglerfish cavalry, there was also a surging undercurrent. The surging undercurrent broke through the coral reefs on the seabed, carrying a large amount of mud, sand, and gravel. Some seabed rocks as big as millstones were constantly rolling on the seabed under the push of the undercurrent. It happened that a group of anglerfish cavalry rushed to the forefront of this undercurrent. When the Faceless warriors found the undercurrent surging behind them, they could no longer avoid it, and could only rush forward with their heads held high. Shadow bombs exploded among the anglerfish cavalry, and shadow ripples spread out. The huge anglerfish was also blown to pieces, and died on the seabed. But the Dark Faceless warriors were also hit head-on by the surging undercurrent. The undercurrent, which carried a large number of coral reefs and seabed rocks, immediately swept the Faceless warriors into it. Under the impact of the huge rocks, the strong Dark Faceless warriors could not withstand the surging undercurrent. Some of the Faceless warriors were instantly knocked out, and then swept into the undercurrent again. Once the Faceless warriors were swept into the undercurrent, they could not find any leverage points, and would roll backwards with the undercurrent. Unfortunately, the undercurrent was full of rolling rocks and coral reefs, and the Dark Faceless warriors caught in it were immediately crushed into a bloody mess. Some Faceless warriors used their tentacles to suck some immovable rocks on the seabed, endured the impact of the rocks in the undercurrent, and resisted a wave of undercurrents before rushing out of the turbid seabed. At this time, they floated in the sea, and in front of them appeared a group of sea monsters with human bodies and snake tails. These sea monsters were covered with scales. The faces of male sea monsters were like yakshas. Although they had facial features, they had evil lines on their faces. When they opened their mouths, they would reveal a mouthful of sharp teeth. The sea monsters wore exquisite leather armor. In addition to scales on their arms, some bone spurs and fish fins grew on the joints. The back of the snake tail also has a wide dorsal fin. They are obviously much more flexible than the Dark Faceless warriors in the sea. After the wounded Dark Faceless warriors escaped from the bottom of the sea, the sirens rushed into the Dark Faceless warriors with passionate singing. They held 4-meter-long tridents in their hands, and stabbed at the heads of the Faceless warriors. The tridents were inserted into the heads of the Faceless warriors, and the tentacles on their bodies also wrapped around the siren warriors. At the same time, magic runes lit up on the bodies of the Dark Faceless warriors, and shadow bombs flew out of their bodies again and exploded around the Faceless warriors. At this moment, bubbles appeared around the siren's body. These bubbles protected the sirens in them. A stalemate immediately occurred on the battlefield, and a large number of Dark Faceless warriors and siren warriors fought together. There was a continuous high-pitched singing from behind the siren, and this war song made all the siren warriors on the battlefield fall into a state of frenzy. And behind the Dark Faceless man, a thick black ink appeared unknowingly, which spread little by little from the depths of the abyss. At first, the battlefield was still illuminated by beams of light, but as the thick black ink slowly surged up, the battlefield soon fell into darkness. In the dark sea water, the sirens only felt dizzy, and they also let out sharp roars at this time. Countless tentacles of faceless warriors stretched out from the dark sea water. The siren warriors tried to cut off these tentacles with sharp blades, but were entangled by these extremely tough and strong tentacles. Then the sirens found that the situation on the underwater battlefield had undergone a subtle change. The sirens found that this group of faceless warriors became extremely powerful in the Black Sea water. Their tentacles covered with suction cups became extremely tough. It was difficult for ordinary daggers to cut through the surface of the tentacles of the faceless warriors. Only when you use all your strength can you cut off the tentacles of the faceless warriors. But the faceless warriors on the battlefield will never stand there and wait for the siren warriors to cut off their tentacles. Originally, the siren warriors slaughtered the wounded faceless warriors one-sidedly, but when the battlefield became dark, the wounds on the faceless warriors began to recover rapidly, and they immediately made the most fierce counterattack. The siren warriors of the Siren Corps began to suffer heavy casualties. Some of their bodies were twisted by the tentacles. Some of them vomited a lot of intestines from their mouths. Some of them had their spines broken and their soft bodies tied into knots, and some of them were even torn into two pieces by the dark faceless warriors. As the Siren Corps retreated step by step, a dark cloud finally appeared behind the Siren Corps. The huge figure almost covered the entire sea surface. It was a manta ray as big as an island. It spread its wings and almost covered half of the battlefield. A sea beast priest stood on the head of the manta ray. His body was no different from that of a siren warrior. Standing on the head of the manta ray, he looked extremely small. This sea beast priest wore a set of bronze armor, and almost his whole body was wrapped in the armor. He also held a trident in his hand, but this trident flashed with arcs of electricity, which quickly disappeared in the sea water and then quickly emerged again. After the manta ray rushed into the battlefield, its huge flesh wings immediately stirred up the battlefield like ink, and a large amount of sea water came in to neutralize it. The Black Sea water on the battlefield quickly turned light, and the manta ray swallowed several dark faceless warriors into its stomach in just one breath. The morale of the siren warriors was greatly boosted, and they immediately chased after the sea beast priest and launched a counterattack against the dark faceless warriors. Just as the sea beast priest drove the devil fish to cover the entire battlefield, the dark faceless warriors retreated to the dark seabed. On the battlefield, there was even a sense of victory in the singing of the sirens. The devil fish twisted its body, and the sea tide on the battlefield surged, and a tail several hundred meters long swept towards the frightened dark faceless. This round tail was 3 meters in diameter, and covered with sharp poisonous spines. As long as the devil fish's tail swept the dark faceless warrior, the faceless warrior would melt into a pool of black water. A large group of sea monster warriors chased towards the bottom of the sea. At this moment, the bottom of the sea suddenly began to shake like an earthquake. The bottom of the sea was very turbid, and it was impossible to see what was happening inside, until a 100-meter-long thick tentacle stretched out from the bottom of the sea. This tentacle was like a sharp needle, and instantly pierced the body of the devil fish. Immediately afterwards, several more tentacles stretched out from the bottom of the sea and pierced into the body of the devil fish in no particular order. The devil fish flapped its fleshy wings violently, trying to struggle out of the many tentacles, and the huge tail covered with poisonous spines also violently whipped the tentacles like pillars in the sea. Chapter 696. The sea beast priest standing on the top of the manta ray held the trident, and immediately rushed towards the tentacles extending from the seabed. But he took action at this time, which was obviously a little too late. The 12 giant tentacles that pierced the manta ray exerted force at the same time, and a loud sound like the collapse of the sky and the crack of the sea water erupted. The manta ray, whose body was as big as a small island, was pulled from the sea surface to the black fog on the seabed by the 12 tentacles. Then all the tentacles wrapped around the manta ray, and the huge body of the faceless commander also revealed a vague outline on the seabed. Although the size of this faceless commander was not as large as the manta, the 12 tentacles hanging from its head tightly entangled the manta, and his left arm, like a drill, pierced into the manta's brain stem at the moment the manta sank to the bottom of the sea. The sea beast priest rushed in the sea as fast as lightning, and a group of faceless warriors blocked the sea beast priest in the middle. The sea beast priest knocked down these faceless warriors one by one with a trident in his hand. But when he arrived at the bottom of the sea, the huge body of the devil fish that was tightly entangled by the faceless commander had already turned upside down, and a huge blood hole with a diameter of more than 2 meters appeared on its head, from the eyes to the brain stem. When the devil fish was dying, it wrapped its tail full of thorns around the body of the faceless commander. The sea beast priest and the devil fish had a magic contract. The death of the devil fish immediately caused the sea beast priest's body to be severely damaged. The runes all over his body exploded in an instant, blowing the sea beast priest into a bloody mess. His body fell to the bottom of the sea, and the siren warriors around him quickly lifted up the body of the siren priest amidst the wailing. A group of sirens surrounded the seriously injured sea beast priest and fled towards the coastline. The dark faceless warriors swarmed out and chased after the siren army, like a group of hyenas tearing the flesh of an old wildebeest. A team of anglerfish cavalry in the siren army lined up neatly on the sea surface. Hundreds of anglerfish cavalry simultaneously cast summon tide, and a wave appeared out of thin air on the sea surface, which was nearly 100 meters high. The waves pushed the remaining troops of the Siren Legion toward the cliffs on the coastline. The huge waves even wrapped the faceless warriors in it. The waves surged, and countless faceless warriors and Siren warriors were trapped in it. When the Dark Faceless and the Siren Legion were entangled, the sea surface above the battlefield was like a boiling pot. Bubbles kept coming out of the entire sea surface, and huge whirlpools appeared from time to time. When the sea beast priest stepped on a giant manta as big as an island and appeared on the battlefield, the Griffin cavalry hidden in the clouds reported the battle situation here to Roy in time. Then the sea area around the battlefield began to shake violently, and the violent shaking caused huge waves several meters high to appear on the coastline. Roy was worried that the coastline would also be affected by the naval battle, so he ordered 9 magic airships to take off at the same time to prevent the fleet from being hit by the huge waves on the reefs on the shore. Roy had contact with the sea beast priests and understood their powerful strength. These powerful deep-sea beasts could even easily destroy a small island. Before he became a second-level strongman, the mine guards could not fight against the sea beast priests at all. So sometimes they still needed to avoid them. Just after the magic airship left the sea, another huge earthquake was heard from the battlefield. A huge vortex appeared in the entire sea area, and the deep-sea monster roared shrilly. Wrapped by countless exploding waves, the deep-sea monster quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. This was the scene Roy saw with his own eyes on the magic airship. A huge vortex appeared on the sea surface of the entire battlefield, and the deep-sea monster then stopped making any movement. Roy didn't know the situation of the battle on the seabed. But then thousands of Siren warriors evacuated the battlefield and fled towards the coastline on the cliff side. Roy guessed the situation of the battle and estimated that the Siren Corps was defeated. However, the Siren Corps still had some strength to fight. The anglerfish cavalry gathered on the sea surface once again raised a huge wave several tens of meters high. This was also very familiar to Roy. He knew that the anglerfish cavalry had the ability to summon tides. Roy stood on the observation deck on the top of the ship, holding the railing with both hands and secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, the fleet responded in time, and all the magic airships rose into the sky, just avoiding this huge wave. Otherwise, once the 9 magic airships appeared in front of the huge wave, with the powerful thrust of the huge wave, the magic airships would most likely be pushed to the cliff by the huge wave, and then bang, smashed instantly. At this moment, a huge wave rushed past the magic airship. The half-blood elf warriors and crew members on the ship screamed in unison. Then everyone screamed again, and this 100-meter high wave directly rushed to the cliff at the edge of the coastline. Under the impact of the huge wave, the entire mountain was shaking continuously. A large number of broken limbs and Siren warriors were swept by the sea water and hit the cliff. Although they swam hard in the waves, they were unable to avoid the huge impact of the waves. As the huge waves receded, many sea monster warriors with wounds all over their bodies fell on the edge of the coastline, and even the sea beast priests surrounded by the sea monster warriors were hanging on the top of a sharp rock and unconscious. At the same time, many faceless warriors were washed to the shore by the tide. After leaving the sea water, their bodies were as weak as a pool of mud. The strength in their bodies was rapidly draining away. They danced with messy tentacles and moved towards the sea, becoming reptiles like mud. Some dark faceless warriors suffered physical injuries. Black liquid continued to flow out of their bodies, and the black liquid quickly polluted the beach, and the entire beach was full of highly corrosive black water. On the sea not far away, dark faceless warriors emerged from the sea, and they began to slaughter the anglerfish cavalry in the shallow water. Some faceless warriors even approached the coastline full of reefs. Their bodies began to rot in the sun, but they still approached the shore, trying to deal with the dying Siren warriors on the reefs. Roy, who was standing on the magic airship, happened to see the scene. Since the dark faceless warriors chased to the coastline to slaughter the Siren warriors, it was obvious that the Siren Corps was the loser in this battle. Almost every dark faceless warrior who came out of the sea was covered with wounds, and a bold idea was brewing in Roy's mind. While Roy was still considering whether to rescue those Siren warriors, Sabrina rode a griffin and landed on the roof of the ship. She hurried to Roy and said to him, "Roy, This time we can take the opportunity to give those dark faceless warriors a hard blow. Roy originally had a rough idea, and when he heard Sabrina say this, he immediately said to Sabrina excitedly, "Yes, we think alike this time." After saying this, Roy instructed the half-elf crew on the main mast observation deck of the magic airship. Immediately notify other magic airships, and let the crew operate the whale-hunting crossbow to shoot the dark faceless on the beach. Sabrina also turned around and rode on the griffin. The snow-white griffin stepped on the floor of the ship with 4 legs, suddenly jumped into the sky, and flew into the air. As Sabrina blew the whistle, nearly 1,000 griffin cavalry quickly gathered in the sky. These griffin riders were able to maintain neat rows of formations in the sky. Sabrina was at the front of the team. These griffin riders flew to an altitude of more than 600 meters above the beach. A group of griffin riders followed Sabrina's gestures. Almost at the same time, 300 griffins folded their wings. More than 300 griffins fell like cannonballs, and they kept accelerating. These griffins activated their iron will on the way, and all the falling griffins turned into fine iron. A griffin hit the beach like a cannonball, and just as it landed on a dark faceless man, the huge impact blew the dark faceless man to pieces, and even a big pit appeared on the beach full of reefs. More than 300 griffins fell almost at the same time, and exploded on the beach one after another. There were about 200 extremely weak dark faceless warriors on the beach, and they were paralyzed on the shallows like mud. These faceless warriors were the targets of the griffins. One by one, the griffins fell from the sky, and activated the iron will halfway, and their bodies were as hard as a cannonball. Countless gravels on the beach exploded. The limbs of the faceless warriors flew, they rushed to the beach, and were smashed to pieces by the griffins, and there was no way to return to the sea. However, this was only the first round. With a sharp cry in the sky, the second round of griffins rushed down again. They intercepted the dark faceless warriors rushing up from the shallow water area. Then the third round of griffin cavalry swooped down. In the sky, the crews on the 9 magic airships controlled 9 whale-hunting heavy crossbows, and shot at the dark faceless warriors, who had just emerged from the sea. One by one, the bodies of the dark faceless warriors were shot through by giant crossbows, and the griffin cavalry took the opportunity to climb up from the beach. After recovering for a while, they immediately took off into the air, and completed a round of air strikes. The attack by the griffin cavalry caught the dark faceless warriors off guard. At the same time, it also gave the siren warriors scattered on the reefs beside the cliff the most precious time to recover. The siren warriors, who were washed away by the tide, finally woke up. They struggled to stand up, looking at the 9 magic airships above their heads with a blank face, and then looked at the messy coastline. The griffin cavalry that soared into the air continued to wave to them. The siren warriors only realized at this time that they were saved without knowing it. Chapter 697. The deck of the magic airship was full of half-elf warriors, holding bows and arrows. A rain of arrows fell, and some dark faceless warriors were shot into hedgehogs. Originally, these seriously injured faceless warriors wanted to escape, but when they were full of arrows, under the sunlight, their bodies began to melt into black water, and continued to flow back to the sea along the beach. There were not many faceless warriors left on the beach. The siren warriors, who were swept to the reef by the tide, took a breath at this time, and immediately joined the ranks of chasing the faceless warriors. The sea beast priest jumped down from the high rock, with 3 light blue water balls around his body. Although he was injured, the faceless commander was not seen on the battlefield at this moment, so the sea beast priest raised the trident in his hand, and every time he jumped, the trident would pierce a faceless warrior. The other siren warriors scattered in the sea also gathered on this beach. Although the faceless warriors also gathered on the beach, they did not stand firm at first. Now there are 9 magic airships, and nearly 1,000 griffin cavalrymen suppressing them in the air, and the sea beast priest led the siren warriors to fight bravely on the beach. The faceless warriors, who rushed to the beach, were killed one after another. The rest of the faceless warriors were forced to retreat back to the sea, and then the siren warriors and the faceless warriors entangled in the sea until dark. The faceless commander may have been injured and never appeared on the battlefield again. However, the sea beast priest fought to the end, dragged his tired body to the shore step by step, and sat on the sea reef. He looked like he might fall down at any time. In the dusk, the waves rolled over the bodies of countless fishmen and monsters, constantly washing the coastline. The mournful songs of the sirens kept floating in the air above the battlefield. Seeing the faceless legion retreating to the deep sea, Roy did not let the magic airship fall into the sea, but continued to stay alert and float in the air. Roy flew down from the magic airship on Kaka's griffin, and came directly to the front of the sea beast priest. A group of sea beast warriors surrounded the seriously injured sea beast priest. The sea beast priest lay weakly on the reef, leaning on a mermaid woman, looking at Roy with cold eyes. The strong aura on him made Roy feel very oppressive. Roy took a few steps forward, and was stopped by two sea beast warriors. They spoke a string of Jana language to Roy, but Roy said he didn't understand. Miss Tiffany did not come down with Roy. The mermaids and the Nagas are mortal enemies. Roy didn't dare to let a Jana mermaid appear in front of a sea beast priest. The sea beast priest opened his mouth and scolded, and the two siren warriors immediately retreated to the sides, still keeping vigilant eyes on Roy. This was the first time Roy observed a sea beast priest up close. He was also a male siren. After taking off his helmet, his ugly and ferocious face was hard to look at. Siren women and men are at two extremes in appearance. According to the aesthetic standards of humans and elves, the faces of female sirens can be said to be very beautiful, but the faces of male sirens are uglier than those of Jana men. They look more like a combination of Yiksha and sea snakes. At this time, the surviving fishmen on the beach were cleaning up the battlefield. They buried some broken arms and limbs in the sand pit. If the bodies were not cleaned up, the battlefield would become very smelly. The siren warriors were actively treating their companions. Siren warriors have very strong bodies. Even if an arm is broken, they can still help on the battlefield. The siren warriors had curiosity and hostility in their eyes, secretly looking at the several magic airships floating in the sky. The sea beast priest waved to Roy, indicating that he could sit down and talk. Roy spoke in Elvish, indicating that he did not understand the Naga language. Thank you. I did not expect that the sea beast priest would actually say thank you in Elvish. His voice was a little hoarse, and he had not spoken Elvish for a long time, so his tone was a little off. Roy slowly walked in front of the sea beast priest, and found that almost all the blood vessels of the snake tail covered by the chainmail had burst, and his body was also covered with large areas of rupture. Roy released a holy light. Under the holy light, Roy reached out his hand, and tried to touch the bloody arm of the sea beast priest. Although the sea beast priest looked alert, he did not stop Roy. The holy light fell on the sea beast priest's arm, and the broken flesh and blood began to heal rapidly. The siren warriors who were standing by almost widened their eyes, looking at the scene in front of them. The sea beast priest also narrowed his eyes slightly at this moment. When he felt the healing of his body, the intense pain in his arm was slowly disappearing. His body was even trembling slightly. He grabbed the snake tail of the female sea beast behind him, and his slightly open mouth revealed 2 rows of sharp teeth. He took a deep breath with a blurred look. Roy did not stop. As a divine pattern appeared in front of Roy, a larger beam of holy light fell from the top of his head, completely covering the sea beast priest. The sea beast priest suddenly opened his eyes, raised his arms, watched his body heal rapidly, and immediately stared at Roy with blazing eyes. Roy did not retreat, nor did he stop the divine spell. He looked at the sea beast priest without fear, with a hint of friendliness in his eyes. As a ray of holy light entered the sea beast priest's body, the sea beast priest was surprised to find that the injuries on the surface of his body were miraculously healed completely. He stood on the reef, raised his hands, and let out a high-pitched long howl towards a group of siren warriors on the beach. All the siren warriors put down what they were doing and screamed along with the sea beast priest. The scream pierced Roy's eardrums, and Roy felt a little dazed for a moment. He chanted a prayer and blessed himself with wisdom blessing. When a light blue divine pattern appeared under his feet, the shadow of a magic book unfolded above his head, and then the fear, irritability, frustration and other negative emotions brought by the siren's scream immediately dissipated without a trace. At the same time, a group of sacred breath burst out from the magic airship hundreds of meters in the sky. Roy looked at the sea beast priest on the reef calmly. The sea beast priest calmed down at this time. He raised one hand and let out a short shout. All the siren warriors stopped screaming immediately. The sea beast priest jumped down from the reef, walked in front of Roy, pressed his strong arm covered with scales on Roy's shoulder, and said something to Roy again that Roy couldn't understand at all. The surrounding siren warriors immediately cheered. Roy's heart finally settled down. It seemed that the sea beast priest accepted him. Roy tried to bump fists with the sea beast priest. Although he and the sea beast priest did not speak the same language, this did not stop the two from communicating. Roy kept gesturing. He pointed at himself and said, "Elf." He pointed at the siren warriors around the sea beast priest and said, "Siren." Then he pointed at the surrounding sea and land and said to the sea beast priest, "We live together in the Partington Plain. You occupy the ocean, and we occupy the land. Now the dark faceless invaders have invaded here, and we must fight together." In order to explain this sentence clearly, Roy gestured for a full quarter of an hour. The sea beast priest kept pressing Roy's shoulders, and there was no more fierceness in his eyes. The sense of oppression in front of the strong disappeared without a trace. If it weren't for the sharp bone spurs on his body, he would probably want to give Roy a big hug. Roy didn't exchange much information with the sea beast priest. This time he flew down from the magic airship just to contact the Siren Legion and release his goodwill. It was obvious that the sea beast priest accepted Roy's kindness. Perhaps the long roar of the sea beast priest just now was calling the surrounding sea monsters. At this time, sea monster warriors kept swimming out of the sea, gathering more and more on this coastline full of reefs, and soon there were thousands of sea monster warriors. These sea monster warriors gathered here, and immediately joined in the work of rescuing their companions, and cleaning the battlefield. The surviving fish monsters were trembling with fear. They began to retreat to the edge of the battlefield, and quickly fished out the corpses of their companions from the sea, and quickly dug a sand pit to bury them on the spot. Roy was about to leave. He called down Kaka, who was hovering in the sky. Kaka's fighting partner, the golden griffin, stared at the surrounding sea monsters with wide eyes. The griffin was obviously a little afraid of the sea monsters. When the sea monsters tried to approach it, its cries became more urgent. Roy waved goodbye to the sea monster priest, and turned to walk towards Kaka. The sea monster priest chased him from behind, making a sound of you are you from his mouth, which seemed to be calling Roy. Roy stopped and turned to look at the sea beast priest. The sea beast priest looked down at his armor, touched the dagger at his waist, hesitated for a moment, then turned around and said something to a group of siren warriors behind him, and then the sea beast priest urged them again very impolitely. The group of siren warriors split into two, and then a beautiful siren, with strings of colorful gems wrapped around her body, walked out from the middle. It can be seen that she is very young, and her chest and abdomen are not completely covered with scales. The exposed skin is very white, without any trace of seawater corrosion. She twisted her snake tail, her slender waist swayed, and the upright part was 3 meters high. It seemed that Roy had to bend down when she came to Roy, and she crawled in front of Roy very docilely. The sea beast priest looked a little proud, gesturing to Roy and saying a lot of things that Roy couldn't understand. The beautiful mermaid crawling in front of Roy also looked up at Roy's face from time to time. Roy immediately understood what the sea beast priest meant. He was going to give him a woman, but Roy felt that his taste was not that strong. The mermaid's face was indeed beautiful, but after all, she was covered with fine scales, and it was probably like the touch of a snake. He was not Su Xian, so he thought about it and gave up. So he pointed at Kaka and the golden griffin, indicating that this griffin could only take him to the sky. Then Roy immediately rode on the griffin's back. Kaka blew a whistle, and the golden griffin immediately spread its wings and flew into the sky with all its might. Roy returned to the magic airship, and everyone waiting on the ship was completely relieved. After this naval battle, the half-blood elves on the magic airship had completely emptied the arrows they carried on the ship. There were few supplies left on the magic airship. In addition, they encountered the Siren Legion and the Dark Faceless Legion here, and such important news also needed to be brought back to the elf world in time. Roy planned to return to Sun Island Bay immediately. He was worried about the Faceless Legion in the sea, and the magic airship did not fall back into the sea. At the same time, he was also worried about the large and advanced flying monsters around, and the magic airship did not dare to rise into the wind stratum. So he activated the magic propulsion device, allowing the magic airship suspended at low altitude to fly back slowly along the coastline. This kind of low-altitude flight relying on the propulsion device is the slowest, and it requires a large amount of magic crystals. The cost of flying is much higher than entering the wind stratum. It was just the safest way. After flying for nearly a day and 2 nights, Roy saw that the sea water below was no longer dark, so he let the fleet fall into the sea again, and then adjusted the sails, and headed towards Sun Island Bay at full speed. This time we encountered the Dark Faceless Legion in the western seas. Maybe one day this Dark Faceless Legion will appear in the Sun Island Bay. If we don't make some preparations as soon as possible, it is impossible to defend the Sun Island Bay with the current strength of the mine guards. When the 9 magic airships sailed into the Sun Island Bay with the wind, the sea monster Giazina, who was guarding outside the Sun Island Bay, received the news from the fishman monster at the first time. Seeing that the 9 magic airships returned smoothly, the sea monster Giazina also curled her lips and said to herself, "It is estimated that they just sailed along the coastline for a while and ran back. If they really meet the sea monster army of Commander El Caesar, it is estimated that it will not be so easy to escape." After saying this, he dived into the clear seabed, kicked open a huge giant clam shell, and lay down unceremoniously in the clean and shiny shell, closing his eyes. The two fishermen spirits following behind Giazina hurriedly followed, carefully guarding Giazina, and driving away the small fish that rushed in rashly. At this time, a flexible figure suddenly appeared beside Giazina's shell bed. She held the edge of the shell with both hands, and stared at Giazina with a pair of beautiful blue eyes. "Didn't you come back safely? Why do you bother me?" Giazina closed her eyes, as if she was talking in her sleep. Miss Tiffany smiled, and immediately sat on the edge of the huge shell. She stroked the smooth shell with both hands and whispered to Giazina, "I came here to remind you that this time when we went out to sea, we happened to encounter a siren army and a naval battle with the Dark Faceless army. As a result, the siren army lost and was driven out of the territory by the Faceless army. Now this siren army is shrinking in the Western Fjord area. The Faceless army is coming fiercely. I just want to tell you that when you sleep at night, you must hide well and don't always lie in such a conspicuous big shell." After saying these words, Miss Tiffany immediately swung her tricolor fish tail and chased after the fleet that was entering the Sun Island Bay. Chapter 698. The sea monster Giazina looked at Tiffany's figure going away with a confused look on her face, and suddenly got up from the shell bed, glanced at the two fisherman monsters beside her, and swam to the Western Sea area without hesitation. In fact, if she could live quietly in a certain sea area for a few years and adjust her body to the peak state, Giazina would try to break through the shackles of the second turn and become a second turn strongman. But now she is not in the mood to live in seclusion. According to Tiffany's words, it is obvious that a major change has occurred in the Western Sea area, so Giazina can't wait to sneak back to the Western Sea area to see. When Commander Lattimore was defeated in the battle for the territory of the Western Sea area, he left the Western Sea area with a group of followers and hid on the Sun Island in a bay in the southern part of the Griffin Barrier Mountains. He relied on the cold spring on the island and the power shared by the deep-sea monster to suppress the toxins in his body. Giazina is a follower of Commander Lattimore. The rift between her and Commander Lattimore was also slowly formed after living in Sun Island Bay for a long time. The irreconcilable problem between them was that after Giazina had the strength of the peak of the first level, she gradually showed the posture of being promoted to a second-level strongman. This made Commander Lattimore feel a strong sense of crisis. He was worried that Giazina would be promoted to a Sea Beast Priest and would immediately replace him, so he tried every means to suppress Giazina. Commander Lattimore not only did not tell Giazina what to pay attention to when she advanced to a second-level strongman, but also continued to create trouble for Giazina. Now that Commander Lattimore is dead, the last factor that prevented Giazina from becoming a second-level strongman has also disappeared. She began to prepare for the promotion. At this time, a big mess happened in the Western Sea. The Dark Faceless Legion appeared in the Western Sea, which is a big deal for the Sirens. If every Siren stays out of it, then the Western Sea will inevitably be eaten away by the Dark Faceless, so Giazina can't wait to check the situation there. She twisted her long snake tail, swimming at high speed, like a sea eel on the seafloor. Tiffany climbed onto the boat, all wet, with her long legs wrapped in a long skirt with a mermaid pattern, revealing a clear outline. She lifted the hem of her skirt, walked barefoot across the deck, ran to the stern ship, pushed open the heavy wooden door and ran in. Roy, who was standing at the door of the captain's room, quickly opened the door, leaned out, and shouted to the mermaid who ran into the corridor, "Tiffany, have you told Xena about the invasion of the Faceless Legion in the Western waters?" Miss Tiffany's voice came from the ship's tower, leaving some seawater, and a row of clear wet footprints on the deck. Tiffany walked back to the room, stood next to the closet, untied the straps and buckles, took off the wet mermaid dress, hung it on the wooden hanger next to it, and soaked herself in the bathtub. Roy's voice came into the room along the corridor. What did Xena say? She went to the Western Seas to investigate the situation. Miss Tiffany got out of the bathtub. Clear water flowed down her soft long hair. She picked up a bath towel from the shelf next to the bathtub, stood up from the bathtub and wrapped the towel around the important parts of her body, and walked out of the bathtub barefoot. She wrapped her body tightly with a bath towel, and then picked up the towel to wipe her wet hair. Then she poked her head into the corridor, where Roy stood at the end of the corridor. "What are you going to do about this?" Miss Tiffany asked Roy curiously. Roy stopped and thought for a while before saying seriously, "I plan to report the situation here to the military to see if I can get support from above. In addition, I plan to help the Siren Corps privately. I am worried that the Siren Corps will not be able to withstand the offensive of the Dark Corps." Tiffany leaned out of the room, revealing her round shoulders and delicate collarbones, and said to Roy, "Aren't you afraid that the Sirens will become a powerful army that even half-blood elves cannot resist after they have weapons and armor made by elves? No matter how powerful they They are only limited to the sea." Roy responded, leaving Miss Tiffany speechless. The fleet returned to the dock of Sun Island Bay, and Roy officially handed over the defense of Sun Island Bay to Captain Teprado. Captain Teprado needs to build fortifications on the peninsula connecting the Sun Island Bay to the open sea in the near future, mainly arrow towers that can be used to place heavy whaling crossbows. In addition, some arrow towers should be built around the Sun Island Pier. Once the Faceless Legion enters the Sun Island Bay, at least 1 hour of evacuation time should be given to the half-blood elves in the seaside town. Then Roy came to the camp built by the Knights Templar. In nearly a month, the human priests of the Knights Templar have built some exquisite wooden houses in the woods. They are not used to building wooden houses on trees, but these seaside tree houses are almost all stilt houses with a lot of dried palm leaves on the roof. These houses look very warm. These human priests learned some fishing skills from the half-elf fishermen, and they also dried a lot of fish in the sun. When Roy arrived at the Knights Templar camp, many human priests were praying under the shade of the trees. It can be seen that they have recovered well during this period. When Captain Jarowin saw Roy coming, he invited him into the room very enthusiastically. He smiled and said to Roy, "Captain Roy, I just wanted to look for you, but I didn't expect you to come here. The camp here is almost built. I want to go to Padstow to buy some daily necessities. Whatever the Templars need. They can send people to the Highland City and Padstow to purchase. However, it is important to confirm the departure time of the magic airship. This requires confirmation from the captains of the magic airships at the dock. Of course, if I am in Sun Island Bay, you can come to me at any time. I will take the magic airship back to Padstow soon. This time you can let the person in charge of purchasing supplies go to Padstow with me. Captain Jarowin, I came here to bring you some very bad news." "Oh, what happened?" Captain Jarowin immediately became serious. "This time I led the fleet to sail west along the coastline, all the way to the western seas, where we encountered a naval battle." Roy paused, then said, "It was a war between the Siren Legion and the Dark Faceless Legion. A Siren Legion was driven to the coastline of the western seas by the Faceless Legion." "You mean the Dark Army has also appeared in the Partington Plain?" Captain Jarowin frowned. "Yes, it seems that in this plain war, not only the plain lords of the Green Empire have been invaded by the forces of the Abyss, but also the Partington Plain of the Elf world," Roy said. "If this place is attacked by the Faceless Legion, you may have to retreat to the south of the Pagisto Plateau. Captain Roy, the Knights Templar have applied to join the war this time," Captain Jarowin said without hesitation. "The current situation is not that bad. The Dark Faceless Legion is fighting with the Siren Legion for the waters of the Partington Plain. Next, I plan to provide some necessary support to the Siren Legion." Roy began to explain his plan to Captain Jarowin. Captain Jarowin also mentioned one thing to Roy, that is, the priests can participate in the war, and they can be incorporated into the Half-Blood Elf Mine Guard Corps, which can assist the elf warriors in combat and provide them with blessing magic and holy light magic. Roy chatted with Captain Jarowin for the whole afternoon. When he left the Knights Templar, Roy was still dizzy. The main reason was that many of Captain Jarowin's ideas were things Roy had never thought of before, such as equipping the Mine Guard with a team of priests. He had never thought of these things before because of limited conditions. The Silver Moon Elf army itself was very hostile to the priests of the Statue of Liberty. They had the help of the priests of the Moon Temple, so how could they have any contact with the priests? But the army of the Mixed-Blood Elves was different. The priests of the Moon Temple would not care about the life and death of the Half-Blood Elf army. The Statue of Liberty and the priests of the Elf continent had all disappeared. Roy naturally had not thought of equipping the Mine Guards with priests. But now the Knights Templar had moved to the Sun Island Bay, and Captain Jarowin had taken the initiative to ask to join the war. In this way, it seemed that it was not impossible to recruit some human priests into the Mine Guards. In addition, Roy remembered that some half-blood elf guards in the Mine Guard seemed to have mastered some elementary divine arts. He had never paid much attention to this matter. Now it seems that as long as these half-elf warriors are promoted to priests, the combat power of the Mine Guards will definitely increase significantly. Roy arrived at the Plateau City on a magic airship. He only told Mu Lin about the discovery of the Dark Faceless Legion in the Western Sea area and asked her to make some preparations in advance. For example, to deal with these Dark Faceless warriors, you need a whale-hunting heavy crossbow, and you also need some giant crossbow arrows. If it does not involve magic effects, then the forging workshop on the Jiashi Mountains can make such giant crossbow arrows. In addition, a new batch of Highland Headhunter prisoners of war have arrived at the Plateau City. This time, Captain Heliki sent another 5,000 Highland Headhunter prisoners of war. This makes the number of Headhunter prisoners of war in the concentration camp of the Plateau City exceed 20,000. Fortunately, Roy asked Mullen to arrange these Highland headhunters to build a new prisoner concentration camp on the other side of the Tolai River more than a month ago. In just 1 month, although the buildings in the concentration camp were not fully completed, at least the walls and arrow towers had been built. These new headhunter prisoners had not participated in labor reform and were still wild. According to Mullen's idea, they should be suppressed by tough means to make them accustomed to the life of prisoners of war, but Roy did not agree with this. He told Mullen to let the new prisoners wear shackles, and watch the old headhunter prisoners do hard labor on the construction site. Those prisoners who did not work only had one simple meal a day, as long as they did not starve to death. If they were unwilling to work, they would never be forced. Those who are willing to work will be assigned to the Labor Reform Brigade, and they will enjoy all the welfare benefits of headhunter prisoners. In addition, Mullen reported to Roy that the mine operated by the Silver Moon Elves in the Caldam Mountains is preparing to stop working again. The reason is that even if the Silver Moon Elves are supervisors in the mine, they still feel that life in the mine is very boring. The mine life has caused a great psychological shadow on the Silver Moon Elves. Many Silver Moon Elves have applied to return to the Elf continent for vacation, and even several leaders of the Silver Moon Elves Guard Corps have the same plan. However, because Roy had not been in the Plateau City, without Roy's personal signature, these captains could not let a large number of Silver Moon Elf warriors return to Padstow, unless they had a transfer order from General Berkeley, which they obviously did not have at the moment. Ignore them for now, and let them continue to stay in the Caldam Mountains. Roy did not want to pay attention to those Silver Moon Elf captains at this time. He walked out of the city hall, and stood on the high platform outside the city hall looking down. Half-blood elves could be seen everywhere in the streets and alleys of the entire Plateau City. The free market in the city was even more lively. A new living area had been built on the site of the Plateau Headhunter Prisoner of War concentration camp. The Plateau City was well managed by Mullen. Roy turned around and asked Mullen behind him, "What is the population of half-blood elves in the Plateau City now?" "Almost 200,000. A large number of half-blood elves pour into the Plateau City every day," Mullen replied. "Well, this number of people can support the normal operation of a city. The Plateau City is left to you. I may have to stay there for a while when I return to the Elf continent this time," Roy said to Mullen. "Got it, boss. I take good care of the Plateau City," Mullen responded confidently. Moira, Miss Tiffany, Woods, Claire and others got off the magic airship and stayed at the riverside pier of the Plateau City for a while. Although there is a pier here, there is no corresponding shipping. There are no ships next to the pier. However, a new prisoner of war camp is being built on the other side of the pier. The high walls and arrow towers make this prisoner of war camp look heavily guarded. Everyone sat by the river and whispered about how Roy had created a new town on the Pagisto Plateau in just a few years. Unknowingly, this good friend had gone so far. This time, Leah and Alice did not follow Roy to the Plateau City. They stayed in Sun Island Bay. It was said that it was Alice's idea. The reason was very simple. Leah, who had a dark constitution, could detect the invasion of the Dark Faceless in time. For this reason, the two sisters took the initiative to ask to live on the pier of Sun Island Bay. "Moira, Tiffany, Woods, Claire, the magic airship is about to set sail. Let's get on board." Roy hurried to the pier and said to several friends waiting here, "This time when everyone came to Partington Island, I didn't treat you well. There's nothing I can do. I have to wait for the next time because of military duties." Roy put his arms around Woods and Claire's shoulders and said apologetically, "I don't mind. Anyway, I have already got what I want. Roy, don't worry about the things in Castletown City. I will manage the trading company well," Claire said very proudly. Woods stared at Roy with some doubts and asked him, "Roy, I say, did you call me here this time? Just to let me teach those human priests to cultivate the flowers of light? How could that be?" Ha. Chapter 699. After the magic airship arrived at Padstow, Roy was the first to get off the ship and leave through the employee passage of the airport terminal to avoid the half-blood elves onlookers and riots. Roy's friends went directly to the central square, from where they went through the portal to the town of Partington Island, and then took a boat back to Castletown. Because Claire was there, it was estimated that the journey would be smooth. The Silver Moon Elf nobles still had some privileges. There was a carriage parked on the roadside behind the airport terminal. Roy stood next to the carriage, looking at the empty carriage, knocking on the glass window with his fingers, and then the coachman was stunned. He opened the door and walked into the carriage and sat down, and reported the address of the Silver Pegasus military headquarters to the coachman. Although the coachman was waiting for other elf customers, he didn't dare to refuse Boss Roy, so he sent Roy directly to the small square in front of the Silver Pegasus military headquarters. Roy got off the carriage, and the half-blood elves in the small square saw Roy's figure and saluted him. Roy was still a little uncomfortable. He simply waved to the half-blood elves in the square, and walked quickly into the military headquarters. The half-blood elves in the square let out a low cry, and everyone was calling Boss Roy. Roy walked into the lobby on the first floor of the military headquarters without looking back. The lobby seemed a bit noisy. Roy went directly to the front desk and asked the elf receptionist, "Is General Berkeley here?" The elf receptionists at the front desk naturally knew Roy, and said quickly, "The general is here. Please inform him for me, and tell him that I want to see him for an urgent matter," Roy said seriously to the elf receptionist. After waiting for a while, the adjutant next to Berkeley appeared in the lobby on the first floor. He took Roy to General Berkeley's office very attentively. Berkeley was sitting in the main seat of the conference area, talking to a dozen elf officers. Roy was sitting in the lounge area, too far away to hear what they were saying, but Berkeley's face was very serious, and a group of elf officers also sat straight. Not long after, General Berkeley ended the meeting, and the elf officers left General Berkeley's office with documents. Before leaving the office, they all secretly looked at the lounge area. Roy leaned back leisurely on the sofa, holding a cup of warm fruit tea, drinking it with relish. Berkeley walked to the opposite side of Roy, sat down with a smile, and said to Roy, "Roy, how come you have time to come to me today? I thought you would be busy for a while before you can have time to rest." Roy put down the teacup in his hand, bumped fists with Berkeley, and the two smiled at each other. "This time I am going to Queen Eugenie Island to meet Lord Swinburne, and I happened to pass by Padstow, so I came to see you," Roy said casually. "How is the situation in Padstow?" Berkeley scratched his hair with his hands, picked up the teacup and took a sip of hot tea, then said, "Recently, there are still many half-blood elves with radical ideas making declarations of independence in Padstow City, but they only gave very short speeches in the small square, which did not have much impact on the half-blood elf residents in the city." Berkeley smiled and added, "The current trend in the city is to go to the Plateau City to pan for gold." Then Berkeley and Roy talked about the recent development of the Partington Plain. At present, the development speed of Padstow City is a little behind the speed of the population increase of the half-blood elves, so all the resources in the city have become very tight. Fortunately, a large number of half-blood elves went to the Plateau City, which slightly alleviated the dilemma of insufficient public resources in the city after the rapid growth of Padstow City. Berkeley then told Roy that the Elf Elders Council of the Buenos Aires capital had not stopped investigating Roy. It had lasted for nearly 4 years so far. Recently, it seemed that another group of investigators entered the Partington Plain. They did not contact the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion, and were obviously preparing to conduct a secret investigation in the Partington Plain. Earl Swinburne sent a message, hoping that Roy would stay at the Pagisto Plateau and not wander around. Roy was helpless. The investigators from the Buenos Elf Elders Council were like a group of stinky flies, always surrounding him, and he couldn't get rid of them. He led the mine guards to the dark gate in Golfito Canyon. He had been quiet for more than a year, but now they are here again. "Why are they here again?" Roy said with a bitter face. "General Berkeley, it is said that another noble has found your information and thrown it into the quarterly summary meeting of the Council of Elders." Roy was speechless, and then he whispered something in General Berkeley's ear. "This time I came here with bad news. When I led the mine guards to explore the western sea along the Sun Island Bay, I found traces of the Dark Faceless Legion there. They are currently fighting with the Siren Legion in the Western Sea. The Siren Legion is no match for those Dark Faceless Legion." General Berkeley stared at Roy in amazement, not knowing what to say for a moment. After Roy met with Captain Berkeley in Padstow City, he arrived at Partington Island through the portal. More than half of the ships at the dock of Partington Island were material transport ships of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion, so after Roy revealed his identity, he easily boarded a material transport ship to the Queen Ivany Islands. Every day, there are ships from Partington Island to the Queen Ivany Islands, mainly to transport some daily necessities to the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion, such as fresh fruits that are not available on the island. The medium-sized sailing ship that Roy was riding was a special ship for transporting berries. This ship had a very fast speed and always chose to set sail in the evening. The captain of the medium-sized sailing ship was a Silver Moon Elf who worked in the logistics department of the 17th Silver Pegasus Military Department. He heard that Roy was on his ship, so he specially vacated a cabin for Roy to rest. The sea breeze was smaller at night, and the sea was relatively calm. The medium-sized sailing ship sailed very smoothly on the sea. The cabin was a bit stuffy, so Roy went to the deck to enjoy the cool breeze. Seeing the captain standing on the roof of the ship's building observing the star map, he asked him, "Why did you choose to go out to sea at night?" "Captain Roy, recently we often see some gray dwarf ships around the Queen Uini Islands. Once they find our transport ships, these bandits will raise their sails and chase us. In the past 2 months, 4 medium-sized transport ships have been intercepted by gray dwarf bandits." The captain of the Silver Moon Elf sighed. "We can avoid those gray dwarf bandits by sailing at night. As long as we don't deviate too far from the route, there will be no danger." "Have those gray dwarf bandits come back again?" Roy asked. "Yeah, I really don't understand why these guys always miss our Queen Uini Islands," the captain of the Silver Moon Elf said with some distress. "I heard from someone privately that the homes of the gray dwarves were occupied by other races, so they chose to sail south to find some habitable islands to settle down." The first mate on the ship poked his head out of the cabin and said casually. The captain of the Elf said to Roy, "We are currently in the preparation stage, and the gray dwarf bandit sea blockade is not that strict. We should take advantage of this time to transport more supplies to the islands." The medium-sized sailing ship sailed on the sea all night. After dawn, Roy found that the medium-sized sailing ship had indeed safely passed through the outer area of Queen Ivany Islands. These gray dwarf bandits are really difficult to deal with. The 17th Silver Pegasus Legion had successfully driven them away last time, and the gray dwarf bandits also suffered heavy losses. Unexpectedly, after 2 years, this group of gray dwarf bandits actually made a comeback again. Roy was looking forward to the gray dwarf bandits appearing in Queen Ivany Islands. His magic airship fleet was taken back from the gray dwarf bandits. If there is another opportunity to come to Queen Ivany Islands to participate in the war this time, Roy plans to seize a few more 3-masted sailing ships to expand the size of his magic airship fleet. Thinking of this, Roy stood on the top of the ship and looked around. Unfortunately, he stood on the ship for a whole morning and didn't even see the shadow of the gray dwarf robbers. Queen Island is the largest main island in this archipelago. There is a tree of life on the island. The Silver Pegasus Military Department was built on this tree of life. The dock of Queen Island is also built with wooden boards, but there is also a stone foundation built with stones at the edge of the dock. There are more than 40 medium-sized sailboats moored at the port dock, and there are countless flying fish boats. The medium-sized sailing ship arrived at Queen's Island, and Roy said goodbye to the elf captain, and then went to the military headquarters of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion alone. In the lobby of the Legion headquarters, Roy wanted to meet Lord Swinburne, but he didn't expect that such a thing would require an appointment in advance. After the appointment time, the next step was to find a place to stay on the island and wait quietly. Roy found a hotel on Queen's Island and stayed on the island. After waiting for only 1 day, Roy was notified that he had half an hour to meet Lord Swinburne the next morning. Lord Swinburne's office was on the top floor of the Tree of Life. When Roy walked into the office, Lord Swinburne was still bowing his head to sign documents. The footsteps sounded, and Earl Swinburne looked up. When he saw Roy, he motioned him to sit aside for a while. After Earl Swinburne signed the last page of the document, he handed all the documents to his assistant, then pointed to the rest area next to him, took the initiative to walk over, and sat down lazily. Roy followed Earl Swinburne and sat opposite him. "Roy, you are too brave. Do you know how many Silver Moon Elves are investigating you now?" The first thing Earl Swinburne said, when he sat down, startled Roy. Roy rolled his eyes, and looked at Earl Swinburne. Seeing that there was no fear in Roy's eyes, he tapped Roy's forehead with his finger. "Do you know how high the file cabinet of the Buenos Elf Elder Council is filled with your personal information and crimes?" Earl Swinburne gestured with his hand, and then said, "Send your mine guards to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp in Golfito Canyon. This is my idea. I originally planned to let you return to the Partington Plain after public opinion subsided, and then manage the Pagisto Plateau honestly. But recently, there have been more and more questions about you. Now the investigation order sent from Buenos Aires will not be sent to the military, and there is no need to obtain the military's approval." Earl Swinburne looked at Roy. "I remember that when I first saw Roy, his face was still very young. At that time, he was still a student at the Elf Academy. Now, Roy's face has become slightly handsome, and it is said that he performed very well in the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp." The only thing that made Earl Swinburne a little regretful was that Roy was not a Silver Moon Elf. Earl Swinburne said to Roy, "During this period of time, you should go back to the Partington Plain and don't go anywhere. You should take care of the Pagisto Plateau. That's enough." Roy could feel Earl Swinburne's love. He stood up and saluted Earl Swinburne, and answered loudly, "Yes, Lord Earl. Tell me, What exactly did you come to see me at the Silver Pegasus military headquarters this time? Earl Swinburne sat back on the sofa, his hands resting on the backrest, and asked in a relaxed manner. Roy stood up. My lord, I found traces of the Dark Faceless Legion in the western waters of the Partington Plain. What did you say? The smile on Earl Swinburne's face froze almost instantly. He stood up and strode to the wall where the map of the Partington Plain was hung, staring at the map of the Partington Plain, but the map only showed Padstow Forest and Pagisto Plateau. The Sun Island Bay and the western waters were not on the map at all. He glanced at the map and asked Roy, where is the Western Sea area? Roy pointed to the blank spot on the map and said, approximately. It's almost here. Then Roy wanted to tell Earl Swinburne about the fleet's encounter with the Dark Faceless Legion. Earl Swinburne listened very carefully. At the end, Earl Swinburne said to Roy, okay, write a detailed report and give it to me. I will report this to the higher-ups. Now you have to go back immediately, and keep an eye on the Dark Faceless Legion. There are frequent plain wars on the Roland continent now. This is the first time that the Elf continent has discovered traces of the Dark Legion, but this is also worth our close attention. My lord, I want to apply for some more military supplies, Roy said to Earl Swinburne with a smile. Earl Swinburne nodded very readily and said, yes, the Silver Pegasus military department still has a purchase quota for military supplies, but the specific expenses will be paid by yourself. I have prepared all the military expenses. Whatever you need, make a list and give it to me, Earl Swinburne said. Yes, my lord. Roy's heart finally fell to the ground. It can be seen that Earl Swinburne still supports him. Earl Swinburne also patted Roy on the shoulder and said to him, I have always thought that you are the best among the young elf officers. I still think so now. Go back to the Partington Plain as soon as possible, and don't let me down. Chapter 700. After returning to Castletown by boat, Roy took a car to the Magic Guild in the upper city without stopping. He walked into the Magic Guild to inquire. Seeing the magic apprentices wearing magic robes coming and going, smelling the fragrance of magic pattern herbs emanating from the room, and listening to the sound of magic apprentices bargaining with the shop owner, Roy was a little dazed. Thinking about it, he had been away from the Elf Academy for several years. Walking up the stairs, Roy held the teleportation pass given by the great magician Grams in his hand, and he had no obstacles when he met the magic guards. The teleportation hall is located on the top floor of the Magic Guild Mage Tower. Roy walked in with big strides based on the path in his memory. A magician came up and stopped Roy with his hand. Where do you want to go, kid? Roy handed over the teleportation pass in his hand and said, Moyobamba. The teleportation master saw the teleportation pass in Roy's hand and carefully checked its authenticity. Seeing that the signature on the teleportation pass was Grams, he looked at Roy in surprise and said to him, the recommender on this teleportation pass is the great magician Grams. Who are you? Great mage Grams, my friend. We have fought side by side in the Dark Land, Roy replied. The mage placed his right hand on his left shoulder. This is the etiquette between magicians. Only when a magician shows respect to the other party will he make such a gesture. Roy hesitated for a moment. He felt that he was no longer a priest and was not suitable for the etiquette of priests, so after thinking about it, he still saluted. When he separated from Great Mage Grams told Roy that as long as he had this magic pass, he could go to any elven city with a portal. Grand Magician Grams was Roy's recommender, and the recommender was also a nominal guarantor. The Magic Guild recognized that elves with teleportation passes could use the teleportation gate, which only meant that those with teleportation passes were eligible for teleportation. If they wanted to teleport between cities, they still had to pay a high teleportation fee. Of course, what Roy lacked the least now was magic crystals, so he could still accept teleporting once in a while. Moyobamba City was a rainforest city in the south of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. If Roy wanted to go to Wopai City, he had to pass through Moyobamba. Roy didn't even walk out of the magic tower in Moyobamba, but passed through the teleportation gate here and came directly to Wopai City. The city of Wopai has always been called the Magic City of the Silver Moon Kingdom by the elves. The whole city is dominated by magicians. Most of the elves living in this strange little city are engaged in magic-related professions, and there are also many magicians in the city. The streets and alleys here are full of magic elements. Roy walked out of the magic tower of the Tree of Life and came directly to a house according to the address left by the great magician Grams. Grams happened to be conducting a magic research in Wopai recently, so when Roy came to Wopai, he found this place according to the address left by the great magician Grams. Roy found a doorbell outside the gate. After ringing the doorbell, a Silver Moon Elf girl wearing a magic apprentice robe ran out to open the door. She held a fur staff in her hand and looked a little weird. "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" "I'm Roy. I'm here to visit the great wizard Grams." "Does he live here?" "Wait a minute, I go ask." The little girl's voice was very soft and sweet, and her voice was also very pleasant. She turned around and ran back. After a while, she saw the great wizard Grams walking out of the house quickly. The gate was opened by the great magician Grams himself. He came forward and gave Roy a big hug. He smiled and said to Roy, "I thought you would come last week. It only takes 2 portals to get from Castletown to Wopai. Why did you take so long? Let's go, I take you to see my magic laboratory first," Grams said to Roy excitedly. After that, he took Roy into the house. Several magicians and magic apprentices followed them obediently. This house is not a wooden house that the elves like, but a house built of rocks. The laboratory of the great magician Grams is placed in the living room of the house. There are 6 blackboards around the living room, which are covered with various magic symbols. The desk in the middle is covered with magic parchment. Roy knows nothing about magic, so naturally he can't understand those magic symbols. The great magician Grams pointed to a piece of magic parchment on the test bench and introduced it to Roy. Magic itself is actually a complex pattern composed of countless magic runes. Every magician is studying runes to obtain more magic effects, and I have been studying how to apply magic runes to battle. This is the magic subject I chose. Roy rested for a while at Grams' place, waiting for the great magician to arrange the things at hand, and then he heard him say, "Roy, let's go, I take you to see Master Tia's. He asked me about you at the auction of magic pattern construction-based materials a few days ago. He said that the set of ice dragon leather armor has been made. Try it on first. If there is no problem, we will use it to engrave the magic pattern array." The great magician Grams came over in a hurry, and an assistant held a magic robe and trotted behind him. Roy put down his teacup and stood up with the great magician Grams. "That's great." A carriage was parked at the gate of the yard. When the coachman saw Grams coming out of the yard, he immediately jumped off the carriage and walked around to the side of the carriage to open the door and invite the great magician Grams to get in. The great magician Grams took Roy to the leather workshop. A group of silver moon elves surrounded the door of the workshop, and some of them were dressed as merchants. Roy was a little curious, so he approached the great magician Grams and whispered to him, "Why are so many people waiting?" The great magician Grams pointed to the wooden sign hanging at the door of the leather workshop and explained, "Today is the day when the leather workshop sells leather armor to the outside, and these elves are rushing to buy leather armor. Master Tia's is very famous in the city of Wopai, and the leather armor he makes has always been in short supply." There were 2 elf apprentices standing at the door of the workshop. Probably because the shop was too crowded, they stood outside the door to limit the flow of people. Only when one person came out could the buyers waiting in line outside go in. The great magician Grams walked over and whispered a few words in the ear of the elf apprentice. The elf apprentice immediately went to the workshop to report. When the apprentice came out of the workshop again, he was followed by a leather worker. He led the great magician Grams and Roy into the yard of the leather workshop from the side. In the yard of the leather workshop, many leather workers were busy processing leather. The leather worker Master Tia's was next to a boiling pot. He was only wearing a leather apron, with his upper body naked, holding a piece of softened leather in his hand, and stuffed it into a shaping mold very quickly. His movements were very skillful, with a unique rhythm. When making leather armor, especially breastplates and shoulder armor, trouser armor, boots, etc., the leather worker must have a strong control over the sense of space. When sewing leather armor, each piece of leather armor is not flat, but must be made into the shape that best fits the body according to the various parts of the human body, and then sewn together. Thick leather armor will be like metal armor, with an extremely close-fitting design. In addition, the leather worker must be delicate enough in the treatment of the joints of the leather armor. Elbows, armpits, ribs, waist and abdomen, etc., not only need to be soft enough, but also need to be layered or cut. Graham and Roy watched for a while. After finishing the work at hand, Master Tia signaled the assistant beside him to untie the leather apron on his body, and then put on a linen robe. He waved to Graham and Roy, and kept complaining as he walked, "I rushed to make this set of ice dragon leather armor 2 weeks ago. I thought you would come to pick it up in advance, but I didn't expect to wait for you for 2 weeks. This kind of high-end dragon leather armor is placed in the workshop warehouse, which makes me nervous every day. It's not because of how valuable it is, but if it is really lost, where can I get such a large piece of ice dragon leather?" The door of the warehouse was opened by Master Tia's, and inside were rows of high-grade leather armors with exquisite workmanship, and there were even some magical halos on the leather armors. Roy's eyes fell on a large magic sealing box at the innermost part of the warehouse. TIAs led the two of them in, and stood in front of the magic sealing box. The lid of the box was not locked. After opening the lid, a whole set of ice blue thick leather armor was placed inside. This thick leather armor was obviously much thicker than ordinary leather armor, especially the shoulder armor and chest armor. Try it on. If there's anything that doesn't fit, I can change the size. Master TIA stared at Roy and said. Before Roy came to the leather workshop, he only wore a linen shirt and bloomers. Now he just had to put the leather armor on. Soon, a full set of ice dragon leather armor was on Roy. It fit perfectly, no need to change the size. And Master TIAs also took into account that Roy might grow taller and stronger in the future, so this set of ice dragon leather armor also left some room for Roy to grow. The tailor-made leather armor set is indeed different. Each piece is completely in line with Roy's physical characteristics. He moved around for a few times, even took out the flail and the Book of Judgment, gently waved his arms twice, and raised his legs. "How is it?" Grimace asked Roy. "Very comfortable," Roy praised sincerely. Of course, Master Tia's craftsmanship in making leather armor is definitely the best in the city of Wopai. Grand Mage Grimace praised. After coming out of the leather workshop, Grim said to Roy, "Let's go, I take you to see Master Altus." Altus was giving an open class in his apartment. The assistant beside Master Altus brought Grims and Roy to the classroom. The two walked in from the back door and sat down in the corner. At this moment, Master Altus was standing on the podium, and on the table of the podium were some magic runes made of metal. Master Altus quickly arranged the runes in a special way to form a magic pattern array, and then quickly disrupted the order and quickly arranged another one. The young magicians in the classroom exclaimed in surprise. Altus did not speak the whole time. His hands moved very quickly, and the young magicians could only stare at the blackboard with full concentration, taking notes quickly. Unfortunately, because Altus arranged the runes too quickly, many magicians failed to write down the arrangement of these runes, and another rune combination had already appeared on the blackboard. This is an open class for junior inscription masters. These magic runes are actually in the books, but for these junior inscription masters to slowly comprehend them by themselves, I estimate that they will need at least a few months to practice. Now Altus arranged these magic runes on the blackboard. The magic runes he arranged are basically the optimal solutions. Grims explained to Roy in a low voice. Roy nodded, not quite understanding, and he was listening carefully to Master Altus's explanation of his understanding of the magic rune array. In fact, magic and divine arts have many similarities. Magic uses spells, divine arts use prayers, magic requires drawing magic rune arrays, and divine arts require drawing divine runes. They look similar on the surface, but in fact they are very different. The essence of magic is the combination of runes. Different runes combined together can derive powerful magic, and spells are created to stimulate specific spells. The essence of divine arts is the power of faith. After learning so many divine arts, Roy discovered that when performing divine arts, prayers and the power of holy light formed divine arts, and divine runes were created by the priests to stimulate divine arts. Roy was a little distracted at this time, and when his attention returned to Master Altus, he heard Master Altus saying, "The inscription master has to arrange some runes in a specific way, so that the magic rune array can gain some unexpected magical power. This is the rune language I have been exploring." When he said this, the classroom suddenly became quiet, and all the magicians focused their attention on him. He looked around, leaned on the podium, held two metal runes in his hands, and then said casually, "Let me give you an example. Everyone knows that this symbol represents thunder. We will create magic weapons by engraving this magic rune on weapons. When warriors use such a magic weapon to attack the enemy, arcs will be stimulated on the weapon. The strength of the arc depends on the warrior's affinity for the lightning attribute. If this rune is used as a basis, and a cluster magic pattern array is engraved on the weapon, then this weapon will cast lightning when used.